Chapter 1 The Divine Connection. The majestic Kyoma Zudara Templice Perchejapanth slopes off to towering verdant mountains, its grandeur reaching skyward. While Kyoma Zudara holds a reputation as Renanadas to Tofshalin Temple in Therial Mofshochi Kingdom, Thethronsoft visitors that flow endless Lidoshalin stark like interest to relatively sparse tendons of Kyoma Zudara. Due to its location along a steep mountain path, ascending to Kyoma Zudara is strenuous and devoid hate requires a good part of to date has few are willing to undertake the challenge. In contrast, the bustling market at the foot of the mountain is alive with activity, teeming with people daily. Ifani cannot glimpse the true Buddha, it is better to bask in the glow of Buddhist light. Boss, this trend of Tianyi is escaped indered, mufferingji out $20, which is sal ridiquita generis, if I offended lacking, ishal to kemaleave. Zou Haoyu set don the brown, flat, round-bitted surface uncommon lira jiden swollen lake opicha strand of Tianyi is abides. Having come to Ching Mountain to escape his gloomy thoughts, he hoped to enjoy this presumably sturdy strand, but was taken aback when the unscrupulous spender demanded $100 for it. He would have it obima to spend $100 on this filthy rosary, would Conla further deplete his salary meager wallet. Wait a moment, young man, let's reconsider. Upon seeing Zou Haoyu lift this legacy to away, the vendor hastily let out. After all, why would he lovechens 4 moneta slip away? This deterred grocery had washed down from the mountain enduring the torrential downpour twilight spree or hit hotich marketable, yet of his astonishment, Vizia Unman was willing to pay off $20 for it. Thought he vendor shiart was dancing with delight, his expression betrayed an affectation of las Asia precious possession had slipped from his grasp. Those engaged in commerce inevitably shariacum and trade greed even when the price had surpassed his expectations, hastily earned for a higher bid, for woe a month and woodshin in excess of wealth? Donot judgeth the strand of Tianyi zibi its dilapidate appearance it is laden with meaning. Thevan Dorbigan noting Zou Haoyu's citation he launched it into verbose salesmanship, promoting the seemingly worthless rosary without burn a cost whatsoever. It is hidden the sutras the Tianyi returns according to divine you will fulfill in every desire, through the speed, one cultivate Germany with the divine intent, wherein jit casually enhance onus pulsing send wisdom. Is this old man delusional? Hodo Eshabeli of ice dwelling in Theramov myth, Zou Haoyu, irritated with Vinder's unfounded claims, interjected impatiently, enough with the nonsense at $20 offer take it or leave it. Fine, you'll sell it. A the vendor sabrupt lelo redtone Zou Haoyu full had overpaid, but with his words already spoken he resolved not to compromise his dignity at the last moment. After settling the transaction he hunkily acquired, still bearing process of earth, Tianyi is around his neck and, with a heavy heart, proceeded to the high-speed train station. Having graduated from college a year ago, has still had not secured a suitable job. The thought of facing his classmate as filled him with shame. Just 2 days prior, his college roommate and rival Zhou Shiyang had invited him to his wedding. Good grief, was this not a blatant display of his achievements, contrasting Zou Haoyu's failures? Everyone he assumed would decline, yet was determined to surprise a themel. If Zhou Shiyang had the audacity to invite him, he would have the courage to crash through it. Furthermore, with his trivial expense discovered, had planned to take the most expensive route, dine lavishly, and slileless lepestaco fias paper into the red envelope turning theme to refer into a free trip. Intelligently swaying comfort off his soft sleeper carriage, Zou Haoyu sprawled across Teplish ding. The adjacent bunk was empty, and the train rocketed him like Yakradal, all alone, enveloped in the serene environment. He was lulled into a deep slumber. Regrettably, the figure Oho appeared to him in his dreams was not the revered king of dream, beauty touring mount draped in a shimmering golden robe, radiant with celestial light, was mulled warmly of him. After a moment, Thessaloteri monk multiplied in Totwo, then 5, and then 10. Dumbfounded, Zou Haoyu held nearly 1,000 months smiling down at him from the air, blinking in astonishment. He scad Wario, just though many of Io or other? As soon as his question fell silent, Thethram of monks vanished in an instant, leaving gone lay the original smiling monk, the monk's gentle lips moved, his words reminiscent of a hunting melody echoing in a cinematic valley. Those with Theta shall behold golden light, as if witnessing it housed Buddhas, joyous light transmitting this truth. Upon hearing them exterior pronouncement, Zou Haoyu suddenly saw radiant bands of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet emanating from Themic's brow, rushing towards him. Aha thirds. In an instant a sharp pain shot through his third eye, and Habolti Dupride glancing around at the surroundings, suddenly recalling he was aboard the high-speed train en route to Zhou Shiyang's wedding, touching the sweat in his forehead, Hugh whispered, so it was just a dream, but had felt tutorial. Asherabadist Robin forehead, the corregidor slide a pen with a swoosh. I glanced up to see woman stepping inside, and a short skip at a beat. Incredibly beautiful, Hiraya like dark gemstones, her lips reminiscent of Lasaiascaries, her skin fair and her figure perfectly proportioned, every aspect of her radiated beauty, yet the ruasamathan extraordinarily familiar about her. Oh me goodness! Before he could place where he recognized her from, Hanada said her approaching the bed with a silver suitcase, involuntarily gasping in surprise. What had just seen, the sweet case brimmed with assorted gems, jade, and a gay tatria suritra vine deed, how much called it Bitbirth? Wait, how could he see the interior of the suitcase so clearly, as though it was not of an obscured beautopenly displayed before him? What was happening? The woman, her back turned to Placid Dabagontha, Ike was only when she heard a startled exclamation that she turned into faciem, unaware of the faint glimmer of red light emitting from his forehead. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing her melodious voice, Zou Haoyu instinctively opened his mouth to respond, but through his fine however, no sound emerged only a gaping silence. What was going on? Yuri sking the same question, he muttered in disbelief, staring at the astonishing woman who appeared unclothed in his eyes, despite her attire. As she gazed upon her ethereal beauty, the shock in his heart transformed into an exhilarating realization and blurted out, "You're Guan Miaotong." Chapter 2 Alumni, do you remember me? Upon hearing the delighted exclamation of her name from Zou Haoyu, Guan Miaotong looked at him with considerable surprise. She scrutinized the man's features once more, yet her mind could not conjure any recollection of him. Noticing the slight furrow of her brow that indicated her confusion, Zou Haoyu understood her thoughts. You graduated from Hankow University's Department of Economics, and you were universally recognized as the campus belle. Every male student knew the name Guan Miaotong. His explanation cleared the clouds of doubt from Guan Miaotong's mind, and it became evident that he must also be an alumnus of Hankow. So we are alumni. Which graduating class are you from? How come I've never seen you before? Perhaps nostalgic for the pure times at school, Guan Miaotong's demeanor became notably warm upon realizing their shared background. Zou Haoyu bashfully rubbed the back of his head, murmuring, "I entered a year after you, just an ordinary student unlike you, who was a prominent figure at Hankow, you wouldn't believe it. Back then, if any guy managed to speak a word to you, he could boast about it for 2 months." His congratulatory words left Guan Miaotong, who had encountered the world, feeling a touch of bashfulness, her inner joy bubbling up uncontrollably. "You've made me sound like a celestial being." "I am not that extraordinary," she replied modestly. "Comparing your beauty to that of a celestial being is hardly an exaggeration." Were it not for Zou Haoyu's clear gaze and sincere speech, Guan Miaotong might have mistaken him for one of those sycophantic men in the business world who flatter her. Though she felt delighted, being a rational woman, she would not allow any single emotion to dominate for too long. "Did you also disembark in Hankow?" she inquired, changing the subject, as lingering on the current topic might lead her to become a self-absorbed girl. Zou Haoyu, reminded of his own frustrations about going to Hankow, felt a sudden urge to share. Perhaps he had bottled up his feelings for too long. Sometimes, those closest to us are not the best confidants because too many shared experiences can render the act of confiding awkward. Someone like Guan Miaotong, whom he had not seen in ages and with whom he had no vested interest, was the perfect sounding board. Since the situation is awkward, why go at all? Guan Miaotong remarked after hearing his lament, feeling indignant that the person who invited him had such ill intentions, expecting a rejected suitor who had been robbed by a roommate to attend their wedding. Her righteous indignation brought a measure of relief to Zou Haoyu's dismal mood, and he replied calmly, "They invited me knowing I might disrupt their event. How could I play the coward and wallow in sorrow for a couple so unworthy?" In truth, he intended to disrupt the event, but he could not admit it. Guan Miaotong, impressed by his carefree attitude, thought that this junior must possess a commendable character, likely reflecting a trustworthy and steady approach to his endeavors. "By the way, are you also heading to Hankow?" Zou Haoyu, pleased to notice the admiration in her eyes, seized the opportunity to divert the conversation, aware that lengthy discussions might reveal too much of his true self. "Oh, right, there is a stone gambling festival in Hankow these days. I am going to see if I can find some fine jade materials," Guan Miaotong replied softly. The mention of the stone gambling festival piqued Zou Haoyu's interest. He was aware that during the Qing to the Republic era, stone gambling, or duoxing, required a discerning eye to differentiate the quality of jade, freshly mined and encased in layers of weathered skin. With his newfound ability to see through objects, wouldn't he easily discern the quality of various jades? The thought of attending the stone gambling festival not only promised a potential profit but also an opportunity to test the extent of his newly acquired supernatural ability. Excitement glimmered in his eyes as he looked at Guan Miaotong. He had heard from seniors that Guan Miaotong's family was engaged in the jewelry business, reputed to be quite large, and having her as a guide would be most advantageous. "Could you take me along, senior? I'd love to broaden my horizons." Guan Miaotong was taken aback by his sudden interest. After all, stone gambling required specialized knowledge, keen eyesight, and a bit of luck. She felt a mix of astonishment and concern at his unexpected request. Her trip to the stone gambling festival was not solely for selecting jade. She had more pressing matters to attend to, and having someone utterly inexperienced by her side could prove inconvenient. Although Zou Haoyu was not exceptionally bright, he was perceptive enough to sense her hesitation, and he too felt that his request might have been a bit presumptuous. "Senior, please don't feel obligated. I know nothing and would only be a burden. I spoke without thinking, so consider it a jest. Listening to Zou Haoyu's thoughtful words made Guan Miaodong feel quite embarrassed. He was constantly considerate of her, while she had only focused on her own predicament, a realization that made her reflect on how society had altered her perspective. It's no trouble at all. Taking you along won't be a burden. I'll simply need to give you a primer on the basics beforehand, she said with newfound ease, retrieving a silver suitcase from under the bed and opening it to hand him a stack of materials. Zou Haoyu had already decided to go to the Stone Gambling Festival alone, as he didn't have a suitable job at the moment. If he could leverage his ability to see through objects to find his niche in this lucrative industry, it would be quite advantageous. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, gold is purchased, in prosperous times, collections flourish. Many wealthy individuals, eager to showcase their wealth and taste, were willing to invest in valuable jade and emeralds. However, he was still a newcomer, lacking confidence until he was taken aback by Guan Miaodong's offer to accompany him and teach him the fundamentals, leaving him thrilled as he accepted the materials she handed him. Wait, what is this about? As he flipped through the documents at an increasing pace, he realized that his eyes merely skimmed the text, and the complex terminology seemed to embed itself in his mind, as if a database had suddenly been uploaded into his brain. Could it be that seeing through objects enhanced his memory? Zou Haoyu's gaze transitioned from the documents to the various exquisite jade and emerald pieces nestled within the suitcase, and once again, something astonishing occurred. His eyes followed a beam of orange light that penetrated the surface of the jade, allowing him to see the internal colors, patterns, and even the minuscule cracks within. He sensed that this time, his ability to see through the tiny jade pieces was more detailed than when he had merely seen through the suitcase's surface. Did this mean that each instance of vision would become progressively more profound? Guan Miaodong, focused on Zou Haoyu's animated expression, failed to notice the flicker of contemplation in his eyes and patiently began her explanation. Understanding the 10 major venues for stone gambling is crucial for assessing the quality of the jade. The first is gray card, predominantly green and gray-black, with varying transparency. The water quality distribution is uneven, but areas with green typically have better water. Then there is mamang, also known as black sand, which appears grayish-black, often with black threads or white mist, and has a generally poor water quality. The skin of the ergang is relatively coarse, but the water quality is typically good, featuring high-quality green or mixed greens. Next is Hojang, or Kandi, divided into old and new Hojang. The old variety has thin skin, appearing gray-green-yellow, often yielding fully green, high-quality jade with few impurities and numerous cracks, while the new variety has thick skin and larger pieces, with finished products that lack the vibrancy of the original stone. The last is Masa, a new factory variant with minimal or no skin, featuring lighter greens and varying water quality, primarily used for bangles or large ornamental pieces. There are also Muluangon, Pagang, Zibai, and Longtang, which I will explain one by one. As Guan Miaodong spoke passionately, Zou Haoyu admired her extensive knowledge at such a young age. Noticing that her throat was becoming parched from her lengthy discourse, he unscrewed a bottle of unopened mineral water and handed it to her. "Senior, you've been talking for a while. Take a sip of water and rest. There is so much to learn about stone gambling that it can't all be covered at once." Guan Miaodong indeed felt a bit thirsty. She accepted the bottle, taking several generous gulps, and marveled once more at her junior's thoughtfulness. "Junior, your diligence and perseverance are commendable. Perhaps you will indeed become a master someday," she praised sincerely. "Senior, please don't flatter me. You are the one with profound knowledge. The way you can effortlessly recall such complex and difficult concepts leaves me in awe," Zou Haoyu responded with genuine admiration, causing Guan Miaodong to smile joyfully, her right shoulder slightly shrugging in modesty. Zou Haoyu, noticing her movement, glanced at her shoulder and observed several tiny voids at the connection points of the spinal blood vessels. Having studied massage due to his mother's health issues, he recognized this as a sign of insufficient blood supply, leading to numbness in the shoulder and arm. "Are you feeling unwell, senior? I know a bit of massage. I could help alleviate your discomfort," he gently inquired. "You can massage, then I'll trouble you." Junior.my's shoulder and arm have been feeling strangely numb, Guan Miaodong murmured softly as she adjusted her posture to facilitate his massage. Zou Haoyu felt a rush of joy at her words. His ability to see through objects now extended to perceiving the molecular structure of flowing substances. As his heart raced with excitement, he placed his hands gently on her shoulder, the subtle fragrance of her being enveloping him, intoxicating and alluring. Chapter 3 of the Divine Eye. Although Guan Miaodong was impeccably dressed, the moment Zou Haoyu's gaze lingered on her form for more than 10 seconds, he could discern the flawless, snow-white skin beneath her attire. Embarrassed, Zou Haoyu averted his eyes, questioning whether his actions could be deemed lewd. Yet, without observing the acupoints on her shoulder and back, how could he possibly administer a massage? He was neither capable of closing his eyes to look through her nor was he blind with open eyes. Reluctantly, he continued to steal glances at Guan Miaotong's alabaster skin, feeling a sense of relief that she was facing away from him, oblivious to his blushing countenance. Suddenly, while intently focusing on the acupoints of her shoulder and back, Zou Haoyu noticed a beam of golden light emanating from his eyes and piercing into her scapula. That feels wonderful. I didn't expect my junior to possess such remarkable massage skills, Guan Miaotong exclaimed, her voice laced with pleasure as the golden light entered her body. Zou Haoyu, lacking the energy for conversation, remained fixated on the point of injection of the golden light. He observed how a minuscule void, akin to dust, at the junction of her spinal cord and blood vessels was rapidly filled with bright red blood, transforming the once sluggish flow into a powerful torrent, akin to a robust water column. What could be the explanation for this phenomenon? What was the nature of that golden light? Zou Haoyu pondered gravely, recalling his previous experiences of seeing red and orange lights when peering into a suitcase and at a piece of jade, respectively, and now, this golden light. Was it possible that these thread-like beams of light originated from his own eyes? Contemplating this possibility, he concentrated once more on Guan Miaotong's shoulder and back. Indeed, mere moments later, another beam of golden light surged into her body, causing the blood within her skin to swell in size and flow with an unprecedented speed and rhythm. It feels so good, Junior. Please, continue for a little longer, she murmured softly, her eyes closed, clearly lost in a state of blissful relaxation. Zou Haoyu, too, wished to prolong the massage, not only to indulge in her subtle fragrance but also to experiment with his newfound ability. What better opportunity could there be? Thus, for the next several minutes, as Zou Haoyu utilized his massage techniques and observational prowess, Guan Miaotong succumbed to the comforts of slumber, her head bowed in serene repose. He gently laid her sleeping form on the bed and draped a thin blanket over her. Under normal circumstances, with such a beautiful woman lying before him, Zou Haoyu, as a man, would have stolen a few extra glances, even if he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. However, today, he exhibited restraint, instead picking up a bottle of mineral water from the table by the train window, examining it closely. After inverting the bottle several times, Zou Haoyu raised his gaze to the empty space of the train compartment, then shifted his attention to the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. Through his various observations of different objects, he began to distill the essence of his newly acquired X-ray vision. He realized that by concentrating on an object for over 10 seconds, he could achieve a state of enhanced perception. This ability could be categorized into various states. For instance, gazing at the flowing mineral water bottle enabled him to accelerate or decelerate its movement. Observing the empty space allowed him to perceive oxygen, nitrogen, water vapor, and other minuscule molecules invisible to the naked eye, even though smaller than dust. When looking out the window, he could see a child swimming miles away and fish swimming in the dark reservoir. This meant his ability was not merely X-ray vision but something far more profound. He could see great distances, observe subatomic molecules, perceive aquatic life in pitch-black waters, and manipulate the flow of liquids. Of this realization elevated Zou Haoyu from the mundane to the extraordinary, as he sensed that his ordinary life was on the brink of transformation. Yet, how had this exceptional power manifested? Why had it chosen him and not another? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a headache began to form, prompting him to close his eyes for a brief respite. However, the moment he did so, the visage of the smiling monk from his dream appeared in his mind. Zou Haoyu snapped his eyes open, recalling the dream's imagery. It seemed he had only acquired his X-ray vision after that dream. Was there a connection to the monk's smile? He remembered the monk uttering a cryptic phrase before beams of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple light shot toward him. Wait, those beams of light? Upon first encountering Guan Miaotong's suitcase, he had seen a red light. The second time, with the jade, it was orange, and just now, during the massage, it was golden. No, perhaps that was not golden light, but rather the yellow light emitted by the monk in his dream. Could it be that all of this was indeed a consequence of that dream? Each time he emitted a color of light, his X-ray vision grew stronger, and the colors corresponded to those cast by the monk. Therefore, the next time his ability heightened, the emitted light would surely be green? Those destined to encounter one another will awaken their spirits and pass on joyfully. Zou Haoyu was astonished by this significant revelation when suddenly, the monk's voice echoed in his ear. He excitedly scanned his surroundings but found no trace of the monk, and the voice faded away. Had he merely imagined it? So hot. Just as Zou Haoyu began to question his auditory perceptions, the Tianyi prayer beads around his neck radiated a searing light, scorching his chest as if a ball of fire were burning his body. In a flurry, Zou Haoyu attempted to remove the beads, but just as his fingers reached for them, they vanished. He groped around his neck in confusion. How could the beads simply disappear? The burning sensation had also ceased. What on earth was happening? It hurts so much. Zou Haoyu pressed his palm against his forehead, the pain between his brows akin to being cleaved, forcing him to bend over in agony, curling up on the ground. Time slipped away as he endured the torment, until suddenly, the pain dissipated. His hand gradually moved away from his sweat-drenched forehead, and his tightly closed eyelids fluttered like a fan stirred by the wind, revealing the extent of his previous suffering. Guan Miaotong remained peacefully asleep on the bed, her pores relaxed, and the train compartment remained unchanged, with the dust in the air magnified as if projected through a film lens. After the pain subsided, Zou Haoyu beheld the subtle changes around him, cold sweat streaming down his face, and his trembling hands resting on his eyelids. If his eyes were closed, how was he perceiving these sights? He lowered his shaking hands and swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, activating the camera's selfie mode. When he beheld the image on the screen, he nearly dropped the phone in shock. What was this? Were those eyes? Zou Haoyu stared at the agile, silver-gray orb rotating at his brow, then closed his real eyes once more. The silver-gray eye continued to move on screen, its gaze shifting from the phone's display to the surrounding environment with astonishing clarity. After what felt like an eternity of observation, Zou Haoyu finally grasped the truth. He had developed a divine eye, capable of X-ray vision, situated at his brow. Following the emergence of the smiling monk's voice, the Tianyi prayer beads had vanished, transmuting into the divine eye that granted him tangible perception. Chapter 4 of the luxurious cruise ship. The sleek, silver-gray marble floor reflected the bustling crowd traversing its surface, while the expansive glass windows heightened the grandeur of the already vast high-speed railway station hall. Junior, how is it that your massage technique is so exceptional? Thanks to you, I enjoyed a night of high-quality sleep, Guan Miaotong exclaimed, pulling her silver suitcase along. The rhythmic click of her high heels on the marble echoed harmoniously with her words. Upon finishing her statement, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Under the mastery of Zou Haoyu's skilled hands, she had unknowingly drifted into slumber yesterday afternoon, only waking this morning. Even for Guan Miaotong, who stood tall in the bustling marketplace, the thought of sleeping soundly for 16 or 17 hours in front of a junior she had just met was somewhat mortifying. Yet, the lightness and vitality coursing through her body brought her immense joy. Having endured prolonged periods of overwhelming work, she had not felt so invigorated in ages. All credit was due to her junior. Senior, you flatter me. My mother had health issues, so I studied massage techniques for a while, Zou Haoyu replied, revealing only a fraction of the truth. In reality, the true power behind his proficiency lay in his clairvoyant ability, which he now referred to as the divine eye. Reflecting on the divine eye, a sense of perplexity troubled him. After confirming its existence yesterday, he excitedly reached to touch the eye that rotated at his brow, yet, just as his hand approached his forehead, the divine eye inexplicably vanished. He rubbed his forehead vigorously, nearly scraping off a layer of skin, but the divine eye did not reappear. Despite multiple experiments with his X-ray vision, that ability remained intact, while the divine eye was absent. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. After all, if the world were to witness his three eyes, they might deem him a monster. However, despite this thought, a myriad of questions tangled in his mind, refusing to unravel. Why had the divine eye vanished while his X-ray vision persisted? Would the divine eye return? If the color of the light emitted during his X-ray vision indicated its level, how long would it take for the color to change? In his initial 3 attempts, different levels of light emerged, leading him to believe that golden light would soon transition to green. However, after numerous trials, the light color remained unchanged, always golden. So, you learned from a teacher. No wonder you were so remarkable, Guan Miaotong remarked sincerely. Her fondness for this junior grew. He was honest, humble, and filial, a rare combination in today's fast-paced society where few would take the time to learn massage techniques for their ailing mothers. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to the ever-silent Zou Haoyu, asking, "Can your massages help elderly individuals who have suffered gunshot or knife wounds?" Guan Miaotong's inquiry pulled Zou Haoyu from his tangled thoughts. As they walked towards the exit, he replied, "It can alleviate pain." In the past, he would not have dared to respond with such certainty, but now things were different. The effect of his massage on Guan Miaotong yesterday had revealed that his X-ray vision could indeed have therapeutic benefits. The realization that he could use his unique ability to relieve others' suffering filled him with a sense of pride. "That's wonderful. I have an elder in poor health. If you ever find yourself in Genoa City, could you assist with a massage?" Guan Miaotong asked eagerly. "Of course. Since you've helped me so much, I wouldn't mind making a special trip to Genoa. After all, I'm currently in a state of unemployment," Zou Haoyu replied. Hearing his willing agreement brought a smile to Guan Miaotong's face, and noticing his hint of self-deprecation, she encouraged him with a smile, "With your youth and talent, there will come a day when you achieve great success, and then I will be the one relying on your care." Zou Haoyu felt warmth in his heart as he gazed at Guan Miaotong's sincere smile. Whether her words were intended to comfort him or were a genuine acknowledgement of his potential, he was grateful. "Miss," Zou Haoyu was lost in thought when a tall, sharp-eyed man in his late 30s approached them, respectfully greeting Guan Miaotong. Guan Miaotong smiled and referred to the tall man as Uncle Lin, enthusiastically introducing him to Zou Haoyu. The man, named Lin Hai, was a retired soldier and served as Guan Miaotong's bodyguard and driver. "Junior, let us get in the car," Guan Miaotong said. After exiting the high-speed railway station, she affectionately linked her arm with Zou Haoyu's and led him towards a parked white Maserati. Zou Haoyu silently followed her lead, and under Lin Hai's keen gaze, he entered the back seat of the Maserati with a steady demeanor, surveying the luxurious and spacious interior, his calm eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. "Miss, you've had a long journey. Next time, please don't venture alone to remote areas. It's too dangerous. If the boss finds out you've put yourself in harm's way, he will surely be furious," Lin Hai said, keeping his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his voice steady. "We won't tell him. He won't know. This time, I made significant gains and discovered 2 jade mines, which will provide a qualitative leap for our Hime Group's future gemstone development." Zou Haoyu was taken aback by Guan Miaotong's playful yet proud words. If he still believed her family to be just a moderately sized jewelry business, he would be sorely mistaken. The Hime Jewelry Group was, after all, a leading enterprise in the jewelry industry, known even in the countryside where he hailed from. "Are you the daughter of the president of Hime Jewelry?" Zou Haoyu asked, not one to feign ignorance. Since Guan Miaotong had not concealed her identity, he felt no need to be reticent. "Yes, I took over my father's position 2 years ago after graduating," Guan Miaotong replied candidly, observing Zou Haoyu's expression closely. Her identity was not a secret, she simply refrained from mentioning it to avoid complications. If he felt uncomfortable due to her status, she would not press the matter. The title of president of Hime was indeed more impressive than that of the Guan family's eldest daughter. "Senior, you're so remarkable. I must work doubly hard, or I'll be left far behind by a strong woman like you," Zou Haoyu replied with a smile, devoid of any hint of servility or flattery. Had this conversation occurred yesterday, he might have felt immense pressure and uncertainty, but today, he had bid farewell to the self-doubt that once plagued him, and now, endowed with the divine eye, he felt confident and capable of integrating into any social circle. Guan Miaotong regarded Zou Haoyu's composed demeanor with increased admiration. "Junior, you possess an extraordinary poise, perhaps one day it will be the senior chasing after you." Zou Haoyu smiled at her jest, responding without uttering any vague or insubstantial phrases. Time flowed as the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, and soon, the car came to a halt in front of a luxurious hotel. As Guan Miaotong exited, she remarked, "I have a private sea-view suite here, which is convenient for my business travels." Zou Haoyu nodded with a smile, taking in the opulent decor of the hotel and the endless blue coastline in the background, with palm fronds swaying in the gentle breeze. He perceived Guan Miaotong as someone who truly valued the quality of life. Even her temporary residence was imbued with elegance and beauty. They traversed the grand lobby of the hotel and walked along a circular wooden corridor, ultimately stopping at the entrance of her blue sea-view suite built over the crystalline waters. Under Guan Miaotong's arrangements, Zou Haoyu was assigned a room at the end of the second floor, by the window. After finishing his shower, he donned the hotel robe and stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the serene blue sea, yet his heart was tumultuous, like waves crashing against the shore. He reflected on the bizarre yet real events that had unfolded from yesterday to today, the turning point in his destiny. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking jolted Zou Haoyu from his contemplative reverie. He slowly approached the door, and upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Guan Miaotong, who was elegantly dressed, standing at the door in a black one-shoulder fitted gown. Guan Miaotong radiated joy, her hair elegantly styled, revealing her long, graceful neck, reminiscent of a proud and beautiful swan. Noticing the sparkle in Zou Haoyu's eyes, she smiled and inquired, "Would you like to join me for some fun on the hotel cruise?" The cruise, wasn't that a playground for the affluent? Zou Haoyu was aware that some wealthy individuals enjoyed gambling and partying on luxurious cruise ships, which served as high-end clubs offering all forms of entertainment. He truly wished to experience it for himself. "Absolutely. Let me change into something more suitable. Please wait a moment," Zou Haoyu replied, dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit. He appeared in the grand hall of the cruise ship's first floor, surrounded by a dazzling array of elegantly dressed guests, their laughter and chatter filling the air. "Amidst all these noble ladies, you are the most beautiful, senior," Zou Haoyu remarked softly to Guan Miaotong after taking a moment to appreciate the scene around him. Guan Miaotong cast a glance at him with her dark, joyful eyes and replied in a low voice, "You are not lacking either. That suit enhances your noble demeanor and exudes a refined charm." Her words were sincere. At that moment, Zou Haoyu, clad in a sleek black suit, emanated an air of calm sophistication, a stark contrast to his previously casual, student-like appearance. Zou Haoyu smiled at her compliment, choosing not to respond verbally. This suit had been prepared specifically for the wedding of Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing. Initially, he had contemplated wearing an all-black outfit to bring misfortune to their celebration, but now, he found himself benefiting from the elegant black suit. "Xiaotong, it's been a while since you last visited," a hearty voice called from behind them just as Zou Haoyu shook his head with a wry smile. "Brother Yan," Guan Miaotong exclaimed, turning to see Yensong, a tall and muscular man clad in a high-end custom blue suit, approaching with a smile. He playfully took Zou Haoyu's arm and teased, "I just arrived in Hankow for business, I had to come and support you, brother Yan." Yan Song listened to Guan Miaotong's witty banter, his lips curling into a sly smile. However, upon noticing the composed young man beside her, he inquired with curiosity, "Xiaotong, who is this gentleman?" Although the man appeared youthful, the glimmer in his eyes conveyed an unusual, steadfast strength that piqued Yan Song's interest. Chapter 5 A Steady Victory. Brother Yan, my junior is quite remarkable, isn't he? Guo Miaotong proudly inquired of Yan Song, raising her elegantly contoured chin after introducing the two gentlemen to each other. Upon hearing her words, Yan Song could not help but chuckle, replying, "Mr. Zou, despite your tender age, you exhibit a rare composure and restraint. However, it is the sight of Xiaotong's unabashed pride that I find most astonishing." Who is Gui Miaotong? She is the unparalleled goddess of the jewelry industry, the object of desire for countless men, yet she has always maintained a demeanor of polite aloofness towards the opposite sex. It was thus surprising to witness her enthusiastic regard for an obscure junior. Yan Song's gaze once more fell upon Zou Haoyu. Anyone who earned Guo Miaotong's admiration must possess extraordinary qualities. It was refreshing to see this young man conduct himself with such humility, devoid of the arrogance that often accompanies talent. "Brother Yan, you flatter me, I am merely a fledgling fresh out of school. If you do not mind, you may refer to me as your junior," Zou Haoyu modestly responded. He had overheard Guo Miaotong mention her visit to support Yan Song, and he had casually claimed ownership of the yacht club. Observing his graceful movements, it was evident that he must be of considerable standing to manage such an upscale establishment, yet, despite Yan Song's wealth and status, his gaze towards Zou Haoyu remained calm and amicable, devoid of any hint of disdain for his ordinary background, which only served to elevate Zou Haoyu's impression of him. "Very well, since you and Xiaotong both call me Brother Yan, I shall henceforth refer to you as Little Brother Zou," Yan Song declared, clapping Zou Haoyu jovially on the shoulder. Seeing the warmth between the two, Guo Miaotong could not help but smile, saying, "You two enjoy yourselves. These past few days, my complexion has suffered from the harsh winds of the mountains. Brother Yan, I shall now make my way to your beauty department for some pampering." With that, she playfully patted Zou Haoyu's shoulder before gracefully ascending the spiral staircase. No matter the woman, their appearance remains their paramount concern, Yan Song mused, shaking his head as he watched Guo Miaotong disappear. He then turned to Zou Haoyu, saying, "Little brother Zou, come, allow me to show you around and see if anything piques your interest." Zou Haoyu nodded, following Yan Song as they wove through the opulent yacht, where attendants continuously offered drinks from elegant, European-style carts. After observing for a while, Zou Haoyu realized that all beverages, except for alcohol, were complimentary. The sight of various exquisite cups of coffee, milk tea, and juice made it apparent that in such a refined environment, any display of crassness would be an exceedingly difficult endeavor. Under Yan Song's guidance, Zou Haoyu visited the bar and nightclub on the lower level, the gym, beauty salon, and restaurant on the second floor, and various small sports arenas on the third floor, finally arriving at the fourth floor, which housed a card room. A deep blue, vintage-patterned carpet adorned the entire level, with nearly 200 circular green card tables lining the 50-meter-long corridor. Zou Haoyu's gaze lingered on each table of players, observing the clear cards held by each participant, and an idea began to form in his mind. For others, these cards represented potential losses or gains, but for him, victory was assured, as every card was transparent in his eyes. "Old Zhang, are you trying to flee after losing? That won't do. Where are we to find replacements for our game?" Just as Zou Haoyu silently contemplated making a small profit through his ability to see through the cards, a bearded man in his 40s exclaimed beside him. Spotting an available seat, Zou Haoyu turned to Yan Song, asking, "Brother Yan, I would like to try this game. How are the chips calculated here?" Noticing that Zou Haoyu had finally found something he wished to play, Yan Song eagerly explained, "Each color of chip represents a different value. Little brother, you need not concern yourself with the values, I will simply give you 50 chips worth 10,000 each to begin with." Zou Haoyu was taken aback by Yan Song's generosity. He had intended to borrow some chips and repay them after winning, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. "Ah, this young man wants to play," the bearded man, referred to as Old Zhang, exclaimed upon hearing the exchange, promptly pushing Zou Haoyu into his seat before hastily disappearing. "Look at him, what a coward. He fled after losing just $1 million. How dull," the bearded man chuckled, then turned to Zou Haoyu, saying, "Young man, you mustn't think of running away after losing a few rounds." "I won tea," Zou Haoyu replied confidently. He had recognized that they were playing a variant of the game known as Zhejin or bluffing flower cards, which had recently gained popularity in Shachi over the past 5 years, originating from the Sichuan region. Being from a town in Sichuan, he was already familiar with this style of play, and with his newfound ability to see through the cards, he was certain that money would not slip through his fingers. The rules of Jia Jinhua dictate that, excluding the jokers, the game is played with a standard deck of 52 cards, ranked by suits, and the hands include variations such as a triplet, straight flush, flush, straight, pair, and single card. Much like a game of finger play, the mechanics seem simple yet are laden with strategy, allowing one to outmaneuver opponents with lesser hands through clever bluffing, a true contest of bravery and cunning, often dubbed the gambler's game. Seeing Zou Haoyu's calm demeanor, the bearded man thought to himself, "Youth often breeds recklessness. This inexperienced brat believes he can outsmart a seasoned player like me. It would be like an egg attempting to collide with a stone. Inevitably, it would shatter." Yen Song signaled a nearby attendant for a chair, settling down with keen interest to observe the unfolding drama. The bearded man watched as Zou Haoyu confidently tossed out 20 chips, smirking as he matched the bet with 20,000 of his own. In the first round of dealing, Zou Haoyu received a straight flush consisting of the 2, 3, and 4 of diamonds, albeit the lowest possible. He glanced at the cards of the other 3 players. One had a similar low hand, another had a Q, K, and 7, and the bearded man held a formidable black spade AKQ. Understanding the outcome, Zou Haoyu saw no need to play the hero. He decisively flipped his card first, opting not to raise the bet. The bearded man scoffed at his actions, sneering, "Look at you, lacking the courage even to bluff. How do you expect to win?" It seemed fortune smiled upon him today, as the bearded man triumphantly revealed his hand, claiming the chips with a flourish. Yen Song observed the bearded man's smugness as he gathered his winnings, a hint of disdain for Zou Haoyu evident in his expression. Concerned that Zou Haoyu might succumb to humiliation and act rashly, Yen Song prepared to intervene. After all, the nature of gambling involves wins and losses, and flipping the table would be beneath his dignity. Prepared for any eventuality, Yen Song waited for the next round to commence, but to his astonishment, Zou Haoyu remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the bearded man's scorn. He calmly tossed out another 20 chips. Yen Song marveled at Zou Haoyu's remarkable mental fortitude, admiring his decisive and bold betting strategy. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, he settled back, smiling as he continued to watch the game unfold. Meanwhile, a beautiful dealer in a gray uniform took her place at the high table, smiling serenely as she shuffled the cards. Zou Haoyu examined his hand, maintaining a neutral expression before opting not to fold. Then, in a shocking display that left everyone in the room, including the previously composed Yen Song, agape, he made an audacious move. With all his chips laid on the green table, a palpable tension filled the air as the spectators grappled with uncertainty over whether to call or fold. "You fool, you've bet everything. If you lose, you'll have nothing left," the bearded man spat, his eyes narrowing as he had overheard that the 50,000 chips were courtesy of Yen Song. If this young upstart lost, he would be destitute. "Thank you for the reminder," Zou Haoyu responded succinctly, not sparing the bearded man a glance as he continued to idly manipulate his cards. "Humph, you're so broke you need to borrow money just to sit here, yet you act so brazenly," the bearded man fumed as he watched Zou Haoyu's dismissive attitude. After the other 2 players revealed their hands, he dramatically slammed down his 3 kings, declaring, "I have a triplet." "Ah, it seems someone will be leaving the table soon. The constant turnover can be quite bothersome," Yen Song mused, feeling a swell of concern for Zou Haoyu. Given the cards already revealed, the odds of him winning were slim, and should he lose this round, it would be a devastating blow for Yen Song. 50,000 was mere pocket change, yet for Zou Haoyu, who had only recently graduated, it represented a significant sum. What if he could not withstand such a setback? Should he lose his confidence and withdraw from the game, he would be failing the trust Guan Miaotong had placed in him. However, Zou Haoyu remained unfazed, appearing indifferent to the astonished and mocking gazes of those around him. Unhurriedly, he began to reveal his cards, one by one. Yen Song and the bearded man stared intently as Zou Haoyu first laid down an ace, followed moments later by another ace, their tension mounting. Zou Haoyu then fixed his gaze on the bearded man, who was visibly sweating and swallowing nervously. With a sly grin, he slowly revealed his final card, ignoring the dropped jaws of his fellow players as he swept his arm across the table, claiming all the chips. With a resounding clatter, every last chip was gathered before Zou Haoyu. The bearded man widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the 3 aces prominently displayed in front of Zou Haoyu, then at his own now empty pile of chips, struggling to comprehend such a monumental loss. How could this impoverished youth have drawn the highest triplet? "Little brother, your all-or-nothing gamble has sent my heart on a roller coaster ride," Yen Song exclaimed, exhilarated as he witnessed Zou Haoyu amass over 1,000,000 chips, his excitement akin to winning a fortune. He joyfully patted Zou Haoyu on the shoulder. "Brother, you flatter me. It's merely luck," Zou Haoyu replied, unperturbed. He had not been reckless in his gamble, rather, he had seen through the bearded man's hand clearly, knowing full well that victory was within his grasp, thus justifying his bold wager. Chapter 6 Embracing the world. The affairs of the world are ever-changing. In one moment, one may bask in affluence, while in the next, they could find themselves reduced to begging on the streets. From the spirited confidence of the previous round to the despondent figure of the bearded man, whose sullen gaze fixated on Zou Haoyu, the faint smile gracing the latter's lips felt like an affront. Was it merely a stroke of luck that had led him to victory? Fortune at the gambling table is notoriously fickle, and everyone knows that luck does not favor a single soul indefinitely. Let us go again, the bearded man declared, unwilling to concede defeat, his focus shifting to the next round. He could not fathom that a penniless youth, seemingly ignorant of the game, could maintain such good fortune that he was determined to reclaim the money he had lost, doubling his efforts to turn the tide. Zou Haoyu sensed the bearded man's rising determination, aware that he sought to demonstrate his prowess. However, in the face of such seasoned gamblers, Zou Haoyu chose to remain indifferent. There was no need for the thoughts of others to dampen his newfound joy from a recent windfall. An hour later, the bustling atmosphere of the fourth-floor gaming room remained as vibrant as ever. Yet, amidst the clamor, one table sat eerily silent, an unsettling coldness enveloping it. Yen Song's composed and cheerful gaze swept across the four players present. At first, he observed the two perspiring companions seated stiffly at the table. Next, he noted the bearded man's eyes flashing with anger and disbelief. Finally, his gaze settled on Zou Haoyu, whose expression remained unperturbed, despite the mountain of chips piled before him. Even someone as worldly as Yen Song could not help but admire Zou Haoyu's discernment, courage, and luck. In truth, as Zou Haoyu regarded the towering stack of chips, he was far from the calm facade he presented. Before acquiring this extraordinary ability, he had been an utterly ordinary individual, insignificant among the masses. Winning such a substantial amount for the first time stirred a thrill within him, but he found himself absently fixated on the chips that could be exchanged for millions, perceiving them as a fortune that could alter his life. Although he harbored a vague sense that greater riches lay ahead, the initial windfall was akin to one's first love, memorable and profound. Having sat here for nearly 2 hours, shall we not switch to another game? The bearded man suggested, rising from his seat, hands pressed against his lower back. It was not that he wished to slap himself in the face, but rather that he could not afford to lose any more. Initially, he believed this impoverished youth's luck was merely temporary, and he would soon have the opportunity to turn the tables. However, to his dismay, this audacious boy seemed to possess an uncanny streak of luck. Every card he placed was destined to win, as if he had been endowed with the gift of foresight. The other two players, hearing the bearded man's proposition, readily agreed, unwilling to suffer further embarrassment. Who would have thought that a mere novice could so thoroughly annihilate them? They pondered how they could ever face their peers again in Jiangdong. Observing the two seasoned players lamenting their fate, Yen Song turned to Zou Haoyu and inquired, "Little brother Zou, would you like to switch to a different game?" Seeing that time was still on his side and that Guan Miaotong had yet to conclude her business, Zou Haoyu decided to seize the opportunity to engage with a circle he had previously found distant. Yen Song, noticing Zou Haoyu's nod, turned to the bearded man and asked, "What game does this brother wish to play?" The bearded man, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "How about we try Paijio, a game steeped in history?" He had initially considered leaving with the two players but was unwilling to part with the significant sum he had lost to this nameless youth. Paijio, although still played today, is primarily found in upscale venues, rarely encountered in lesser establishments. A pauper like Zou Haoyu likely had never even laid eyes on it. He was determined to recover his losses in double measure. Although Zou Haoyu had never engaged with Paijio, he believed that, being a game reliant on perception and boldness, it would not pose a challenge for his extraordinary vision. Thus, when Yen Song cast a questioning glance in his direction, he responded affirmatively. Under Yen Song's guidance, Zou Haoyu and the bearded man made their way from the fourth-floor hall, walking approximately 100 meters before turning left, arriving at a pair of double doors adorned in pure black leather. As Yen Song pushed open the grand doors, a Paijio hall, approximately 200 square meters in size, unfolded before their eyes. Zou Haoyu's dark, penetrating gaze sparkled as it took in the sight of several long, black Nanmu Paijio tables, each manned by attendants clad in deep blue robes and black felt hats, embodying an ancient aesthetic. Were it not for the modern suits and shoes worn by the surrounding patrons, Zou Haoyu might have thought he had stepped into a different era. Yen Song led them to a relatively empty Paijio table and explained to the bewildered Zou Haoyu, Paijio is derived from dice, yet its mechanics are far more intricate. The popular game of mahjong that the masses adore is, in fact, a variant of Paijio. The basic gameplay of Paijio involves 32 dominoes and 3 to 4 dice, with the color of the dice varying based on their quantity, all contained within a dice cup. The outcome is determined by the total points of the dominoes, classified into Big Paijio and Small Paijio. In Big Paijio, each player receives 4 cards, competing in 2 groups against the dealer. The winner takes all. In Small Paijio, each player receives 2 cards, with the outcome determined immediately due to its straightforward and engaging nature. Small Paijio has gained widespread popularity. Yen Song, aware that the rules might overwhelm Zou Haoyu, opted to provide only the fundamental information about Paijio. He noticed Zou Haoyu's gaze fixated on the attendant shaking the dice cup, indicating his budding interest in this time-honored game, and felt assured that he would not be too flustered when it came time to play. What Yensong did not realize was that Zou Haoyu's intense focus on the dice cup stemmed from something deeper than mere curiosity. His hand, resting on his thigh, was clenched into a fist, concealing the tumult within. The dice cup, rattling in the attendants' hands, transformed into a captivating, streamlined world through Zou Haoyu's extraordinary vision. The tiny, square dice leapt within the black cover, morphing into colossal cubic entities, gracefully traversing the air in slow motion, their colors vividly displayed on each face. Zou Haoyu's keen eyes remained glued to this mesmerizing spectacle, and gradually, he discerned that the dice's movements were not haphazard but rather followed a discernible pattern. His gaze honed in on the spatial trajectory within the dice cup, and he began to realize he could anticipate the path of the rolling dice, enabling him to predict the dynamics of moving objects with uncanny accuracy. His excitement surged, as this newfound ability transcended mere perception, allowing him to foresee the unfolding of events through the decelerated world of the dice and his ability to predict their movements. Zou Haoyu came to appreciate the exquisite beauty inherent in the transformations of spatial objects. It was akin to observing the delicate disconnection of vibrant purple veins while slicing an onion, the blooming petals of a flower as they inhaled the morning air, or the gradual soaking of dry leaves by dew at dawn, turning them from rigid, dry foliage into supple, glistening leaves. Such natural transformations, commonplace in his surroundings, had previously gone unnoticed by Zou Haoyu, who had harbored resentment for a classmate's humiliation. Now, he recognized that the divine vision bestowed upon him was not merely a superficial power but a means to perceive the inherent beauty of life, urging him to cast aside his once narrowed perspective and cultivate a heart capable of embracing all things. "Hey, you little brat, have you had enough of staring? Can we not commence the game?" the bearded man impatiently urged. If this penniless youth continued to gawk at the dice cup, when would he ever have a chance to recoup his losses? Upon hearing the bearded man's loud interjection, Zou Haoyu smiled subtly, refraining from retorting. Instead, he turned to Yensong and asked, "Brother Yen, would you care to join us?" Yensong's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Zou Haoyu, sensing a subtle shift in his demeanor. The previously reserved intense young man, introduced by Guan Miaodong, now exuded an aura of tranquility and profound depth, having shed his earlier apprehension in an instant. I must admit, I am tempted to join in and indulge in a few rounds with my brother," Yensong chuckled, realizing his earlier lapse in decorum. The first round commenced with Yensong shaking the dice, designating Zou Haoyu as the initial dealer. Subsequently, each round would see the losing party shake the dice while the winning side assumed the role of the dealer. As Zou Haoyu took hold of the dice cup, the bearded man scoffed at his clumsy technique. Clearly, this inexperienced youth was a novice at Paijio. Even if he were the first dealer, it would not alter the inevitability of his impending losses. 2 hours later, the bearded man's expression shifted to an unprecedented gravity. He could scarcely believe that Zou Haoyu had maintained the position of dealer throughout, with no change in the dealer's identity. Now, fear gripped the bearded man. In his decade of gambling, he had never encountered such an anomaly. No one could possibly win consistently from beginning to end. His bulging eyes fixed on the composed Zou Haoyu, revealing his terror. Zou Haoyu, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, caught sight of the gathering crowd and the trembling bearded man, along with Yensong, whose eyes sparkled with disbelief. Regret welled up within him. He wished to further validate his recent discoveries regarding the trajectories of rolling objects, but he had overlooked the commotion that such continuous victories would incite in a public setting. At this juncture, explanations would prove futile, and clarity was unattainable. Zou Haoyu feigned ignorance, stepping back from the Paijio table and calmly addressing the now somewhat composed Yensong. "Brother Yen, after such a lengthy session, I find myself a bit weary. Shall we conclude for today?" Before Yensong could respond, the bearded man, paralyzed by shock, fled the scene, abandoning his hopes of recovering his substantial losses, muttering to himself as he ran. "This boy is no ordinary person. He wields sorcery. I must seek a Taoist priest to exorcise the malevolent energy that clings to him. I shall avoid this wicked individual in the future, who will help me rid him of his evil." Unaware of the bearded man's absurd thoughts, Zou Haoyu might have feigned a few losses to dispel the internal turmoil that plagued his adversary. "Little brother, you possess an extraordinary insight and judgment that is truly remarkable. I am thoroughly captivated by your innate perceptiveness," Yensong remarked, as the crowd began to disperse. He playfully thumped Zou Haoyu's chest in a show of excitement, acknowledging that, despite being a loser himself, the small amount of money lost paled in comparison to the discovery of Zou Haoyu, a prodigy newly emerged in the world of wealth and fame. Observing Yensong's exuberance, Zou Haoyu humbly replied, "I merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, nothing as grand as you suggest." Yensong, appreciating his modesty, glanced at the mountain of chips Zou Haoyu had amassed and inquired, "Those chips must be worth over 10 million. Would you prefer to take them in cash or have them transferred directly to your account?" Zou Haoyu pondered for a moment. He was no longer the man who had entered just hours ago, blinded by the allure of instant wealth. He had entered without a penny to his name, and had it not been for Yensong's generous 50,000 to kickstart his endeavors, he would have left empty-handed. Considering Yensong's unselfish and magnanimous nature, Zou Haoyu resolutely declared, "Please provide me 5 million in cash. The remainder can be returned to Brother Yen." Upon seeing Yensong frown, Zou Haoyu quickly added, "Property values will rise, and banks offer interest. It is unwise to take advantage of a good man for no reason. I hope Brother Yen does not think ill of this modest sum. What I truly value is your camaraderie." At first, Yensong was incensed by the notion of borrowing 50,000 only to repay 5 million, feeling it beneath him, as if he were a loan shark preying on the desperate. Yet, upon hearing Zou Haoyu's sincere words, he understood that the young man genuinely wished to befriend him, without the desire to exploit their relationship. Among brothers, there is little that cannot be shared, save for women. I shall shamelessly accept the pocket money you offer, dear brother. Chapter 7. The first encounter with gambling stones. Upon realizing that Yensong had accepted his intentions, Zou Haoyu felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing he was regarded as one of their own by someone as free-spirited and generous as Yensong. I searched everywhere for you both, only to find you here indulging in gambling. As the two men shared their thoughts, Guan Miaotong, freshly adorned from her beauty treatment, appeared behind them, guided by a waiter. Yensong turned to gaze at the refreshing Guan Miaotong and jested, "Little Tong, please don't come to me with grievances. Haoyu has brought you great honor, winning over 10 million on his first try." Hearing Yensong refer to her junior as Haoyu piqued Guan Miaotong's curiosity about their suddenly close relationship after just a few hours of her absence. However, upon hearing that Zou Haoyu had won over 10 million, her excitement made her forget all about the manner of address. "Junior, splendid win, let those older brothers think twice before mocking me," Guan Miaotong exclaimed, grasping Zou Haoyu's sleeve with exhilaration. Having always been adept at learning, she found herself bewildered in the casino, where Yensong had not refrained from teasing her about her lack of skill, even going so far as to bring her money to spend. "Senior, I merely chanced upon some luck," Zou Haoyu remarked, noting the joy radiating from Guan Miaotong's eyes. He thought that despite her being a wealthy heiress and a formidable businesswoman, she occasionally displayed the demeanor of a young girl, making her character all the more vivid and dynamic. Guan Miaotong, however, paid little heed to the concept of luck. All she cared about was having her pride restored. Just as she was about to tease Yensong, his phone rang, forcing her to wait impatiently for him to finish the call. She noticed that as he spoke, his brow furrowed deeper, leaving her with little inclination to concern herself with trivial matters. "Yen Go, what troubles you?" Upon Yensong hanging up, Guan Miaotong inquired with concern. "Yen Ji has had another episode. This time, she even bid a servant, Little Tong, you all carry on without me, I must leave," Yensong hurriedly stated, bidding farewell to Guan Miaotong and Zou Haoyu. Seeing his urgent departure, Zou Haoyu asked Guan Miaotong, "Senior, has something happened at Yen Ji's home?" His sister Yen Ji has been afflicted by a peculiar illness for a year now, causing her to occasionally go into a frenzy, her temperament drastically changing. During these episodes, she either harms herself or injures the servants. Yen Gu has sought out numerous skilled practitioners to treat her, yet there has been no improvement. Zou Haoyu was taken aback, responding, "How can this be? Could it be that she is possessed by something unclean?" Though contemporary society champions science and denounces superstition, ordinary people sometimes find themselves turning to the supernatural when faced with inexplicable circumstances. Guan Miaotong, hearing this seemingly absurd notion, did not display disdain but rather seemed to accept it internally. Yen Gu has even consulted monks and Taoist priests for prayers and exorcisms, but to no avail. Upon observing Zou Haoyu's concerned expression, she reassured him, Yen Gu is not one to be easily disheartened. He will find a way to help Yen Zhi. It is getting late, and we must prepare for tomorrow's Gambling Stone Festival. Let us return. Zou Haoyu concurred with her sentiments, realizing he could not assist Yen Gu in this moment and should instead conserve his energy for the upcoming event. He took the 5 million in cash he had won that evening and returned to the hotel with Guan Miaotong. The following day, the sun's radiant beams filtered through the leaves, casting playful speckles of light on the roof of a white Maserati. Zou Haoyu stepped out of the car, his tall frame bending slightly as he placed one hand on the car door and extended the other to the exquisite and graceful Guan Miaotong. Together, they made their way toward the grand entrance of the Gambling Stone Festival in Hankow, where a plethora of raw stones of various sizes and shapes awaited, each one precious and difficult to move. This year's festival was held outside the esteemed Puan Temple in Hankow, within a spacious area of 1,000 square meters, encircled by advertisements from sponsoring companies. Armed police patrolled all directions, ensuring that no one would dare to steal in such a public setting. Furthermore, those attending the Gambling Stone Festival were typically affluent experts or individuals with sacred beliefs, making it unlikely for even the most avaricious to risk their reputations by committing theft. Upon entering the venue, Guan Miaotong was quickly swept away by several familiar faces from the business world, leaving Zou Haoyu to navigate the crowd alone, carrying his briefcase filled with 5 million in cash as he sought out raw materials. It was not his desire to flaunt his wealth by parading around with a cash-filled briefcase, rather, he had returned to the hotel late the previous night and had rushed to the festival without time to deposit his money. This had invited a few playful jests from Guan Miaotong. Shaking his head, Zou Haoyu dismissed the image of Guan Miaotong's teasing from his mind and focused intently on the various materials in each section. He discovered that the Gambling Stone Festival was not limited to exorbitantly priced jade but offered a range of items, from raw stones whose values were indeterminate to affordable jade bracelets and agate trinkets. He ventured towards the area housing an assortment of raw stones, observing that most participants were selecting stones from the categories of clear or semi-clear materials. As their names suggest, clear materials are completely unwrapped stones, while semi-clear materials have a small window cut into them, allowing a glimpse of the interior to discern whether it contains green jade or is merely an unremarkable rock. While it might seem that clear materials offered a higher chance of success, Zou Haoyu believed that the risk was equivalent in both cases. A clear stone could reveal no trace of green once opened, while a semi-clear stone might still hold the potential for green within. Since the risks were the same, Zou Haoyu chose not to waste time and headed directly for the uncut raw stones, opting for a less crowded area for his selections. His gaze swept over the array of raw materials, and he picked out 2 basketball-sized stones that displayed green within. After another half-hour of scrutiny, he stumbled upon a stone not much larger than a papaya, which concealed vibrant red hues. He understood that the ancients named this type of jade due to the meanings of the characters Zifei representing red and Shui representing green. Thus, this small stone contained the rare red jade, which, while not the most uncommon variety, still held greater value than the average green jade. Zou Haoyu picked up the papaya-sized stone, but as he attempted to cradle it in his hands, he found himself in a quandary. His hands were already full, grappling with both the briefcase and the stones, making it impossible to continue selecting materials. Just then, a man in a suit, overseeing the area, noticed his predicament and approached him courteously. "Sir, would you like me to find someone to assist you?" "That would be greatly appreciated," Zou Haoyu replied readily. He was not concerned about anyone swapping out his chosen stones, for these uncut raw materials could either be worth a fortune or utterly worthless. Only those in the jewelry business, like Guan Miaotong, would be likely to select such a large quantity of uncertain value stones. The man had indeed recognized that Zou Haoyu was not an ordinary buyer, hence his inquiry. Zou Haoyu placed the selected stones onto a nearby young man's handcart and continued onward, with the young man following closely behind. He couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. One's aura and confidence are crucial in determining how others perceive and respect them, intertwined with wealth yet fundamentally rooted in self-acknowledgement. Zou Haoyu selected several more green-tinged raw stones, intending to conclude his expedition. As the continuous scrutiny of each piece was beginning to wear him down, he pinched the bridge of his nose, preparing to turn back when he inadvertently spotted a large, rough stone in the corner, about the size of a home coffee table. Using his ability to see through the stone's surface, he found no green within. However, feeling a connection to the stone, he decided not to limit his examination to its superficial layers and continued to peer deeper. After a moment, he discovered jade beneath the surface. Zou Haoyu was taken aback. This jade was neither green nor red, but rather a smooth, milky white. Lacking the expertise to appraise its quality, he was certain it could not be of low value. Thus, he set his briefcase down and carefully lifted the large stone, placing it onto the young man's handcart beside him. Satisfied with the cart now filled, he turned to seek out Guan Miaotong, only to find her standing nearby, adorned in a cream chiffon blouse paired with black wide-leg trousers, her hair elegantly styled into an updo. Zou Haoyu smiled, feeling elated at this serendipitous connection. However, as he approached, his smile faltered. Guan Miaotong was not alone. Beside her stood a young man with a straight posture and a rather insipid smile, whose hand shamelessly rested on Guan Miaotong's slender waist. Zou Haoyu noted that while Guan Miaotong's smile remained bright, a flicker of displeasure shone in her eyes, igniting an inexplicable fire within him as he strode purposefully toward them. Chapter 8 Reinterpretation. As Guan Miaotong engaged in polite conversation with Tianyi, who was beside her, she suddenly noticed him staggering forward, nearly losing his balance. Her gaze shifted in surprise to Zou Haoyu, who was approaching from behind Tianyi, puzzled as to why the usually gentle junior would collide with someone he had never met. "Senior, I was just looking for you. I wanted to head to the cutting area together," Zou Haoyu stated, disregarding the surroundings as he moved closer to Guan Miaotong and spoke softly. "Do you know him, Miaotong?" Chen Yang, who had almost fallen, initially intended to reprimand the audacious young man who had bumped into him. However, upon witnessing the friendly exchange between Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong, he altered his approach. Guan Miaotong, upon hearing his words, turned to see the hostile glare Zou Haoyu directed at Chen Yang and instinctively bit her red lip, deliberating how to respond. While she was uncertain as to why Zou Haoyu held Tianyi in such disdain, she recognized that he was not the type to act without reason. There must be an underlying cause. His name is Zou Haoyu, my junior. Mr. Chen, please do not bully my fellow alumni, Guan Miaodong said, linking her arm with Zou Haoyu's and playfully addressing Tianyi. She was aware of Tianyi's vindictive nature and his family's prominence, yet that did not imply she would forsake Zou Haoyu to curry favor with him. Guan Miaodong, a woman of distinction herself, felt no need to appease anyone. They were all navigating the same circles, and it was unnecessary to feign harmony. A surface-level civility sufficed. Upon hearing Guan Miaodong's words, Zou Haoyu gazed warmly at her radiant face, while Tianyi, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, felt as though he had been struck by a concealed blow, a sense of discomfort brewing within him. Miaodong, your words suggest that I am some kind of bully. Tianyi raised an eyebrow and replied dismissively, his gaze shifting to the overloaded cart beside him before adding, your junior appears to be a novice. The stone he selected is not particularly favorable. Zou Haoyu, noticing Tianyi pointing to the stone he had just chosen, which contained white jade, felt a glimmer of determination in his deep-set eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Guan Miaodong remained silent, he boldly proposed, if Mr. Chen doubts my discernment, we could wager on it to see whether it is good or bad. His declaration astonished not only the concerned Guan Miaodong but also Tianyi. He had assumed this seemingly inexperienced young man was merely lacking in insight, only to realize he was quite the fool. Apart from its large size, he found no intrinsic value in the stone. Its rough exterior and dull hue suggested a lack of transparency, leading him to believe there was an 80% chance it was a worthless rock. Oh, how does Mr. Zou wish to wager? Chen Yang inquired with interest. This was an opportunity not only to humble the brash young man but also to showcase his own abilities to Guan Miaodong. Very simply, I wager there is jade, and you wager there is none. The loser shall cover the expenses for all materials purchased today, Zou Haoyu stated confidently. Agreed, let us proceed to the cutting area, Tianyi replied, and before Guan Miaodong could voice her concerns, the two men hastily finalized their bet. As she watched Tianyi swiftly stride towards the cutting area, she anxiously grasped Zou Haoyu's arm. Junior, why would you gamble with him? If you lose, his financial capacity is something you cannot match. Seeing her anxious expression, Zou Haoyu gently patted her arm to reassure her. Do not worry. I will not lose. After a brief pause, he added coolly, this Chen fellow has taken advantage of you, he deserves a lesson. Upon hearing this somewhat muted yet resolute statement, Guan Miaodong's anxious demeanor transformed into a look of blank astonishment. Her mind raced, and she finally grasped the reason behind Zou Haoyu's disdain for Tianyi. Do you really need to seek revenge on my behalf? She asked, casting a playful glare at Zou Haoyu, who merely shrugged off her reprimand as he proceeded towards the cutting area. A momentary pause enveloped him before a radiant smile broke across his face, and he hurried to match her pace. Perhaps due to Zou Haoyu's swift selection of materials, the cutting area was sparsely populated, eliminating any need for a queue. Zou Haoyu placed the large stone he had chosen before the master cutter and signaled that they could begin, only to hear Tianyi's piercing remark. Mr. Zou, have you truly considered this? One cut could lead to either fortune or ruin, do not gamble away your entire fortune in a moment of folly. Zou Haoyu, unfazed by Tianyi's derogatory comments, noted Guan Miaodong's furrowed brow in displeasure. He found solace in her reaction and spoke calmly, once a decision is made, one must not fear the consequences of that cut, whether it reveals fine jade or a worthless stone will be evident once we proceed. Mr. Chen, do not only concern yourself with others, there is a chance you may end up footing the bill as well. Upon hearing Zou Haoyu's composed tone, Guan Miaodong raised her fist to her lips, stifling a smile. She realized that when her junior aimed to undermine someone, his words could be far more cutting than her own. Tianyi, not being a fool or blind, noticed Guan Miaodong's suppressed mirth and directed an irritated gaze at the seemingly inconsequential yet undeniably significant Zou Haoyu. Just as he was about to retort, the master cutter, seated on a stone bench, interjected. Have you truly thought this through? The process of stone gambling is fraught with risk. If you have not made up your minds, I have no time to watch you perform theatrics. Those skilled in the art of stone cutting were often the elite of the trade, characterized by a certain aloofness and a blunt manner of speech. Master, please begin. I am certain about my choice, Zou Haoyu declared confidently. Upon hearing this, the cutter ceased his banter and focused intently on the task, employing the half-moon electric saw to begin the unveiling of the stone. In no time, a small window appeared on the side of the stone, revealing its gray, unremarkable core, indeed a worthless rock. Guan Miaodong's expression turned grave, and she remained silent, while Tianyi's lips curled into a triumphant grin. He had been correct all along, this was a worthless stone, devoid of any potential for value, a complete dud. I sincerely apologize, but it seems I must let Mr. Zhou bear the cost, Chen Yang said gleefully, reveling in his victory. Caught again. Zou Haoyu, undeterred by Chen Yang's taunts, insisted, leaving the onlookers, including Chen Yang and Guan Miaotong, momentarily stunned, as well as the seasoned cutter. Move in 5 centimeters further, Zou Haoyu instructed, having perceived the location of the white jade inside. The astonished cutter, no longer arrogant, carefully repositioned the blade for another incision. In his years of experience, he had never encountered someone who could specify the precise distance for stone cutting. All others typically explored by trial and error. Time seemed to slow, and the crowd around them grew larger, every pair of eyes fixated on the cutter's hands, while Guan Miaotong, increasingly anxious, dared not even breathe. I see jade, white, it is white jade, the cutter exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement as he observed the results, oblivious to the reactions of those around him. He set down his tools and retrieved a 20x magnifying glass to scrutinize the intricate patterns and carvings on the stone surface. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the cutter's elated voice rang out, "It is Hetian white jade, a significant increase in value." Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in speculation about the worth of such a substantial piece of Hetian white jade. Guan Miaotong looked at Zou Haoyu, who remained composed, astonished by his keen appraisal skills, especially since this was his first foray into stone gambling. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, who had been so certain of his earlier stance, was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that such a rough-looking stone would conceal a magnificent piece of premium white jade. Regret washed over Chen Yang as he realized the enormity of the wager he had accepted, but it was too late to back out now. Everyone was watching, and he was not of humble origins. Should others discover that Chen Yang was unwilling to honor his bet, he would lose all face within this circle. I concede. Mr. Zhou's purchases today shall be charged to me, Chen Yang begrudgingly declared, swallowing his pride. Then I extend my gratitude to Mr. Chen, Zou Haoyu replied, nodding in acknowledgement, not bothering to look at Chen Yang's clenched teeth. He had merely perceived the jade within the stone, never imagining it would be Hetian white jade, a highly coveted type of soft jade, often referred to as mutton fat jade. It was clear that today's stone gamble would yield far greater rewards than yesterday's venture on the cruise. Junior, how about I offer you 3.5 million for this piece of white jade? Guan Miaotong proposed, recognizing the exquisite quality of the Hetian white jade, its fine texture and immaculate color, capable of being crafted into numerous jade bracelets and pendants, making a market price of 12 million quite reasonable. However, she did not anticipate the ensuing bidding war sparked by the rarity of the white jade, as many sought to acquire it. Sir, I bid 3.8 million, please sell it to me. I offer 4 million. I must have it. I bid 5 million. In an instant, the previously quiet cutting area transformed into a bustling auction, with each bid surpassing the last. Hearing the escalating prices around her, Guan Miaotong felt a swell of joy for Zou Haoyu. Losing a piece of fine jade was inconsequential to her, as she had a junior with such potential, promising to unearth even more valuable jade in the future. Junior, these prices are quite high. You may choose a buyer from among them, she suggested gently. Zou Haoyu, feeling the pleasant tickle of her voice in his ears, subtly shifted a half step back and replied, I wish to sell it to my senior for 10 million. Guan Miaotong, taken aback, asked, why? Why sell it at a lower price when you could profit more? Because it was you, senior, who brought me here, allowing me to select stones, cut them, and discover Hetian jade, Zou Haoyu replied nonchalantly. Guan Miaotong understood his sentiment of gratitude, and a bright smile blossomed on her lips as she nodded in acceptance of his generosity. Satisfied with her agreement, Zou Haoyu smiled contentedly and asked, Senior, do you wish to select more materials? I can assist you. Absolutely, Junior, you must help me find some fine jade to take back, Guan Miaotong responded eagerly, and as she turned to follow Zou Haoyu towards the selection area, she completely forgot about the disgruntled Chen Yang standing nearby. Chapter 9. As Guan Miaotong was engaged in the jewelry business rather than relying on gambling stones for profit, this time, their exploration was not limited to the area of raw stones, but also included the semi-transparent and fully transparent stone sections, which were key areas for Guan Miaotong's selection. Zou Haoyu, utilizing his keen insight, helped both himself and Guan Miaotong sift through a few dozen stones of commendable jade quality. Through Guan Miaotong's display of expertise in selecting jade, he realized that she truly deserved her title as the president of Meha Jewelry. Her discerning eye and decisiveness were not mere boasts, however. Zou Haoyu noted that her expression was not entirely at ease while she was selecting materials, perhaps feeling that the worthwhile pieces were rather scarce this time. He scanned the surroundings, hoping to discover more valuable jade for Guan Miaotong, when he suddenly spotted a gourd-shaped stone amidst a chaotic pile in the semi-transparent section, revealing jade beneath its surface. The jade's hue was not a pure green, but rather a delicate light green that shimmered with a transparent luster, its clarity unmistakably evident. Zou Haoyu fixated on the gourd stone, as if the lustrous jade quality was within arm's reach, the cold and smooth texture almost palpable. He recalled from the materials provided by Guan Miaodong on the high-speed train that jade clarity is categorized into ice and glass types, which can be distinguished based on their transparency and water content. The glass type is more valuable than the ice type, yet both are considered high-end jade varieties, thus both hold significant worth. Zou Haoyu was certain that this gourd-shaped stone surpassed all the stones selected by Guan Miaodong in value, and he eagerly moved to retrieve it. To his dismay, as he took a few steps, he noticed a pair of elegantly dressed individuals approaching. He thought to himself, "It's over, that striking couple would surely seize the stone." However, unexpectedly, the man in the shiny silver suit reached past the gourd-shaped stone and instead picked up a nearby round stone that was vibrant green and exceptionally clear. Ah, Zou Haoyu exhaled a sigh of relief. As he resumed his steps, the couple turned around, and the three of them found themselves face to face. In that instant, the air around them became palpably tense, chillingly so. Zou Haoyu's pupils briefly constricted as he focused on the familiar figures of Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing. How could he have forgotten? Zhou Shiyang's family was also in the jewelry business, known as Haoyu jewelry. Though it could not compare to Guan Miaotong's Meiha jewelry, it was still a considerable company. As the young heir of Haoyu jewelry, Zhou Shiyang undoubtedly would not miss the opportunity presented by this jade selection event. Zou Haoyu's gaze gradually shifted from Zhou Shiyang to the elegantly poised Zhang Jing beside him, his eyes betraying a complex glimmer. She had finally achieved her aspirations, living the life of a wealthy wife. Zou Haoyu recalled the time when Zhang Jing, dressed in a cheap blouse, had uttered icy words. "Zou Haoyu, you should give up with my looks and academic performance. I will surely marry into a wealthy family and will not settle for someone as ordinary as you, living a life of mediocrity, constantly worrying about the trivialities of daily life." Zou Haoyu could still vividly remember the expression on her face as she said those words: mockery, disdain, contempt, as if his humble confession was an affront to her. The irony was that he had been heartbroken for several months over such a false swan, until one day when Zhang Jing, donning a designer dress, was flaunted by her roommate Zhou Shiyang in front of him, making him realize the humiliation of being looked down upon. Reflecting on his past anger and resentment now, Zou Haoyu shook his head and chuckled, recognizing how immature it was to let the actions of a classmate and a vain princess affect his emotions. "Haoyu, long time no see, I didn't expect to run into you here. I was a bit slow to react," Zhou Shiyang remarked, surprised to see Zou Haoyu at such a grand jade gambling event, given his background. However, he quickly recovered from his astonishment, revealing a somewhat insidious smile as he took Zhang Jing's hand and approached Zou Haoyu. "Jing has gotten used to sticking by my side. Look, she insisted on following me to work. Apologies for the inconvenience." Zhang Jing also played along, turning to Zhou Shiyang with a sweet smile. Zou Haoyu, upon witnessing the affectionate display of this perfectly matched couple, felt no emotional stir. He had no intention of wasting time deciphering Zhou Shiyang's true intentions, as it was irrelevant to him. "Why would I find it amusing? You two, as an engaged couple, naturally ought to be inseparable," Zou Haoyu replied evenly, then addressed the astonished Zhou Shiyang. "I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." He was eager to secure the coveted gourd stone, regarding these inconsequential individuals as not worth his effort. Zhang Jing, feigning indifference, cast a sidelong glance at the composed Zou Haoyu, her mind puzzled. After a year apart, Zou Haoyu seemed different. The way he looked at her was no longer fraught with tension, but rather calm, akin to a placid lake, his demeanor more poised and dignified than before. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyang was irked by the absence of Zou Haoyu's heartbroken demeanor. Upon seeing him pick up the gourd-shaped stone from the semi-transparent display, his eyes narrowed, glinting with a hint of malice. He had also noticed that the gourd stone was pushed aside amidst a pile, evidently discarded by many. Zou Haoyu had deliberately chosen a stone that others had rejected. However, Zou Haoyu seemed to have a penchant for unwanted items, much like Zhang Jing. Once Zhou Shiyang grew tired of her, he could easily pass her on to Zou Haoyu. Zhou Shiyang's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he released Zhang Jing's hand and strode forward. The sudden jolt caused Zhang Jing to stumble slightly, but she managed to regain her balance. Frowning at the inconsiderate man ahead, after a moment, she composed herself and followed suit. "Haoyu, your taste leaves much to be desired. Why do you insist on fixating on items that others have discarded?" Zou Haoyu was toying with the stone, contemplating how to surprise Guan Miaotong when Zhou Shiyang's irritating voice echoed beside him. He slowly turned to face the returning couple and replied in a low voice, "My previous taste was indeed lacking. Unable to see people clearly, however, I must express my gratitude to both of you for preventing me from making a grievous mistake." Zhou Shiyang's expression darkened instantaneously at the flatness of Zou Haoyu's words. Was he mocking him for taking Zhang Jing, who was rejected by Zou Haoyu? In contrast to Zou Haoyu's fury, Zhang Jing maintained a calmer demeanor, though the pallor on her face betrayed her unease. Was he insinuating that she was unworthy? Zou Haoyu had no such convoluted thoughts. He spoke the truth, indeed grateful to Zhou Shiyang for saving him from the misfortune of being with Zhang Jing. Ah, there you are, I was worried you'd gotten lost. The elegant Guan Miaodong approached, linking her arm with Zou Haoyu's. Zhang Jing, upon seeing the unexpectedly radiant and stunning Guan Miaodong, turned a shade reminiscent of a chameleon, her complexion a toxic blend of pale and greenish hues. She was astonished that Zou Haoyu knew the first beauty of Han University, who was far more beautiful than herself compared to Zhang Jing's gloomy countenance. Zhou Shiyang was positively elated. Being in the jewelry business himself, he recognized that the illustrious Guan Miaodong, 3 years their senior, was indeed the president of Meha Jewelry. I discovered a stone of exceptional jade quality. Here, take it. Zou Haoyu, ignoring the 2 lingering figures beside him, smiled as he handed the gourd-shaped stone to Guan Miaodong. Really, I was just lamenting the lack of good sources this time. Your selection must surely be of the highest quality, Guan Miaodong replied with delight, accepting the stone without taking a closer look, only to be interrupted by an incongruous male voice nearby. Zou Haoyu, how dare you present this worthless stone to your senior? Zhou Shiyang exclaimed, brandishing his own recently selected vibrant green jade stone before Guan Miaodong, wearing an ingratiating smile. Senior, this stone of mine is already showing green. I present it to you. Zhou Shiyang's words left Zhang Jing beside him in stunned disbelief. He was actually willing to gift away a stone worth 12,000? Zhang Jing's fingers instinctively tugged at her ruffled skirt, questioning why Guan Miaodong, merely possessing a bit more beauty, deserved such extravagant generosity. Guan Miaodong, hearing Zhou Shiyang's familiar tone, pursed her lips, refraining from an immediate response. She was accustomed to such sycophantic smiles in the business world, feeling a growing aversion in her heart. Junior, may I inquire who this gentleman is? Guan Miaodong turned to Zou Haoyu. Oh, this is Zhou Shiyang, my classmate, and beside him is his fiancée Zhang Jing. I came to Hankou to attend their wedding, Zou Haoyu introduced. Upon hearing Zou Haoyu's introduction, Guan Miaodong recalled his mention of a roommate who took advantage of a situation and a vain woman. It turned out to be these 2 pretentious individuals before her. Senior, I am the general manager of Haoyu Jewelry, we are fellow industry peers, Zhou Shiyang interjected, eager to elaborate on his status, believing this connection would garner Guan Miaodong's favor. In truth, he had long contemplated pursuing Guan Miaodong once he learned of her background, yet her low profile made it difficult to meet her, and before long, she graduated, leaving his intentions unfulfilled. Now, reunited, he would not let this opportunity slip by, especially since Guan Miaodong had become the president of Meha Jewelry. Please, call me President Guan, we are not well acquainted yet. Guan Miaodong's response took Zhou Shiyang by surprise, as she did not reciprocate the familiarity he had anticipated. Her negative impression of Zhou Shiyang stemmed from his superficial demeanor and the situation involving Zou Haoyu. However, upon learning he was the young heir of Haoyu Jewelry, her disdain only deepened. Haoyu Jewelry's pursuit of profit through the sale of subpar jewelry had soured consumer perceptions, leading to a widespread aversion to all jewelry brands, ultimately diminishing profits across the industry. Such a disruptive rat was beneath her contempt. Haoyu, shall we go? Guan Miaodong expressed her desire to avoid further conversation with someone like Zhou Shiyang, pulling Zou Haoyu along, no longer referring to him as her junior, as the term felt too distant. She did not wish to be associated with those whom she deemed unworthy. All right, Zou Haoyu observed Guan Miaodong's cold demeanor toward Zhou Shiyang, realizing it was not solely due to him, yet it certainly contributed. At this thought, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy, instinctively following Guan Miaodong's lead to depart, only to be called back by an insistent voice. President Guan, do you truly trust the judgment of someone like Zou Haoyu? The stone he selected was cast aside by everyone. It's completely worthless. Zhou Shiyang's voice rang out loudly, perplexed by Guan Miaodong's amiable demeanor toward Zou Haoyu, while he, the young heir of Haoyu, received her scorn. What was Zou Haoyu, a mere commoner without any standing? How could he be compared to Zhou Shiyang's status? Why was he favored by Guan Miaodong? He intended to publicly humiliate Zou Haoyu, ensuring that both Guan Miaodong and Zhang Jing viewed him with the same disdain, thereby claiming their admiration for himself. Chapter 10. The Old Mine Glass Type. Due to Zhou Shiyang's loud voice, a considerable number of onlookers gathered around, many of whom recognized Guan Miaodong and Zhou Shiyang, their gazes becoming increasingly focused on the unfolding spectacle. Observing this scene, the previously calm heart of Zou Haoyu was ignited with fury after Zhou Shiyang's repeated provocations. The he Bai was only confirmed to be a treasure after being examined by 2 generations of emperors. Although my gourd-shaped stone may not be worth 15 cities, I am certain that it contains superior jade quality, Zou Haoyu asserted with unwavering conviction, his dark and icy eyes piercing into Zhou Shiyang, who appeared unworried. If Mr. Zhou is unconvinced, I invite you to a wager. Let us wager, then. You dare to compare this worthless stone to the he Bai? Let us clarify this before everyone. If your stone contains superior jade quality, I will buy it for 3 times its market value. If not, well. Zhou Shiyang paused, his cunning eyes fixed on Zou Haoyu as he continued, if it doesn't, you shall kneel and admit you are blind to the truth. Do you dare? He was determined to humiliate Zou Haoyu completely. He envisioned him kneeling publicly, akin to a dog, and wondered how Guan Miaotong would perceive him then. Blind, Zou Haoyu couldn't help but chuckle at the term. His ability to see through objects rendered him incapable of being blind. This gourd-shaped stone is meant for my senior sister, so I cannot sell it to you. Guan Miaotong was taken aback that Zou Haoyu still thought of her at such a moment, warmth enveloping her heart. Zhou Shiyang, feeling that he had pushed his advantage far enough, thought to himself that once the stone was revealed, Zou Haoyu would be the one begging for mercy. Yet he gritted his teeth and said, I will offer you 3 times the price, but no jade material. Deal. After reaching an agreement, the two proceeded toward the stone cutting area, followed by a throng of curious onlookers. Guan Miaotong sighed silently as she gazed at the bustling crowd ahead. How had she discovered that the gentle Zou Haoyu was a natural gambler? From yesterday's cruise to today's stone gambling festival, he had managed to maintain a winning streak. She hoped his luck would continue, especially since his dignity was at stake this time. Upon arriving, the stone cutter greeted Zou Haoyu with a much more amiable demeanor than before. Kid, what fine treasure have you brought this time? Zou Haoyu, not pondering the reason for the cutter's change in attitude, presented the gourd-shaped stone he held in both hands. Please, master, proceed with the cut. The cutter took the stone, glanced at its dark gray surface devoid of any visible green windows, and raised his eyes to look at Zou Haoyu. A stone that had already revealed itself as a stubborn rock, and yet this young man still desired it. Was he merely an uninformed layman or a discerning expert? Though the cutter harbored doubts, he did not show it, activating his semicircular blade and delicately slicing into the stone's surface. The crowd craned their necks to observe the cutter's careful work, eager to discover the outcome. It's opened. There's jade, I see jade. The color of this jade is so translucent. Zhou Shiyang, irritated by the buzz around him, felt a rising urge to lash out. Such a stone, which had already revealed its stubborn nature, contained genuine jade, but what of it? The quality remained uncertain. The jade's color was not a pure green, it merely exhibited a hint of light green, surely not a rare material. Meanwhile, the cutter ignored the crowd's clamor, his eyes widened in concentration as he focused on the translucent, lustrous jade. He removed his white gloves and gently caressed the smooth surface of the jade. The spectators, captivated by the cutter's meticulous examination, leaned in closer, eager for confirmation. After a series of complex observations, impatience began to brew among them, especially in Zhou Shiyang, who felt an urge to pry the cutter's mouth open. It is glass-type jade, the old mine glass-type jade. The cutter's excited and clear voice finally resonated through the gambling venue as everyone was on the verge of losing patience. Is it the highest grade of jade, glass-type? And it's the old mine glass-type. My goodness, the person who discovered this stone is bound to make a fortune. Zou Haoyu, detached from the commotion, listened to the surrounding chatter. His ability to see through objects had not deceived him. The jade within the stone was either ice-type or glass-type, and indeed, it was from the old mine in Myanmar. Legend has it that old mine glass-type jade embodies the essence of nature. Over countless eons of bracelets crafted from this jade meet the stringent requirements of richness, brightness, positivity, and harmony. They are characterized by their fine texture and excellent translucence, making them the most expensive among jade bracelets. Excuse me, master, what is the current market price for this old mine glass-type jade? Zou Haoyu politely inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhou Shiyang, who appeared as if he had been petrified by Sun Wukong's magic, wondering how much this man, who had always looked down upon him, would have to pay. Upon hearing the mention of money, Zhou Shiyang, though momentarily paralyzed, fixed his gaze intently on the cutter's lips. Regardless of his lack of knowledge, he had heard of the old mine glass type's value. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Considering the current scarcity of old mine glass type jade, I estimate its value at 12 million. If a transaction is to be made, young man, you may want to consult with a few experts to set a price. Upon hearing such a high estimate, the crowd speculated that if multiple experts were to be consulted, the price would likely soar even higher. All eyes turned enviously toward the composed Zou Haoyu, especially those who had previously touched the gourd-shaped stone and subsequently abandoned it, their regret palpable as they realized vast sums of money had slipped through their fingers. Zhou Shiyang, upon hearing the price, felt his emotions soar beyond mere regret. Not only had he missed out on the money, but he would also have to pay 3 times the price. If his father were to find out, his position as general manager of the company would be in jeopardy. Haoyu, our relationship as classmates. Zhou Shiyang attempted to appeal to Zou Haoyu, hoping to nullify the wager. Rest assured, we are classmates. I shall not let you pay a high price, Zou Haoyu softly replied. Ah. Upon hearing this, the tense knot in Zhou Shiyang's heart loosened, and he felt a renewed sense of satisfaction. He was indeed a clever man who could read the situation, while Zou Haoyu would forever remain a soft-hearted and indecisive fool. How about this, just give me 10 million as a round number. I won't ask for the extra few million, Zou Haoyu observed Zhou Shiyang's relief, as if nothing had transpired, and casually added the latter part of his statement. You dare to ask me for 30 million? Zhou Shiyang stammered in disbelief, his anger bubbling over. What right did this impoverished classmate, with no background, have to demand such a sum? Why should I hesitate to ask for the money you owe me? Are you incapable of producing 30 million? Zou Haoyu inquired with an air of nonchalance. Mr. Zhou, are you attempting to default? Guan Miaodong, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Shiyang, who could not defend himself. If you cannot afford to lose, then do not gamble. It is truly shameful. You were so brazen in proposing the wager earlier, and now you wish to back out, pathetic. Zhou Shiyang's face flushed with rage as he overheard the whispers around him. He even contemplated summoning bodyguards to expel those who mocked him. However, the growing cacophony of opinions drowned out his intentions, including those from familiar business acquaintances. Isn't that the young master of Haoyu jewelry? How could Haoyu, with its immense financial resources, possibly cough up that amount? Brother, did you not see Guan Miaodong from Meiha Corporation standing here? Regardless of Haoyu's wealth, they must bow to Meiha jewelry. Eventually, Zhou Shiyang could no longer withstand the murmurs of his peers and glared coldly at Zou Haoyu, stating, I accept the wager. I will have a 30 million check sent to you shortly. With that, he yanked the dazed Zhang Jing and strode away as Zhou Shiyang's brief departure prompted the surrounding peers to swarm toward Guan Miaodong and Zou Haoyu, the sudden emergence of whom had caught them off guard. Zou Haoyu, while engaging in their flattery, reflected on the 2 rounds of stone gambling that day. It was precisely because no instrument could measure the quality of jade through the stone's surface that the gambling process was so thrilling, with instances of instant wealth and poverty occurring frequently. Despite the enormous risks, individuals continued to gamble, lured by the tantalizing prospect of sudden riches, all reliant on a discerning eye capable of recognizing the quality of jade. Zou Haoyu pondered that with his bestowed ability to see through objects, why not carve out a niche in this lucrative industry? Yet he also realized that lacking connections and support would render him weak and vulnerable. Junior brother, you truly possess an extraordinary eye, your judgments are remarkably precise, Guan Miaodong remarked joyfully as they finally extricated themselves from the crowd. This old mine glass type jade is certainly meant for me, isn't it? Zou Haoyu, now intently gazing at Guan Miaodong, who looked up at him, had formulated a plan. He replied softly, I shall not sell it to you. Guan Miaodong, taken aback by this statement, was about to inquire further when Zou Haoyu's voice interrupted again. This old mine glass has always belonged to you. I chose it for you from the very beginning. Guan Miaodong was stunned. She had thought that even selling such superior jade to her alone would be quite noble of Zou Haoyu, given its extraordinary value. Yet he insisted on giving it to her without asking for a single coin. Such a selfless individual was truly a rarity in the business world. Touched by Zou Haoyu's sincerity, Guan Miaodong was nonetheless reluctant to accept a gift without compensation. Junior brother, in business, one must be fair. You cannot give it to me for free. I will write you a check for 15 million shortly. Senior sister, I have already made a fortune by selecting the old mine glass for you. Have you forgotten? As Guan Miaodong recalled Zhou Shiyang's 30 million loss, she realized that Zou Haoyu had entered the stone gambling festival without spending a dime, yet he had accrued millions while the payment for the jade material was covered by Tianyi, the unsuspecting fool. Such a fruitful outcome was enviable even to her. Senior sister, please graciously accept my gift, for I have matters to discuss with you, Zou Haoyu said, noticing her deep in thought, fearing she might be too principled to accept his offering, and thus sought to broach his collaborative idea. What do you wish to discuss? Guan Miaodong inquired. I want to, Haoyu. Zou Haoyu's words were abruptly interrupted by a gentle, sultry voice. He turned to find the source of the sound, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Zhang Jing approached Zou Haoyu, her eyes sparkling with affection, softly saying, This is the check Zhou Shiyang wrote for you. He asked me to deliver it. Currently consumed by rage, Zhou Shiyang was unwilling to face the person who had embarrassed him, delegating the task to Zhang Jing, who was eager to draw near to Zou Haoyu. Thank you. Zou Haoyu accepted the check without further comment. Zhang Jing, feeling awkward due to his cold demeanor, recalled her past transgressions against him and understood his lack of warmth. Once she apologized and expressed her interest in him, he would surely treat her as he once did. Haoyu, do you have time later? I would like to talk with you. Zou Haoyu found himself momentarily dazed at Zhang Jing's gentle inquiry, puzzled by the warmth emanating from her eyes. Was she possessed by a ghost? Observing Zhang Jing's demeanor, the astute Guan Miaotong grasped her intentions and scoffed, "Miss Sang, are you not concerned that your fiancé might become jealous of your blatant invitation to meet another man?" Zhang Jing, already displeased by Zou Haoyu's silence, felt further humiliation from Guan Miaotong's mockery. However, she dared not confront the newly wealthy Guan Miaotong and could only swallow her anger. "Haoyu, since you are busy, let us reschedule," Zhang Jing suggested reluctantly. As Guan Miaotong noticed Zou Haoyu watching Zhang Jing's departing figure, she teased, "What? Are you still unable to forget this woman?" Zou Haoyu immediately shook his head in denial, scratching his head and replying, "I know my past judgment was poor, please do not mock me further, senior sister." Guan Miaotong finally regarded him properly. Women like Zhang Jing, who relentlessly climbed the social ladder, were plentiful. If Zou Haoyu truly still harbored feelings for her, then Guan Miaotong would have to distance herself from such a blind fool. Meanwhile, as Zhang Jing exited the gambling venue and settled into a gray BMW parked at the roadside, Zhou Shiyang's cold voice rang out, "Why did you take so long?" "My high heels were uncomfortable, so I walked slowly," Zhang Jing replied while fastening her seatbelt, only to feel her long hair suddenly yanked by Zhou Shiyang's hand, causing her to wince in pain. "You had better be speaking the truth. If I discover that you have been unfaithful, you can say goodbye to your hair." Zhou Shiyang observed Zhang Jing's pain nod, releasing her hair, sitting up straight, and turning his cold gaze toward the lively entrance of the gambling venue. "Zou Haoyu, I will ensure you pay for today's actions. And Guan Miaotong, since you look down upon us at Huayu Jewelry, I will make it a point to collaborate with you, ensuring you see me at all times." Chapter 11. Zhang Jing observed the furious Zhou Shiyang and could only fasten her seatbelt, sitting silently in her seat, too intimidated to rearrange her disheveled hair. Suddenly, regret washed over her regarding her earlier decision. It was all for the sake of money that she had chosen Zhou Shiyang. When he pursued her, he appeared charming, but now his treatment of her had grown increasingly harsh. In the eyes of outsiders, they were a loving couple soon to embark on the journey of marriage, yet once they shed that facade and returned home, Zhou Shiyang would often resort to hitting and scolding her. "Fix your hair. We have an important client to meet later, you need to present yourself properly." Zhou Shiyang disdainfully glanced at Zhang Jing, wondering how she could be so foolish. He suddenly realized that Guan Miaotong was a much better match for him, wealthy and attractive, though it was unfortunate that she seemed to have a good relationship with that turtle's son, Zou Haoyu. "Oh, understood," Zhang Jing replied, not daring to defy Zhou Shiyang's orders. The grievances she bore could only be buried deep within her heart. Ever since their relationship began, life had been fraught with turmoil. Fortunately, Zhou Shiyang was not stingy with money, which somewhat compensated for the void in her heart. Zhou Shiyang shook his head. He had to secure Guan Miaotong for himself, though there was no rush at the moment. After all, Zou Haoyu was set to attend the wedding. The beauty he secretly admired was now sharing his bed every night. It would be interesting to see how he would manage when the wedding day arrived. What troubled Zhou Shiyang even more was the sudden expenditure of 30 million, for which he would need to devise an explanation to his father. That shameless woman, Zhang Jing, was already scheming to put a green hat on him. Having seen Zou Haoyu stumble upon a stroke of luck, he promptly started the car and left the place behind. Gambling on stones? What nonsense! Most of the money had already flown away, and neither Guan Miaotong nor Zou Haoyu were aware that Zhou Shiyang was contemplating how to deal with both of them, along with Guan Miaotong's exquisite jewelry. Meanwhile, the two continued to wander through the stone gambling venue. "Junior brother, what were you about to tell me earlier?" Guan Miaotong inquired as she strolled with Zou Haoyu. The stone gambling could wait. She had already witnessed Zou Haoyu's keen insight. However, it seemed he had something to say earlier, which was interrupted by Zhang Jing, who rushed in to deliver a check. "Oh, I almost forgot," Zou Haoyu responded, suddenly halting. "Actually, I wanted to discuss collaboration." Zou Haoyu's intention was simple. With his newfound abilities, he could not let them go to waste. He needed to derive something substantial from them. "Collaboration? How do you propose we work together?" Guan Miaotong asked, unfazed by Zou Haoyu's suggestion. As they continued their leisurely walk, her thoughts were entirely consumed by the notion of collaborating with him. Compared to stone gambling, she was more intrigued by his aptitude for discerning stones and his remarkable intuition. "Senior sister, I'm all alone here, how else could we collaborate?" Zou Haoyu shrugged helplessly, glancing at Guan Miaotong before continuing. "Just now, Zhou Shiyang provided me with some start-up capital. I want to venture into the jade and jewelry business, but I'm still a novice and lack connections, so I thought. Guan Miaotong smiled softly. Zou Haoyu merely sought mutual assistance, nothing more. Although she had not known him long, their interactions over the past few days revealed that he was not a petty opportunist like Zhou Shiyang. Instead, he was gradually shedding his insecurities and becoming more magnanimous, which was essential in the jewelry business. Moreover, his abilities were impressive. He did not appear to be a novice at all. Guan Niaotong harbored doubts but trusted that Zou Haoyu must have possessed genuine skill to have won at Paigao against Yensong, and his talent in stone gambling was extraordinary. Realizing that Guan Niaotong was deep in thought, Zou Haoyu understood she needed time to consider. However, Guan Niaotong merely smiled gently, momentarily lost in thought. Since university, he had known her well. Back then, he was merely a nobody with no chance of winning her affection. Now the beautiful campus flower walked beside him, smiling at him. It was a captivating sight indeed. Senior sister, I understand that in your industry, collaborating with me hastily could entail significant risks. If it's too much trouble, you needn't consider it. Guan Niaotong paused, shaking her head. Don't call me senior sister anymore, I'm not much older than you. Just call me Niaotong, we are partners now. Had Zou Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp her intent. Senior sister, oh, I mean, Niaotong, what do you mean? I'm agreeing to your proposal, silly. You were so clever with those stones earlier, how can you be so clueless now? Guan Niaotong playfully tapped his forehead, smiling brightly. What I mean is, I consent to our collaboration. Thank you, Niaotong, Zou Haoyu said, grinning as he rubbed his head. Let us go, accompany me in examining a few more stones, Guan Niaotong suggested cheerfully. Use your meticulous insights to help your senior win a few stones, it shouldn't be in vain. Alright, with a clear objective, Zou Haoyu felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he continued to accompany Guan Niaotong around the venue. Haoyu, what do you think of this stone? Guan Niaotong pointed to a stone, seeking his opinion. She now fully trusted his ability to identify stones. Not good, let us discuss while we walk. Zou Haoyu gently pulled Guan Niaotong away from the stall and whispered, that stone looked like it contained jade, but it's merely a hollow stone, fake. After inspecting a few stones, they concluded they were all fakes. Even though it was Zou Haoyu's first time gambling on stones, his keen eye allowed him to see beyond appearances. Some stones were not as reliable as they seemed, and in several corners of the stalls, the fakes were blatantly obvious, crafted from cut stone materials reassembled. Zou Haoyu couldn't help but admire the deception involved in such craftsmanship. Boss, come look at my stone. It's a corner piece cut from a large rock. The original stone produced Hetian jade, and many experts speculate there must be some jade left in this substantial corner piece. A man with a small mustache called out to Guan Niaotong and Zou Haoyu as they passed his stall. Upon hearing the stone owner's claim, many gathered around. Oh, let me see. Zou Haoyu bent down, claiming to examine the stone's quality, but secretly employed his keen eyesight. A fleeting red light flashed in his eyes, and he indeed discovered a piece of jade within. As Zou Haoyu continued to observe, Guan Niaotong noticed his serious demeanor and asked the stone owner, how much for the stone? 10 million, non-negotiable, the man with the mustache replied calmly. He had already had several experts appraise the stone and firmly believed it was worth that price. What? That's outrageous. This stone is clearly sandskin material. While some are good quality and others bad, it's still a corner piece. If the large jade has already been cut, how could there possibly be more jade in the corner piece? Exactly, this type of material isn't worth that price. I'd rather buy the whole stone. It is safer, right? Guan Niaotong listened to the surrounding voices and found them reasonable. She pulled Zou Haoyu's arm and said, Haoyu, let us not look anymore. Even if there is jade, it won't be substantial. It is better not to take the risk. It's fine, just watch me, Zou Haoyu replied with a smile. He then turned back to the man with the mustache and declared, 500,000. ILL by the stone. What? Is this guy insane? It's just a corner piece. Even if he has money, he shouldn't buy recklessly. It could ruin his luck. But ignoring the surrounding murmurs, Zou Haoyu insisted, 500,000. If you want to sell, sell. If not, I'll leave. Feigning to walk away, Zou Haoyu knew there was indeed a piece of jade inside the stone, roughly the size of half a fist. The man's asking price of 10 million was merely a ruse to deceive novices. Wait, I'll sell, why not? I can see you two genuinely like this stone. Let us make it 500,000, the man called out, realizing they were unfamiliar faces, likely new to the scene. He figured they must come from wealthy families, just out for fun. Although the stone might contain jade, it was less than 20 of the total, and the 10 million price was a bait. Even if it didn't yield jade, he could still pocket 500,000, which was a profit considering it was a corner piece. He had already made his earnings from the main piece, and selling it at 400,000 would still yield a gain. Guan Niaotong felt speechless. Earlier, many experts had stated it was impossible for there to be jade, so why was Zou Haoyu so stubborn about buying it? Fine, regardless of whether or not there is jade, I'll be a fool today. Zou Haoyu grinned as he paid, turning to the stonecutter in the man's shop. Master, please carefully cut this stone open on sight. Whatever, he had just earned 30 million, so spending 500,000 was no issue. Guan Niaotong was also eager to see Zou Haoyu's judgment. After all, he hadn't made a mistake since he began gambling on stones. Chapter 12. A slap in the face. Zou Haoyu was indeed excessively confident. Some hearts had begun to waver. After all, the young man had genuinely unearthed jade from a mere stone, and it could not solely be attributed to luck. Perhaps it was a testament to his prowess. Many observed Zou Haoyu's unwavering determination to have the master cut the stone, some filled with anticipation, while others exchanged cynical remarks. What a fool! He just got lucky and found jade. Do you think he can replicate that fortune? His arrogance is astounding. In the realm of stone gambling, overconfidence is the greatest folly, lacking any semblance of prudence. Indeed, if he manages to extract good jade from that scrap, I will eat this stone raw today. Listening to the mixed reviews surrounding him, Zou Haoyu merely smiled faintly. Whether there was jade or not would soon be revealed. Perhaps these individuals were simply too impatient. Young man, are you truly set on cutting? The stone cutter asked with a smile. In their trade, there existed a superstition. If one were to uncover many fine jades in a single day, their luck would be exceptional. Conversely, if they were to cut 3 or more pieces of worthless stone in succession, no one would seek their services again. After all, the art of stone cutting was not solely his domain. If his luck turned sour, no one would come to him. Up to this point, he had cut 3 stones, and excluding the current scrap, 2 had already proven to be worthless. Typically, if jade were to be found, the owner of the stone would undoubtedly offer a gratuity, as it would also serve as a validation of the cutter's skill, leading to more clients seeking his expertise. Just cut it. Quit wasting breath. Zou Haoyu frowned and instructed the cutter. Haoyu, wait a moment, Guan Miaodong softly interjected, offering him a few words. After listening, Zou Haoyu nodded in understanding. This was indeed a tradition. As it was his first foray into the world of stone gambling, he was unaware of the intricacies involved. It turned out the cutter was concerned that he might waste his efforts on a worthless stone. Thank you for the reminder, Zou Haoyu replied with a smile, glancing at Guan Miaodong, though he soon felt a hint of awkwardness. But I only have a single check. I can't provide a gratuity for the cutter. I'll handle it, Guan Miaodong offered. You've already done me a great favor, and this stone is the first you've chosen for yourself. Let this be a gesture from your senior. Zou Haoyu nodded, feeling magnanimous. Since he was collaborating with Guan Miaodong, he would not be overly formal. After all, how much could a gratuity amount to? Go ahead, master. We are all eager to see, Guan Miaodong said, producing a check for 200,000 and handing it to the cutter. If jade is indeed revealed, an equal amount shall be offered. The cutter discreetly accepted the 200,000 check. Affluent individuals were indeed extraordinary. This sum represented half a year's income for him, as not everyone could afford such lavish expenditures. However, having accepted the payment, he understood the importance of performing his duties diligently. Should he fail, while the gratuity might not be reclaimed, it would still tarnish his reputation. Setting aside his tools, the cutter, while Zou Haoyu pondered, revealed a pristine set of tools that appeared to have some age. Our family has been engaged in stone cutting for generations. These are heirloom tools, you can rest assured, young man, the cutter explained. Please proceed. With this understanding, Zou Haoyu appreciated the cutter's diligence, feeling that the gratuity was justified. If a standard cutting machine were employed, it might jeopardize the jade within. Although Zou Haoyu could not identify the jade, its appearance suggested quality, yet, he could not reveal his eagerness and felt a surge of anxiety. The onlookers observed as the cutter first placed the heirloom tools atop the cutting machine, then carefully examined the stone. Wasn't the previous cutter different? Zou Haoyu murmured in confusion. What is he looking for? Is it time to cut? Guan Miaodong's eyes lit up hearing Zou Haoyu's mumbles. She smiled and explained, this cutter is the authentic master of his craft. I had heard of a remarkable stone cutter who, though he cuts fewer stones, approaches each with utmost care. I didn't expect it to be him. What's the significance in that? Zou Haoyu inquired, puzzled. Was there an art to stone cutting? Haoyu, I genuinely wonder if you are truly oblivious. How do you not know this? Guan Miaodong teased, noticing the cutter still observing the stone. I really don't know, please enlighten me, Zou Haoyu replied awkwardly, recognizing that this was his first venture into stone gambling, relying solely on his instincts to reach this point. Well, many engage in stone gambling, yet few understand the nuances of cutting. Your ignorance is understandable, Guan Miaodong acknowledged, then elaborated, this is known as stone appraisal. Stone appraisal? Zou Haoyu grasped the concept. Following her explanation, he continued, it's to identify the appropriate cutting point to avoid damaging the jade within, correct? Precisely. The previous cutter clearly lacked the experience of this master, Guan Miaodong affirmed, casting a sidelong glance at Zou Haoyu. This junior seemed astute, and given his extraordinary abilities, collaborating with him might indeed be the wisest choice. Cutting a worthless stone and still appraising, some expressed dissatisfaction with the master's meticulousness. It was merely a scrap, Could caution truly yield jade? Enough, remember your words. If jade is revealed, you'd best not run, you'll eat that stone. Zou Haoyu turned to the earlier loudmouth, furrowing his brow. The stone was not his purchase, nor was the cutting his endeavor. Such remarks were presumptuous. Though Zou Haoyu's voice was low, the surrounding crowd heard, erupting in laughter, all eager to witness the outcome. Eat it? If this worthless stone produces jade, I will. Master is cutting the stone. Before the loudmouth could finish, someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention, including Guan Miaodong's, to the cutter's actions. Zou Haoyu felt no anxiety. He was confident the stone contained jade but worried about the cutter damaging its quality. Every motion of the cutter was noted by Zou Haoyu. He felt it would prove useful in the future. The cutter's technique was remarkably adept, and soon, a significant portion of the stone had been cut away. The cutter paused, exhaling deeply. It seems we're left with less than a third. What are the odds of finding jade now? I'm eager to see who ends up eating that stone. The earlier boastful individual, witnessing the progress, concluded there was no jade to be found and began to mutter. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the foolish spender, assuming he had disregarded his own identity through wealth. I had hoped for a miracle. Clearly worthless. Even if jade were found, it would need to be top-tier Hetian yellow jade to avoid a loss. What do you mean by not losing? If it's Hetian yellow jade, it's certainly a profit. At this weight, it could fetch tens of millions. It's exceptionally precious. Alas, that is unlikely. Haoyu, don't be disheartened. Gambling stones entails both wins and losses, Guan Miaodong remarked, shaking her head in regret. Having studied stone gambling for so long, she recognized the validity of the earlier comments. Unless it was rare Hetian yellow jade, even finding jade wouldn't guarantee a profit. Hey, Miaodong, don't rush. It is not over yet. Zou Haoyu chuckled inwardly. Others might lack confidence, but he was assured that the jade within that stone was undoubtedly top-tier Hetian yellow jade. There was no doubt. Very well. Guan Miaodong was at a loss for words. Could it be that his recent encounter with Zhou Shiyang had inflated Zou Haoyu's confidence? If so, she would need to reconsider her collaboration with him. Someone so boastful was ill-suited for this field. Master, please continue cutting. Regardless of whether jade is revealed or not, I will still offer the remaining payment, as a tribute to your diligence, Zou Haoyu stated. The cutter shook his head, saying nothing. Given the current state of the stone, any discerning eye would recognize that further cutting was futile. What jade could possibly remain in such a small piece? Reluctantly, the cutter resorted to using a diamond file to peel the surface. Zou Haoyu had witnessed this technique before. He observed as the cutter placed a towel beneath the stone and filed it against the diamond blade. Suddenly, the stone began to change color. Is there hope? The onlookers, seasoned in stone gambling, recognized the signs of jade emerging and were utterly astonished. Could it truly be jade? This was a worthless stone, yet it was indeed revealing jade? However, the quality of the jade would only become clear after careful polishing, and many began to feel a swell of anticipation. The man who had boasted about consuming the stone, seeing the jade emerge, felt a pang of guilt and attempted to slip away amidst the crowd. However, to his surprise, he was swiftly apprehended by a throng of onlookers who had previously supported the notion of finding jade, all grinning as they focused their gaze on the fleeing man. Brother, jade has emerged. Surely you haven't forgotten your earlier words? Chapter 13 White Jade. Very well, let him go, Zou Haoyu said with a resigned shake of his head, suddenly experiencing a peculiar sensation. He had just realized that the boisterous individual was, in fact, a young attendant from a nearby gambling stone stall, likely there to create mischief. Zou Haoyu instructed the stonecutter to continue and address the young man, saying, return to your boss and inform him to cease his disruptions. Every stone at his stall is a mere counterfeit. There is no need to ruin others' businesses. Oh, it's this fellow, no wonder he looks so familiar, the attendant exclaimed. Get lost quickly, how can you be so despicable? The stall owner, having just witnessed the cutting of jade, was already regretting his decision to sell out to Zou Haoyu for a mere 5 million. Now, with someone deliberately trying to cause trouble, he could hardly contain his anger. Hetian, white jade? The commotion in the crowd was abruptly silenced by the stall owner's astonished cry. What a windfall! This person is remarkable. He can even discern waste material? Many who had hesitated to outbid Zou Haoyu for the stone now felt a pang of regret. They had followed Zou Haoyu, intending to purchase the stones he favored at a higher price, but upon seeing him select what they thought was waste material, they stood by, amused, only to discover that it indeed contained jade, and was none other than Hetian white jade. The stall owner felt an even deeper sense of loss. Had he known there was jade, even if it was of the lowest grade, he would have cut it himself, for this piece was originally just a scrap. The main material would have brought in substantial profit, rendering the scrap virtually worthless, yet, in a moment of impulse, he had displayed it, failing to deceive others, but inadvertently deceiving himself. The quality of Haitian jade is measured by its whiteness. The surface's purity reflects the jade within, its smoothness indicates a consistency of quality, showcasing a piece of superior Haitian jade. The stonecutter solemnly placed the jade before Zou Haoyu and then spoke to him in Guan Miaotong. Guan Miaotong could scarcely believe that jade had emerged, and what a fine piece of Haitian jade it was. What determined the grade of Haitian jade? Its hue. The purest and rarest white is also the hardest to find. Was Zou Haoyu simply fortunate, or did he possess the confidence to choose this stone? Guan Miaotong recalled Zou Haoyu's self-assured demeanor and extreme excitement, convinced he must have been certain of the jade's presence to select this stone. Ah, let us go, let us go. It's time for some gambling. The jade has emerged. What great fortune! Come, one last bet. Let us gamble on some unusual stones. The onlookers, now merely spectators, dispersed, having witnessed the jade's emergence and commented on Zou Haoyu's extraordinary luck. Haoyu, you are incredible, Guan Miaotong exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him. Instruments cannot scan the interior of a stone to determine the presence of jade, this is universally understood, or else the gambling stone industry would not be so popular. Zou Haoyu's ability to judge so accurately could not have been aided by tools. It was undoubtedly a result of his intuition and keen observation. Guan Miaotong accepted Zou Haoyu's prowess in her heart, realizing that collaborating with him would be mutually beneficial. Sister Miaotong, could you please write me another check for 200,000? Zou Haoyu found himself embracing the senior he had once only dared to dream of. He had imagined such a scenario but had not anticipated it would occur with Guan Miaotong taking the initiative. For a moment, his hands hovered awkwardly in the air, unsure whether to embrace or let go. Guan Miaotong wore a light, refreshing fragrance, more reminiscent of a girl's unique scent. Her joy was akin to that of a recent graduate, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a corporate president, which surprised Zou Haoyu. Oh, all right. Guan Miaotong, overwhelmed with excitement, had only just gambled on 2 stones, both of which contained jade. How could she not be thrilled? This promised further success in future bets, prompting her impulsive hug of Zou Haoyu. As she wrote the check, she recalled her earlier actions and felt her cheeks flush. His scent was so invigorating, evoking the warmth and brightness of a university student just starting out. How could she have such thoughts? Had she developed feelings for Zou Haoyu? Oh dear, how could she entertain such ideas? Guan Miaotong quickly shook her head, hastily finishing the check and handing it to the stonecutter. The stonecutter appeared particularly excited, not merely for receiving the final payment, but because he had genuinely extracted jade from what was originally deemed waste, and it was the most precious pure white jade. Even if it was not as valuable as the legendary old pit glass variety, it was still of considerable worth, especially since the stone was originally scrap. The stonecutter, of course, was thrilled and exhilarated. Haoyu, let us continue to browse. Perhaps we shall find more treasures, Guan Miaotong suggested with a smile. All right, Zou Haoyu agreed, having no objections to her wish to explore further. As they walked side by side, Zou Haoyu's mind wandered to another matter. He vividly recalled the individual who had boasted about swallowing stones. How could he remember so clearly? Anyone who had been present at that moment was etched in his memory, particularly the stonecutter's technique, which he had observed out of curiosity. Now, each motion of the stonecutter was imprinted in his mind, as clear as if it had just happened. Connecting the dots, Zou Haoyu concluded that he possessed an extraordinary memory. Indeed, this was true. The faces of strangers he had encountered only once, even if merely glanced at, were vividly retained in his memory. This was no ordinary recall ability. Zou Haoyu understood that this was undoubtedly linked to his divine eye. He had not only remembered the stonecutter's technique but had also retained the nuances of force applied in cutting techniques. Haoyu? Guan Miaotong called, noticing Zou Haoyu lost in thought. She waved her hand in front of him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Guan Miaotong assumed Zou Haoyu was reminiscing about her earlier exuberant embrace. It's nothing, Zou Haoyu quickly replied, shaking off his reverie with a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. What do you think of this stone? Guan Miaotong inquired, pointing to a particular stone that, in her estimation, had a good chance of containing jade. However, she remained uncertain and wanted Zou Haoyu's opinion. No jade, let us move on and check another stall, Zou Haoyu replied succinctly, having scanned the stone with his divine it was an ordinary stone. He had yet to fully emerge from his earlier days, and he spoke without much thought. Oh, then let us explore elsewhere. Zou Haoyu's hasty conclusion raised questions, yet Guan Miaotong still trusted him, pulling him along to another area. At that moment, the stall owner let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. But he removed the stones from the table and brought up another from beneath, muttering to himself, how uncanny. He could see right through to the lack of goods. Thankfully, I was clever enough to place a decoy stone, otherwise, I would have been duped. It was not just this stall that operated this way. The owner had merely followed the example of others. News had just circulated that a man and a woman had struck luck, gambling a piece of old pit glass, which initially went unnoticed, likely dismissed as mere chance. But less than half an hour later, more news spread. Everyone was abuzz again about the same duo who had extracted Haitian jade from a piece of waste material. Now, the excitement erupted. The first stone was chalked up to serendipity, but how could one explain the second? That was a piece of scrap. Anyone familiar with gambling stones would not have cut it, even at a loss, for it was seen as bad luck for waste materials to yield jade. Yet this young man had indeed extracted jade, which seemed almost supernatural. Many stone sellers became wary upon seeing the couple, hiding stones that they suspected might contain jade. Selling to this pair could result in their own downfall. As Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaodong wandered, Zou Haoyu examined numerous stones, yet astonishingly, none contained jade. Is the quality of this gambling stone festival so poor, not a single genuine piece? Not even one that you would consider? Guan Miaodong lamented, unable to suppress her grievances. Her father had told her tales of a once-in-a-century gambling stone festival, insisting she attend, only to find it all a ruse. Zou Haoyu was equally perplexed. Why were there so many ordinary stones? It seemed unscientific. He scanned the area behind a particular stall and discovered a stone with jade. Then, he glanced at another stall and was surprised to find yet another stone with jade. Are they doing this on purpose? Zou Haoyu pondered, connecting the dots. Oh, you mean they've hidden all the stones that might contain jade? Are they afraid of your prowess? Guan Miaodong, quick-witted as ever, deduced Zou Haoyu's thoughts. These sellers were indeed unscrupulous, displaying only fake stones. Exactly, that seems to be the case, Zou Haoyu replied, exasperated. The genuine jade stones were concealed. He could hardly demand to buy them. It appeared that today's haul would be minimal. Let us head back. Tomorrow we'll strategize and return to seize their treasures. After all, the gambling stone festival will continue for several days, Guan Miaodong said cheerfully, clasping her hands together and grinning with delight. Zou Haoyu suddenly found Guan Miaodong rather endearing and couldn't help but say, I'll follow your lead. What? Collaborating with me doesn't mean you're my lackey, does it? You're going to follow my lead? Guan Miaodong turned to Zou Haoyu, teasingly asking, then how about I ask you to marry me? Will you comply? Chapter 14. Cheers. Zou Haoyu awkwardly scratched his head, pondering how to respond to such a question. Of course, he wished to marry her. Who wouldn't desire to keep a beautiful woman in a golden house if they had the means? However, if he expressed too much eagerness, would Guan Miaodong misconstrue his intentions? Was she testing him? Alright, I was just teasing you, seeing how embarrassed you are. Let's head back to the hotel, Guan Miaodong said, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Why wouldn't he just agree? It seemed so simple, yet, she merely thought it, maintaining a playful tone as she effortlessly shifted the topic, casually mentioning, I wonder how brother Yensong's sister is doing. I should call to check on her when we get back. Zou Haoyu harbored his own worries. Yensong was straightforward and easy to get along with. He was a man of clear affections and dislikes, a friend worth having. It seemed something serious had occurred with Yensong's sister. However, considering her current state, Zou Haoyu resolved to inquire later about the situation. Perhaps he could be of assistance. Upon returning to the hotel, Guan Miaodong dialed Yensong's number. Shortly after, the call connected, but there was a noticeable fatigue in Yensong's voice. Oh, Miaodong, didn't you and Zou Haoyu go to the stone gambling festival? Yensong inquired. How were your gains? Guan Miaodong felt speechless. Her own sister was in distress, yet he still had the presence of mind to inquire about her affairs. It was hard to decide whether to commend Yensong for his straightforwardness or find it exasperating. Brother Yen, I must say, you still have the energy to worry about me, she replied, pacing slowly in the living room with a hint of reproach in her tone. However, upon being asked, she could only respond, the gains were decent. I found a couple of jade pieces with green inclusions, 2 stones worth 10 million each, one being an old pit glass type, and the other white jade. How can that be? I've heard that many high-quality stones were present at this festival. With your discerning eye, only 2 pieces? Yensong questioned, perplexed. It was hard to believe. Even if he were to choose blindly, surely it would yield more, especially considering Guan Miaodong's expertise. Don't even get me started. It's just these 2 pieces, and it was Haoyu who helped me select them. The moment she mentioned it, memories of the group hiding the stones surged into her mind, igniting her frustration. She recounted to Yensong how Zou Haoyu had chosen the stones and the subsequent lack of options available. Alas, young Zou is still inexperienced, but he possesses a good eye. He is indeed a promising talent. With more practice, he'll do just fine, Yensong lamented, genuinely surprised by Zou Haoyu's keen perception. If it were true that this was Zou Haoyu's first experience with stone gambling, Yensong found it hard to believe. Yet, hearing from Guan Miaodong that it was indeed his first time and that he had unearthed 2 exquisite jade pieces, he thought it indicative of Zou Haoyu's innate talent. Alright, Brother Yan, enough about that. How is Sister Yanji faring? Guan Miaotong primarily called to inquire about this. She was restless until midnight, and we had no choice but to administer a sedative. She has calmed down now, but it's the same as always, Yen Song replied, his voice tinged with helplessness. It pained him to see his sister suffer from such a peculiar ailment that remained untreatable and often recurred. Don't be disheartened, Brother Yenda, I can help you contact a doctor, Guan Miaotong reassured him, relieved to hear that Yanji had stabilized. It's an old problem. We'll leave it to fate, Yen Song said with a wry smile, then continued, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll end our conversation here. Guan Miaotong nodded, understanding his irritation, suspecting he might head off for a drink again. With that, she hung up and settled onto the sofa. How is Brother Yan's sister doing? Zou Haoyu, still in the living room, toyed with a small greenstone he had acquired that day. She's stable now, but still the same, Guan Miaotong replied helplessly, glancing at him. Fortunately, Brother Yan comes from a well-off family. He has spent nearly 10 million on Yanji's treatment, yet there has been no improvement. Oh, such an expenditure? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Zou Haoyu regretted them, but they were already out in the open. You think it's like catching a cold? He has consulted countless renowned doctors, so of course, the costs are astronomical, Guan Miaotong replied, casting him a look of exasperation. True enough. This sparked an idea in Zou Haoyu's mind. Given his remarkable memory, perhaps enhancing his medical knowledge could be a worthwhile pursuit. With his unique insight, he could potentially help others, which could serve as a viable path for him. Moreover, Brother Yan had not looked down on him due to his humble circumstances. Instead, he had generously lent him 500,000 without worry of repayment. This was not merely a significant favor but also a mark of respect from Yen Song. In this era, where one's worth is often assessed by appearance and wealth, finding someone like Yen Song, who formed connections based on genuine familiarity, was indeed rare. Resolute in his thoughts, Zou Haoyu believed that with his exceptional memory, mastering medical knowledge would not be overly difficult. If he could aid Yen Song, it would be a substantial favor returned. Shall we go for dinner? I'm feeling a bit hungry, Guan Miaotong said, unceremoniously rubbing her belly. Turning to Zou Haoyu, unbeknownst to her, she seemed to desire Zou Haoyu's company for everything, even seeking his opinions, a subconscious change she had yet to realize. Then let us go, Zou Haoyu replied, placing the jade back into Guan Miaotong's safe before they made their way downstairs. His ability to know the password to her safe indicated that she no longer regarded him as an outsider. Earlier that day, she had even joked with him. The hotel boasted a Western restaurant, albeit crowded, prompting Guan Miaotong and Zou Haoyu to venture outside for a meal. She opted not to have her bodyguard, Lin Hai, accompany them and drove to a Western restaurant named Victor in the west of the city. Zou Haoyu, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair for Guan Miaotong. Though he rarely dined in such establishments, he still understood basic etiquette, gesturing for her to sit. Thank you, Guan Miaotong replied playfully, flashing a smile as she took her seat. What can I get for you two? A tall waiter approached, inquiring. I'll have a medium rare steak and a bottle of red wine, Guan Miaotong ordered before glancing at Zou Haoyu. What about you, Haoyu? I'll have a medium steak, that will suffice, Zou Haoyu replied calmly. Alright, please hold on a moment. After the waiter departed, Zou Haoyu took a moment to survey the surroundings. Although he had not frequented Western restaurants often, he grasped dining etiquette well enough. The ambience was pleasant, accompanied by unfamiliar melodies, prompting him to glance around briefly before returning his attention to their conversation. Haoyu, tell me, are you planning to attend Zhou Shiyang's wedding? Guan Miaotong suddenly ignited with curiosity, unable to suppress her inquisitive nature. Well, I was invited. Isn't it merely an attempt to intimidate me? How could I possibly decline? Zou Haoyu responded nonchalantly. Zhou Shiyang clearly disdained him, seeking to humiliate him, and by attending, Zou Haoyu would not allow Zhou Shiyang to save face. I knew it. You still can't let go of Zhang Jing, Guan Miaotong shot him a knowing glance. Not exactly, you're overthinking it. With Zhou Shiyang reaching out, how could I possibly back down? Otherwise, he might think I'm afraid, Zou Haoyu chuckled awkwardly. Truth be told, he had once harbored fantasies of rekindling something with Zhang Jing, but after gaining his unique insight, his perspective had shifted. Today, as Zhang Jing had approached him due to his impressive gambling skills, he found himself feeling a strange distance between them, the earlier fantasies fading away. That makes sense. Then I shall go too, Guan Miaotong said with a smile, subtly. What do you intend to do there? Zou Haoyu queried, puzzled, as Zhou Shiyang had not invited her. Prior to the stone gambling incident, they had barely known each other. You're my person, my partner. How could I allow Zhou Shiyang to bully you? Guan Miaodong declared, playfully shaking her fist at him, her eyes narrowing with determination. Of course, I will go to support you with both Zhang Jing and Zhou Shiyang present. It would be quite lacking in presence if you were alone. I shall be your free companion, out of goodwill. As she spoke, their steaks were served as Zou Haoyu folded his napkin and placed it on his lap, responding, "All right, you can come, though I could manage on my own." Yet, he found it amusing that Guan Miaodong sought to accompany him under the guise of support, a subtlety he chose not to expose. I know you're capable, but they will be paired up. You can't go without a partner, so just trust me. Guan Miaodong winked at him. As they dined, they shared numerous experiences. Guan Miaodong had little to recount, having taken over her father's company right after graduation, whereas Zou Haoyu's year since graduation was filled with tales that left her astonished. She chuckled when he mentioned having worked as an intern at a small clinic, where he dispensed medicine. After their meal, Zou Haoyu settled the bill, and Guan Miaodong, feeling quite content, remarked as they stepped outside, "You are the first man, aside from my father, to treat me to a meal." Chapter 15. The eccentric stone. How is it? I reckon the suitors vying for your affection could almost form an elite company, and you need not worry about who will foot the bill. I imagine they are nearly breaking their necks to do so, Zou Haoyu remarked with a chuckle towards Guan Miaodong. The notion of a woman's first time, of course, not that first time, but the one Guan Miaodong referred to, piqued Zou Haoyu's curiosity. Surely, it was not as simple as it appeared. Could there be an underlying implication? Otherwise, why emphasize it? Zou Haoyu dismissed the thought, attributing it to a mere slip of the tongue, as his relationship with Guan Miaodong was steadily improving. Occasional verbal blunders from her seemed entirely normal. You know my taste. Even if a man takes me to a lavish restaurant and pays the bill, I would still refuse to go. Guan Miaodong smiled lightly, glancing at Zou Haoyu, hoping to glean something from his expression. However, apart from a faint smile, he displayed no other emotions, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Could he truly discern the hearts of women, considering his prowess in stone gambling? What a fool! She felt a twinge of reluctance to engage further. Sister Miaodong, what shall we do now? Walking side by side out of the restaurant, Zou Haoyu exhaled a sigh of relief and inquired with a smile. How could he be oblivious to the meaning behind Guan Miaodong's words? If her initial mention of first time was indeed a slip, then her subsequent statement was certainly not accidental. Refusing to dine with a man she did not fancy implied that she held some affection for Zou Haoyu himself. Yet, he hesitated to draw conclusions, considering she had dined with Yen Song as well. The astute Zou Haoyu, however, overlooked the term foot the bill, understanding that Guan Miaodong would only permit a man she liked to pay for her, which was a sign of happiness. Even during her meals with Yen Song, she never allowed him to pay. To call you a fool is indeed an understatement, Guan Miaodong thought, then said to Zou Haoyu, "Of course, we shall go shopping now. It's customary to stroll after a Western meal, don't you know?" "Oh, I see, you must not have dined at a Western restaurant with a girl before, huh?" Guan Miaodong suddenly deduced, her words spilling out as she observed Zou Haoyu. She felt a surge of confidence in her assessment, as Zou Haoyu appeared slightly embarrassed upon hearing her remark. "Please don't laugh at me, Sister Miaodong, but I truly have never been to such places with a girl," Zou Haoyu admitted, somewhat sheepishly. It seemed Guan Miaodong's gaze was rather piercing, offering him no semblance of dignity at all. Yet, ignorance is bliss, he had no qualms about revealing such a trivial matter. "Isn't this your first time with a girl, then?" Guan Miaodong chuckled, linking her arm with Zou Haoyu's as they entered the car. Once inside, she continued, "Let us explore the night market. I've heard there are numerous fascinating and peculiar items." Zou Haoyu nodded in agreement. Ultimately, it mattered little to him where they went. After all, he was merely accompanying a beautiful woman. As night descended, there was no cause for concern. The night market was essentially a collection of food stalls and various vendors. Many people worked during the day and came here to set up their stalls for a few hours in the evening. Zou Haoyu had often engaged in such endeavors during his school days, yet he had not anticipated that Guan Miaodong would also enjoy visiting such places. "Surprised, are you? You must be wondering why I like coming here," Guan Miaodong said, parking the high-end Maserati at the roadside. The sight of the sports car attracted many curious glances, for not all owners would frequent such a bustling and noisy locale, rife with pickpockets and con artists. Zou Haoyu shook his head. How could he possibly know Guan Miaodong's thoughts? Truth be told, I have always enjoyed coming to places like this since my school days. I even remember purchasing a luminescent pearl from a night market that year, valued over $1 million. Guess how much I paid for it? Guan Miaodong remarked, linking her arm with Zou Haoyu's. By the look on your face, it seems you did not spend much, otherwise, you wouldn't be this ecstatic, Zou Haoyu replied with a smile. Bingo, Guan Miaodong laughed, continuing, that foolish young man charged me only 500 yuan, though I later discovered the pearl's true value. Such places are indeed full of tricks, Zou Haoyu remarked nonchalantly, his mind racing with regrets. That foolish young man was none other than himself. He had indeed sold a stone at the night market, a gift from his roommate, who had claimed it was worth a fortune. Zou Haoyu had taken it to sell, not expecting much, and had nestled himself in a corner. The darkness had concealed his identity from Guan Miaotong, who had not yet known him then. He had thought himself lucky to encounter a fool and had called a few friends from the dorm to celebrate, but looking back now, it was likely that he had been the fool all along. If only he had possessed his discerning eye back then, he would not have sold a luminescent pearl worth $1 million for a mere 500, as the saying goes, one must gain something to lose something. Had Zou Haoyu possessed his special sight at that time, perhaps he would not have crossed paths with Guan Miaotong so extensively. Haoyu, what are you pondering? Guan Miaotong tugged at his arm, perplexed. You've been spacing out lately. Are you unwell? No, I was merely thinking that perhaps that young man lacked insight, hence he let you have it at such a bargain, Zou Haoyu replied calmly, deciding against revealing that he was indeed that foolish young man. Hee, that's why today I hope to borrow some of your luck to see if I can unearth more treasures to take back for my father. He has grown weary of jewelry and always seeks bizarre trinkets. It truly baffles me, Guan Miaotong said as they strolled through the night market, clearly exasperated with her father's tastes. Even more perplexed was Zou Haoyu. How could one tire of jewelry? He longed to immerse himself in the world of gems, yet he still needed to strive diligently, and now that he possessed his special sight, his desire for wealth had diminished, perhaps indicating a genuine shift in his perspective. Zou Haoyu felt as if he could establish an empire of jewels at any moment, yet one cannot grow fat in a day. He resolved to take it slowly, collaborating with Guan Miaotong, not out of a desire to exploit her feelings for him, but because he required a platform. The two continued to converse leisurely, observing their surroundings. Apart from various delicacies, there were also numerous antiques. Zou Haoyu's discerning eye proved beneficial in identifying authentic antiques amidst high-quality replicas, which often bore the marks of age but still contained flaws. After assessing several items, Guan Miaotong regarded Zou Haoyu with newfound admiration, realizing that collaborating with him was indeed the wisest decision. Truly, the greatest talents often reside among the common folk. Zou Haoyu's skills in appraisal were remarkably impressive. Had Guan Miaotong disregarded Zou Haoyu initially, their current partnership might never have materialized, leaving her with a sense of regret. This bottle appears quite authentic, yet its glaze gives it away, Zou Haoyu mused aloud, though it was not the glaze he referred to but rather his special sight discerning the material of the bottle, which clearly originated from the Anhua kiln. It was an obvious counterfeit, intended for deception, yet its exterior offered no clues to its true composition. Zou Haoyu had no choice but to comment on the glaze being off. Guan Miaotong had limited knowledge of antiques, having primarily focused on jewelry, which she had not studied comprehensively. Thus, she listened intently to Zou Haoyu, believing every word he said. If it were a genuine antique, the vendor would not be so eager to sell it off at a discount. An expert would recognize its authenticity at a glance, and if it were genuine, there would be no fear of it not selling. Suddenly, Zou Haoyu, with reckless abandon, activated his special sight. Of course, he had no intention of lingering on those scantily clad individuals, as he had just discovered an unusual stone. It was not one produced from jade mines, yet, inexplicably, he felt a compelling urge to acquire this stone, sensing it held significant value for him. Within this stone lay a bead, radiating a striking red hue. Zou Haoyu felt a fleeting sense of clarity. Convinced that this bead would prove immensely beneficial to him, though it was merely an intuition, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Dressed in a manner that exuded affluence, both Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong attracted a great deal of attention. To avoid being taken advantage of, Zou Haoyu resolved to proceed cautiously and not inquire about the price outright. Feigning nonchalance, he led Guan Miaotong to the vendor's stall and picked up a tattered book to peruse. The title was intriguing, titled The Demon Exorcism Manual, which brought a smile to his face. At that moment, the vendor spoke up. Good sir, are you interested? I can offer this book to you for 200 yuan, the vendor said, grinning broadly as he noticed the two wealthy individuals showing interest in his wares. Not bad, but I must admit, I find such books a bit pricey at 200, Zou Haoyu responded, flipping through a few other books, spotting some of Jin Yong's martial arts novels disguised under covers claiming to reveal unparalleled martial skills, clearly, all forgeries. How about this? I can let it go for 150. I can't go lower. As you can see, business has been good here. Since you seem interested, let us consider it a friendship gesture, the vendor proposed. Despite his outward calm, he was brimming with excitement inside. After 3 days of selling, he had finally encountered a fool, a wealthy one, no less. Chapter 16. The enigmatic gemstone. Your stall, everything for 2,000 yuan. I shall take it all, particularly those dozen or so books that pique my interest. Guan Miaotong initially felt a twinge of curiosity, yet upon reflecting that Zou Haoyu might genuinely be fascinated by those books, she furrowed her brows and chose to remain silent. Well done. My brother, your discernment is truly remarkable. These are all rare editions that you won't find elsewhere. The stall owner, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly articulate his words. After all, these items had only cost him a few hundred yuan, and selling them for 2,000 yuan was a tremendous profit. He grinned as he accepted the check from Zou Haoyu, simultaneously wrapping up the books and various trinkets from his stall. Zou Haoyu discreetly cast his gaze upon the stone that was holding down the bundle, only for the stall owner to casually toss it into his own bag. How could this be acceptable? Zou Haoyu had his eye on that stone. My friend, do include that stone in my purchase as well, Zou Haoyu stated nonchalantly. That's merely an ordinary stone, something I use to weigh things down. The stall owner hesitated slightly, having heard from several influential acquaintances that this stone was rather special, though they could not articulate why. Could it be that this stone indeed possessed some significance that this young man had discerned? You have no use for that stone, just let me have it. I need it to weigh down some items at home, Zou Haoyu replied, exasperated. Seeing the stall owner's reluctance, he added, very well, I shall not purchase it then. Kindly refund my money. You are unwilling to part with a mere stone. Let us depart, Sister Miaotong. Guan Miaotong, astute and perceptive, immediately recognized that Zou Haoyu's interest lay in that stone. Having received considerable assistance from him, how could she refuse to help him in return? She shook her head and tugged him away, ready to leave. What is this? Is this how business is conducted? Let us search for other options. Guan Miaotong feigned indignation, turning to leave. My brother, do not walk away. Fine, I concede. The stall owner, ultimately intimidated by the duo, reluctantly handed the stone over to Zou Haoyu. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. It was merely an ordinary stone after all. How could a young man discern its value when many could not? The stall owner clutched the check and swiftly disappeared, fearful of any change of heart from Zou Haoyu. The stone, roughly the size of a fist, was now in Zou Haoyu's possession. Under the scrutiny of his divine vision, the small gem within began to emit a faint crimson glow. He casually wrapped the stone and tucked it into his pocket, planning to examine it thoroughly upon returning home. Haoyu, you were after that stone, weren't you? Guan Miaotong inquired with a smile, having long since perceived his intentions. Could it possibly be a jade stone? Zou Haoyu ambled over to a nearby trash bin, discarding the useless books, before responding, there is no jade. I simply believe this stone holds some utility for me, which is why I endeavored to acquire it. I owe you my gratitude, Sister Miaotong. Ha, you flatter me. Even if I had not advocated for you, that money-seeking individual would have sold it to you, she chuckled, pondering the stone as supposed utility. To her, it was merely a stone devoid of jade. She suspected Zou Haoyu might harbor some secrets, yet out of respect, she refrained from probing further. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zou Haoyu continued to stroll through the night market with Guan Miaotong. He began to realize that the antiques on the street were not authentic, none were genuine, all mere replicas. A replica bronze artifact was absurdly priced at 30,000 yuan, likely only appealing to novice collectors. It seemed that acquiring antiques necessitated a visit to professional antique shops, for the street's offerings were predominantly imitations. After all, if true antiques were readily available on every corner, they would lose their intrinsic value. Similar to the stone Zou Haoyu had purchased, it might indeed prove useful to him, yet to others, it was no more than a stepping stone, utterly worthless. No matter the inquiry, Zou Haoyu remained taciturn, and even the patient Guan Miaotong felt a pang of disappointment. The night market was rife with counterfeit goods, devoid of even a single genuine item, rendering their expedition seemingly futile. Eventually, after a lengthy search, the two decided to return, as it was already quite late. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent nearly 4 hours wandering since leaving the hotel. Guan Miaotong, feeling fatigued, bid Zou Haoyu farewell and retreated to her room. Zou Haoyu, though not particularly weary, was eager to uncover the potential of the gem within the stone. He felt a stirring anticipation, as if there existed a profound connection between himself and the gem concealed within the stone. Upon returning to his room, he hastily changed into slippers and eagerly retrieved the stone. Its exterior appeared unremarkable, perhaps genuinely just a weighty stone, yet Zou Haoyu alone understood its hidden secrets. Gazing at the stone resting on his desk, he felt a sense of urgency to extract the gem. It seemed akin to cutting a stone. It required precision and skill. However, it was late at night, and lacking the necessary tools, Zou Haoyu lamented that he could have undertaken the task himself had he possessed the equipment. The techniques demonstrated by the stonecutter from earlier still vividly lingered in his mind. It appears I must discreetly enlist the help of that stonecutter tomorrow, he mused, staring at the stone, feeling a mix of fascination and frustration. He possessed the skill to cut stones, yet without the machinery, his knowledge was rendered futile. He could only hope to take it to the gemstone festival the following day for assistance. After a long day, Zou Haoyu's divine vision had been active for much of the time, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Rubbing his eyes, he casually placed the stone on his bedside table, washed up, and retired for the night. In the dead of night, while Zou Haoyu remained in a deep slumber, the stone underwent a transformation invisible to the ordinary eye, much like the red thread emitted by his divine vision. A subtle connection formed between the stone and his pupils. A peculiar energy began to flow from the stone into Zou Haoyu's eyes, although he remained blissfully unaware, continuing to sleep soundly. This mysterious process persisted for nearly half an hour until the red gem gradually faded from existence. Upon awakening, Zou Haoyu felt remarkably invigorated, markedly more so than usual. Was it the joy of yesterday that had enhanced his sleep quality? After breakfast, he and Guan Miaodong donned masks and sunglasses, opting for casual attire, as her Maserati was too conspicuous. They sought to avoid recognition as they made their way to the Gemstone Festival. En route, Zou Haoyu visited the bank to exchange the check he had received from Zhou Shiyang the previous day, depositing it into a newly established account while activating the check writing feature. Looks like I'm becoming a man who writes checks, Zou Haoyu chuckled, unable to contain his delight. You seem rather pleased with yourself, Guan Miaodong laughed as she started the car, remarking, today, we shall thoroughly raid the Gemstone Festival. It all rests on you, Haoyu, you possess far greater skill with stones than I do. Rest assured, Zou Haoyu replied with a calm smile. He and Guan Miaodong had previously agreed that their earnings from today's jade transactions would be split, with Zou Haoyu receiving 40 and Guan Miaodong 60. Initially, when Guan Miaodong proposed the arrangement, Zou Haoyu had firmly refused any division of profits, but after much negotiation, he reluctantly accepted the 40 share to avoid upsetting her, acknowledging that the credit was rightfully his. Zou Haoyu's thoughts remained fixated on the stone, oblivious to the fact that it was now devoid of anything within, as he contemplated asking the stonecutter from the previous day for assistance once more. After parking the car, Guan Miaodong adjusted her hat, and the two confidently strode into the venue. The event was set to commence at 10 o'clock, yet it was already teeming with attendees, underscoring the allure of the Gemstone Festival for many. Why bring me here so early? Zou Haoyu overheard a few individuals discussing as he slowed his pace to eavesdrop. You weren't here yesterday, so you don't know. Just as the festival began, a prodigy appeared, betting on several stones and uncovering jade each time, startling the sellers into hiding their stones, one man remarked, glancing around furtively. That just highlights his exceptional skill. What does it matter? The man who had been brought along grumbled. You fool, with his prowess, he will definitely return today. We should wait here. As soon as he arrives, we'll follow him. I've brought over 30 million, whatever stone he covets, I'm determined to acquire, the first man replied. Is that so? Then let's keep our voices down. We wouldn't want him to catch wind of our intentions, or he might devise a way to swindle us, his companion cautioned. Who would have thought, Haoyu, you've gained a bit of notoriety, Guan Miaodong observed, glancing up at him. Haha, it's all about standing under a big tree for shade. But today, they shall be disappointed, Zou Haoyu laughed heartily, advising Guan Miaodong, just watch and learn. We'll start with the small jade stones. Alright, I'll follow your lead, she replied with a sly smile, realizing how effortlessly enjoyable the gemstone betting experience could be. Let us go take a look, Zou Haoyu said, guiding Guan Miaodong to the stall where the old pit glass was cut yesterday, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. Ever since the unveiling of the old pit glass at his stall, despite some losses, it had drawn in a wave of customers, boosting his reputation. Though no exceptional jade had been revealed since, the influx of people continued to grow, ensuring that he would not suffer a complete loss. Chapter 17 Deception and Malice. Oh dear, what a stroke of misfortune, I've spent 2 million and yet I've extracted nothing. Boss, are you absolutely certain that the old pit glass type was indeed unearthed yesterday? Just as Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaodong approached, a corpulent man, having just purchased a stone, was dismayed to find it yielded not a single hair upon being cut. Doubts began to cloud his faith in the proprietor's words. Indeed, it was truly discovered. Why would I deceive you? Inquire with everyone, they will confirm the emergence of the old pit glass type, the owner replied, his demeanor unruffled. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Exquisite jade was indeed found. Precisely, the quality of the stones here is exceptional. In gambling on stones, one may encounter both losses and victories, half of it relies on luck, while the other half hinges on. It was yesterday that Zou Haoyu had ventured off the beaten path, even extracting Hetian jade from scrap materials. Today, he too sought to choose a stone. Zou Haoyu observed the man deliberating for quite some time before finally selecting a stone that appeared severely weathered, leading many to express skepticism. Is he out of his mind? Does he expect to replicate the good fortune of yesterday's individual? It's impossible for such a stone to yield anything worthwhile. Weathered stones are typically collected haphazardly during mining. This man must be mad. Haoyu, do you think there's any chance that stone might contain something? Guan Miaodong felt the likelihood of a successful cut was exceedingly low and uncertain. She inquired of Zou Haoyu. I believe it is worth a try. Zou Haoyu, equally doubtful, decided to activate his divine eye for a quick glimpse. To his astonishment, there indeed lay a piece of jade within. Lowering his voice, he whispered to Guan Miaotong, let us observe further. For reasons she could not comprehend, a sudden warmth from Zou Haoyu made Guan Miaotong's ears tingle. It was her first time engaging so intimately in conversation with another man, and sensing her unusual state, she hastily bit her lip, striving to dispel her tumultuous thoughts. 100,000. The stall owner was also at a loss for words, making a tidy profit of 100,000. Old Wang sells melons while also extolling their virtues. He had no intention of persuading the rotund man to reconsider. Seeing the man's eagerness, he simply inflated the price tenfold, as this stone had never attracted inquiries before. The onlookers were convinced that the stall owner had truly lost his senses. After all, weathered stones were merely those subjected to the elements on the mountainside, often picked up casually during mining. Yet, the discerning eye could easily distinguish weathered stones from authentic materials. To demand a price of 100,000 for something worth at most 10,000 was outrageous. Just as many believed the corpulent man would relent, he spoke up. 100,000 it is. This trifling sum means nothing to me. Today, I shall do whatever it takes to reclaim the 2 million I squandered. Upon receiving the check, the stone cutter initiated the machinery and began the process, though it was evident that he regarded this material with little hope. It would be a miracle if jade were to emerge from it. My goodness, is that jade? The cutter was taken aback, and the onlookers, along with the stone's owner, were equally stunned. Most astonished of all was the stall owner, whose regret was palpable. Despite its numerous cracks, it was still viable for a ring face, undeniably worth 3,100,000 exchanged for 3 million worth of jade left many in disbelief, with some even suspecting the return of yesterday's peculiar individual. Had it not been for Zou Haoyu's tall and slender stature, they might have mistaken this rotund man for him. Such is the gamble on stones, there are wins and losses. Do not wear such a sorrowful expression, my good man, I shall take my leave. The man who purchased the stone was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear as he swiftly departed with the jade. The risks of gambling on stones are quite overwhelming. My heart can hardly bear it, Guan Miaotong gasped, patting her chest, prompting a sidelong glance from Zou Haoyu. Guan Miaotong shot him a playful glare and softly chided, haven't you ever seen someone lamenting? Had I known, I would have purchased it first. Zou Haoyu nearly burst into laughter. Her depiction of lamentation was too vivid. He tugged gently at Guan Miaotong's hand and reassured her, Sister Miaotong, do not despair. Observe, this stall has far more quality goods than yesterday. With that, Zou Haoyu disregarded Guan Miaotong's puzzled gaze and picked up a fist-sized stone, inquiring of the owner, how much for this one? 20,000, not a cent less. The stall owner had evidently fallen on hard times. Having sold a stone worth several million yesterday, he was now faced with another that could fetch a few million yet was enduring a lack of buyers. Zou Haoyu had initially hoped to acquire it for around 50 or 60,000, as his divine eye revealed it housed an ordinary piece of Hatian jade with distinct grayish veins. Are you out of your mind, boss? This stone is in such a state of disrepair, your business may be struggling, but that does not give you license to exploit. Zou Haoyu spoke loudly on purpose, eliciting murmurs from the crowd. And what would you propose? The owner, eager to secure the sale, knew full well that the stone could be taken for merely 30,000, yet having just inflated the price to 20,000 for a piece that had yielded jade, he began to doubt whether all unattractive stones might indeed hide jade within, thus seeking to maximize his profit. 30,000. That's all I can offer. This stone is clearly a loss, and you dare ask for 20,000? Zou Haoyu asserted, deliberately lowering his voice to avoid detection, and after weighing the stone in his hand, he added, 3,000 it is. If you refuse, keep it to prop up your coffin. Hey, you little rascal, 4,000. Take it or leave it, are you cutting it or not? The owner, now irate, declared, 4,000 is my final offer. Take it or leave it. Fine, 4,000 it is, of course, I want it cut. Zou Haoyu quickly penned a check and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner suddenly felt as though he had been duped by this masked youth. Half believing, he signaled the cutter to commence, yet, the so-called loss that Zou Haoyu had mentioned yielded a piece of Hatian jade valued at 1 million. Although not pure, it was still Hatian jade. 1 million, more than sufficient, the cutter remarked nonchalantly, estimating the value and addressing Zou Haoyu. In stark contrast to Zou Haoyu's feigned exuberance, the stall owner's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Was it truly possible that jade had emerged again? Boss, this jade is worth 1 million. There's no doubt, correct? Zou Haoyu pretended to express joy, though for him, a mere million hardly warranted such excitement. This act was merely a strategy to draw in larger rewards later. He placed the extracted Hatian jade before the stall owner and proposed, let this serve as collateral while I select a few more stones from you. It won't exceed 1 million, ensuring your profit. Zou Haoyu's proposition softened the stall owner's expression somewhat. This Etienne jade could easily fetch at least 120,000, he certainly would not refuse to. He promptly began to present several stones and their prices to Zou Haoyu. This one is 25,000, this one 60,000. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he addressed the cutter, "Let us cut, master, but be cautious, I have a feeling each of these might contain jade." "Humph, who doesn't think they'll strike jade when buying stone materials? The moment they're cut, they often wear a bewildered expression. That may be so, but this young man seems to have quite the fortune. Even a cracked stone yielded Etienne jade." Regrettably, it appeared that the young man's luck had run dry. None of the 3 stones yielded any treasures, leaving Zou Haoyu utterly deflated. "Sister, give me the 5 million in New Year's money that our parents gifted me. I refuse to believe that there isn't a single stone here that contains something of value." Zou Haoyu rolled up his sleeves, indignantly demanding funds from Guan Miaotong. Guan Miaotong paused momentarily before comprehending his intent, stifling a laugh. Zou Haoyu had certainly become quite cunning, cleverly scheming to swindle the stall owner. The 3 stones he selected must have been deliberately chosen for their lack of jade. Zou Haoyu's confidence had inadvertently instilled a sense of trust in Guan Miaotong. How could he so accurately select stones devoid of jade? Of course, if he could identify good stones, he could just as easily select the worthless ones. "Do take care. Father will surely scold you again." Guan Miaotong played along with Zou Haoyu's scheme. Of the stall owner, witnessing Zou Haoyu's antics, had long since cast aside his earlier frustration. 5 million, he could procure a fresh batch of stones, and he particularly relished dealing with such naive young heirs who were simply there to hand over their money. Zou Haoyu winked at Guan Miaotong, who understood that he was indeed up to no good this time. He was about to employ his true skills in selecting stones, and she could only silently wish the stall owner luck, hoping against hope that he wouldn't suffer a heart attack. "Ah, this stone looks rather unsightly. I'll take it. 1 million, very well, this one appears quite attractive. It must contain jade, 200,000 it is." Once again, Zou Haoyu selected 3 stones, but this time the stakes were considerably higher. He deliberately prolonged the process, allowing word of a wealthy heir gambling 5 million to spread, drawing in a larger crowd. Many came merely to observe, knowing well that while some might watch, few would buy. It was often said it was better to purchase a line than a patch of green, yet Zou Haoyu, masquerading as a young man, purposely selected a stone that appeared green. As the cutter continued to examine the stones, Zou Haoyu began to speak. "Everyone, take note, when buying stone materials, this is the kind you should seek: green, easily identifiable as jade. Do not shy away from the 200,000 price tag. It is a guaranteed profit." Chapter 18. Just by a piece of green, many have come to realize that he is indeed the prodigal son of a wealthy family. In the realm of stone gambling, there is a saying: "Even the most divine cannot discern jade from mere stone." It is exceedingly challenging to ascertain whether the interior of a stone contains jade merely by inspecting its exterior. One can only make educated guesses based on the surface texture and other external characteristics. As such, many have faltered in their attempts. This fool, who has never witnessed anyone successfully purchasing a piece of jade, dares to buy. Moreover, he casually selected 3 stones, choosing one that appeared ugly and another that looked green, demonstrating an utter lack of understanding of the craft. He is clearly here for amusement. As the stone cutter began his work, many spectators eagerly awaited the spectacle of this fool's impending embarrassment. To their astonishment, many jaws almost dropped as they observed the emergence of a piece of jade. Those who had previously mocked Zou Haoyu as a simpleton fell silent, for to continue labeling him as such would be akin to slapping themselves in the face. Some began to ponder secretly. Could it truly be that the young man's assertion about the green stones was correct? It must be luck, the stall owner thought, his countenance turning as green as the jade Zou Haoyu had just unearthed, silently reassuring himself and uttering not a word. Even if the other 2 stones turn out to be worthless, Haoyu has already recouped 5 million, Guan Miaotong mused, feeling overwhelmed by Zou Haoyu's prowess. Could this really be someone who had only been involved in stone gambling for less than 24 hours? His discerning eye was remarkable. For the remaining 2 stones, Zou Haoyu deliberately selected one worth 1 million, which appeared to be a decent choice, yet it was merely a worthless stone. His keen eyesight had already discerned that it contained neither jade nor any other precious stone. As spectators noted that Zou Haoyu's luck had not persisted, many sighed in relief. If he were to randomly select stones that all yielded jade, it would indeed be akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight, comparable to the man who had cut a piece of old pit-glass jade the day before. However, this young man did not share the previous day's fortune. He remained at a break-even point, awaiting the outcome of the last stone. "Oh dear, what terrible luck!" Zou Haoyu feigned disappointment. Many were left speechless. Was he not being a tad too ostentatious? The next stone would surely be worthless, there was no doubt about it. The final stone, worth 2 million, deterred many from even considering it. Should it indeed yield jade, its value would undoubtedly surpass the 5 million worth of jade from earlier. "Hurry up and cut it, master," We are all eagerly waiting. Yes, indeed, many onlookers exclaimed, as if the stones were their own. In stark contrast stood Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong. Zou Haoyu was aware of the underlying intricacies, while Guan Miaotong, trusting in Zou Haoyu, remained calm despite the anticipation. With this cut, we shall know if it is good or bad, so please, do not rush. The cutter proceeded cautiously, the blade gradually penetrating the stone surface. Again, another piece of jade? Many swallowed hard. The stall owner staggered back a few paces, nearly fainting. Generally, he could tolerate the appearance of ordinary jade, but what lay before everyone was a piece of rose jade, second only to the old pit glass jade. Having witnessed the latter emerge from his stall yesterday, the occurrence of rose jade today left him dizzy. Wow, is that rose jade? Guan Miaotong gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, struggling to articulate her astonishment. Although it was not as precious as old pit glass jade, the size of this piece of rose jade was substantial, undoubtedly appealing to many collectors and carvers, and it would certainly be valued no less than yesterday's old pit glass jade. As for how much more valuable it could be, that would depend on the appraisers. Rose jade, I thought it was old pit glass jade, Zou Haoyu remarked, intrigued by Guan Miaotong's words. He had genuinely believed it to be another piece of old pit glass jade. Was it truly rose jade? Realizing that Zou Haoyu was new to the stone gambling scene, Guan Miaotong could only smile, understanding his confusion. The material of old pit glass jade is quite hard, and it tends toward transparency, while rose jade typically exhibits a light green hue with yellow undertones, and its green is exceptionally pure. Guan Miaotong lowered her voice, pausing before continuing. Moreover, among rose jade, this light green variant is the most authentic and rare. The reason rose jade often fetches lower prices in the market is that the colors are frequently impure, showing yellowish tints. I see, Zou Haoyu nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, it seems I shall need to seek out more books to study once I return. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to keep up with Sister Miaotong's pace. You're quite the chatterbox, it's clearly I who can't keep up with you. Your judgment is remarkably keen. Guan Miaotong rolled her eyes at him before adding, I can personally teach you when we return. Our company possesses many jewels I can introduce you to. First, you need to master stone gambling. Understood, Zou Haoyu replied, feeling relieved that Guan Miaotong had already acknowledged his capabilities, which boded well for his future prospects. Boss, how about I offer you this 5 million stone? Before Zou Haoyu could finish, the stall owner rejected his proposal as if he had seen a ghost. Stone gambling entails both losses and gains. I shall take my business elsewhere. Zou Haoyu shrugged helplessly, instructing someone to package the jade. Shortly thereafter, Guan Miaotong made a phone call, and someone arrived to take the cut jade away. Don't worry, Haoyu. Your share will be paid to you after I sell the jade, Guan Miaotong said cheerfully. It was still before noon, and Zou Haoyu had already brought her significant profits, far exceeding her previous ventures at stone gambling. Sister Miaotong, your words imply I'm not considered family. Do you think I fear you might pocket it? Zou Haoyu chuckled, addressing Guan Miaotong. Though a newcomer to the trade, Zou Haoyu understood the rules and the necessary procedures to receive his share. Initially, he had no intention of taking a cut, so whether or not he did was of little consequence to him, but he trusted that Guan Miaotong was not the type to betray her word. That's not a certainty. Perhaps I'm simply unwilling to give it to you, Guan Miaotong smirked, glancing slyly at him. In that case, it matters not. Zou Haoyu shook his head, laughing. You can consider it a partnership investment of sorts, huh? By the way, Haoyu, when you mentioned collaboration, I still haven't grasped whether you intend to purchase shares in our Hime jewelry or how you wish to collaborate with me, Guan Miaotong inquired as they walked. She had only just recalled this question, recognizing that their partnership could potentially alter the future direction of Hime jewelry, primarily due to Zou Haoyu's capabilities, a realization that had struck her only the day before. Furthermore, the nature and terms of their collaboration were considerations that needed to be addressed. Let's discuss this matter in detail when we return. Zou Haoyu smiled at Guan Miaotong. I have many thoughts on the subject, and it may take some time to convey them all. It is not something that can be resolved here in haste. Agreed, let us speak of it when we return, Guan Miaotong nodded, addressing Ouyang Nana as they continued to meander through the stone gambling festival. Zou Haoyu could discern that his recent stroke of fortune had indeed startled some onlookers. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the previous stall owner had nearly fled the scene in despair. Fortunately, no one seemed to connect this young man to the couple from the day before, allowing Zou Haoyu to continue to profit. However, he decided to play it safe this time, opting to buy without cutting the stones and instead waiting until the event was nearly over to make his cuts. After reaping his earnings, he would refrain from returning to the stone gambling festival, as he had a wedding to attend tomorrow, Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing's nuptials, and both he and Guan Miaotong found themselves pressed for time. Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong squeezed into a stall, Whereupon many recognized the wealthy siblings and promptly cleared a path for them, although they did not know their true identities. The young man's nonchalant approach to purchasing stones and his uncanny luck in unearthing jade earned him a measure of respect for his apparent fortune. Knowing that Zou Haoyu had just earned over 20 million, many expected him to continue his spree of purchases. To outsiders, he appeared entirely ignorant of stone properties, merely a lucky gambler. Young man, which stone catches your eye? The stall owner, unaware of Zou Haoyu's recent successes, recognized that this young man had recently indulged in extravagant spending and was eager to select another stone. Oh dear, I just bought a stone without careful consideration and ended up spending 2 million on a worthless one. What a regret. Now, I must scrutinize the stones thoroughly, Zou Haoyu remarked, aware that many spectators anticipated his next move, fully cognizant of the adage that one cut can lead to wealth or poverty. Many were eager to witness Zou Haoyu's next misstep. If he truly understood the nuances of stone gambling, he would surely know the wisdom of preferring a single line over a whole piece of green. Chapter 19. The yin-yang I. Zou Haoyu astutely capitalized on the psychology of certain individuals, which prompted his decision. I just made a little profit, he declared, infusing his tone with a hint of pride before leisurely continuing. Today, I shall demonstrate the true art of stone gambling, which can be summed up in one word. Buy. The more one purchases, the greater the likelihood of cutting valuable pieces. The crowd fell silent. Incredulous. Goodness, you just earned several tens of millions, it's easy for you to buy, but what about others who lack the funds? Is this truly a skill? Who doesn't know that if one had the money, they could simply purchase all the stones in the venue? Yet, that expenditure would likely amount to billions, and if the stones yield no valuable results, they might as well sell their very trousers. As Zou Haoyu spoke, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Shiyang. Initially, he intended to ignore him, especially since both he and Guan Xiaotong had donned disguises to avoid recognition. Zhou Shiyang had come to the venue with the intention of seeking retribution for the previous day's losses and had brought along a master of stone gambling. However, despite his search, he could not locate Zou Haoyu or Guan Xiaotong. Were they perhaps not participating in the stone gambling festival? Coincidentally, Zhou Shiyang noticed the wealthy persona that Zou Haoyu had adopted. Upon hearing Zou Haoyu's words, Zhou Shiyang scoffed. It seemed he would not find Zou Haoyu today and would be unable to teach him a lesson. Just as Zhou Shiyang was about to leave, Zou Haoyu challenged, "Who dares to gamble with me? If you are afraid to wager, it merely proves that my skills are indeed correct, huh?" Zou Haoyu chuckled, while Guan Xiaotong, having spotted Zhou Shiyang, felt her hand restrained by Zou Haoyu. Clearly, Zhou Shiyang had come to stir trouble for Zou Haoyu, a fact not lost on him. After all, if someone was coming to give away money, how could Zou Haoyu refuse? Zhou Shiyang had initially planned to depart, but upon hearing Zou Haoyu's seemingly foolish challenge, he was struck with a thought that he had overheard many discussing the arrival of a reckless heir at the stone gambling festival, who had merely stumbled upon a piece of fine jade. Since this individual was an indiscriminate buyer, why not gamble with him? Zhou Shiyang could easily discern that Zou Haoyu was utterly clueless, likely here merely to show off and attract attention. Having lost 30 million to Zou Haoyu the previous day, Zhou Shiyang returned home to a thorough reprimanding. He had acted foolishly once, but today, he could turn the tables and let someone else play the fool. There were plenty of wealthy individuals around, and while Zhou Shiyang did not know which affluent family Zou Haoyu hailed from, it was evident from his casual demeanor and frivolous gaze that he was simply a participant in the spectacle. Moreover, Zhou Shiyang had brought along a master of stone gambling. He had no reason to fear a novice. Unless he could recover the millions lost to Zou Haoyu yesterday, Zhou Shiyang would not return home. Guan Xiaotong cast a disapproving glance at Zou Haoyu. His challenge was a blatant attempt to ensnare Zhou Shiyang once more. Given Zhou Shiyang's previous performance, it was clear that his skills in stone gambling were woefully inadequate to contend with Zou Haoyu. Having experienced Zou Haoyu's knack for deception firsthand, Guan Xiaotong recognized his cunning nature. He had just outsmarted a stall owner and was now laying a trap for Zhou Shiyang, revealing the extent of his animosity. Zou Haoyu had once confided that during their university days, Zhou Shiyang had looked down upon him and had even stolen his beloved. Zou Haoyu leaned in to whisper to Guan Xiaotong, who, after exchanging a glance of exasperation, hurriedly departed while Zhou Shiyang remained oblivious. The breadth of one's character often expands in accordance with their cultivation. Although Zou Haoyu no longer harbored as many feelings for Zhang Jing, the opportunity to exact revenge on Zhou Shiyang was too tempting to resist. "My friend, how do you propose to gamble?" Zhou Shiyang approached Zou Haoyu, inquiring earnestly. "I do have a method for stone gambling," Zou Haoyu replied, suppressing his inner excitement upon noticing Zhou Shiyang's interest. Pausing for effect, he continued, adopting an air of a seasoned expert, "Let each of us select 20 pieces of stone, then combine our selections to see whose jade is of greater value. The loser not only surrenders their jade but also pays the winner 5 million as a wager. What do you think?" As Zou Haoyu's words hung in the air, the crowd erupted with excitement. The nearby stall owners rejoiced, confident that this fool would not have such luck again. Cutting even a third of good jade from 20 stones would be considered a stroke of fortune. Zhou Shiyang, taken aback by the magnitude of the wager, hesitated momentarily. However, reassured by the presence of his stone gambling expert, he quickly dismissed his doubts. To navigate life successfully requires not only talent and connections but also a willingness to gamble. Very well, I will match your wager, Zhou Shiyang declared, gritting his teeth. He had come to confront Zou Haoyu, and though he had not found him earlier, he was determined to exploit this arrogant young heir. Ah, what a pity! Had I known, I would have gambled myself. Such a fool is not something one encounters daily. Why did someone else seize the opportunity first? A few strangers gathered around Zhou Shiyang, whispering among themselves, casting envious glances in his direction. Hearing their murmurs, Zhou Shiyang felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Rubbing his hands together, he regarded Zou Haoyu with malicious intent, vowing to walk away with a profit today. Haoyu, everything is in order, you truly are cunning, Guan Xiaotong returned, speaking softly to Zou Haoyu. Zou Haoyu replied with a slight smile, rest assured, Sister Xiaotong, just await Zhou Shiyang's arrival with his money. Not long ago, Guan Xiaotong had received instructions from Zou Haoyu and arranged for several individuals to surround Zhou Shiyang. The few who had been whispering were merely paid off by Guan Xiaotong with a meager sum of 10,000. Such trivial amounts were hardly worth her attention, provided they could ensnare Zhou Shiyang into the trap she had set. Seeing Zou Haoyu effectively baiting the hook, Guan Xiaotong felt a genuine admiration for his cleverness. In business, individuals like Zou Haoyu were invaluable assets. Alright, selecting 20 pieces of stone is no small matter. We shall spend 2 hours on this task, and after that, we will reconvene here to reveal the results. What do you say? Zhou Shiyang firmly resolved, not wishing to delay any longer. Agreed, it is a deal. Zou Haoyu smiled, and together with Guan Xiaotong, they began selecting stones. As the onlookers gathered, some eager to witness the spectacle followed Zou Haoyu, while others, intrigued by Zhou Shiyang's confident demeanor, trailed after him to learn the art of stone selection. Naturally, some recognized Zhou Shiyang as a businessman in the jewelry trade and sought to glean insights from him, while they dismissed Zou Haoyu as an inexperienced fool, merely choosing stones at random. Haoyu, do you have confidence? I'm feeling quite anxious, Guan Xiaotong whispered as they walked. This time, I intend to make Zhou Shiyang lose everything. If I'm not mistaken, the man beside him is a master of stone gambling, correct? Zou Haoyu replied with a calm smile, casting a discerning eye over the stones. Indeed, you seem unperturbed, but that individual is a true expert. They refer to him as the Yin Yang Eye, Guan Xiaotong remarked with a grin. The Yin Yang Eye? Zou Haoyu pondered momentarily, then shook his head. It was not boastfulness, let alone the Yin Yang Eye. Even if a heavenly eye were to appear, he would not feel intimidated. That's correct, Guan Xiaotong continued, having heard of this figure before. Just as she stepped out, she learned of the notorious Yin Yang Eye, realizing that the man accompanying Zhou Shiyang was indeed a respected name within the stone gambling industry. His moniker did not imply he possessed a literal eye capable of revealing the secrets of stones. Rather, his extensive experience allowed him to select stones with remarkable accuracy, earning him great respect among his peers. Wary of Zhou Shiyang's intentions, it was evident that he had paid to summon the Yin Yang Eye to counter Zou Haoyu's presence. He should not be underestimated. Everything will be fine, Zou Haoyu reassured her, now that he understood the Yin Yang Eye's background. A smile graced his lips. He had initially worried that this individual might possess abilities akin to his own, yet he now perceived him as merely an amateur, and thus had no cause for concern. Moreover, Zou Haoyu believed that someone like him, who had fortuitously acquired a discerning eye, was unlikely to find another like him in the world. Even if there were, it was improbable they would cross paths here. After a brief observation of the stones, Zou Haoyu commenced his selection. With clarity and precision, he discerned which stones contained jade and which did not, effortlessly picking a few. The onlookers were left speechless. His casualness seemed absurd. Stone gambling was no trivial matter. Losing meant forfeiting 5 million, not to mention surrendering all cut stones to the victor. Even if Zou Haoyu managed to choose a few correctly, how could he possibly triumph over the Yin Yang Eye? He would only serve as a means for others to profit. I see this fellow is merely here for amusement. Perhaps he knows he cannot win against the Yin Yang Eye, hence his random selections. After all, losing just 5 million is inconsequential, one onlooker remarked. This man is a lunatic. Let us leave. I initially thought he was a master, but now he seems to have given up entirely. It's no longer interesting. Chapter 20. Most of the onlookers were merely there for the spectacle, and a considerable number of them departed in an instant, seeking the whereabouts of Zhou Shiyang and the master with the Yin Yang Eyes, hoping to glean even the slightest insight. Guan Miaotong remained unfazed. choosing not to disturb Zou Haoyu. Fewer spectators would allow Zou Haoyu to select his materials with greater peace of mind. After all, observing Zou Haoyu casually selecting several stones, Guan Miaotong promptly arranged for them to be securely watched at the agreed location. Truth be told, she found Zou Haoyu's method of selecting stones quite perplexing. He would merely touch the stones, glance at them briefly, and if he decided to purchase, he would do so immediately, while if he chose not to buy, he would decisively declare his refusal without hesitation. Although Guan Miaotong was not a novice in the art of stone gambling, having been influenced by her father and several other masters in the field, she was not entirely inexperienced. She had acquired a fair amount of knowledge regarding the techniques of stone appraisal and differentiation, yet, she had never encountered anyone like Zou Haoyu, who made such swift judgments about the quality of stones. At the very least, one would expect some hesitation when faced with uncertain materials, but Zou Haoyu displayed none of that, as if he were already aware of the treasures hidden within the stones. Could it be that there's something wrong with his eyes? Guan Miaotong suddenly considered this possibility. Who wouldn't desire a pair of eyes capable of seeing through the internal structures of stones in this line of work? Yet, such abilities seemed purely fantastical. How could an ordinary person possess such power? Shaking her head, she chided herself for such fanciful thoughts. If Zou Haoyu truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities, why wouldn't he scrutinize himself thoroughly? Could it be that she, Guan Miaotong, was not captivating enough to hold his attention? Alright then, 5 stones for 6 million. Here is the receipt, please keep it safe. The stall owner reluctantly accepted the check handed over by Zou Haoyu, begrudgingly issuing the receipt. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, this man was quite generous. His stall had 8 stones, all of which were old and likely worthless, and he had been waiting for a discerning buyer. Finally, he encountered an oblivious patron willing to part with his money. Although this foolish man did not take all 8 stones, the 5 he purchased ensured a profit, leaving the stall owner quite pleased. Zou Haoyu's speed in selecting stones was astonishing. In less than an hour, he had chosen 20 stones, the heaviest weighing nearly 30 pounds, while the lightest was over 10. Upon returning to the agreed location, he coincidentally encountered Zhou Shiyang, who was also returning, personally transporting the 12th stone selected by the master with the yin-yang eyes. Zhou Shiyang, seeing the assorted stones of varying sizes that Zou Haoyu had gathered, nearly burst into laughter, unable to restrain his derision. He simply could not fathom why this fool had the audacity to engage in stone gambling. Was it merely for the thrill? Since it was money being spent, Zhou Shiyang was more than willing to accept it, secretly reveling in his own astute maneuvering. What's so funny? Selecting a stone is such a challenge, and as for the so-called yin-yang eyes, it would be better to just crush them underfoot. Zou Haoyu, noticing the mocking smile on Zhou Shiyang's face, could not help but retort. You cheeky brat, what are you so proud of? Whether it's a horse or a mule, it must be taken out for a stroll to know its worth. Zhou Shiyang felt secure in his victory and was in high spirits, so he engaged in a verbal spar with Zou Haoyu. Glancing at the massive stone weighing over 30 pounds beside Zou Haoyu, he could not resist commenting, "Do you really think that a large stone guarantees jade? How naive! I advise you to concede and hand the stone over to me. You're just wasting time otherwise. You don't know anything." Zou Haoyu moved 2 chairs over and sat beside Guan Miaotong. He continued addressing Zhou Shiyang. Today, I shall enlighten you on what the yin-yang eyes truly entail and what it means to be a genuine master. Keep up your bravado, you little rascal. Zhou Shiyang, uninterested in engaging further with Zou Haoyu, regarded him as merely an inexperienced youth lacking knowledge of stone gambling. He assumed that Zou Haoyu's selection of large stones stemmed from insecurity, and he had other stones to transport. With that, he bid farewell and left to seek out the master with the yin-yang eyes. Be careful not to crush your own feet, Zou Haoyu called out from a distance before turning to Guan Miaotong and inquiring, "What's the story with that yin-yang eyes fellow? Is he truly that formidable?" Previously, he had only heard Guan Miaotong mention the prowess of the master with the yin-yang eyes, but now he found himself genuinely intrigued. After all, Zhou Shiyang had yet to finish selecting his stones, and with time on his hands, he might as well learn about his opponent. "Kid, didn't I tell you that you're in over your head?" A plump bystander could not help but interject upon hearing Zou Haoyu's words. "What do you mean by that?" Zou Haoyu asked, puzzled. That master with the yin-yang eyes has been renowned for years, and he has never missed in his selections. Every stone he chooses is guaranteed to contain jade or jadeite, even if it's the lowest quality. Yet he has never picked a worthless stone, the chubby man remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Zou Haoyu. You've really bitten off more than you can chew. The yin-yang eyes have never lost. Truly, a case of the young not fearing the tiger. Zou Haoyu shook his head, baffled by the unwavering confidence in the master with the yin-yang eyes. Could he possess the same extraordinary vision as Zou Haoyu? Such a notion seemed absurd. He was likely just a skilled amateur at best. His name is Su Dong. He hails from a family of stone gamblers and is known for his arrogance, seldom appearing in public, Guan Miaotong chimed in, noticing Zou Haoyu's lingering confusion. However, it seems he wasn't summoned by Zhou Shiyang. I've heard that a master has come to Zhou Shiyang's jewelry company. It appears to be him, hired by Zhou Shiyang's father. A family of stone gamblers. Zou Haoyu had never heard of such a lineage, but regardless of who he was, he did not believe the man possessed any remarkable abilities. There was no guarantee of always selecting superior jade, inferior products could still emerge, and the hype surrounding him seemed exaggerated. Hey, doesn't that put your company in jeopardy? Zou Haoyu leaned closer to Guan Miaotong and whispered, with such a formidable competitor, you won't be losing sleep, will you? You're being ridiculous. You know very well that I have someone as capable as you. Are you trying to bait me? Guan Miaotong shot him a sidelong glance and continued, I actually think you're the more impressive one. That Tianyi's master has never selected stones in a grand setting like this, he might just be relying on a fade to bolster his reputation. How am I baiting you? Zou Haoyu shrugged innocently, responding, I heard Zhou Shiyang is seeking a collaboration with you. What do you think about that? What is there to think? Zhou Shiyang is far too narrow-minded. I find him unreliable. His father painstakingly built a jewelry empire, and I fear it will eventually be squandered by him, Guan Miaotong replied with a smile. As for collaborating with him, I'm not interested. My current desire is to partner with you, for I trust my judgment. After all, you are mine now. As she spoke, Guan Miaotong winked at Zou Haoyu, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. You're blushing? How old are you? You're not still a virgin, are you? Come on, tell me, what is it like being an old virgin? Guan Miaotong seemed to have struck a humorous chord, bombarding Zou Haoyu with a series of awkward questions. Beads of sweat began to form on Zou Haoyu's forehead as he faced such direct inquiries. Moreover, what did she mean by you are mine? Such remarks could easily lead to misunderstandings. It was often said that a woman's heart was as elusive as a needle in the ocean, and Zou Haoyu found himself utterly baffled by the implications of Guan Miaotong's words. Did she mean he was merely a business partner, or had she developed feelings for him, or perhaps it was a combination of both? Zou Haoyu acknowledged that he was indeed quite handsome, but how could he so easily become hers based solely on a single statement? At the very least, it would require more than one sentence. Well, since she was teasing him, he would not hold back either. He was not some docile puppy that could be easily intimidated. How about you try the flavor of an old virgin tonight? Zou Haoyu suddenly suggested with a mischievous grin, taking her small hand and gently caressing it within his palm. Pfft, you lecher. Who would want to try, go and experiment with your cheap girlfriend instead? Guan Miaotong was merely jesting, but she was taken aback when Zou Haoyu responded earnestly, his expression and action suggesting he might devour her whole. Flustered, she pulled her hand away and shot him a fierce glare. As the beautiful president of Hamei Jewelry and the heiress of its fortune, when had she ever been this intimate with another man, especially one she had known for less than a few days? If she were not careful, she would indeed fear others might see. Zou Haoyu discerned that Guan Miaotong was not genuinely angry but rather embarrassed, who said that beautiful presidents had countless romantic encounters? No, she was behaving like a young girl experiencing her first love. Guan Miaotong's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, recalling a humorous anecdote she once liked about quarreling with her partner, who would storm out in anger, declaring he would return only as a grandson, only to soon return with an array of delicious treats to seek forgiveness. Zou Haoyu failed to notice the faint sigh that escaped Guan Miaotong's lips. Her status virtually ensured she would never experience such love. All the men who approached her were invariably drawn by her wealth and beauty, leaving her yet to find someone who truly understood her heart. There is still time for jesting. Soon enough, you'll be crying without knowing how. Chapter 21 Farewell to Imperial Green. Zhou Shiyang finally delivered all 20 pieces of rough stone and happened to witness Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong playfully tussling. He let out a cold chuckle, remarking, that old fool is remarkably slow, I've been waiting for nearly an hour. Upon seeing Zhou Shiyang and the enigmatic Su Dong with his yin-yang eyes approaching, Zou Haoyu rose, his face adorned with a provocative expression. Zhou Shiyang would undoubtedly think him mad, and that was precisely the outcome he desired. Soon, Zhou Shiyang would come to understand the meaning of a fate worse than death as his beloved wealth flowed into Zou Haoyu's pockets, a thought that would surely cause him great anguish. Zou Haoyu refrained from employing his divine sight to scrutinize the stones chosen by Su Dong, valuing the rare encounter with a worthy adversary. As the saying goes, heroes cherish heroes. Should Zou Haoyu discover the specifics of the stones he selected, the thrill of the competition would dissipate. Impudent wretch, Su Dong, a man in his 40s with long hair cascading down to his back, exuded an aura that was either a deliberate masquerade of a recluse or simply his preferred style. Enough of this prattle. Let us commence cutting the stones, Zhou Shiyang impatiently urged, with Su Dong presiding. That young man was all but certain to lose, regardless of whether the fool had chosen quality stones. Zhou Shiyang was poised to earn 5 million, and with the multitude of stones selected by Su Dong, he anticipated replenishing the losses from the previous day, ensuring he had something to report back to the company. Zou Haoyu, too, was eager. He could hardly wait for Zhou Shiyang to hand over his stones, calling forth the stone cutters he had hired for several thousand yuan to commence their work. Ah, the master with yin-yang eyes truly lives up to his reputation. The first piece has yielded jade. That little rascal is not to be underestimated. Even his haphazard choices have produced a piece. Is that lilac purple jade? Fortune favors him, yet the real spectacle has yet to unfold. Zhou Shiyang scoffed, clearly displeased that the fool's careless selections had also yielded jade. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, the lilac-purple jade held far less value than jadeite, and his piece de resistance remained uncut. With each subsequent stone, Zhou Shiyang's cuts consistently outshone Zou Haoyu's. He could scarcely believe that Zou Haoyu's random selections had also resulted in jade. Could it be that the fool was merely pretending to be simple-minded to deceive him? As more stones were sliced open, hours slipped by, and Zhou Shiyang's expression darkened with each passing moment. Damn it, isn't this fellow supposed to be a fool? Why does every stone he selected contain jade? Moreover, Zhou Shiyang was further astounded. From the third stone onward, the yielded materials from his selections paled in comparison to the jade produced from Zou Haoyu's stones, each more valuable than his own. Varieties of Haitan jade and precious gems emerged in abundance, and by the time they reached the final piece, Zhou Shiyang was left speechless. Zou Haoyu's jade appeared to surpass his in worth. Zhou Shiyang still had one final stone, meticulously chosen by Su Dong after a lengthy deliberation of over 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Zou Haoyu's remaining piece was the very one Zhou Shiyang had derided, weighing over 30 pounds. Zhou Shiyang's expression grew increasingly grim. At this juncture, if he still failed to realize he had been ensnared by this fool, he would truly be the simpleton. Damn it, you insolent brat, what a charade of folly! Zhou Shiyang furrowed his brow, now left with no option but to hope that Zou Haoyu's stone was worthless. Otherwise, he would face a true defeat. Losing 5 million was one thing. The matter at hand was that he had already cut several exquisite pieces of jade. Should he lose, those jades would have to be relinquished. Regret gnawed him for having placed this bet. The jade he had already produced was likely valued at over 30 million, and that was merely the unrefined estimate. You have indeed surpassed my expectations, young brother, Su Dong remarked, astonished as he glanced at Zou Haoyu. He felt no despair, as he had incurred no losses from the outset, yet this young man's prowess in stone gambling was astonishing. Why had he never heard of him before? Thank you, you two are quite formidable. Perhaps I overestimated you, Zou Haoyu replied. We each have one stone left, shall we cut first? Zou Haoyu's words were devoid of any semblance of courtesy, brimming with confidence. What manner of person was he to dare to overestimate Su Dong? Those surrounding them began to grasp the situation. This fool was no simpleton but rather a skilled player. Many who had followed Zhou Shiyang had begun to lament their choices, wishing they had studied under this clever fellow. However, Zou Haoyu's unique methods of stone selection remained inscrutable to most, rendering their regrets futile. They might as well have remained with Zhou Shiyang. I shall go first. Su Dong instructed the stonecutter to step aside, determined to cut the stone himself. This was the piece he valued most, and he was resolute in seeing it opened. Very well, take your time, Zou Haoyu replied, unhurried, as he leisurely settled into his chair. May we uncover exquisite jade, indeed. Zhou Shiyang could do naught but close his eyes in fervent prayer. Haoyu, you are truly impressive, Guan Miaotong marveled, her disbelief evident. While she had faith that Zou Haoyu would prevail, she was astonished that he had managed to compete so fiercely with Su Dong, refusing to cede an inch. The true drama has only just begun. Do not fret, Sister Miaotong, Zou Haoyu smiled gently, though inwardly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The final moment was approaching. If Su Dong's stone produced jade deemed more precious than that from his last piece, he would face defeat. Su Dong was indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, Su Dong had not anticipated encountering such a fierce opponent. Concluding his stone evaluation, he identified the optimal cutting point, activated the machine, and commenced the cut. As shards of stone cascaded down, it appeared there was no jade within. Zhou Shiyang's heart sank. Could it be that Su Dong had misjudged? Many eyes were riveted upon Su Dong's meticulous movements, eagerly anticipating the revelation of something extraordinary. Jade has emerged. Someone with keen sight proclaimed as the stone began to reveal a hint of white, igniting a surge of excitement among the onlookers. Two masters of stone gambling were locked in a duel, naturally drawing a throng of spectators. Zou Haoyu estimated that 2/3 of the audience had gathered to witness the spectacle, encircling the scene multiple times. Is that mutton fat jade? A middle-aged man in a distant loft observed Su Dong's actions through binoculars, muttering to himself. Su Dong's hand trembled slightly, nearly compromising the delicate jade that had just begun to show. Taking a deep breath, he continued to cut, meticulously refining the stone as fragments flew about, until at last, the jade revealed its true form. An exquisite piece of Huttyan jade, mutton fat jade. Indeed, the color and luster leave no doubt. It is mutton fat jade. Zhou Shiyang lost his composure. The market price of mutton fat jade could reach 10,000 yuan per gram, or even soar to 30,000. The hue before him was irresistible, and he could not help but caress it, estimating its worth at a staggering 30,000 yuan per gram. Ha, what will you wager against me now? Zhou Shiyang gleefully declared to Zou Haoyu, relief washing over him as if a weight had been lifted. With such exquisite jade, I wonder how you plan to turn the tables, ha. Indeed, Su Dong's reputation as a master of yin-yang eyes was well deserved. It appeared he had truly honed his skills. Why the haste? Zou Haoyu cast a dispassionate glance at Zhou Shiyang, gesturing to the stonecutter. Master, please proceed. So brazen in your final moments. We shall see what you can produce. Zhou Shiyang suddenly felt a sense of calm. There was no way Zou Haoyu could surpass him now. He could practically taste the value of the 400 million jade stone destined for his pocket. Alas, what a pity. No matter how skilled one might be, it mattered little if one fell into their own trap. Alas, what a shame. I had thought he might win. Just as the crowd believed Zou Haoyu had exhausted his options and was merely feigning composure, the hefty stone weighing over 30 pounds finally revealed its true nature, stunning everyone into silence. No, not just a few, but the entire assembly, including Guan Miaodong, all frozen in disbelief. The venue fell utterly silent, save for the sound of the stonecutter's tool, which persisted for a full minute until it was broken by the voice of a bewildered child. Grandpa, what is that? It looks so green and unappealing. Smack! The old man slapped his palm to his forehead, jolted back to reality, and exclaimed in shock, that his old pit-glass jade. Could it truly be yet another piece of old pit-glass jade? Guan Miaodong felt her breath catch. Though it was a small piece of old pit jade, its color and clarity were unlike anything she had ever witnessed, save for once on television during an auction in Macau. Exceptional, with a clarity of approximately 75%, truly rare. Su Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. The reality before him was staggering. This jade, if carved into a necklace, would be valued at a staggering 40 million. How is this possible? How could this happen? Zhou Shiyang slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. Had he truly missed out by such a narrow margin? He was on the verge of losing out on this exquisite jade. 5 million was truly inconsequential. However, he currently possessed jade valued at 30 million, and no matter how it was processed or marketed, its overall worth would not dip below 35 million, only to be handed over to the second-generation heir? Very well, the value of the cut jade mattered little. However, the purchase of those rough stones had cost him over 10 million. Was he truly giving them away for free? Haoyu, you are simply extraordinary, Guan Miaodong exclaimed, her excitement rendering her at a loss for words. The finest imperial jade, with qualities unparalleled in the world today. Zou Haoyu's skill was astonishing, surpassing even Su Dong's. In that moment, Guan Miaodong realized she had stumbled upon a true treasure. Chapter 22. On one hand, Guan Miaodong was undeniably exhilarated to possess such exquisite jadeite rough, and on the other hand, she was equally delighted to have successfully brought Zou Haoyu to her side. Zou Haoyu had already demonstrated his exceptional prowess through his actions. This gentleman's jade is currently valued at 90 million, while Mr. Zhou Shiyang's jade is worth 50 million. Naturally, Zou Haoyu emerged victorious, not only acquiring jade of such immense value but also winning the jade cut by Zhou Shiyang. Go, bring my jade over here, Guan Miaodong instructed the several individuals beside her, releasing Zou Haoyu's arm. Miss, what jade? Nonsense. It's the jade from Zhou Shiyang's side. Hurry, and be careful with it, Guan Miaodong cheerfully exclaimed, feeling that she had truly struck gold today, all thanks to Zou Haoyu. This young man is incredibly lucky. Luck, my foot, what he possesses is sheer skill. To call it luck would be absurd. Wait a moment. Zhou Shiyang abruptly stopped the group of men moving the jade, leaving Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaodong momentarily stunned. What is the matter? Can't young Master Zhou handle a loss? There are so many witnesses here. Guan Miaodong chuckled, glancing at Zhou Shiyang, then surveying the surrounding crowd, and continued, everyone knows the illustrious name of young Master Zhou. Your family fortune is not merely a few billion. Are you really so reluctant to part with a small sum? You, Zhou Shiyang, already seething with anger, felt an even deeper discomfort at Guan Miaodong's taunt. He turned to Zou Haoyu and coldly inquired, who exactly are you? I am Mei Zhiren, Zou Haoyu replied, amused internally, casually offering a name. He was not yet prepared to disclose his true identity. If Zhou Shiyang were to learn that he was Zou Haoyu, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. After all, Zou Haoyu had already swindled Zhou Shiyang out of 30 million yesterday and over 15 million today, not including the value of the jade. Zou Haoyu had gone to great lengths to ensure Zhou Shiyang could live a few more days. Mei Zhiren, who was this Mei Zhiren? Zhou Shiyang furrowed his brow, addressing Zou Haoyu, for he had no recollection of such a person among the second-generation heirs in the vicinity. Mei is in the plum blossom, Zhe is in Zhejiang, and Ren is in people, Zou Haoyu replied nonchalantly, while Guan Miaodong struggled to suppress her laughter. Before Zhou Shiyang could respond, Su Dong, who stood beside him, suddenly lowered his head in deep thought. He then looked up and addressed Zou Haoyu. Could it be that you belong to the legendary Mei family, another clan of gamblers? Indeed, that would be correct, Zou Haoyu replied, surprised that he had inadvertently linked himself to the Mei family through a name he had fabricated. He nodded at the clairvoyant Su Dong. You lost without grievance. This is my sister, Mei Jinyo. Go to hell. Guan Miaotong pinched Zou Haoyu's soft flesh at his waist, admonishing him for his lack of seriousness. Ouch, Zou Haoyu winced in pain, astonished that Guan Miaotong possessed such a skill. It seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. Pleased to meet you. I concede defeat today, Su Dong stated plainly, showing no signs of embarrassment, thereby acknowledging Zou Haoyu's status. Brother Mei, at such a young age, your skills in gambling with stones are remarkable. You are truly a talent. The surrounding crowd began to understand. These individuals were not mere second-generation heirs or fools, but rather skilled con artists. The owner who had previously dealt with the rose quartz was utterly bewildered. First, he encountered the old pit glass jade, and now the rose quartz. It appeared that the experts had set their sights on him. Yesterday's Zou Haoyu was one such expert, and today's Mei Zhiren was no different. I need to inspect your old pit glass jade. I must verify whether it is indeed imperial jade and not a deception. Zhou Shiyang, still unwilling to concede, insisted on scrutinizing it further. Enough already, even if it is merely ordinary glass jade, it is worth far more than your sheep fat jade. Hurry and hand over the jade. Indeed, this is typical of the Zhou family, unable to accept defeat. We lost to the Mei family. It is no shame. Aside from the onlookers, Su Dong also couldn't help but interject, sighing, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. We have lost. Tomorrow is my wedding. I wonder if Mr. Mei Zhiren would honor me with his presence. Zhou Shiyang had no choice. Faced with individuals of such caliber, he could only seek to ally himself rather than oppose them, for one never knows when paths might cross again. Unbeknownst to him, he had already made an enemy of Zou Haoyu. Poor Zhou Shiyang, deceived yet unaware of his adversary's true identity, was akin to a fool being sold while still counting the money for the seller. Zou Haoyu had no intention of lingering. He merely needed to attend using Zou Haoyu's identity. I think not, Brother Zhou. You ought to promptly hand me the 5 million check. I am in a hurry to return home, having sneaked out today. Zou Haoyu grinned, directly asking for money, which made Zhou Shiyang grit his teeth in frustration. It was outrageous. It wasn't as if he was refusing to pay, so why the urgency? Zhou Shiyang clenched his jaw, wrote out the check, and handed it to Zou Haoyu before turning to leave, forgetting even to call Su Dong. Were it not for Su Dong, he would not have lost so much. Upon returning to the company, he intended to report this incident to his father. Perhaps Su Dong had done this intentionally. In less than 2 days, Zhou Shiyang had earned nothing and instead incurred a loss of over 60 million, a significant hole to explain upon his return to the company. Haha, Niujia, let us take our leave as well, Zou Haoyu chuckled, addressing Guan Miaodong, which caused Zhou Shiyang to shudder once more. In a secret room at the gambling stone venue, a man in a suit, holding a glass of red wine, stood by the window, casually asking another individual, have you managed to find out about those two? What are their backgrounds, Brother Mei? I've inquired. One is called Mei Zhiren, and the woman is named Mei Jinyo. The man in sunglasses paused before continuing, Brother Mei, could it be that they are our Mei family lacks such capabilities? They are likely using aliases to conceal their true identities. You should investigate further. Such individuals are best befriended, though we should not force it. The suited man spoke calmly. Understood, the man in sunglasses acknowledged before exiting the room. That brat has completely drained my treasures. It seems this year's gambling stone festival will only last these 2 days, just as everyone speculated. This Brother Mei was indeed the organizer of this gambling stone festival, and the Mei family truly existed. Zou Haoyu was unaware that his casual fabrication of 2 aliases had inadvertently linked him to that family. Haoyu, I owe you a great debt this time, Guan Miaotong remarked as they walked, her spirits high from today's bountiful harvest. Just a trivial matter, however, that Su Dong with his clairvoyant eyes is quite impressive. Zou Haoyu nodded, smiling at Guan Miaotong. Indeed impressive. It's my first time seeing someone select 20 pieces of stone, all of which yielded beautiful jade. Recalling the earlier scene, Guan Miaotong found it hard to remain composed. Su Dong had indeed lived up to his reputation. What about me? I also selected 20 pieces of stone, all of which yielded beautiful jade, including 1 piece of imperial jade, Zou Haoyu retorted, pouting slightly. Ah, you dare mention that, just now, you were calling me Mei Jinyo, was that not the case? Guan Miaotong snapped, pinching Zou Haoyu's waist once more, wondering why he had involved her. Ouch, Sister Miaotong, be gentler, Zou Haoyu winced, exclaiming in pain, if you keep this up, no one will want to marry you. That is quite harsh. If no one wants to marry me, then so be it. Did you not just call me Mei Jinyo? If there is no Jinyo, who would I marry? Guan Miaotong, breaking from her usual icy demeanor, began to jest with Zou Haoyu. If her suitors were to witness this, they would likely be left utterly speechless. The Ice Queen making jokes with a man? What I meant was, there aren't as many beautiful women as you, Zou Haoyu remarked, growing increasingly at ease with Guan Miaotong, no longer fearing any formality, and also joking with her. That is more like it, but I'm not just any girl, Guan Miaotong replied, just as she was about to open the car door when a voice called out, Brother Meijiren, slow down. It was none other than Su Dong. Why is he chasing us? Has he recognized their identities? But that didn't make sense. Even if he recognized them, the wager remained valid. What was the point of chasing after them? Moreover, Su Dong had not known them previously. Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong exchanged glances, deciding to see what Su Dong wanted before proceeding. There's something you need? Zou Haoyu inquired coolly, suspecting that Su Dong's hurried approach was not merely to void the wager. Otherwise, he could have done so on the spot. Well, Brother Meijiren, your stone gambling skills are so impressive. Would you consider taking me as your disciple? Su Dong panted as he caught up to Zou Haoyu. Zou Haoyu was taken aback. This nearly 40-year-old man wanted to become his disciple. How would he even teach him? Zou Haoyu had gradually discerned the secrets of the stone's internal structure through his divine sight. Without such sight, there was nothing he could teach. Moreover, if one possessed divine sight, why would they need Zou Haoyu's guidance? This predicament left Zou Haoyu in a quandary. Taking on a disciple could be rewarding, but he lacked the inclination and time. Well, I just resigned from my position with Zhou Yang, so I won't be a burden to you. Su Dong, noticing Zou Haoyu's troubled expression, assumed it was due to concerns about his job affecting Zou Haoyu. Guan Miaotong was momentarily stunned. Su Dong was so infatuated with stone gambling that he had even quit his job to become a disciple. An idea sparked in Zou Haoyu's mind. Since he had already deceived Su Dong once, why not do so again? Chapter 23 is Zou Haoyu. Well, it's not a big deal, Zou Haoyu said to Su Dong nonchalantly. Unfortunately, I have to return to my family with my sister. Oh, I see. Then it seems we are fated to be apart. Su Dong appeared particularly dejected, ultimately managing to utter only this one lament. Brother, do not be so downcast, allow me to recommend someone to you. His skills in stone gambling are as formidable as mine. If you work with him, I assure you will learn a great deal, Zou Haoyu remarked softly, giving Su Dong a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Guan Miaotong seemed to suddenly realize whom Zou Haoyu was referring to, her eyes lighting up at the prospect. If they could recruit a talent like Su Dong into their company, it would undoubtedly signify a significant breakthrough. Individuals of Su Dong's caliber were rarely available. It all hinged on his determination. Who is it? I would be grateful if you could tell me. Su Dong humbly implored Zou Haoyu, recognizing that someone as skilled as the Meiji people was worth learning from, for such individuals would never speak falsely. Well, you should head to the headquarters of Mei Jewelry. You are likely familiar with the company. There, seek out a person named Guan Miaotong. She will assist you with introductions, Zou Haoyu instructed, observing Su Dong's earnest expression. Very well, I shall not disturb the master any longer. Please take care, Su Dong said as he watched Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong get into their vehicle. Then he stood alone by the roadside, deep in thought. Mei Jewelry? Su Dong pondered, realizing he must go. If a master like Zou Haoyu was recommending someone, that individual would surely be of great merit, comparable to Zou Haoyu himself. Without delay, Su Dong returned to his temporary residence, gathered his belongings, and purchased a ticket to the location of Mei Jewelry. Haoyu, I didn't expect you to possess such skill. You truly are remarkable, Guan Miaotong exclaimed joyfully in the vehicle. You have managed to lure the enigmatic Su Dong to my company. With his assistance, our business will surely flourish. Guan Miaotong smiled. With Su Dong's unique talents, the concerns surrounding stone gambling would largely dissipate. Su Dong's prowess likely surpassed that of Guan Miaotong by several leagues. Zou Haoyu smiled but remained silent, though he was momentarily taken aback when Guan Miaotong referred to our company. A surge of happiness filled his heart. He was unsure if it was a slip of the tongue or a genuine sentiment, yet he refrained from addressing it. Gaining Guan Miaotong's acknowledgement was the first step towards success. Upon returning to the hotel, Guan Miaotong went to the temporary storage facility to oversee the placement of jade stones, while Zou Haoyu took a brief respite at the hotel. After all, the stone gambling event had concluded quite swiftly, with numerous treasures unearthed within mere hours. The materials selected by Su Dong, coupled with those chosen by Zou Haoyu, had likely exhausted the resources available at the stone gambling festival. By chance, Zou Haoyu then recalled his intention to acquire knowledge of medicine. With some free time on his hands, he decided to visit a nearby library to peruse literature on the subject. The library was not far from the hotel where Zou Haoyu was staying. After some consideration, he opted not to drive, believing that life thrives on movement. Every additional step contributes to longevity, he mused. Brother, would you like to purchase some flowers? A timid little girl, clutching a large bouquet, approached Zou Haoyu as he waited at a traffic light, her voice trembling slightly as she inquired. Turning to her, Zou Haoyu noted that the girl appeared to be around 8 years old, but her attire suggested modest means. It was nearly dinner time, and here she was, selling flowers, which indicated she had likely been at it all day. Seeing that she still had many flowers left, it seemed her sales had not been particularly successful. As the green light was about to illuminate, Zou Haoyu crouched down. "Little sister, why are you out here selling flowers alone? Shouldn't you be in school?" At this age, she should still be in class. Judging by her demeanor, she must have been selling since noon, and it was indeed quite pitiful. "Today is Sunday." "I am helping my grandmother sell flowers," the little girl replied, clearly accustomed to receiving disdain. Zou Haoyu's sudden inquiry left her somewhat flustered, her voice barely above a whisper. "All right then, how much for each flower?" "I shall purchase some, they are quite lovely," Zou Haoyu asked, feeling compelled to assist her. He was not short on funds, and every little bit helped. He was surprised to realize it was already Sunday. Time had flown by since he had stopped attending school. Zou Haoyu had lost his sense of time, barely remembering the day of the week. "Thank you, big brother, they are 5 yuan each, but if you buy more, I can sell them to you for 4 yuan each. The little girl's voice brightened as she heard Zou Haoyu's willingness to buy and his compliment about the flowers. "Very well, I will take them all." Zou Haoyu noted that the girl held about 10 flowers and handed her a 100 yuan bill, accepting the entire bouquet. He then prepared to cross the street toward the library. "Brother, let me get your change," the little girl called out, trying to stop Zou Haoyu. Since he had purchased all the flowers at 4 yuan each, the total would be 44 yuan, meaning she would need to return 56 yuan. "No need. You should hurry home," Zou Haoyu replied, already reaching the other side of the road. Had he been returning to the hotel, Zou Haoyu might have considered gifting the flowers to Guan Miaotong, though the 11 blooms appeared rather akin to a wish for perpetual singleness. However, carrying such a large bouquet into the library felt awkward, so he decided to find a place to dispose of them, albeit with a tinge of regret. "Hey, wasn't he that the guy who bought flowers just now? Isn't he Zou Haoyu from our class? He's in this city, how come I've never heard of it before?" Two girls standing by the roadside noticed Zou Haoyu as he crossed the street, and one remarked to the other, "He must be here for the wedding of Zhang Jing and Zhou Shiyang, right?" The other girl speculated. "Really? You know about that, Lily, you are the class beauty. I heard Zou Haoyu was quite fond of Zhang Jing. She is one of our good friends. If it weren't for you playing matchmaker for Zhou Shiyang, Zhang Jing might have ended up being Zou Haoyu's wife," the first girl commented. "All right, Zhang Ping, I don't even know what to say to you. Aren't you worried Zou Haoyu will find out? Honestly, let us go. Zhang Jing is waiting for us over there," Lily replied, choosing not to dwell on her past matchmaking efforts for Zhang Jing and Zhou Shiyang. After all, look at how wealthy Zhou Shiyang was. Zhang Jing was undoubtedly living a much better life. A notch above the two of them, the two girls crossed the street, where Zhang Jing awaited them at a nearby shopping mall, just as Zou Haoyu found a trash bin to dispose of the flowers. "Honestly, I've heard he has been struggling since graduation, yet he still has the luxury of helping a flower-selling little girl," Zhang Ping murmured to Lily in a barely audible tone. "Come on, why are you so nosy?" Lily replied, casting an exasperated glance at Zhang Ping. Regardless of how difficult his life may be, he still exhibited kindness. Noticing that Zou Haoyu was heading in the same direction as them, Zhang Ping furrowed her brow and muttered to herself, "He wouldn't be going to the mall too, would he? Lily, I was just looking for you. Seeing you here makes me want to invite you to a movie, would that be alright?" Chen Yang exclaimed upon spotting Lily, his heart brimming with joy. Was the world truly this small? Even a casual outing could lead to running into her. As the two girls chatted, a voice interrupted. "Hey, Lily, it's Chen Yang, he is quite well off, isn't he pursuing you? Have you finally made a decision?" Zhang Ping remarked, winking at Lily. "I'm afraid I can't, I already have a boyfriend," Lily said, disregarding Zhang Ping's teasing. Upon seeing Chen Yang, her expression darkened, and she frowned. She actually found Chen Yang quite distasteful. She had heard numerous rumors about his indulgent lifestyle. Better to believe the worst than to take chances. Dating Chen Yang would likely lead to nothing good, as his track record for changing girlfriends was probably more frequent than changing his underwear. "You have a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Where is he? Bring him out," Chen Yang said with a cheerful grin, approaching Lily. "Lily, you should reconsider. Being my girlfriend would be wonderful for you, and you wouldn't lose anything." Yes, Lily, just agree to him." Zhang Ping chimed in, unable to help herself. She perceived Chen Yang's sincerity and wondered why Lily was hesitant to accept him. "Look, my boyfriend is here," Lily said reluctantly, pointing to Zou Haoyu's retreating figure. Zhang Ping covered her mouth in disbelief. "Is that the impoverished Zou Haoyu?" No, Lily must have been seeking a convenient excuse, Zhang Ping thought, feeling somewhat incredulous. Though she considered herself a beauty, Chen Yang clearly had no interest in her. If Lily didn't want him, she would have considered taking her chances. Chen Yang frowned, scrutinizing Zou Haoyu's silhouette. It seemed vaguely familiar, but he remained silent, clearly unconvinced by Li's claim. If he is your boyfriend, why is he walking away from you? Mind your own business. If you don't believe me, just take a look. You might even know him, Lily replied with a frown, ultimately having no choice but to rush over and grasp Zou Haoyu's arm, speaking in an exceedingly gentle tone. Darling, why are you walking so fast? Zhang Ping and I can barely keep up. Zou Haoyu was taken aback as a beautiful girl unexpectedly linked arms with him. Turning to face her, he recognized her from their previous school days, Lily, the class beauty, who had always maintained a good rapport with Zhang Jing and Zhang Ping. However, when had he become Lily's darling? Chapter 24. Zou Haoyu was immediately engulfed in confusion. Before he had the chance to speak, his gaze locked with Chen Yang's, and upon seeing the grim expression on Chen Yang's face, he realized that he had unwittingly become a shield for a beautiful woman once again. This woman, Lily, was the very one who had thwarted his pursuit of Zhang Jing in the past, yet, having moved on from that incident, he had not given it much thought until now, when she dared to use him as her cover once more. Zou Haoyu frowned. He had always harbored a dislike for Lily, which only intensified at this moment. What was she but a class flower? Did she truly believe that her mere beauty granted her the right to exploit others' reputations for her own benefit? To Lily, the notion of approaching him for protection was a stroke of fortune for Zou Haoyu, while she would merely saunter away afterward, unscathed, leaving him to bear the consequences. Zou Haoyu was well aware of Chen Yang's prowess. Although he was no longer intimidated by Chen, he understood that anyone who stepped in a pile of dog excrement would naturally feel discomfort. In the past, Zou Haoyu would have faced severe retribution from Chen Yang that he had been a nobody then, poor and powerless. It was a miracle that Chen Yang had not crushed him entirely. Chen Yang was clearly no good-natured fellow, having lost to him in a stone gambling match yesterday. His heart brimmed with resentment towards Zou Haoyu, and now this predicament. Zou Haoyu felt no joy at seeing an old classmate. He merely cast a blank stare at Lily, remaining silent. Though he was repulsed by Lily's actions, he also loathed the venomous look Chen Yang had just cast his way. He had sensed discomfort behind him even before he laid eyes on Chen Yang. If Chen Yang continued to be tactless, Zou Haoyu would not hesitate to retaliate. Chen Yang, too, had not anticipated that Lily's boyfriend was Zou Haoyu. That impoverished brat had pulled a fast one on him just yesterday, yet, a thought struck Chen Yang. Wasn't Zou Haoyu paired with Guan Miaotong? They had attended the stone gambling festival together, and Chen Yang had assumed they were sharing a bed. Ah, Zou Haoyu had indeed been a penniless wretch, surely entangled with Lily, while secretly courting Guan Miaotong, hoping to soar to new heights. Well, Zou Haoyu, enjoying what's on your plate while coveting what's in the pot. Impressive, Chen Yang remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm, a fleeting glimmer of malice in his eyes as he pierced through Zou Haoyu's facade. In Chen Yang's gaze, there seemed to linger a hint of pity for Zou Haoyu. If he revealed Zou Haoyu's double-dealing to Guan Miaotong, that proud woman would undoubtedly reject him, regardless of Zou Haoyu's gambling prowess. At that point, he could inform Lily, and Zou Haoyu would be left with nothing. Stripped of his arrogance, Chen Yang could then casually gather a few people to teach Zou Haoyu a lesson, thus avenging his defeat from the previous day. Today's revelation was indeed a grand discovery. What does he mean by that? Does Zou Haoyu have a girlfriend, and Chen Yang is aware of it? Lily furrowed her brow, yet still addressed Chen Yang. See? This is my boyfriend, hurry up and leave. Lily, you might want to reconsider. Your boyfriend is playing both sides, he's no good. Chen Yang pointed at Zou Haoyu, his face twisted with anger as he spoke to Lily, unwilling to relent. And so what? Don't deceive me, I don't believe it. Lily was startled by Chen Yang's words. Realizing Zou Haoyu truly had a girlfriend, however, there was no turning back. She had to act to rid herself of Chen Yang. I'll tell you who his girlfriend is. Chen Yang began to disclose Guan Miaotong's name but was abruptly interrupted by Zou Haoyu. Get lost, you waste. Haven't you suffered enough from yesterday's defeat? Zou Haoyu's brow furrowed. Why was he plagued by such troublesome affairs? Chen Yang was undoubtedly about to reveal that Guan Miaotong was Zou Haoyu's girlfriend. It wasn't that Zou Haoyu was reluctant to claim her, it was that if Chen Yang's words spread and reached Guan Miaotong, she would surely think Zou Haoyu had intentionally leaked the information. Zou Haoyu had no desire for such misunderstandings, nor did he want Guan Miaotong's reputation tarnished. Thus, he had to intervene. Fine, Zou Haoyu. If the mountain doesn't move, the water will. We shall see, Chen Yang mused, taken aback by Zou Haoyu's fierce temper. Did Zou Haoyu not fear that he would inform Guan Miaotong? Go ahead and flaunt your bravado, Zou Haoyu. I won't argue with you now. Enjoy your time with that wild girl, Lily. I'll find an opportunity to call Guan Miaotong. Let us see how you continue to act then. Chen Yang had made up his mind, turning away to let Zou Haoyu revel in his arrogance for now. Soon enough, Zou Haoyu would experience his vengeance firsthand. Everything Zou Haoyu cherished, everything he held dear, would be destroyed by Tianyi. He didn't even feel inclined to gather people to teach Zou Haoyu a lesson anymore. The loss of everything Zou Haoyu possessed would likely plunge him into despair. You know who he is? Lily was taken aback by Zou Haoyu's sudden outburst. A year without seeing him, and his temper had become so volatile. Did he dare to tell Yang to leave? Yang's family was a formidable player in the jewelry business, ranking among the top 50 in the industry. Could Zou Haoyu truly be so ignorant as to not know of Yang's influence? Yet, it dawned on Lily that Zou Haoyu had not been living well. Perhaps he had been provoked by Yang, or he had simply given up, no longer caring about Yang's power. Though Zou Haoyu appeared somewhat foolish, Lily found herself unexpectedly drawn to him. He seemed more like a man now, vastly improved from the boy she remembered from school. Society truly is a crucible that transforms people. Zou Haoyu, what a surprise to see you here. Thank you for what you did earlier. Lily quickly regained her composure. Zou Haoyu had indeed helped her immensely, and now Yang would likely leave her alone. Just by observing Yang's demeanor, Lily could tell he was seething with rage. However, Zou Haoyu's earlier remark about not suffering enough yesterday puzzled her. Could it be that Zou Haoyu had crossed paths with Yang yesterday? Yang had mentioned that Zou Haoyu had a girlfriend. It seemed they had a confrontation, and Zou Haoyu's girlfriend had likely been present, leading Yang to take note. Now, seeing Lily as Zou Haoyu's girlfriend, he had accused Zou Haoyu of playing both sides. Lily had initially thought to exchange pleasantries with Zou Haoyu, but she was taken aback when he merely cast her a cold glance before turning towards a library, offering no expression of gratitude. Zou Haoyu, let me treat you to a meal? Lily called out again, but Zou Haoyu continued to ignore her, walking straight into the library. Zou Haoyu has become unbearably rude, just as stubborn as he was in school, Zheng Ping remarked, unable to suppress her comments about Zou Haoyu's behavior, deeming it unfair to Lily. Countless suitors would line up to dine with Lily, so why was Zou Haoyu so indifferent? Seeing his attitude, Lily felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. He didn't seem particularly affluent, so how could he look down on her? Was it merely for acting as a shield once, left in the lurch? Lily felt as though she and Zheng Ping were mere air until Zou Haoyu entered the library. It was only then that she realized, did Zou Haoyu really need to act so pretentious? As moreover, it was she who had invited Zou Haoyu to dinner, only to be disregarded by someone she once deemed beneath her. After hearing Zheng Ping's remarks, Lily's complexion shifted dramatically, a mix of green and white, as though she had consumed something foul. No, today she must make Zou Haoyu realize that his decision was a colossal mistake. She was determined to have a meal with him, and since he was angry, she would show him just how detrimental his stubbornness could be. It had been a year since graduation, yet he still sought refuge in the library. Zheng Ping, you go meet Xing Jing at the mall. I'm feeling unwell and will head back, Lily told Zheng Ping. Make sure to inform Xing Jing that I will definitely attend her wedding. I just suddenly feel a bit ill, stomach issues. Alright, take care and see a doctor, Zheng Ping replied, bemused, before heading into another section of the mall. Once Zheng Ping departed, Lily hurried into the library. Even on a Sunday, there were still many people present, and available seats were scarce. After searching briefly, she spotted Zou Haoyu standing before a shelf filled with medical books, presumably perusing literature on that very subject. Lily couldn't help but smirk. Wasn't he studying a different major? Did he suddenly realize that the medical field was lucrative and wished to switch? Yet, he had come to attend Xing Jing's wedding and still found time to read. Lily's impression of Zou Haoyu was that he wasn't particularly diligent, so perhaps he was merely pretending. Or perhaps he was compelled by life's pressures to change his path. Unable to find a seat, Lily felt a sense of superiority, even looking down on Zou Haoyu. As she casually picked up a book in search of a seat, many handsome young men rushed forward to offer theirs. Although Lily might not have been as stunning as Guan Miaotong, she was still considered a top beauty in her own right. A mere smile could send many young men into a daze. How could they not offer her a seat? Lily chose a spot where she could observe Zou Haoyu, concealing her face behind a book, pretending to read while actually fixating on him. In her view, Zou Haoyu was merely putting on an act. He wouldn't last half an hour before leaving. How could a person like him, who lacked ambition, genuinely commit to reading in a library? Just look at how quickly he flipped through the pages. It was obvious he was feigning interest, reading so rapidly. Could he truly comprehend? Forget understanding, he probably wouldn't even remember the titles. Yet, as Lily continued to watch Zou Haoyu for nearly 2 hours, he showed no signs of leaving or seeking a place to sit. He remained steadfast in front of the bookshelf. Alright, I'll concede. You've got stamina, truly impressive, Lily thought to herself, feeling a newfound respect for Zou Haoyu. Did he not feel tired? Even if standing was easy, could he really maintain this facade for so long? In that brief 2-hour span, Zou Haoyu had perused more than 10 books, all while maintaining an astonishing speed. Though he was fast, Lily still noticed that he was meticulously reading each page, not skipping any. Suddenly, Lily experienced a strange notion. Was Zou Haoyu genuinely studying? How unbelievable! Zou Haoyu nodded to himself, having deeply etched the contents of the books into his memory. He was grateful for the power of his divine vision. Without it, he wouldn't have had the time to absorb this medical literature so swiftly. With a sigh of relief, Zou Haoyu closed the last book. Despite his rapid pace, he found that he had not only memorized every section and title, but he also possessed a profound understanding of the material, allowing his knowledge to branch out into related topics. For instance, if all the knowledge he absorbed today were likened to a tree, the leaves of that tree represented the thoughts Zou Haoyu was gradually spreading, revealing numerous insights not found in the text. Could becoming a divine healer be this simple? Zou Haoyu mused, momentarily lost in thought. Though this tree was still a sapling, with consistent visits to the library and determination, he was certain he could nurture it into a grand and flourishing entity. Zou Haoyu was thoroughly immersed in the world of medicine, so much so that he failed to notice Lily watching him from a distance. Although the medical books here were not particularly groundbreaking, they were more than adequate for a novice like Zou Haoyu. The second floor likely housed even more profound texts. During this time, Zou Haoyu had kept his divine vision activated, and before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. His eyes began to feel strained, prompting him to deactivate the vision and rub his eyes. Glancing at his watch, he was startled to find that it was nearly 7 o'clock. Having left the hotel at 4 and delayed by his encounter with Lily, he realized he needed to hurry back. Guan Miaotong must have returned by now, and he wanted to join her for dinner, as well as discuss the specifics of their collaboration. Setting down the book, Zou Haoyu quickly exited the library. This person must be unwell. It's only been a year. Lily grew increasingly anxious as she waited. Was Lin Feng truly rejecting her generosity? She had kindly offered to treat him to a meal, yet he chose to read instead, leaving her famished. What baffled Lily was why she suddenly felt such an urge to have Zou Haoyu accept her invitation. Perhaps deep down, she still regarded him as the impoverished classmate from before, believing that her gesture of treating him would somehow elevate his status. Yet Zou Haoyu had brazenly declined her offer, doing so in front of Zhang Ping, which left Lily feeling quite humiliated. After all, she was the class flower. Lily considered leaving. As night was beginning to fall, did Zou Haoyu not feel hunger? Just as she reached her limit of patience, she finally spotted Zou Haoyu leaving the library, with very few people around. Of course, Lily could not let this opportunity pass. She had waited long enough and immediately pursued Zou Haoyu out of the library. What do you want? What are you trying to do? Zou Haoyu frowned, looking at the persistent woman before him with exasperation. Zou Haoyu, here's the thing. Lily exhaled deeply, having feared he would ignore her. But now that he had asked, she quickly responded, you helped me immensely, and I want to thank you by treating you to a meal. Is that alright? Lily felt unjustly put upon. She had waited over 2 hours in the library just for this moment. If Zou Haoyu refused her, she would feel utterly wronged. Zou Haoyu sighed inwardly. This woman was truly full of herself. She had practically forced him to act as her shield, and now she claimed she wanted to thank him. Did she think it was a given that Zou Haoyu would cover for her? Why hadn't she even offered an apology? Perhaps in Lily's eyes, after this meal, Zou Haoyu would owe her another favor. Zou Haoyu acknowledged that Lily was indeed beautiful. He had admired her briefly in school. However, after the experiences of recent days, he was no longer the naive Zou Haoyu who viewed everything superficially, and now, what he valued more was Lily's character. From her demeanor and actions, Zou Haoyu could discern her casualness. Respect is reciprocal, and he found himself disinterested in continuing the conversation. Thank you. Where shall we dine? Zou Haoyu asked blandly. Let us find a seafood restaurant, Lily suggested, seeing a glimmer of interest in Zou Haoyu and feeling elated. How amusing, she thought. Continue your charade, Zou Haoyu. Let us see how long you can keep it up. How much do you plan to spend on this meal? Zou Haoyu inquired nonchalantly. 300 to 400, Lily replied, somewhat taken aback. Was it customary to inquire about such things? Yet she answered honestly, aware that for Zou Haoyu, that was likely a substantial sum. Alright, then I might not be accustomed to seafood, so how about you give me 200 yuan? Zou Haoyu hastily suggested, eager to return to the hotel. This woman was a nuisance, arrogant and conceited. Did she truly believe he would be grateful for her offer? Lily was puzzled by Zou Haoyu's request but thought, what a performance. Just yesterday, he had acted indifferent, yet now he was asking for money. However, judging by his demeanor, he likely couldn't repay her. Lily had no intention of demanding repayment, but there was no way she would continue to treat him to meals. After a moment's thought, Lily reached into her pocket and produced 200 yuan, handing it to Zou Haoyu. I said I don't enjoy seafood. Since you're so set on treating me to it, I'll accept this money, and you can leave me alone, Zou Haoyu declared, pocketing the cash before crossing the street towards the hotel, leaving Lily in stunned silence. What a jerk! Lily finally reacted, feeling as though she might vomit blood. It wasn't about the 200 yuan, it was about Zou Haoyu's attitude. An impoverished wretch dared to act so haughty. Did he think this was still school? Lily turned on her heel and walked away. Upon returning to the hotel, Zou Haoyu was about to head to his room when Guan Miaotong emerged from hers. Oh, what a coincidence, Haoyu, you're back? Guan Miaotong approached him, her expression warm. Indeed, Miaotong. How did everything go? Zou Haoyu paused at the door, not rushing inside. Pretty well, where did you go? Guan Miaotong asked curiously, trying to glean something from Zou Haoyu's expression. Any hint of anxiety would do. Yet, she found nothing. His eyes were so clear, so unblemished, even more captivating than when they first met. I visited the library to look something up, Zou Haoyu replied with a faint smile. Are you heading out? Would you like me to accompany you? You little rascal, of course, I'm going to eat. I waited for you for ages, so I had no choice but to go eat alone, Guan Miaotong replied, casting an exasperated glance at Zou Haoyu. She had been starving, and after a long, tiring afternoon, she didn't really want to wait for him any longer, yet, for some reason, she found herself holding on until now. Oh, had I known you would return so soon, I would have come back earlier. Zou Haoyu felt a twinge of guilt for making Guan Miaotong wait so long. Rubbing his head, he continued, then let us go, where shall we eat? The two descended the stairs and stood in the elevator. Guan Miaotong looked at Zou Haoyu, her expression flat. After making me wait so long, you're treating me to dinner today. Of course, Zou Haoyu thought to himself. Hadn't he always been the one treating? But hearing Guan Miaotong's tone, it seemed she was open to any place. Miaotong, does any place work? Zou Haoyu ventured tentatively. Absolutely, I said you're responsible for feeding me, Guan Miaotong replied, then quickly covered her mouth, realizing her choice of words. She shot Zou Haoyu a glare, saying, what are you imagining? I meant you need to fill my stomach. Zou Haoyu chuckled helplessly, then continued, I'm innocent, I didn't say anything inappropriate. Quick, tell me where you plan to take me. Guan Miaotong's face flushed crimson, mortified by her slip of the tongue. Thank goodness it was just the two of them in the elevator, otherwise, she would have been utterly embarrassed. What did she mean by responsible for feeding her? It sounded so wrong. Chapter 26. The initial display of medical skills. Of course, we're going out to dine. Today, I shall treat you to the exquisite delicacies I usually indulge in. I dare say they surpass any steak by a considerable margin. Zou Haoyu grinned widely, playfully placing his finger at the corner of his mouth as he continued to speak to Guan Miaotong. As for the destination, that's a secret for now. You'll find out when we arrive. Cut the mystery, just drive, Guan Miaotong replied, tossing the keys to Zou Haoyu before settling into the passenger seat, confident that he could handle the car. My goodness. Zou Haoyu felt a flutter of excitement. The reason was quite simple. Before meeting Guan Miaotong, the finest vehicle he had ever driven was likely a tractor that he had never even touched a Lamborghini before, yet he possessed a valid driver's license. With a roar, Zou Haoyu pressed the accelerator, and the engine erupted as if ready to explode, sending the car hurtling forward. Haoyu, could you slow down a bit? Guan Miaotong exclaimed nervously, clutching her seatbelt tightly. Hadn't he claimed to be a capable driver? No, could it be that he had flown planes instead? Initially unfamiliar with the sports car, Zou Haoyu was indeed a tad impulsive. However, once he got accustomed to the vehicle, he drove smoothly, soon arriving at the entrance of a restaurant. Guan Miaotong cast a bemused glance, confirming that Zou Haoyu was not joking. It was indeed a dining establishment. Hot pot and spicy skewers, of all things. Yet, Guan Miaotong did not mind dining at such a place. She had many fond memories associated with it. In her childhood, she often sneaked out to indulge in such delights but had not visited in years due to her busy schedule. She could hardly recall if such food even existed anymore, and Zou Haoyu had truly opened her eyes. Directing him to secure the car, the two finally entered the restaurant. One private room and a Yinyan hot pot, Zou Haoyu ordered with practiced ease, considering Guan Miaotong's preferences. Many patrons speculated that Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong were no ordinary individuals. After all, who else would arrive in a sports car? The woman was strikingly beautiful, and nowadays, the wealthy certainly had their quirks, indulging in threesomes or foursomes, yet here they were, experiencing life at a modest eatery. Having made his selections, Zou Haoyu settled back, waiting for the pot to heat up, eager to begin their meal. Haoyu, do tell me honestly, who did you meet this afternoon? Guan Miaotong suddenly inquired, her expression shifting. Earlier that day, while returning, she had received a call from Tianyi, who had accused Zou Haoyu of playing both sides, secretly meeting with other women behind her back. Did Tianyi tell you? Don't listen to his nonsense, Zou Haoyu responded, realizing that Chen Yang must have reported back to Guan Miaotong. Regrettably, he had underestimated her intelligence and overestimated the nature of his relationship with her. Contrary to Chen Yang's claims, he and Guan Miaotong were merely friends, with no romantic involvement. Furthermore, he had no idea where Li Li had come into play. The notion of juggling two relationships was far from reality. I don't believe you. You must come clean, Guan Miaotong pouted, pressing him for answers. All right, I'll tell you everything, Zou Haoyu chuckled helplessly, finding her demeanor reminiscent of a protective puppy. Why was she angry? He recounted the events of his afternoon, from encountering a little girl selling flowers to being used as a shield by Li Li, and finally running into Chen Yang. Are you reassured now? I told you, it's all a fabrication by Chen Yang. There is nothing between you, me, and Li Li. He is simply jealous, so don't mind him, Zou Haoyu stated calmly. And now that she understood, Guan Miaotong found it hard to believe Chen Yang's words. She was merely curious about the whole situation, which had prompted her inquiry. However, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, wondering why Zou Haoyu felt the need to clarify their relationship so distinctly. Did he fear misunderstandings? They had been seen together frequently in recent days, and with Zhou Shiyang's wedding approaching, where she was to be his date, it was bound to raise eyebrows. Oblivious to Guan Miaotong's inner turmoil, Zou Haoyu simply felt that clarifying the matter was sufficient. He had not enjoyed hot pot in quite some time, especially not with a stunning beauty like her, so his focus remained on the meal. Guan Miaotong savored her food with gusto. The flavors were as delightful as she remembered, perhaps even more so. Her appetite matched Zou Haoyu's, and within the hour, they had nearly polished off their feast. It has been ages since I last tasted something so spicy and flavorful, Zou Haoyu remarked, rubbing his belly. Having settled the bill beforehand, he took Guan Miaotong's hand, ready to depart, planning to enjoy some tea in her room upon returning. As they reached the door, the restaurant suddenly erupted into chaos. A man in his 50s had collapsed at a table, convulsing, shocking the staff and patrons alike. To their astonishment, the others, witnessing the scene, hesitated to eat, fearing they might meet the same fate. Boss, what on earth did you serve him? How did it come to this? Some patrons began to panic, worried about their own safety. You heartless owner, what have you done? The man's friend shouted, watching helplessly as his companion lay there. We just wanted to enjoy a meal together. How could this happen? The commotion escalated rapidly, and diners who had come to relish hot pot were now reluctant to eat, demanding refunds. No one wished to risk their lives. Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong exchanged glances. They had just eaten there too. Was Guan Miaotong feeling nauseous? Zou Haoyu quickly reassured her. Miaotong, it's all right, don't be afraid, we're fine. That old man had pre-existing health issues. With tears welling in her eyes, Guan Miaotong looked up at Zou Haoyu, biting her lip as she asked, really? How do you know? She had almost fainted upon seeing the elderly man collapse. Surely they hadn't ingested something hazardous, had they? Trust me, I'll check it out. The restaurant was in disarray, and Zou Haoyu had no choice but to shout, everyone, quiet down. He isn't dead, he is still alive. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Zou Haoyu, his voice cutting through the noise. He was just fine a moment ago, how could he collapse like that if it wasn't due to the food? One of the fallen man's companions questioned. Exactly, this restaurant must be at fault. We should report them. Yes, report them, we could have been poisoned. Alright, everyone, calm down. I'm a doctor, I can assess the situation, Zou Haoyu declared, compelled to assert some authority in the face of rising panic. Although he had only recently begun his foray into medicine, he felt it necessary to present himself as a doctor to quell the unrest. Guan Miaotong covered her mouth in disbelief. Zou Haoyu was a doctor, how had she never known? Was there a reason for him to keep this from her? Nonsense, doctors are usually poor, how could you afford a Lamborghini? Fine, let me prove it, Zou Haoyu replied, striding over to the unconscious man. He felt for his pulse, then casually asked his friend, does this friend of yours often complain of chest tightness, shortness of breath, and occasional pain? The questioned individual, a mix of disbelief and certainty, nodded vigorously, confirming, indeed, he often mentions that. Then it's simple. The food isn't at fault, he simply dined poorly. He suffers from high blood pressure yet chose to eat hot pot, and, Zou Haoyu paused, gesturing towards the bubbling pot, he opted for a seafood hot pot. Therefore, it's apparent that individuals with diabetes, hypertension, or high cholesterol should avoid seafood hot pot. Although the odds of a reaction are under 30%, he unfortunately fell into that minority. You can verify this on your phones. Is that true? So, does this mean the restaurant is in the clear? Thank you. The restaurant owner expressed immense gratitude towards Zou Haoyu for rescuing him from the crisis. Not at all, Zou Haoyu replied nonchalantly, motivated by his desire to alleviate Guan Miaotong's worries. He then turned to the unconscious man as friend, advising, just take your friend home and have him drink plenty of warm water, check his pockets, he should have medication. He is in a state of unconsciousness, and administering it will suffice. Upon hearing this, the friend hurriedly searched his companion's pockets and indeed found the medication. After following the instructions, he looked up to thank Zou Haoyu, only to discover he had already vanished. Haoyu, you can treat people too? Guan Miaotong asked as they sat in the car. Zou Haoyu had merely checked the man's pulse yet had discerned his ailment. He must possess considerable skill. I only know a little, just some basics I learned from my grandfather, Zou Haoyu replied, driving while spinning a tale, knowing that Guan Miaotong would eventually learn of his medical knowledge anyway. It was better for her to know now than to face the hassle of explanations later. However, he would have to lean on his grandfather for support, otherwise, claiming he had only recently acquired these skills would surely earn him a scolding from Guan Miaotong, who would never believe such a story. Chapter 27. An opportunity for you. I never imagined you possessed such a wide array of skills, Haoyu, Guan Miaotong remarked, nodding at Zou Haoyu. Not only did Zou Haoyu have knowledge of massage techniques, but he also possessed some medical expertise. Most impressively, he was adept at stone gambling, excelling in that craft. Unable to resist, Guan Miaotong stole a glance at Zou Haoyu's profile, realizing he appeared rather handsome. How could such a dashing and capable individual struggle to find employment, wandering aimlessly through society? Shaking her head, Guan Miaotong mused that perhaps this was a question best posed to Zou Haoyu himself. It could be that he simply preferred it that way. Zou Haoyu, having successfully concealed his thoughts from Guan Miaotong, felt a weight lift from his heart. Engrossed in driving, he remained oblivious to her expression. Medical knowledge, indeed, was a profound field, and Zou Haoyu believed that his grasp of it was still insufficient. He planned to visit the library again tomorrow, but with the wedding banquet of Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing on his agenda, time seemed scarce. Given his current remarkable abilities, he thought it impractical to purchase books for home study. He could read through them in a matter of hours, which felt wasteful. Thus, he opted to continue frequenting the library. In truth, Zou Haoyu had a keen interest in acupuncture, and he hoped to squeeze in some time at the library tomorrow to learn the fundamental techniques. Upon returning to the hotel, Guan Miaotong invited Zou Haoyu for tea. Coincidentally, he also had matters to discuss with her, so he changed into a fresh outfit before entering her room. During this time, Guan Miaotong took the opportunity to don a set of sleepwear that caught Zou Haoyu's eye. The loose fabric clung to her graceful figure, accentuating her curves in a way that was quite striking. Zou Haoyu steadied himself, resisting the urge to activate his extraordinary vision again. Guan Miaotong's physique was undeniably alluring. Although he was tempted to gaze, he understood that the moment was not yet right, and there were more pressing matters at hand that required his attention. Steady, steady, he reminded himself internally, there will be plenty of opportunities to observe later. No need to rush, come on in, what are you mumbling about? Guan Miaotong called out, holding a biscuit as she opened the door. Noticing that Zou Haoyu was still lingering outside, she inquired, why are you taking so long? Oh, nothing much, I was just marveling at how beautiful you are, Zou Haoyu replied, wiping his mouth hastily before stepping into the room and shutting the door behind him. You've become quite sweet-tongued these past few days, Guan Miaotong chuckled, settling onto the sofa. Would you like a biscuit? Seated across from her, Zou Haoyu found himself momentarily mesmerized by the sight of Guan Miaotong's fair thighs swaying before him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he replied, I'm quite full, thank you. No biscuits for me. Oh, then why don't you share your ideas about the collaboration we discussed earlier? Guan Miaotong suggested, noticing Zou Haoyu's distracted demeanor. She playfully adjusted her sleepwear, causing him to gulp as he regained his composure and responded to her inquiry. I believe we should approach it this way. Zou Haoyu set aside his previous demeanor, recognizing the seriousness of the discussion. This was critical to his career. Although he was not currently in need of money, he desired to avoid being perceived as a nouveau riche. He wished to earn recognition through his own efforts, starting with a small goal. Guan Miaotong observed Zou Haoyu's transformation. He seemed like a different person. Earlier, he had acted somewhat lecherous, but now he was entirely serious when discussing business matters. This guy, she thought, amused as she listened to his plans. He is quite earnest. This idea isn't half bad. Zou Haoyu envisioned starting his own independent company, focusing initially on the sale of jewelry. The direction for future development was still unclear, but this was his preliminary thought. He was well aware that Guan Miaotong's company primarily engaged in jewelry production, as he had discreetly researched it beforehand. With one producing and the other selling, he could offer her additional financial support. Guan Miaotong nodded, beginning to understand Zou Haoyu's model, which was reminiscent of the popular distribution method of the time. What do you think? If you're on board, I can refine the specifics, and we can get started on the company's affairs, followed by signing a contract, Zou Haoyu proposed, smiling as he sought her opinion. He felt confident that his idea would garner her support, yet, Guan Miaotong felt a twinge of disappointment. Initially, she had envisioned Zou Haoyu wanting to collaborate as her employee, potentially even securing a significant position such as vice president. However, she was taken aback to learn that he wished to go solo. While she felt disheartened, she couldn't help but admire his ambition. Zou Haoyu was indeed a man of ideas, unwilling to remain beneath someone else's shadow, and she felt pleased that he harbored such aspirations. Perhaps her own thoughts were a touch selfish. How naive, Guan Miaotong thought, narrowing her eyes playfully as she placed the biscuit back on the plate. Don't even think about it. Zou Haoyu found himself momentarily startled, but despite her irritation, he couldn't help but notice an indescribable beauty radiating from her, leaving him slightly dazed. Hey, what are you staring at? I'm talking to you, Guan Miaotong said, feigning annoyance. Ah, I was just wondering. Zou Haoyu continued to gaze at her, oblivious to the slight trickle of blood from his nose. I wanted to ask, what do you mean by that? What are your thoughts? Caught in the moment, Zou Haoyu inadvertently activated his extraordinary vision again, causing the blood to flow. When questioned by Guan Miaotong, he quickly shook his head. Goodness, how did I activate it again? After regaining his composure, he looked up and realized Guan Miaotong was sitting before him, seemingly unadorned. The sight was overwhelming, compelling him to switch off that ability before things escalated further. Well, here's what I think, Guan Miaotong said, stifling a laugh as she noticed the blood on Zou Haoyu's nose. I can agree to your proposal, but you must take on a position within my company. The specifics can be decided later when we return. Rest assured, the position I offer you will be rewarding. Alright, I can accept that. Zou Haoyu exhaled in relief. The prospect of merely holding a position was not a significant concern, as long as he could collaborate with the renowned Hime Jewelry. He would be content, even if it meant taking on a role, though he knew that was unlikely. That's settled then, let's prepare for it when we return. Now I will assist you with the necessary paperwork, Guan Miaotong said, smiling as they continued their casual conversation. Haoyu, I'm not feeling well. Could you help me with a massage? Guan Miaotong laughed lightly, recalling how soothing Zou Haoyu's technique had been a few days prior. After a tiring day, his massage had left her feeling completely rejuvenated, ensuring a restful night's sleep. Of course. Zou Haoyu felt a surge of excitement. This was yet another opportunity to draw closer to Guan Miaotong. However, he reminded himself to maintain decorum. As they entered the room, Guan Miaotong flashed a slight smile before lying face down on the bed. She had no ulterior motives in mind, all she desired was for Zou Haoyu to massage her, falling asleep as she had before. Zou Haoyu's nose began to bleed again, but fortunately, Guan Miaotong remained unaware of his embarrassment as he quickly stemmed the flow. Her figure was stunning, even while lying on the bed. Her taut legs, pert backside, and straight back made Zou Haoyu's heart race. Was this truly acceptable? The last time he had massaged her, she had not worn anything nearly as provocative. Although Zou Haoyu was technically a few months older than Guan Miaotong, he referred to her as Sister Miaotong out of respect for her achievements as a woman who excelled in her endeavors, as well as because she was his senior. Haoyu, are you going to start? My shoulders are aching, Guan Miaotong mumbled, burying her head in the pillow. Oh, right, I'm just getting ready. Zou Haoyu took a deep breath, realizing the beauty before him. This must be a test from Guan Miaotong, he thought. He repeated to himself, steady, steady. Chapter 28. The missing bead. Zou Haoyu applied just the right amount of pressure. Having recently delved into the realm of medicine, he had developed a deeper understanding of the acupuncture points on the human body. As he moved rhythmically, Zou Haoyu found himself unconsciously merging the techniques of massage with his medical knowledge. He could sense that Guan Miaotong's body was even more relaxed than during their previous encounters, indicating that his methods were indeed effective. Haoyu's technique has improved since a few days ago, Guan Miaotong mused, though she remained silent, overwhelmed by the comfort he provided. It felt as if Zou Haoyu could perceive every tension within her body, effortlessly identifying where she needed relief. Afraid that speaking might inadvertently lead to misunderstandings between them, she suppressed her thoughts, even as soft sounds of contentment escaped her lips, prompting Zou Haoyu to blink in surprise, his resolve to remain composed wavering. Haoyu is quite handsome, earns well, cooks, and is remarkably considerate and gentle. With nothing else to occupy her mind, Guan Miaotong reflected on Zou Haoyu's virtues and flaws. As for his shortcomings, aside from being a bit naive, there isn't much else to criticize. He isn't lewd and doesn't overstep his boundaries. Before she knew it, Guan Miaotong had drifted off to sleep. Zou Haoyu's hands began to feel fatigued from the prolonged massage, and he quietly draped a blanket over her before reluctantly exiting her room. Finally, it's over. She has fallen asleep at last. Zou Haoyu exhaled a sigh of relief. shaking his somewhat stiff hands. Although he found joy in his work, he couldn't help but feel that his efforts should not go unrewarded. After all, after such labor, how could it be considered free? He nearly let his hands wander. Returning to his own room, he took a refreshing shower, donned a bathrobe, and settled into a rocking chair on the balcony, gazing dreamily at the moon suspended in the night sky. He absent-mindedly picked up a glass of wine and took a delicate sip. Life, he mused, is fraught with unexpected twists. His beloved had been taken from him, he had inadvertently found himself attending their wedding, purchased a string of beads at a market, and ultimately acquired this extraordinary ability known as the divine eye. In merely 2 or 3 days, Zou Haoyu was no longer the same man he once was. He recognized the advantages his newfound powers conferred, yet the duration of the divine eye's presence was uncertain, and its potential for enhancement remained a mystery. Before he could waste any more time, he needed to strategize for his future. First, he would leverage the benefits of the divine eye to collaborate with Guan Miaodong's exquisite jewelry line, thereby laying a solid foundation. After that, he could assist Yen Song's sister, Yen Ji, though he was unsure of the nature of her ailment. Zou Haoyu was realistic enough to acknowledge that, given his current knowledge and abilities, he could not possibly cure her. It was simply beyond the realm of possibility. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the peculiar stone he had acquired at the night market, which he had neglected to show to the lapidary for assistance in cutting. Holding the stone in his hands, he shook his head in exasperation, realizing that he couldn't blame Zhou Shiyang for the chaos that had ensued, which had caused him to forget about this strange artifact. I suppose I'll have to ask someone else to help me cut the stone another day, Zou Haoyu decided, preparing to set the odd stone aside when a thought crossed his mind. He distinctly felt that his divine eye had evolved today. It seemed clearer, more acute than before. Typically, when activated for 2 hours, the divine eye would leave him fatigued and sore. However, today, even after an hour of selecting stones at the gambling festival, and subsequently 2 consecutive hours in the library, he had experienced only mild fatigue. This prompted Zou Haoyu to consider the possibility that his divine eye had indeed progressed. Perhaps he could discern the material of the bead within the stone. He had not paid attention to its composition yesterday. Let's see, my precious, are you a treasure or mere rubbish? Let's examine you closely. Talking to himself, Zou Haoyu settled back in the rocking chair, placing the stone on the table, a glass of wine in one hand and the stone in the other as he activated his divine eye. The sudden lack of movement within the stone took him aback. Where is it, gone? He quickly set the wineglass down and inspected the stone closely. Truly absent? Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he confirmed that nothing remained. What was happening? Was there an issue with his vision? Could the divine eye have vanished? With that thought, he turned his gaze towards the wall separating him from Guan Miaotong's room, still able to see her peacefully sleeping. Clearly, his eyesight was intact. The stone, however, had to be the culprit. With no inclination to continue observing Guan Miaotong, he redirected his focus to the stone. Damn it, so that's how it is, Zou Haoyu muttered, his divine eye detecting a subtle difference. The once red bead appeared to have vanished, akin to cutting open a watermelon only to find it empty save for the rind. Was this some sort of jest? Wait, there's a seam. He noticed a pinhole-sized opening on one side of the stone, leading directly to its interior. Zou Haoyu's imagination ran wild. Could it be that the bead had some magical ability? Had it shrunk and escaped through this tiny opening? After all, the stone had remained in his possession, and he had not noticed any peculiarities, nor had anyone attempted to swap it out. Whatever resided within the stone, only Zou Haoyu was privy to its existence. No one else could possibly know. After a lengthy examination, Zou Haoyu was left without a reliable conclusion, furrowing his brow as he discarded the stone into the trash. The bead must have held greater significance than the stone itself, and its sudden disappearance left him utterly perplexed. The stone was obviously worthless. Where could it have gone? Zou Haoyu pondered, his head beginning to ache. It wasn't as if he were dealing with a haunting. He simply could not conjure a plausible explanation for this phenomenon. With no other recourse, he decided to set the matter aside for now, intending to research the peculiar stone further when time allowed. Such an unusual artifact surely had documented accounts somewhere. Zou Haoyu was not fixated on recovering the bead itself, rather, he sensed its importance to him, evidenced by the strong feelings he had experienced at the night market. Now that it had inexplicably vanished, he was left feeling astonished and helpless. Forget it, I won't dwell on it, he resolved, collapsing onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to sleep. Tomorrow was a significant day. The following morning, Zou Haoyu awoke early. After completing his morning routine, he heard a knock at the door. Upon activating his divine eye, he recognized it was Guan Miaotong, who appeared at the door clad in a red top and a miniskirt. Haoyu, are you going out soon? Guan Miaotong inquired. She had once again drifted off to sleep without realizing it. The previous night, upon waking, she discovered the blanket draped over her, filling her with warmth, prompting her to seek out Zou Haoyu early. Ah, what are we going out for? Zou Haoyu replied, still towel-drying his hair. Guan Miaotong's expression shifted to one of exasperation as she regarded him quizzically. Falling silent, Zou Haoyu, caught off guard by her sudden quietness, turned to see her bewildered expression and wondered if he had inadvertently erred in some way.
What's wrong, Miaotong?
Zou Haoyu asked, halting his grooming to address her confusion.
Haoyu, aren't you going to buy some clothes or something? Guan Miaotong asked, puzzled.
After all, they were to attend Zhou Shiyang's wedding. Wearing his current attire would be far too casual. As soon as she spoke, Zou Haoyu's mind cleared, and he glanced at his neatly arranged clothing on the bed. Although clean and stylish, having been worn for a year, he decided it was time to purchase something new, especially now that he was financially secure.
You're absolutely right, Miaotong,
he exclaimed, patting his head and laughing lightly.
On such an important day, how could I not dress appropriately? Thank you for the reminder, I might have overlooked it otherwise.
I think you must be a bit dazed from sleep today. We must ensure we tease and ridicule Zhang Jing and Zhou Shiyang appropriately. Haoyu, you are quite exceptional, and Zhang Jing previously looked down on you, Guan Miaotong remarked, observing as Zou Haoyu finished his grooming and donned his jacket. In truth, she felt grateful to Zhang Jing. If it weren't for her vanity, Zou Haoyu might not have remained single. As Zou Haoyu dressed, he sensed something was amiss with Guan Miaotong, leaving him puzzled. It felt as though she were behaving differently than usual. Suddenly, it struck him, her earlier remarks seemed to advocate for him. Regardless, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that Zou Haoyu had discerned that Guan Miaotong was undoubtedly on his side. She had explicitly stated that they would join forces to give Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing a good hard time. Guan Miaotong had no real entanglement with them, aside from their interaction during the Stone Gambling Festival, and Zou Haoyu was taken aback by how invested she seemed in his affairs. Chapter 29 The Importance of Temperament. Zou Haoyu hastily tidied up his room before embarking on an outing with Guan Miaotong. The two of them drove to a grand shopping mall.
I didn't have time last night, so we have to rush now, Guan Miaotong said helplessly to Zou Haoyu.
Last night, she had to check on the warehouse and other matters, leaving Zou Haoyu to go to the library alone. In fact, if Guan Miaotong had been free then, she should have purchased the suit and other necessities without any issues. Now, around 8 o'clock in the morning, the mall had just opened, and there were not many people around. Zhou Shiyang's wedding was set to commence at noon, making the time rather pressing.
It's fine, Zou Haoyu replied with a faint smile, I only need to buy a suit, my requirements are low. That won't do. You think I'm only bringing you along for support?
Guan Miaotong chuckled, continuing, what you wear cannot be subpar, on the surface, you are my companion. She added with a grin, I won't allow anyone to say my partner looks shabby.
By the way, we need to find a salon to tidy up that hair of yours. Zou Haoyu scratched his head, wondering why Guan Miaotong cared so much. Could it be that she genuinely considered him her partner?
Nevertheless, the idea of a salon sounded far more upscale than the red hair salon he usually frequented, which made Zou Haoyu feel a bit excited. In truth, Zou Haoyu could somewhat decipher Guan Miaotong's thoughts. Having swindled Zhou Shiyang out of a considerable sum, if he were to appear in tattered clothing, Guan Miaotong might genuinely disregard his appearance. However, she likely feared Zhou Shiyang would mock him for being wealthy yet pretending to be poor, uttering remarks that would embarrass Zou Haoyu. Upon reaching the third floor, which specialized in men's apparel, neither Guan Miaotong nor Zou Haoyu sought the assistance of a sales associate.
Why not ask a sales associate for help? Zou Haoyu inquired, puzzled. Oh, unless absolutely necessary, avoid them.
Remember, they won't genuinely help you pick out clothes, they'll only praise their own merchandise and coax you into purchases you'll regret later. Let me choose for you, I will transform your entire look, Guan Miaotong said, linking her arm with Zou Haoyu's, feeling quite comfortable rather than awkward. In reality, the sales associates were not as unhelpful as she claimed. Guan Miaotong simply wished to select clothing for Zou Haoyu herself. Suddenly, Zou Haoyu realized the significance of the situation. A woman personally shopping for a man's clothes implies that the man has captured her affection, right? Zou Haoyu, who had never been in a relationship, indeed harbored feelings for Guan Miaotong, but he was at a loss for how to express them.
Let us go with her suggestion.
It shows she cares. If she didn't, would she bother to buy me clothes? I suppose if I were to run naked down the street, she wouldn't even bat an eyelash, Zou Haoyu reassured himself, deciding to go with the flow and not force anything. Guan Miaotong's high heels clicked rhythmically against the wooden floor. It was Zou Haoyu's first visit to such an upscale mall, and he glanced at the price of underwear, 2,000. What kind of underwear was this?
Was it the legendary performance-enhancing kind?
What are you staring at? Do you have doubts about your capabilities? Guan Miaotong noticed Zou Haoyu's furtive glance at the men's underwear, and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless.
You don't even have a girlfriend. How would you know?
Well, Zou Haoyu hadn't anticipated being caught sneaking a look, and felt somewhat embarrassed, especially by Guan Miaotong's words. He stammered, I was just checking the price, I never said anything about my capabilities. And besides, not having a girlfriend is indeed a problem, but you shouldn't keep bringing it up, it makes me feel embarrassed. Hee, alright, you still maintain such dignity, Guan Miaodong chuckled, leading Zou Haoyu towards the formal wear section without further teasing him. After all, Zou Haoyu was still an inexperienced bachelor, how could he possibly have a girlfriend? Haoyu, this outfit seems quite suited for you. I believe the color and the tailcoat design are quite appealing, Guan Miaodong remarked to Zou Haoyu. Zou Haoyu was surprised that Guan Miaodong would seek his opinion. It caught him off guard, being a strong woman indicated her independent nature, yet today she was making an exception for him, leaving him a bit flattered. Not bad. I think it's acceptable, Zou Haoyu replied. Shall I try it on? Yes, go ahead, Guan Miaodong nodded with a smile. A fitting room was conveniently nearby. Zou Haoyu took the clothing and stepped inside. When he emerged, Guan Miaodong's eyes lit up. Wow, Haoyu, that outfit really suits you, she exclaimed, circling around him to inspect closely. It was as if the suit had been tailored just for him. Shall we buy this one then? Zou Haoyu probed, as he truly didn't care much about what he wore during his most difficult times. He had gone months without purchasing new clothes. As long as Guan Miaodong was happy, he was indifferent. Let us hold off for now. This outfit is indeed splendid and fits you well, but it still seems to lack something. Guan Miaodong tilted her head, pondering. Yes, maturity. This outfit has a rather youthful vibe. Let us keep looking, there are more great options available, she continued, leading Zou Haoyu onward. Alright, Zou Haoyu shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. He absent-mindedly touched his chin, wondering if his appearance, a middle-aged look in his 20s, was not mature enough. A man's maturity is reflected in his composure and demeanor, and of course, clothing plays a significant role, Guan Miaodong explained as she continued selecting formal wear for Zou Haoyu. The color and coordination of clothing are paramount. Fine attire and hues can truly showcase a man's charm. Zou Haoyu nodded, feigning earnestness. In reality, he had little interest in such matters previously. He had spent his time focusing on making money. When one struggles to fill their stomach, there is no time to ponder fashion. Such knowledge was typically reserved for the affluent or leisure-seeking individuals. Just look at Zhou Shiyang, who, even while gambling, donned impeccably polished shoes and a suit, seemingly oblivious to the heat of the day as he wore a trench coat. Ultimately, Guan Miaodong helped Zou Haoyu select a suit in a light lavender hue, with a style reminiscent of the previous suit. To Zou Haoyu, they appeared quite similar, though Guan Miaodong had elaborated extensively, much of which went over his head. Did you understand all that? Guan Miaodong asked as they walked. Yes, I got it, Zou Haoyu awkwardly replied. Choosing clothing seemed more suited to women. He had no strong opinions, simply indulging Guan Miaodong. Well, in any case, I'll always be here to buy for you, so you don't need to learn, Guan Miaodong said, half believing, inadvertently voicing her thoughts. Zou Haoyu halted, taken aback, then smiled and said, What did you just say? I must not have heard correctly. Nothing, Guan Miaodong quickly retorted, moving toward the counter. Zou Haoyu felt a warm glow inside. Her words suggested a deeper significance. As an ordinary employee and even as a good friend, it wasn't necessary for her to buy him clothes personally. The fact that Guan Miaodong said so indicated that he held a unique place in her heart, one that was undoubtedly special. Understanding the rules of engagement, Zou Haoyu obediently reached for his wallet. Previously, he had hesitated to invite women out, fearing he couldn't afford the expenses, but now, it was different. The total for the clothing, shoes, ties, and other sundries came to over 100,000. Zou Haoyu gasped at the amount. It vanished before his eyes. That's a lot of spicy hot pot meals, he murmured, feeling a twinge of regret. What did you say? Guan Miaodong glanced over at him. The cashier, a beautiful young woman, couldn't help but smile, though she discreetly maintained a professional demeanor. Nothing, Zou Haoyu chastised himself for speaking aloud, feeling embarrassed as he quickly pulled Guan Miaodong away from the mall. According to Guan Miaodong's plan, they went to have his hair done, after which they returned to the hotel to change into their outfits in preparation for Zhou Shiyang's wedding. Guan Miaodong's makeup process was, after all, a complicated affair. Although Zou Haoyu thought she looked quite beautiful without makeup, Guan Miaodong insisted on applying it, leaving Zou Haoyu to wait in the hallway. When she emerged, noticing Zou Haoyu leisurely pacing, she couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Indeed, clothes can transform a person. Zou Haoyu's appearance had changed dramatically, and the thought of attending Zhou Shiyang's wedding as partners made Guan Miaodong blush. Alright, let's go, Guan Miaodong said as she approached and linked her arm with Zou Haoyu's. Upon turning to look at her, Zou Haoyu found himself unable to look away. Guan Miaodong had only applied a light touch of makeup, yet it enhanced her beauty even more. Her fair skin and alluring figure were perfectly enveloped in her gown, neither cumbersome nor unflattering, showcasing her silhouette exquisitely. The necklace adorning her neck was lovely, evoking the imagery of a beauty beside a tranquil stream, captivating all who beheld her.
Chapter 30. Zou Haoyu smiled simply. To be honest, before arriving here, while still on the train, he was genuinely unsure how to confront the issue of Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing's wedding. He had once contemplated either not attending at all or, should he decide to go, creating a scene at 9 o'clock. To abstain meant he would be thoroughly regarded as having surrendered to Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing, and any subsequent encounters would inevitably lead to Zhou Shiyang's mockery and Zhang Jing's disdain, leaving him utterly humiliated. However, now that Zou Haoyu had come, he intended to make quite a stir, as a tribute to his youth, hoping to conclude it with a perfect flourish. Yet, he realized that not only would he struggle to hold his head high in front of Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing, but also before many classmates and colleagues, he would find it even more difficult. Nevertheless, Zou Haoyu was no longer the same person he had been just days prior. He had shed all his apprehensions, insecurities, and feelings of inferiority, yet he had grown indifferent. After enduring so much, it would not be an exaggeration to describe his life as a roller coaster. Zou Haoyu had come to understand that finding a woman was not as daunting as it seemed, particularly someone like Zhang Jing. By the time she turned back to seek him out at the Gambling Stone venue, he had already forgotten his past affections for her. The first crack in his feelings had emerged when Zhang Jing began her relationship with Zhou Shiyang. The second had come from her superficiality, which had led him to lose all interest in her. Guan Miaotong sensed that Zou Haoyu appeared somewhat different today, but she could not pinpoint exactly how. "Haoyu, have you prepared the wedding gift?" she inquired, aware that they were visiting the Zhou family, a prominent family in the area, where proper etiquette was essential. Anyone attending Zhou Shiyang's wedding would undoubtedly be of considerable stature, otherwise, Zou Haoyu would risk being looked down upon. "Of course, I prepared something, just wait and see, Sister Miaotong," Zou Haoyu replied, producing a red envelope from his pocket and giving it a brief flourish before returning it to its resting place. He had prepared it the night before, personally. "That's good to hear. Let's go," Guan Miaotong said, descending the stairs with Zou Haoyu, though a hint of suspicion lingered in her mind. Zou Haoyu was now a wealthy man, but the envelope appeared rather flat, as if it contained little within. Perhaps he hadn't withdrawn cash yesterday, leading her to speculate that he might have slipped in a check instead. The wedding ceremony was finally taking place, but there would also be an evening gala aboard a cruise ship. Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong were headed to the most renowned restaurant in the city center. Upon their arrival, they found the parking lot teeming with vehicles. "Look at all these wealthy individuals, I haven't seen such things in years, it's quite the eye-opener," Zou Haoyu remarked, gazing at the array of luxury cars as he stepped out of the vehicle. "What are you envious of?" "If you want one, I could gift you a car," Guan Miaotong casually suggested, only to realize the implications of her words, which might make it seem as if Chen Mo were a gigolo. She quickly amended her statement, continuing, "I mean, when your payment comes through, I can help you pick one out. That's my specialty. Cars aren't important, I'd rather save money for business ventures." Zou Haoyu replied, recognizing that Guan Miaotong hadn't intended any offense, merely jesting. "Save money? You've earned more in these past few days than I do in several months. If you weren't my friend, I'd have already suffocated you in your sleep and embezzled your fortune," Guan Miaotong teased while linking her arm through his as they walked toward the restaurant. "Sister Miaotong, you certainly have a way with words. I bet you wouldn't dare," Zou Haoyu quipped as he presented the invitation to the security guard. "Good day, are you Mr. Zou Haoyu? The invitation only bears your name, and this lady is," the guard inquired after glancing at the invitation. Before Zou Haoyu could respond, a boisterous voice interrupted. "This is Mr. Zou Haoyu's wife. Is there a problem? The invitation didn't state that family members were prohibited, did it?" Zou Haoyu was taken aback, while Guan Miaotong's face flushed. What was this nonsense that Yen Song was spouting? Having just emerged from the restaurant, Yen Song had to comment on the scene. After all, Guan Miaotong was not a regular here, and thus her presence warranted scrutiny, especially given the importance of the guests inside. Any dangerous elements mingling among them would be a liability for the security team. "I apologize, Mr. Zou, but this is part of our duty. Please forgive us. You and your wife are welcome inside," the guard, somewhat bumbling, addressed Zou Haoyu, who found himself at a loss for words. He ultimately decided against offering an explanation. What was the point? Guan Miaotong shot Yen Song a glare, silently chastising him for his reckless words, though she felt an inexplicable flutter in her chest. Perhaps it was her heart racing? "Let us go inside. It is too stuffy out here. I don't know your classmates well enough to engage in conversation, so I'll step out for a moment and just happen to run into you," Yen Song chuckled, leading the two of them inside. "Wife? This lad has quite the foresight. He ought to reward himself for that," Zou Haoyu mused, a smile creeping onto his face as he walked. "Haoyu, what else with that silly grin?" Guan Miaotong tugged at his arm, puzzled by his demeanor. "Oh, nothing," Zou Haoyu quickly replied, producing the red envelope and handing it to a staff member, who promptly guided him to his seat. Nothing, indeed, Guan Miaotong thought to herself, recalling how charming Zou Haoyu had looked just then. Was he contemplating Yen Song's earlier remark? Surely he didn't genuinely believe she was his wife. How shameless. There should be a process. It was all too abrupt. As Zou Haoyu settled into his seat, he noticed familiar faces. The table could accommodate 8, and he found himself alongside Guan Miaotong and Yen Song, unexpectedly seated with Li and Zheng Ping. What a coincidence, as there were 2 tables for classmates. Li, noticing Zou Haoyu's arrival, was momentarily taken aback by his dapper attire. Observing the amiable interaction between him and Guan Miaotong, she realized that Zou Haoyu indeed had a girlfriend, and a stunning one at that. Li felt a pang of inadequacy in comparison. Next to Guan Miaotong, she felt like a mere shadow, one on the ground and the other in a well. Yet, Zou Haoyu could have the most beautiful girlfriend, but Zhang Jing would always belong to Zhou Shiyang. But was it possible that Chen Mo was merely a rental girlfriend? Nobody had mentioned Zou Haoyu having a girlfriend before. Suddenly, he had one. Li regarded this beauty with a hint of disdain, thinking her merely a decorative vase, perhaps even rented for the occasion. Zou Haoyu's designer attire might well have been borrowed, after all. Hello, classmates, it's been a while. Zou Haoyu greeted a few others at the table, maintaining a cordial demeanor. Zou Haoyu, who are these 2? Li asked pointedly, curious to see if Zou Haoyu would falter. Allow me to introduce them. This is my older brother, Yen Song, Zou Haoyu began, but was abruptly interrupted by Li, causing him to frown. Was she doing this on purpose, perhaps to retaliate for the library incident yesterday? This lovely Lady Wen Ti happened to be your girlfriend, would she? She is absolutely stunning, Li remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Zou Haoyu's expression stiffened, confirming Li's suspicions. She continued, addressing Guan Miaotong, beautiful, isn't she, who would have thought Haoyu was so fortunate? This is Guan Miaotong. She is actually my. Zou Haoyu realized that today was not the day for explanations. Despite being interrupted by Li, he could forgive Guan Miaotong. Actually, I am his girlfriend, Guan Miaotong declared with a gentle smile, immediately capturing the attention of everyone at the table. How could such a breathtaking woman possess such an enchanting smile? The other male classmates at the table felt a twinge of envy towards Zou Haoyu, especially Yen Song, who, though maintaining a calm facade, felt a wave of suspicion. Having known Guan Miaotong for quite some time, he doubted she would ever admit to a close relationship unless, that he shook his head, pondering why the finest cabbages always fell prey to pigs. Guan Miaotong was also quite nervous, but she took comfort in Zou Haoyu's lack of objection. She reassured herself that since she was there to assist him, she must portray the role convincingly. Yet, the words affirming her status as Zou Haoyu's girlfriend seemed to flow more easily from her lips. Oh, I thought Haoyu had just brought someone along last minute, Li replied coolly, smiling at Guan Miaotong. Good thing I asked, or I might have misjudged Zou Haoyu. Attending a classmate's wedding doesn't require such formality. There is no need to bring someone last minute, but since you've said that, I'm genuinely happy for Zou Haoyu finally escaping the shackles of singlehood. Li's words were laced with venom, clearly mocking Zou Haoyu's less than ideal circumstances. That is none of your concern, as he is, after all, my man, Guan Miaotong shot back at Li, unyielding in her retort. Chapter 31. A matter of cause. How could Zou Haoyu believe that Li would say such a thing? It seemed she still bore the same foul temper, dismissing everyone around her. Zou Haoyu found himself increasingly exasperated as he watched the 2 women prepare to clash once more. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, Li, I do not have a girlfriend. What business is it of yours? Are you attempting to put on a show for us again? Of course, Zou Haoyu was alluding to Li's previous efforts to matchmake Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing. If she had the audacity, why not try to pair Guan Miaotong with someone else now? Zou Haoyu, you. Li's face flushed with embarrassment. After being humiliated by Zou Haoyu just yesterday, she found it intolerable that he would now taunt her again. In truth, she had never understood why Zou Haoyu treated her this way. Had she not used him as a shield against others? As for the situation involving Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing, Zou Haoyu had already forgotten it. His ire towards Li stemmed not from the matchmaking but from her utter lack of respect for him. To Zou Haoyu, respect was reciprocal. He believed in treating others with the same regard that he received, much like his relationship with Yen Song, who never judged others by their appearance. Thus, Zou Haoyu held Yen Song in high esteem. Come now, Li, we are all classmates, let us not behave in this manner, urged a few of their mutual classmates, having heard snippets of the tension between Zou Haoyu and Li. They attempted to mediate, reminding them, after all, this is Zhou Shiyang's wedding. Humph, Li replied curtly, choosing silence, yet, her thoughts were consumed with disdain for Zou Haoyu, whom she deemed a pitiful wretch. Even if he didn't rent a girlfriend, he must surely be someone's kept man. She was incredulous that a beauty like Guan Miaotong would be interested in a man like Zou Haoyu, who seemed to merely coast through life.
Haoyu, it appears your classmates are not particularly warm towards you, Guan Miaotong remarked with a slight smile. Well, let's discuss this later. There have been a few misunderstandings between Li and me, Zou Haoyu replied, feeling that the present context was not conducive to a full explanation. Could it be that you slept with her and then discarded her, which is why she treats you so disdainfully? Guan Miaotong teased playfully. Sister Miaotong, you truly. Zou Haoyu was taken aback, glancing at her incredulously. Such brazen insinuations were unexpected from her. It's not as you imagine, it was merely a minor disagreement, please don't jump to conclusions, the wedding is about to begin. As soon as Zou Haoyu finished speaking, the MC, dressed impeccably in a suit, uttered some words, and the wedding march filled the grand hall. Within moments, Zou Haoyu spotted Zhang Jing, resplendent in a pure white wedding gown. Compared to the innocent girl he remembered from their school days, she had matured considerably over the past year. However, Zou Haoyu also recognized that she had become considerably more materialistic. Given the choice, Zhang Jing would undoubtedly opt for the handsome man over Zou Haoyu, who, in her eyes, was merely a potato in the grand scheme of life, opting instead to submit to the allure of wealth. Zhang Jing's father took her hand, leading her toward the stage, and after that, Zou Haoyu ceased to pay attention, knowing the next steps involved exchanging rings and making toasts. Although Zou Haoyu had never been married, he was familiar with the proceedings, having worked at various weddings in the past, even having been ejected once for accidentally breaking a glass. Guan Miaotong and Yan Song, however, were unconcerned with the chatter surrounding them. Guan Miaotong had accompanied Zou Haoyu, while Yan Song, who was also there for the sake of appearances, was merely interested in partaking of the food. He was not one to fuss over minor details. In fact, he had already devoured half a chicken before the banquet had even formally commenced. How vulgar, look at the friends Zou Haoyu has brought, Li scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yan Song and Zou Haoyu. While others were focused on the newlyweds, the three of them were either chatting or eating, displaying a complete lack of decorum. Brother Yan, did you skip breakfast? Zou Haoyu inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at Yan Song's gluttony. It reminded him of his own days of hunger, when a single meal would be devoured with such fervor. Zou, I truly did skip breakfast, Yan Song replied, gnawing on a chicken bone. I was counting on eating well today to share in the joy of the occasion, haha. Despite his jovial tone, no one responded. Both Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong understood Yan Song's plight. He sought good fortune for his family, particularly for his sister Yanji, who had been ill. Otherwise, he would have likely dismissed Zhou Shiyang's wedding as unworthy of his attention. After 2 minutes of silence, Yan Song continued to eat, while Zou Haoyu contemplated how to broach the subject he had been meaning to discuss. Though he hesitated, he could no longer ignore Yan Song's demeanor and finally spoke up. Brother Yan, do not worry. After today, I will visit your sister Yanji and see how I can help. What, Haoyu, you can treat illnesses? Before Zou Haoyu could finish, Yan Song dropped the chicken bone and stared at him, eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of hope. He grabbed Zou Haoyu's arm, imploring him to elaborate. I have a basic understanding of medicine, but I am not an expert. I may not be able to cure your sister's illness, Zou Haoyu said slowly, wanting to manage Yan Song's expectations. However, I have a cousin who is a skilled physician. I can inquire about your sister's condition and consult with him on possible treatments. Where is your cousin? I would send a helicopter or a Ferrari to fetch him. Yan Song exclaimed eagerly. Well, my cousin lives in a remote mountain area and prefers solitude. He is quite elderly now, so traveling might be difficult for him, but rest assured, I will write to him and can certainly ask about your sister's condition, Zou Haoyu reassured Yan Song. In truth, he had no such cousin, he merely intended to use the time to study medicine further, as he desperately needed the time to prepare. Good, my brother, I have offered a reward of over 20 million for this matter. My sister's life is worth far more than that to me, brother. If your cousin can cure her, I will personally travel to the mountains to build him a temple and construct a fine house. Yan Song spoke earnestly, his words filled with hope. Perhaps he had grown weary of the Western medicine that had offered him no answers, and Zou Haoyu's assurance reignited his faith in traditional medicine. He was clearly moved by Zou Haoyu's sincerity, which had never led him astray. That won't be necessary. My cousin prefers peace and quiet. I am merely concerned about my ability to heal your sister's ailment, Zou Haoyu chuckled, shaking his head, wary of the implications of promising too much. He feared he might have to find a stand-in cousin if he overcommit himself. Oh, come now, you jest, regardless of the outcome, I appreciate your willingness to help, brother. A true man does not speak of thanks. Let us drink to that. Yan Song raised his glass, a mix of sadness and excitement evident in his demeanor. Indeed, I will do my utmost for your cousin, Zou Haoyu replied, raising his own glass and downing its contents in one gulp.
Ugh, what a show-off, Lily muttered under her breath, though she had no idea what Zou Haoyu and the burly man beside him were discussing. From their demeanor, it was clear they were not engaged in anything of substance, while others had yet to touch their food. Brother Yan, do not lose hope. We must have faith in Haoyu, Guan Miaotong interjected with a smile, observing the camaraderie between the two men.
It's not that I lack confidence.
It's just that, Yensong shook his head, acutely aware of his sister's condition. He had spent millions and consulted countless experts, yet there had been no breakthroughs. If my sister's illness can be cured, I shall pledge her hand to you, Zou brother. Wow, Zou Haoyu nearly choked on his drink, barely managing to cover his mouth with a napkin to stifle the laughter that threatened to erupt. Though he was unperturbed by the curious glances cast his way, he couldn't help but think that if he had a wealthy brother-in-law, he would gladly accept the offer. However, he was unaware of what the sister looked like, and if genetics played a role, given Yensong's imposing stature, he could only wonder what she might resemble.
Zou Haoyu was tempted to agree, for finding a partner, especially one of means, was no easy feat. What did you just say?
Guan Miaotong pinched Zou Haoyu, her expression unreadable as she fixed her gaze on Yensong, while Zou Haoyu grimaced in pain.
Chapter 32 of the Gift Money. It appears I am not destined to be Brother Zou's brother-in-law after all, huh?
Yensong, having navigated the business world for many years, could easily grasp the underlying tension. Guo Miaotong had even ceased to refer to him as Big Brother Yen, and upon observing Zou Haoyu's expression, he dared not pursue the matter further. A brother-in-law of such remarkable talent as Zou Haoyu was indeed a rare find.
Miaotong, what are you so anxious about?
Yensong continued, feigning enlightenment as he chuckled, casting a suggestive glance at Guo Miaotong and Zou Haoyu.
You two aren't really playing a part, are you?
Upon hearing this, Guo Miaotong's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, You are the one who is playing a part with Haoyu.
I assure you, I am not. I am a man, and my preferences lie with women. Yensong laughed heartily, then added, Since you don't fancy Brother Haoyu, if my sister recovers, I might just consider betrothing her to him. Don't say such nonsense.
I'm merely worried that if Haoyu were to have a girlfriend, he might neglect his work. A man should prioritize his career first, Guo Miaotong pouted in frustration, addressing Yensong.
Big Brother Yen, if you keep teasing me, you can forget about the next batch of gemstones. Please, don't say that, sister.
I was just joking, Yensong quickly replied. However, he truly empathized with Guo Miaotong's anxiety, despite claiming otherwise. He patted Zou Haoyu's shoulder, conveying a supportive glance filled with meaning, while inwardly sighing. A talent like him, who was both considerate and capable, he genuinely hoped could become his brother-in-law. Alas, his sister had yet to recover. Zou Haoyu, sensing the awkwardness of Yensong's gaze, could only helplessly smirk and lower his head to eat. How was he to muster encouragement? Should he simply throw himself at her? Zou Haoyu was absolutely certain that he hadn't even touched Guo Miaotong's skirt yet, and a throng of bodyguards would emerge from the shadows, ready to dismember him. Guo Miaotong discreetly gathered her thoughts, reflecting on how she had let Yensong's words provoke such reactions. It was rather that nevertheless, Zou Haoyu was hers, and no one was permitted to take him away. As the three of them conversed, the tedious formalities faded into the background, signaling the time to eat. Zou Haoyu, feeling at ease, and Guo Miaotong, maintaining her genteel demeanor, sampled every dish.
During the toasting, the newlyweds had arrived at their table.
Come, classmates, Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing exclaimed as they approached, only to pause in surprise upon spotting Guo Miaotong. How could she be here? But Zhou Shiyang quickly deduced that she must have accompanied Zou Haoyu. Given the constraints on guests, she could only be a relative. What role was Guo Miaotong playing today? Zou Haoyu's girlfriend, or perhaps his wife? That scoundrel would inevitably face retribution. He had long sworn to possess everything about this woman. Regardless, Zhou Shiyang merely blinked in momentary shock before returning to his usual demeanor, raising a glass with others who offered their blessings.
Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Zou Haoyu echoed the sentiment simply.
Thank you, Zhang Jing replied, a hint of unrest stirring within her as she regarded Zou Haoyu. With Guo Miaotong present, she assumed the role of Zou Haoyu's girlfriend, which stirred a peculiar sensation within her. Perhaps it was a sense of unwillingness. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. Lily had been anticipating this moment, eager to humiliate Zou Haoyu and alleviate the grievances she had suffered the day prior. Oh, Zou Haoyu, though your words are but 4 short characters, they sound rather sour to me, Lily interjected, causing Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing, who were about to leave, to halt in their tracks.
Aren't you worried your girlfriend will be upset, or have you not informed her of your past with Zhang Jing?
As Lily's words hung in the air, an awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere, the air thickening. Fortunately, the din of the hotel masked the discomfort.
I am aware, and what of it?
Guo Miaotong remarked coolly, casting a glance at Lily before retorting without hesitation. My man can say whatever he pleases, and when it comes to flirting, who are you to pass judgment?
I doubt you are even married yet, given your current state.
Truly a jest, I cannot control myself, Lily replied with a slight smile, dismissively.
You can pretend all you want. What makes you think your man is worth anything? Where is his appeal, really?
We all brought gifts for our old classmates today, Zou Haoyu. I wonder what you have brought. After all, this is the wedding of a girl you once fancied.
Surely you wouldn't come empty-handed?
Lily abruptly shifted her tone, striking at Zou Haoyu's sore spot. Had Zou Haoyu not gained recognition through the likes of Xinyan and Yen Song, he might have truly been mocked by her.
Nothing much, just a token amount of cash, Zou Haoyu replied nonchalantly, unbothered by the prospect of trouble. What could trouble him now? Oh, I wonder how much you contributed. I fear you may be eating dirt next month. That outfit doesn't seem inexpensive. Will you be returning it? Lily pressed on, determined to humiliate Zou Haoyu and expose his true nature to Guo Miaotong. Before Zhou Shiyang and Zhang Jing could intervene, Lily suggested, "Why don't we take a look?" "Are you bullying him?" Yen Song could not restrain himself from interjecting.
"Not at all, I am merely curious," Lily replied with a playful smile, turning to Zhou Shiyang.
"Shall we have a look? If Haoyu is truly in need, I could cover for him."
"Well, I cannot make that decision. Let us have Zou Haoyu agree first," Zhou Shiyang mused, suddenly intrigued. Zou Haoyu had recently come into wealth. Based on his previous character, he would likely only place a mere 1,000 in the envelope. It would be an opportunity for Guo Miaotong to see Zou Haoyu's true self.
"Ah, you people," Zou Haoyu said leisurely, popping a piece of stir-fried meat into his mouth and grinning.
"I assure you, I have brought sufficient cash, 30 million, in fact." Not only did Lily freeze in disbelief, but Zhang Jing and Zhou Shiyang were also taken aback. Zhang Jing had not anticipated such generosity from Chen Mo, while Zhou Shiyang felt as if he had received a personal affront. 30 million, wasn't that the amount he had lost that day? If this were true, Zhou Shiyang found himself feeling a glimmer of hope.
"TCH, Zou Haoyu is just boasting, Zhou Shiyang, let us go take a look."
Lily scoffed, her disdain palpable.
30 million, who would make such a claim without proof?
This, Zhou Shiyang felt a flicker of interest. Zou Haoyu had managed to swindle him out of 30 million. Could he truly have converted it all into cash gifts?
"Is that true, Haoyu?"
"Don't frighten me," Guo Miaotong implored, gazing at Zou Haoyu. This matter was of great significance. He couldn't just give away all his funds, especially as he was planning to start a business.
"Heh, if you don't believe me, feel free to open my envelope and see for yourself."
"I don't mind at all," Zou Haoyu shrugged, winking at Guo Miaotong to reassure her.
"Very well, since Brother Zou is so courteous, I shall not refuse," Zhou Shiyang replied with a slight smile, sending someone to retrieve Zou Haoyu's envelope.
Moments later, a man in a suit approached with Zou Haoyu's envelope in hand, delivering it to Zhou Shiyang.
"Oh, it's rather thin, are you trying to deceive us?"
Lily remarked, casting a skeptical glance at Zou Haoyu. Guo Miaotong was at a loss for words. She expected a check inside. However, was Zou Haoyu doing this to take revenge on Zhang Jing and flaunt his wealth? That seemed rather excessive. "I trust that Zou Haoyu would not deceive us. Let us take a look. I must thank my young brother for traveling such a distance to attend my wedding, bringing me such a generous gift," Zhou Shiyang said with a smile, opening the envelope only to find not a check, but a piece of paper.
"What does it say?" Lily inquired, rushing over and reading it aloud without restraint.
"I owe Brother Zhou and Zhang Jing a gift of 30 million. This note serves as a promise that it can be redeemed at my wedding in the future."
Zou Haoyu. Instantly, the surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence. Was this even permissible? One learns as one lives. Well done, Brother Zou.
Yen Song couldn't contain his laughter, giving Zou Haoyu a thumbs up.
Very eco-friendly.
Truly a pauper, Lily muttered under her breath, furrowing her brow as she returned to her seat.
Zou Haoyu, is this meant to insult me? Zhou Shiyang squinted, though he refrained from immediate anger.
Today was his wedding day. With a cold huff, he took Zhang Jing and departed from Zou Haoyu's table, knowing he had ample time to deal with him later, but not here.
Chapter 33. A fresh perspective. Zou Haoyu's thoughts were not overly complicated. He deliberately smiled at the back of Zhou Shiyang. A cold smile, who cannot manage the same. Is your cold smile worth more than mine? Let us not forget that I can see through your flowery underwear with just a glance. Though he jested, Zou Haoyu was not inclined towards such lewd curiosities. As for using his discerning gaze to scrutinize other women, he would never stoop so low. A gentleman knows what is appropriate and what is not, and this principle was not lost on Zou Haoyu. The matter of writing an IOU in Zhou Shiyang's red envelope had long been premeditated by Zou Haoyu.
However, from the purchase of the Tianyi to the present, numerous changes had transpired. Although Zou Haoyu genuinely intended to bestow a grand red envelope upon Zhou Shiyang, if not to bless Zhou, then certainly to honor Zhang Jing, a woman he had once cherished, he could not shake the memory of Zhou Shiyang's menacing glare outside the temple, a look that conveyed an insatiable desire to devour him whole. This moment had irrevocably shattered Zou Haoyu's faith in Zhou Shiyang. Zhou Shiyang. Zou Haoyu was merely an upstart who had struck it rich by chance. Although Zhou feigned civility towards Zou, he might well have placed him on a blacklist behind the scenes. Zou Haoyu, if he were truly oblivious to such subtleties, would not have survived this long. He would have been crushed by predatory bosses long ago. As the saying goes, human hearts are tender. If Zhou Shiyang held disdain for him, Zou would not extend any warmth in return. That he genuinely felt no remorse regarding the IOU red envelope. Zhou had invited him merely to flaunt his success, after all. When the time came for Zou Haoyu's wedding, he would extend an invitation to Zhou Shiyang and see if he would dare to use that IOU to settle his debts. As the banquet commenced, Zou Haoyu felt no embarrassment, the food and drink posed no threat, and with a beautiful companion at his side, he freely indulged alongside Yensong. Little brother, your move is simply brilliant. I've heard tales about this bride. She is your former. Yensong, slightly inebriated, began to ramble on, dragging Chen Mo into his inane chatter. Brother Yen, what are you saying? Guan Miaotong interjected, unable to restrain herself. After all, this was a woman Zou Haoyu had once admired, and such comments would surely weigh heavily on his heart. It's nothing, it's all in the past, Zou Haoyu replied, mildly intoxicated, shaking his head as he took Guan Miaotong's hand and cradled it in his palm. Sister Miaotong, you know, those are bygone days. I have long since moved on. Zou brother is right, they are merely women, easily summoned and just as easily dismissed. Yensong's words trailed off as Guan Miaotong delivered a sharp reprimand. Brother Yen, you've had too much to drink. Perhaps it's best to head home early. Truly, a lack of decorum, Lily thought to herself. Unfamiliar with Yensong and Guan Miaotong, she assumed they were merely Zou Haoyu's acquaintances and openly displayed her disdain for both men. Zou Haoyu's friends, after all, were a reflection of his character. One's company often speaks volumes. A toad cannot aspire to dine with swans, and a pauper should not dream of mingling with the upper echelons of society. Look at those two, reveling in their intoxication, oblivious to their own insignificance. Brother Yen, have you had too much? Zhou Shiyang approached, having returned without anyone noticing. Zhang Jing, however, was nowhere to be seen, and as Zhou walked over, a subtle chill flickered in his eyes. This is just the beginning. The night is still young, Yensong replied, casting a glance at Zhou Shiyang with a smirk. We are all in the jewelry business. You, Zhou Shiyang, have a certain reputation in the industry, while I, Yensong, am a this oafish man. Who would have thought he was in the jewelry trade? Lily mused, casting furtive glances at Yensong, her thoughts racing. So, he is a sugar daddy of sorts. I truly wonder how Zou Haoyu managed to befriend such a character. Regret washed over Lily. Had she known, she would not have made things difficult for Zou Haoyu. Perhaps through him, she could have forged a connection with Yensong and, like Zhang Jing, married into wealth. Yensong and Zhou Shiyang appeared quite familiar, their statuses seemingly on par. While she could not fathom Zou Haoyu possessing the ambition or audacity to confront Zhou Shiyang, his reliance was solely on Yensong or perhaps the past camaraderie with Zhou and Zhang. Hence, he dared to present the IOU as a gift. Brother Yen, you two are one of the largest jewelers in Hankow. I hardly compare. Zhou Shiyang raised his glass to Yensong, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Zou Haoyu before he added, it seems you and my classmate share quite the rapport. More than just a rapport. He shall be my brother henceforth. I am preparing to collaborate with him. Rumor has it, this lad made quite a fortune during the Stone Gambling Festival, at least 100 million, if not more. Yensong, slightly tipsy, inadvertently revealed what Guan Miaotong had confided in him. While it was not a significant issue, being disclosed in Zhou Shiyang's presence was less than ideal, especially since at least 50 million of that sum had stemmed from Zhou Shiyang's own contributions. Lily stood stunned, struggling to grasp the enormity of what she had just heard. 100 million, could it be true? Zou Haoyu was the one who had earned it. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond, grappling with the realization that the man she had dismissed upon their reunion had undergone a profound transformation. Oh, it seems Zou Haoyu possesses considerable talent. However, is a piece of old pit glass truly worth 100 million? Zhou Shiyang remarked, recalling how Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong had not returned to the gambling site after winning a piece of old pit glass from him. How could they have amassed such wealth, and was it solely Zou Haoyu's share? Whether it's worth anything depends on demand. If someone is particularly eager for it, it could be priceless, Zou Haoyu replied, maintaining his composure despite Yensong's slip. Ah, Zou Haoyu, you make a valid point. In the jewelry industry, market trends are fickle, and precious jadeite is never without its admirers. Zhou Shiyang nodded, clinking glasses with Yensong. He then casually broached the subject of two individuals, seemingly nonchalantly, yet keenly observing Zou Haoyu's reaction. I wonder if you two have heard of the Meija people and Meija girls. Guan Miaodong rolled her eyes discreetly. What did it matter whether they had heard of them? Did Zhou Shiyang truly believe they embodied the very essence of the Meija people and girls? In truth, Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaodong had already reclaimed Zhou Shiyang's money. Revealing this would pose no issue. Guan Miaodong remained silent, eager to witness Zou Haoyu's response to Zhou Shiyang's inquiry. Zou Haoyu displayed a puzzled expression, shrugging his shoulders as he addressed Zhou Shiyang. After that day, we headed to the mine. We are not acquainted with any Meija people or girls. Zhou Shiyang, since you claim they do not exist, why ask me? Zou Haoyu spoke, casting Zhou Shiyang a look that suggested he regarded him as a fool. He refrained from acknowledging the truth, not wishing to incite Zhou Shiyang's wrath, which could lead to disastrous consequences. Zou Haoyu did not wish for Zhang Jing to remain a widow. In any case, surviving an encounter with someone like Zhou Shiyang was no small feat. Zhou Shiyang, why do you inquire? Since Zou Haoyu had opted for silence, she too chose not to enlighten Zhou, adopting an air of feigned ignorance. Oh, it's nothing really. Just that both a man and a woman, possessing impressive gambling skills, led me to believe it might be you too, Zhou Shiyang casually remarked, chuckling, oblivious to the shift in expressions on Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaodong's faces. Please, continue your meal. I shall see how the other classmates are faring. With that, Zhou Shiyang departed from where Zou Haoyu sat in his mind. Zou Haoyu was equally detestable, but the Meija people were just as loathsome. They not only played the fool, swindling him out of both money and jade, but also led their company's esteemed master Sudong astray. At that time, Sudong merely expressed admiration for the Meija people and followed them, placing them in Zhou Shiyang's mind on par with Zou Haoyu, both of whom were utterly despicable. In retrospect, Zhou Shiyang mused that Guan Miaodong would hardly abandon the stone gambling festival so easily. It was improbable that they would leave after merely winning a piece of old pit glass. He had heard that Zou Haoyu had also cut a piece of Hetian jade that same day, further solidifying his belief that they would not withdraw so readily. However, it was rumored that many stalls hesitated to do business with Zou Haoyu, making it quite plausible that he and Guan Miaodong had disguised themselves at the stone gambling festival. This led Zhou Shiyang to suspect that they might indeed be the Meija people and girls. Sudong had confirmed the Mei family's existence, which only served to further unsettle Zhou Shiyang, compelling him to probe Zou Haoyu. If Zou Haoyu were truly a Meija person, Zhou Shiyang would stop at nothing to retaliate against him. Twice already, he had been deceived by Zhou Shiyang. Should he uncover the truth, Zhou Shiyang would undoubtedly lose his sanity. Haoyu, why don't you just tell him the truth? Guan Miaodong blinked, addressing Zou Haoyu. Just let Zhou Shiyang know that we are indeed the Meija people and girls. Wouldn't that be even more delightful? Sister Miaodong, you are being impulsive. My career is still in its infancy, and I require ample time to nurture it. If Zhou Shiyang were to learn the truth, he would likely seek vengeance with all his might. I would merely be inviting trouble upon myself. Chapter 34. Zou Haoyu indeed harbored the intention he had spoken of, to keep Zhou Shiyang in the dark, at least for the time being. As for the future, once Zou Haoyu had established himself, he would not need to fear Zhou Shiyang's actions. You are right, Haoyu's consideration of matters has become increasingly meticulous, Guan Miaodong remarked softly, covering her mouth with her hand as she spoke to Zou Haoyu. In many aspects, I lack the experience of Sister Miaodong. When the time comes, please do not be stingy, teach me more, Zou Haoyu replied. You need not worry about that, Guan Miaodong nodded, saying, let us eat. You should stop drinking. Brother Yensong is almost at his limit. What are you saying? I can still drink, Yensong protested, though his voice grew fainter as he spoke, eventually resting his head on the table. Brother Yensong is troubled by matters concerning Yanji, and coupled with your offer to help his sister with her medical condition today, he has been unable to control himself due to this mix of worry and relief, Guan Miaodong observed, glancing at the several bottles of liquor on the table beside Yensong, unable to suppress a shake of her head. Zhang Jing had married, and the difference between not caring on the surface and not caring deep down was palpable. Zou Haoyu knew within himself that he was indifferent to Zhang Jing's present, past, and future. He merely felt an unexpected urge to drink, the reason for which eluded him. Perhaps he had suppressed his desires for far too long. By the way, Haoyu, is that cousin of yours truly remarkable? Guan Miaodong asked, recalling Zou Haoyu's earlier words about a particularly impressive cousin who could assist Yanji with her illness. This claim left Guan Miaodong somewhat skeptical. If such a person truly existed, why had Zou Haoyu only mentioned it now and not when he first learned of Yanji's condition? Thus, she speculated that there might be no such cousin, pondering how Zou Haoyu would navigate this situation. It seems I cannot hide anything from Sister Miaotong. You have seen through me, Zou Haoyu conceded. Since Guan Miaotong had expressed her doubts, he felt no need to conceal the truth from her any longer. In truth, I lack the confidence to cure Yan Ji's illness, as it sounds utterly insane. Therefore, I require time to further my studies in medicine, hoping to glean some methods to treat her illness when my cousin replies, Zou Haoyu confessed candidly, laying bare his thoughts. I knew you did not have a cousin. Guan Miaotong felt a genuine understanding of Zou Haoyu's sentiments, bringing her joy. Suddenly recalling Zou Haoyu's desire to learn more about medicine, she said, Haoyu, I have an uncle who is an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I remember when I was young, visiting him, his room was always filled with the scent of Chinese herbs, and he had a book he never allowed anyone to touch, something like Bansao. But is it called Bansao Gangmu? Zou Haoyu asked, momentarily taken aback, and upon seeing Guan Miaotong nod, he exclaimed in disbelief, it must be that very book. The dream of every traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, not for its prowess, but for the wealth of herbal knowledge it contains, including their uses and contraindications. Once we return, we should pay him a visit. Guan Miaotong nodded, albeit with a vague understanding of traditional medicine. Yet, her perception of Zou Haoyu quietly elevated. He truly was a talented individual. There is no rush, I am merely curious, Zou Haoyu said, glancing at the inebriated Yensong beside him. He could not help but suggest, Sister Miaotong, let us take Brother Yensong home. We have nearly finished eating, and I am not particularly fond of this place. Alright, let us go back, Guan Miaotong agreed, gathering her bag. As Zou Haoyu helped Yensong to his feet, Lili suddenly stood up to speak. Zou Haoyu, I apologize for yesterday, but I genuinely thank you, she said. Lili found it difficult to voice her sentiments. Her prior disdain for Zou Haoyu had left her regretting her attitude at that moment. Yesterday, she had indeed failed to show him the respect he deserved. Should she still fail to recognize his true identity today, it would be a grave oversight on her part. Not only was Yensong involved, but it seemed that Guan Miaotong, this beautiful woman, was likely Zou Haoyu's girlfriend. Her aura could not possibly be feigned. Lili suddenly felt a pang of guilt and regret for her impulsive behavior earlier that day. It is nothing. You treated me to a meal yesterday, just remember not to judge a person by their appearance in the future, Zou Haoyu replied nonchalantly, ignoring Lili's expression or demeanor as he helped Yensong out of the hotel and into the car. It was no small feat. Zou Haoyu realized that Yensong's size and weight were indeed proportional, and he felt his strength waning after a while. Once Zou Haoyu had settled Yensong into the back seat, he returned to the driver's position, only to find Guan Miaotong staring at him. Perplexed by her gaze, he was taken aback when she spoke. Now tell me, why did you go out to dinner with another woman yesterday? Guan Miaotong asked, her tone a mix of annoyance and playfulness, her lips pouting slightly. Sister Miaotong, please let me explain, Zou Haoyu said as he climbed into the car, taking her hand and recounting the events he experienced at the library in full detail. Oh, I see. It turns out your female classmates sought you out as a shield and you encountered Tianyi as well, Guan Miaotong nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Zou Haoyu. I thought it was strange when Tianyi called me out of the blue, claiming you were playing both sides. Now it all makes sense. Tianyi was just jealous. Besides, I have no involvement with either you or Lili. How could I be playing both sides? After explaining the entire situation, Zou Haoyu could not help but chuckle as he spoke to Guan Miaotong, then started the car, driving toward Yensong's villa. However, in his moment of excitement, he failed to notice the fleeting look of disappointment on Guan Miaotong's face. To finally find a man she liked, only to realize he seemed indifferent to her feelings? Yensong's villa exuded a courtyard-style charm, situated far from the city center. Zou Haoyu speculated that Yensong had likely desired a quieter residence for his sister, hence the choice of such a distant villa. Sister Miaotong, is Brother Yensong's house just ahead? Zou Haoyu inquired, having never visited Yensong's home before, relying on Guan Miaotong's knowledge. Guan Miaotong replied succinctly, and Zou Haoyu did not dwell on it further, parking the car outside. From now on, do not call me Sister Miaotong. Just call me Miaotong, do you understand? Guan Miaotong instructed, quickly dashing into the courtyard. Zou Haoyu felt somewhat bewildered, pondering the distinction between Miaotong and Sister Miaotong. Setting that thought aside, he hurried to assist Yensong inside, who was still mumbling incoherently. Is that you, Miss Guan? What brings you here? Before they could enter the main door, a voice called out. The speaker was Sun Bo, Yensong's butler, who managed all affairs within the villa, including caring for Yanji. Although Yanji was looked after by servants, Yensong held Sun Bo in high regard. Sun Bo, Brother Yensong has had too much to drink. I brought him back, Guan Miaotong said with a sweet smile as she helped Zou Haoyu support Yensong into the house. How did he drink to such excess? Please, make yourselves comfortable, we are all acquaintances here. I will go prepare some hot water for Yensong, Sunbo said, assisting in laying Yensong down on the sofa and summoning a servant to care for him before departing. Zou Haoyu had consumed a fair amount of alcohol as well, yet he felt entirely unaffected. His tolerance had been honed over time, having frequently engaged in drinking contests while working in a bar for mere tips. The villa, with its quintessential Central European style, left Zou Haoyu somewhat dazzled. Suddenly recalling his purpose for being there, he quickly turned to Guan Miaotong and said, "Sister Miaotong, please take me to see Yanji." The moment he finished speaking, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to quickly amend, "Miaotong, let us hurry. I need to assess the severity of Yanji's condition." Guan Miaotong, no longer glaring at Zou Haoyu, took his hand and led him to a bedroom on the first floor. The bedroom was at the end of a long corridor, and from a distance, Zou Haoyu could hear a sound emanating from the room, which he presumed belonged to Yanji. Living with such a condition is indeed quite burdensome. Yanji often appears dazed, but when she has an episode, she not only bites but also screams in a frenzied manner. Sometimes in the dead of night, it can be truly terrifying, Guan Miaotong lamented as they walked. "I met brother Yensong because he was searching for doctors for Yanji. Do not worry. If I can treat her, I will give it my all," Zou Haoyu reassured her, gently squeezing her arm and turning to face her. At the doorway, a servant stood waiting, and Guan Miaotong inquired, "How is Miss Yanji doing now?" The servants recognized Guan Miaotong, as she frequently visited to see Yanji. They were well aware of her close relationship with Yensong, which led them to instinctively treat her as if she were the lady of the house. Chapter 35 of the Purple Focal Stone. Miss Yanji is still unwell, but she has stabilized considerably. Just yesterday, she was in a frenzy, biting anyone who came near, a servant respectfully informed Guan Miaotong. "This is my dear friend, a physician, who has come today to examine Yanji's condition." "Please open the door," Guan Miaotong replied coolly. As the door swung open, Zou Haoyu's gaze fell upon the expansive room. Although it was adorned with exquisite decorations, it exuded an air of desolation. In one corner, a frail girl clad only in a nightgown curled up, her head buried deeply in her arms, trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing the door creak, she lifted her head, ceasing her cries to gaze at Guan Miaotong and Zou Haoyu as they entered. "Hello, Yanji, it's me, your sister Miaotong," Guan Miaotong gently announced, releasing Zou Haoyu's arm and approaching the bewildered girl. The instant Yanji raised her head, Zou Haoyu felt a jolt of astonishment. Her eyes, devoid of life, held an air of confusion, yet, unlike most, Zou Haoyu's discerning gaze perceived a glimmer of clarity deep within those vacant eyes. What could this mean? Guan Miaotong casually greeted Yanji, and in an instant, the girl's previous fury evaporated as if doused by an icy torrent. Even Guan Miaotong found it peculiar. Yanji typically exhibited a semi-conscious state at the end of each episode, yet today, she appeared remarkably lucid. Ordinarily, Guan Miaotong would hesitate to touch Yanji during her episodes, but today, she seemed unexpectedly compliant. Unaware of the subtleties, Zou Haoyu fixated on Yanji's eyes, hoping to glean some insight. Under Guan Miaotong's soothing touch, Yanji nestled into her embrace, the scant clarity in her gaze radiating warmth that enveloped Zou Haoyu. Indeed, Yanji had suffered from this affliction since childhood. According to Guan Miaotong, it began after a trip when she returned transformed. Zou Haoyu suddenly surmised that this might not be mere illness. It felt as though Yanji's essence had been imprisoned within a cage, while another consciousness governed her being. Zou Haoyu's keen sight would not deceive him. Yanji's gaze was as pure as a child's, untouched by the world's darkness. Shaken from his reverie, Zou Haoyu shook his head, releasing a breath of concern as he took stock of the 19-year-old girl before him, whose physique was remarkably well developed. "Good heavens," he exclaimed, momentarily caught off guard, inadvertently using his extraordinary vision to scrutinize her form. Her skin was as delicate as an infant's, a revelation that left him both astonished and guilty. One must not gaze upon what is inappropriate, he chided himself, hastily closing his discerning vision. Despite Yanji's alluring and voluptuous figure, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Her beauty was striking, yet her lifeless eyes filled him with sorrow. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, Zou Haoyu approached Yanji, extending a hand to touch her, but Guan Miaotong swiftly intervened. "Haoyu, you are still unfamiliar with Yanji. To her, you are a stranger. In the past, she has attacked those she did not recognize. However, before Guan Miaotong could finish her warning, Zou Haoyu pressed on, and Yanji made no effort to resist as he grasped her hands. Why did she not retaliate? Guan Miaotong cast a curious glance at Zou Haoyu, sensing an unspoken familiarity between them. Sitting on the floor, Yanji's gaze conveyed a sense of dependence, allowing Zou Haoyu to hold her hands, even closing her eyes and leaning against him. Zou Haoyu felt the chill emanating from Yanji's palms, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. Was she truly asleep? "Is she asleep?" he murmured to Guan Miaotong, turning to her with a perplexed expression. "She seems to be asleep," Guan Miaotong replied, momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure.
You should carry her to bed. It was indeed peculiar. Yanji had always required tranquilizers to find rest during her episodes, yet today, she had settled into an unusual calm. Could it be that her episode had concluded? Zou Haoyu gently lifted Yanji, her body surprisingly supple, a result of prolonged confinement indoors and the toll of her affliction, rendering her fragile. As he laid her on the bed and tucked her in, he noticed her complexion was unnaturally pale, reminiscent of poor health. Under Guan Miaodong's watchful eye, he took Yanji's pulse and examined her eyelids before tucking her hands back beneath the covers. How is she, Haoyu? Guan Miaodong inquired, her eyes fixed on him as he concluded his examination. Her pulse is remarkably steady, he replied, furrowing his brow. However, I suspect she may be exhibiting symptoms akin to poisoning. Poisoning? What kind? Is it similar to rabies? Guan Miaodong asked, her brow knitted in confusion. Previous physicians had failed to provide clarity. Aside from her episodes and slightly pallid complexion, Yanji's health appeared normal, and blood tests conducted during her episodes yielded no alarming results. How could this be poisoning? Yanji's condition had previously been speculated to resemble rabies, yet no rabies virus had been detected, and those afflicted with rabies did not survive for extended periods. I recall a passage in an old manuscript that describes a particular stone, entirely purple, which can induce poisoning. The symptoms align closely with Yanji's condition, Zou Haoyu recalled, piecing together fragmented memories of a seemingly trivial remark that few had noted. Esteemed traditional medicine practitioners often dismissed such manuscripts, yet Zou Haoyu had stumbled upon it in a forgotten corner. Its stone is purple and called the purple focal stone. Touching it for several days induces a state akin to madness. Can stones truly be toxic? Guan Miaodong pondered, momentarily taken aback. If that were the case, her frequent excursions into the mines could expose her to such stones. No, Miaodong, you misunderstand. The stone itself is not toxic. It may be that some reaction occurs upon contact, releasing harmful substances, Zou Haoyu clarified hastily. This is merely a line from a historical medical text, ancient and perhaps lacking the scientific rigor of modern times. They likely did not comprehend that stones could emit trace substances. However, it leads me to wonder if Yanji encountered something peculiar, which is why I suggested she might be poisoned. Guan Miaodong nodded, though her understanding was tenuous at best. She cast a sympathetic glance at the slumbering Yanji and asked Zou Haoyu, is there any way you can help her? Can you cure her strange affliction? The manuscript does not detail a treatment for this illness, and it may not even be the same as Yanji's condition. I need to contemplate this further, Zou Haoyu replied, shaking his head. He felt uncertain, having not yet acquired sufficient knowledge. What was Yanji's usual episode cycle like? According to Brother Yansong, she experiences an episode roughly once a month, though the timing is irregular. Each episode lasts about a week, and during the intervening periods, she resembles a person in a stupor, indistinguishable from anyone else, Guan Miaodong explained softly. Yet, this time is particularly strange. By my calculations, Yanji's episode should not have ended, yet here she is, suddenly composed. Guan Miaodong remarked, her gaze fixed on Yanji, her voice tinged with frustration. Her casual musings sparked a thought in Zou Haoyu's mind. He recalled their brief but profound exchange of glances. Could it be that his presence had influenced her? Aside from his unique sight, he possessed no extraordinary traits. Yet, when he had gazed at Yanji, he had indeed activated his discerning vision. Could it be that his sight held such power, that merely looking at a patient could alleviate their suffering? Zou Haoyu shook his head, dismissing the notion as absurd. Having only recently embraced the gift of his extraordinary vision, the idea that it could heal simply by sight was too far-fetched. Let us depart. I shall return to peruse that manuscript, hoping to uncover something of significance, Zou Haoyu resolved, his mind racing with possibilities, yet only certain that Yanji's newfound stability was somehow connected to him. Guan Miaodong nodded, and together they quietly exited Yanji's room. Zou Haoyu at least had a rationale to support that Yanji was not afflicted by malevolent forces, providing Guan Miaodong a glimmer of hope. Yansong remained intoxicated, and Guan Miaodong and Zou Haoyu did not linger long. After informing Sun Bo about Yansong's expected return for the evening gathering, they departed from the villa. Haoyu, do you know why I chose to accompany you here when we met on the train? Guan Miaodong suddenly asked as they walked along the gravel path in Yansong's courtyard. Why, pray tell? Was it not because of my handsome visage? Zou Haoyu teased, grinning at her. Impertinent, Guan Miaodong retorted, casting him an exaggerated eye roll before continuing, when our eyes met, I felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. I cannot quite articulate it, but I sensed you were someone worthy of trust. By some divine intervention, I chose to accompany you, and it seems I was not mistaken. Chapter 36. Yes, I understand, Haoyu. Guan Miaodong, deeply moved, locked eyes with Zou Haoyu.
Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Zou Haoyu, who had turned his back to the entrance of the courtyard, while Guan Miaodong was facing that direction. A fleeting glance caused her expression to change dramatically as she exclaimed, "Haoyu, run quickly, my bodyguards are coming." "What?" Zou Haoyu was taken aback, swallowing hard. No, he couldn't flee, doing so would diminish his standing in Guan Miaodong's eyes. "Miaodong, I won't leave, not even if your father arrives. If I must choose between loving you and fleeing, I would choose love." Zou Haoyu wrapped his arms around Guan Miaodong. Guan Miaodong was momentarily stunned, enveloped in his embrace. In truth, she had intended to tease him, not anticipating that Zou Haoyu would not only remain but also utter such poignant words, which stirred her emotions to the point of tears. It wasn't that Guan Miaodong had never heard such declarations before, rather, it was the unique sincerity of Zou Haoyu that resonated with her in this moment. Once a young girl who dreamed of love, her fantasies had been shattered by a man 3 years prior. Now, feeling the warmth of Zou Haoyu's breath so close, she found herself entranced, unable to restrain her feelings, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck, savoring his embrace.
"What is happening?"
Zou Haoyu pondered, perplexed. "Where are those burly bodyguards? Why haven't they pursued us? Haoyu, I was deceiving you, the bodyguards haven't come at all." Guan Miaodong released him, rubbing her tear-stained eyes, pouting playfully at Zou Haoyu. "I merely wanted to see if you would run, just teasing you."
"Is that so?" Zou Haoyu scratched his head and smiled at Guan Miaodong, continuing, "Then what would you do if I had fled?"
Then we would no longer share this kind of relationship, but rather be mere business partners," she retorted, shooting him a playful glare.
"And what, pray tell, is our relationship at present?"
Zou Haoyu asked, incredulous. To think that Guan Miaodong was testing him. Fortunately, he managed to withstand her probing, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire, casting him into a cold exile from which he might never escape.
"You, don't play dumb with me. You just held my hand, what do you call that?"
Guan Miaodong exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise at his question. If Zou Haoyu dared to utter a negative, she would not hold back.
"Of course I know," Zou Haoyu replied, grasping her hand and smiling. "Let us go home."
Guan Miaodong simply nodded, allowing Zou Haoyu to lead her by the hand as they drove home. As Guan Miaodong drove, Zou Haoyu sat in the passenger seat, slightly lost in thought. He had truly felt her figure moments ago. There was a distinct difference between seeing her and holding her. He wondered what it would be like to touch her. Lost in his thoughts, he found himself daydreaming, hearing a soft chuckle. Guan Miaodong turned to see Zou Haoyu grinning foolishly at the road ahead.
"Haoyu, what's wrong?
Are you dazed?" she asked, concern lacing her voice.
"You're the one who is dazed," he replied, straightening up.
"Actually, I was thinking about where I might find some rare medical books. I need to study more about Yanji's illness. I must observe closely and delve deeper to formulate an initial treatment plan." Zou Haoyu spoke truthfully. Yanji's condition was indeed peculiar. He had an inkling of a treatment plan but lacked certainty. More research was essential for him to feel adequately prepared. Guan Miaodong, however, found his demeanor puzzling. Why would he be smiling foolishly while contemplating such matters? Yet, she decided not to pursue it further, reasoning that Zou Haoyu likely had no good intentions behind such a grin. "You should go to the city library. I've heard that the library in Hankow has a more extensive collection than most," she suggested. "Alright, I visited the library near our hotel yesterday, and it was indeed insufficient," Zou Haoyu murmured, already pulling out his phone to search for the city library's location.
"Haoyu, can you really read that quickly? It feels like you just started studying medicine. Why didn't you mention it a few days ago?"
Guan Miaodong asked, her face a mask of confusion. If she were to consider when she first learned of Zou Haoyu's medical knowledge, it was only last night. He had graduated from university just over a year ago. In that brief span, one could only hope to grasp the basics of medicine. Though Zou Haoyu was intelligent and capable, it was unlikely he had mastered the subtleties of diagnosing an illness at first glance. "I mainly focus on key points, which is why I read quickly," Zou Haoyu confessed sheepishly, surprised that Guan Miaodong was so observant.
"I've been studying medicine for some time. Perhaps I have a natural gift that allows me to learn rapidly."
"Fine, I'll take your word for it, for now," Guan Miaodong conceded, unable to refute his claims.
"Shall I take you to the library?" "That works too. It's just past 2 in the afternoon, what will you do afterward?" Zou Haoyu asked as he navigated the map.
"Oh, I plan to take a beauty nap," she replied with a playful smile. "Alright, at the upcoming intersection, turn right, and we'll be there shortly," Zou Haoyu instructed, glancing at his phone. A beauty nap sounded delightful, and Zou Haoyu wished he could indulge in one as well. However, he knew he lacked that luxury and needed to focus on enriching himself first. Upon arriving at the library, Zou Haoyu exited the car, arranging to meet Guan Miaotong at the hotel at 8 before stepping inside. Perhaps due to it being a Sunday, the library was bustling with people. It seemed there were many who valued education in society. Zou Haoyu recalled his own days as a student when classmates would drag him to the library to flirt with girls, only to find that the girls were far too engrossed in their studies to pay him any mind. If he had harassed them too much, the librarian would have surely lectured him on the virtues of life. This library is quite impressive, several floors high, he noted, having previously researched it on his phone. A joint venture between private and government entities, it was the largest library in Hankow, with towering columns flanking the glass entrance. If each floor was filled with books, the collection would be substantial. Anticipation bubbled within him as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly entering the library. Upon entering, he noticed several bulletin boards but no clear categorization of the books. The sight of myriad bookshelves greeted him, with neatly arranged stacks in the center and seating for readers on either side. The overall ambience surpassed that of the library he had previously visited. After wandering the first floor, he found it stocked predominantly with supplementary study materials for students, who made up the majority of the patrons. The sheer volume of books on the first floor left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He couldn't possibly search through each floor one by one. With only a few hours to spare, he was not inclined to waste time on categorizing medical literature. He made his way swiftly to a librarian.
"Excuse me, miss, could you tell me which floor the medical books are on?"
The librarian caught Zou Haoyu's eye. She was stunning, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, clad in a light blue dress that accentuated her porcelain-like legs. When he finally glimpsed her face, he found her strikingly beautiful, comparable to Guan Miaotong, though she wore minimal jewelry, exuding a fresh and youthful charm, likely not over 25.
It was surprising that a young woman in the prime of her life would choose to work in such a monotonous environment, spending her days surrounded by books. Who wouldn't find it tedious?
I'm not. She began, glancing around, momentarily unsure of what to say. She misinterpreted his question, assuming he sought to borrow a book. Just as she was about to clarify, she spotted someone, rushing over to exclaim, "Aunt Lu, you're finally back. I was about to give up waiting for you."
"I know, thank you for your help."
Xiao Tian, the woman, likely in her 50s, smiled at the tall librarian.
"All right then, Aunt Lu, I'm off to read."
"Someone over there seems to want to check out a book anyway. I don't know what else to do. My grandfather's task is due soon. I must go,"
Xiao Tian declared, hastily making her way upstairs.
So, she wasn't the librarian after all, as Zou Haoyu had hoped to ask for her contact information, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. She was merely filling in for Aunt Lu.
"Young man, are you here to borrow a book?" Aunt Lu inquired from behind the counter.
"No, Aunt Lu, I wanted to ask which floor the medical books are on," Zou Haoyu replied politely.
"Oh, you're quite the young man, studying medicine? Which hospital are you with?"
Aunt Lu remarked, glancing at him with interest. Chapter 37 A Dejection. No, Aunt Lu, I am not a doctor. I am merely curious and came to peruse some books to enhance my knowledge of everyday life, Zou Haoyu casually remarked. Young men like you, who are both wealthy and ambitious, are truly rare. Zou Haoyu had not even changed out of his formal suit, and Aunt Lu, upon seeing him, mistakenly assumed he was the scion of a wealthy family. Medical books are located on the third floor. There are also some medical texts among the miscellaneous books on the fifth floor. As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Lu slapped her forehead in realization and continued, "Oh dear, my old mind is getting muddled. You merely wish to look up some general knowledge, and those medical books on the fifth floor are just odds and ends. Why am I even telling you this? Just head to the third floor. If you need to borrow a book, come to me for the formalities." "Thank you, Aunt," Zou Haoyu replied, feeling grateful despite her incessant chatter. He then ascended to the third floor. Upon arrival, he discovered that the third floor was quite tranquil, with only a few students quietly engrossed in their reading, likely from the nearby medical college, indicating that not many sought out medical texts. The fewer people, the better. It meant there was no competition for books. Zou Haoyu was quick in his reading, and he would feel rather awkward if he encountered someone else perusing the same book. Although there were plenty of empty seats, Zou Haoyu chose not to sit. With his reading speed, it would be too cumbersome to run around swapping books. It was far more convenient to stand before the shelves. Starting from the first row, Zou Haoyu took a book and began to read, hoping to absorb as much as he could. Time was limited. After all, he couldn't linger in the library indefinitely. "Grandfather, really, I've just started working at the hospital as a doctor, and you ask me such difficult questions, forcing me to come to the library to look things up." Zhao Tian muttered to herself as she examined the classifications on the shelves, searching for information. Lumbar disc herniation, surely that falls under surgery, but where do I even begin? And why must you insist on me finding some folk remedy? Her grandfather's insistence on unconventional treatments left Zhao Tian at a loss for words. A simple visit to a regular hospital for medication would suffice. It might take a year or so, but improvement would come. Why the insistence on seeking out folk remedies, especially traditional Chinese medicine? With her grandfather taking a fancy to an elderly woman, Zhao Tian felt a surge of irritation. Was he trying to avoid having her play the third wheel? Discontent washed over her. She had no objection to twilight romances, but if he wanted her to leave, he could simply say so. The threat of being punished with a month of night shifts in the hospital if she failed to find a remedy was simply unfair. She could hardly locate such remedies online, which left her with no choice but to scour the library. Being as beautiful as she was, she certainly didn't wish to waste a month confined to the duty room. Emerging from that would be utterly unthinkable. Who even seeks out traditional medicine these days? It's all about the bitter herbal concoctions. It is so much more convenient to go to the hospital, just a shot or some pills, and you're good to go, huh? Is that in? Zhao Tian's gaze shifted as she spotted Zou Haoyu through the bookshelves, the very same person who had inquired about something on the first floor. He was rather handsome, but why was he dressed in formal attire at the library? Quite peculiar. Was he a doctor too? However, when she noticed the book in his hands, her surprise deepened. It was precisely one authored by her grandfather, titled The Art of Healing, Traditional Chinese Medicine. Young practitioners were a rarity nowadays, especially someone as youthful as Zou Haoyu. Zhao Tian couldn't help but shake her head. What a promising talent to be pursuing TCM. She didn't harbor disdain for traditional medicine. Her grandfather was a seasoned practitioner, but given the advancements in modern technology and medical equipment, TCM seemed destined to be overshadowed by Western medicine. Hence, she was studying Western medicine herself. Yet, witnessing how quickly Zou Haoyu was reading sparked her curiosity. Her grandfather's book was notoriously complex. Could he truly grasp its content at such a speed? Zhao Tian pondered whether anyone could understand a book as intricate as that in mere minutes. As she herself flipped through pages without truly absorbing the material, her speed paled in comparison to his. Zou Haoyu was reciting passages aloud, prompting her to wonder if he was merely practicing his reading speed. Remarkable, this book is brilliantly written. Zou Haoyu closed the book with a nod of approval, glancing at the authoress name, Zhao Qian, a rather unusual name that matched the book's content. While perusing the book, Zou Haoyu deliberately slowed his pace, feeling that finishing it was more rewarding than having read 30 others. Many concepts within were challenging, yet with the aid of his keen insight, he swiftly absorbed the knowledge. This Mr. Zhao Qian must be a distinguished physician. I must pay him a visit if the opportunity arises. There is much I have yet to comprehend. Zou Haoyu nodded in agreement, preparing to delve into another book when he was suddenly startled. Zhao Qian is my grandfather. Startled, Zou Haoyu nearly jumped out of his skin. He had been so focused on the book that he hadn't realized someone was standing behind him. Goodness, do you know that startling someone can be life-threatening? Zou Haoyu placed a hand over his racing heart, turning to see the enchanting woman from downstairs. Zhao Tian, he was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time a beautiful woman had noticed him. She was reading here, also a doctor. Zou Haoyu couldn't help but imagine her in her uniform, approaching him with a syringe, saying, "Come now, be a good boy and take off your pants. I'll give you a shot of stunning beauty, an unparalleled beauty, not even inferior to Guan Miaotong." Zou Haoyu, with his perceptive insight, realized he had inadvertently seen through the woman's attire. What a figure, surely a B-cup, perhaps even a C-cup. Perhaps I should take note of the measurements of this woman. Had his earlier tone been too forward, he touched his nose, hoping he hadn't embarrassed himself. Hey, were you truly reading so seriously just now? Zhao Tian, having inadvertently revealed her grandfather's identity, noticed Zou Haoyu's attention on her and quickly added, "You were reading so quickly. This hefty tome would take over an hour to skim, yet you finished it in under 10 minutes. Zhao Tian was unsure if her choice of words was appropriate. Perhaps skimming would have been better. His speed was astonishing, and his admiration for her grandfather's work made her wonder if he had previously read it and was merely here to attract her attention. At first, "Beautiful lady, my name is Zou Haoyu, not Hey. Second, I was indeed reading diligently. It may take you an hour, but haven't you heard, there are differences among individuals." Zou Haoyu shrugged, recalling what Zhao Tian had mentioned about her grandfather's book. "Where might your grandfather be? May I visit him?" Zou Haoyu inquired, shifting from his earlier boastful demeanor to one more humble. "You're quite the character," Zhao Tian remarked, giving Zou Haoyu a disapproving look for his sudden change in tone. With a toss of her hair, she said, "So you're Zou Haoyu, is it? If you wish to meet my grandfather, that is fine, but wait," Zou Haoyu interjected, causing Zhao Tian to look puzzled as he circled around her, assessing her figure while nodding in approval, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "All right, I accept. Which hotel, you tell me," Zou Haoyu boldly declared, shooting her a playful look. "Hey, what are you doing? That expression is utterly repulsive. What hotel? What are you talking about?" Zhao Tian gasped in surprise, clutching her chest and scrutinizing Zou Haoyu with curiosity. Nothing, please, continue," Zou Haoyu stammered, realizing he might have misinterpreted the situation. Zhao Tian's earlier comment had stirred something within him, leading him to whimsically ponder the idea of an old doctor having hidden rules. Zou Haoyu imagined the implications of her next words. However, you must accompany me for a day. However, you must be my boyfriend, for the noble cause of medicine. Zou Haoyu would undoubtedly agree, but Zhao Tian's perplexed expression reminded him that he was perhaps reading too much into it. He chuckled at his own jest, picked up another book, and urged Zhao Tian to continue. What sort of person reads while conversing with me? Zhao Tian mused, feeling somewhat slighted. After all, she was a beauty too. Yet, to fulfill her mission, she suppressed her frustration and declared, "But you must pass my test first." "Very well, what is this test?" Zou Haoyu inquired, still engrossed in his reading while addressing Zhao Tian beside him. Chapter 38 The Art of Acupuncture. You must answer me a question, and I shall take you to meet my grandfather, Zhao Tian said to Zou Haoyu. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Tian, and my grandfather is Zhao Qian. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. If you can answer my question, I shall reveal to you the way to meet him. Alright then, what is the question? Speak quickly, Zou Haoyu replied. Once he entered his fervent reading mode, he became oblivious to everything around him, for his concentration was paramount. Time, after all, is life. I perceive you are also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, so I shall pose to you a question pertinent to that field, Zhao Tian said, clearing her throat deliberately. Please enlighten me. How would one treat a herniated disc using your traditional healing methods? Isn't your grandfather Zhao Qian? Why not consult him directly? Zou Haoyu retorted, somewhat exasperated, muttering under his breath, so it is like this. I have already stated this is a test. My grandfather is a renowned physician, he cannot simply be visited at will. You do know the answer to this question, do you not? Zhao Tian provocatively challenged. So you think you can provoke me? A test, indeed. You truly believe I am unaware? It is quite simple. Take one tail of the herb known as old mouse grass, one pig's trotter cut into pieces, add oil and salt, and stew it. Consume it twice daily, partaking of the trotter and drinking the broth for 10 consecutive days. Should it fail to improve, you may come and take my life. Zou Haoyu responded without a moment's hesitation, then flipped through a few pages of a book, addressing Zhao Tian. Now, do inform me where your grandfather resides. I wish to pay him a visit personally. As if you could meet my grandfather. Dream on. Zhao Tian, unsure of the efficacy of this remedy, felt satisfied to have acquired something to report. After jotting it down, she swiftly departed, daring to disregard me, thus denying you an audience with my grandfather. Speak, where is your grandfather? Zou Haoyu called out, waiting for a response, only to realize that no one was there. Turning around, he found himself utterly alone. Alas, what has become of trust between people? He shook his head, noting her swift departure. If she chooses not to reveal it, so be it. He resumed his reading. Zou Haoyu spent 2.5 hours perusing the entire collection on the third floor. By his rough estimation, he had read over 1,000 books, quite impressive, indeed. Ah, Aunt Lu mentioned that there were some miscellaneous texts on the 5th floor as well. Let me ascend and see, perhaps there are new discoveries to be made. Glancing at the time, he realized he still had over an hour until their rendezvous, making it difficult to leave. He decided to explore the 5th floor, for many treasures lie undiscovered simply due to the absence of discerning eyes. Dear treasures, I have arrived. Indeed, it was a collection of miscellaneous texts, with shelves that appeared quite ancient. Zou Haoyu was taken aback to find that the 5th floor housed fewer than 300 books, each seemingly older than the last. Some appeared quite worn, bound with thread. However, many texts bore no relation to medicine. After a lengthy search, he discovered a mere handful of books pertaining to medical topics. A few of these had likely been relegated to this floor due to their age, yet their titles captivated Zou Haoyu's attention. One tome was titled The Art of Acupuncture, elucidating the acupoints of the human body and their corresponding effects when needled. Another was a guide on cultivating rare medicinal herbs, while yet another recounted bizarre occurrences in the history of traditional Chinese medicine. Zou Haoyu prioritized the acupuncture book, which, though slim, contained profound insights. As he leafed through its pages, he traced the corresponding acupoints on his own body. The techniques of acupuncture consist of needling and moxibustion, with the most critical aspect being the twisting technique of the needle and the precise location of insertion. In less than 20 minutes, Zou Haoyu completed the text on acupuncture, absorbing the knowledge of acupoints and more. He felt confident that with ample practice, he could master these techniques with proficiency. Subsequently, he dedicated nearly an hour to finishing the remaining texts. Compared to those on the 3rd floor, these volumes were decidedly more intricate. As for the book discussing the peculiar ailments in traditional Chinese medicine, he scrutinized it carefully but found no mention of the elusive purple jiao stone. It seemed further research was necessary to uncover information on this enigmatic substance. As long as he could ascertain what the purple jiao stone was and whether there were precedents for its treatment, Zou Haoyu was certain he could cure Yanji. Presently, he was aware only that the purple jiao stone could induce poisoning, yet he remained ignorant of any antidote. Moreover, he merely suspected that Yanji had been poisoned by the purple Jiao stone, leaving open the possibility of alternative causes. After returning the books to their rightful places and glancing at his watch, Zou Haoyu was startled to find it was already 8 o'clock. Guan Miaotong must be anxiously awaiting him, lost in his reading. He had completely lost track of time. Just as he pondered this, Guan Miaotong's call came through. As he descended the stairs, he answered her. Haoyu, what are you doing? Why haven't you returned yet? Guan Miaotong had checked the time. It was already 8 o'clock, prompting her urgent call. Miaotong, I just finished reading. I became so engrossed that I lost track of time, Zou Haoyu explained, hurrying down the stairs. He greeted Aunt Lu at the entrance and stepped out of the library while still on the phone. I'll be there shortly, please wait for me downstairs. After hanging up, Zou Haoyu hailed a taxi, informing the driver of their destination. Young man, are you from out of town? Your accent suggests you're not from Hankow. Indeed, I'm here on holiday. Just turn right at the next intersection, and after 3 traffic lights, turn left. Zou Haoyu secured his seatbelt while directing the driver. You think you can take advantage of me because I'm a visitor? Not a chance. The beautiful CEO awaits me. The driver remained silent, following Zou Haoyu's directions. These young people are something else. They even come equipped with travel plans. Haoyu, I'm right here. Guan Miaotong stood by a sports car, scanning the area. Upon spotting Zou Haoyu's taxi, she waved excitedly. Let us go, Miaotong. I want to change clothes. This outfit is just fine. Zou Haoyu paid the fare of 23 yuan, stepped out, and embraced Guan Miaotong. The driver, bemused, thought to himself, what a pretty boy. He must not lack for funds, yet he insists on making me find change. With a press of the accelerator, he sped away. You should wash your face. You look worn out, Guan Miaotong said, concerned for Zou Haoyu. Alright, wait for me, Zou Haoyu replied, realizing the time for boarding was approaching. He quickly ascended to wash his face and rinse his mouth, then descended to drive with Guan Miaotong towards the pier. Fortunately, their timing was impeccable, and they boarded the cruise ship right on schedule. Haoyu, how many books did you read this afternoon? You were so engrossed that you lost track of time, Guan Miaotong remarked as she linked her arm with his while boarding. Just a few dozen, Zou Haoyu casually replied, contemplating whether to reveal that he had read over 1,000 books. Would that astonish Guan Miaotong? Wow, you're really impressive. Guan Miaotong exclaimed, blinking in surprise. A few dozen books, and you're so accomplished? They're just pamphlets, rather thin, Zou Haoyu deflected, moving the conversation along. By the way, I heard that many prominent figures from Hankow are attending the ball. Yes, indeed. Brother Yinsong mentioned that many social elites and notable individuals would be present. Essentially, they are all people of stature. Why do you ask? Guan Miaotong replied, casting a curious glance at Zou Haoyu. Oh, nothing in particular. I was just curious if Brother Yinsong would be attending. Let us go see if we can find him. Zou Haoyu's true intent was to gauge whether Zhao Qian would make an appearance, but considering Zhao Tian was already in her 20s, her grandfather was likely too old to attend such a youthful gathering. The sound of Guan Miaotong's high heels resonated melodiously on the wooden deck, coinciding with the soft music that filled the air as the cruise ship gently departed the harbor, heading towards the open sea. This vessel was substantial, with significant draft, and it sailed smoothly, making Zou Haoyu feel as if he were still on solid ground. Through the corridor, Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong approached the dance floor, where many had already gathered, over 200 people, by his estimation. If all these individuals were indeed social elites, then Zhou Shiyang must hold considerable clout. Zhou Shiyang truly commands a significant presence, Zou Haoyu remarked, impressed. Actually, it's not just about Zhou's family power. Everyone wants to establish a connection with him, regardless of their status, Guan Miaotong replied, pursing her lips. Haoyu, I believe in you. You are far superior to Zhou Shiyang. Given time, your influence will surpass his. I don't concern myself with status. It is all superficial. My aspirations lie among the stars and the sea, amidst jewels and beauties, standing atop the pinnacle of life. For reasons unknown, as Zou Haoyu gazed out at the vast ocean under the night sky, he felt an overwhelming surge of ambition, proclaiming such sentiments aloud. I knew you were no ordinary person, Haoyu. How many beauties do you desire? Guan Miaotong teased, her eyes sparkling. Certainly, the more the merrier, Zou Haoyu began, but noticing a shift in Guan Miaotong's expression, he quickly amended, of course, the fewer the better. Having you is more than enough. At least you know how to be sensible. Guan Miaotong discreetly lowered her hand, which had been poised to pinch Zou Haoyu's waist, pouting playfully. Ah, what are you two lovebirds whispering about? Yinsong had been waiting for them, having expected they might not show up at all. Chapter 39. A well-planned deception. After interacting with Yensong a few times, Zou Haoyu felt he had a solid grasp of his character. Yensong was a businessman, seasoned by the trials of the commercial world. While it would be unrealistic to consider him pure, he maintained a heart of innocence, evident in his attitude towards his sister, Yanji. Generous and loyal to his friends, he also demonstrated consideration for them. Overall, when it came to friendship, Yensong was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Of course, Zou Haoyu was acutely aware that had he not inadvertently acquired the divine eye and established a connection with a wealthy individual like Yensong, such a relationship would have been utterly unattainable in his lifetime. Armed with this understanding of Yensong, Zou Haoyu took the teasing he faced upon disembarking in stride. He recognized it as mere jest. After exchanging greetings, Yensong turned serious, saying, "I thought you would have arrived much earlier. But then I remembered, with your character, Zou Laudi, being late is unlikely, and arriving too early would also be improbable. I only chatted with a few acquaintances when the ship set sail. Otherwise, I would have sought you out sooner." Zou Haoyu gave a thumbs up. "Brother Yen knows me well. By the way, what is the purpose of this soiree? Don't tell me it's just a simple gathering for dancing." Gu Miaotong shot a disapproving glance at Zou Haoyu. After spending considerable time with him, she knew he could be incredibly reliable during significant matters, yet in the realm of everyday life, he occasionally exhibited a level of naivete that bordered on foolishness. Yensong chuckled, "It's just an ordinary dance party. Since there are no rumors circulating in our circle regarding what the Zhou family intends to do, it's unlikely there is any particular theme. So, rest assured." Rest assured, Zou Haoyu internally sighed. If he could feel at ease about a gathering hosted by the Zhou family, then Han Xiandi could trust Chao Mengde to construct a palace for him. Instinctively, Zou Haoyu sensed that at tonight's gathering, Zhou Shiyang would undoubtedly attempt to embarrass him. However, armed with the divine eye, he was certain that no matter how provocative Zhou Shiyang was, it would only serve to backfire on himself. After rubbing his nose, he raised his gaze to survey the cruise ship. Before them lay the deck designated for the dance party, where a stage had already been set up, complete with sound equipment. It appeared far more upscale than the high-end bars in Hankow. Under the lights, the venue buzzed with activity. Most tables and chairs were occupied, and elegantly dressed men and women whispered among themselves. Occasionally, waiters brought red wine and desserts from the lower levels of the ship. What a lavish display, Zou Haoyu mused. Considering the costs involved in a cruise ship outing, coupled with the decorations and dining arrangements, it was undoubtedly an astronomical sum for an ordinary family. Hearing Zou Haoyu's exclamation, Yensong laughed heartily and remarked, "Truth be told, I'm not fond of such extravagant displays either, but since it shows money being spent, why not enjoy it?" They exchanged amused glances. Two affluent individuals reveling in the prospect of enjoying a sumptuous experience for free, much like two ordinary folks delighting in a windfall. Ji Miaotong shook her head in resignation, pondering who influenced whom. "Brother Yen, something seems amiss. The guests have arrived, and the ship has been sailing for a while now, but where is the host? Could it be that the host hasn't shown up?" As a waiter passed by, Yensong intercepted him. The three took a glass of red wine, eschewing seats in favor of leaning against the ship's railing, allowing the damp night breeze to kiss their faces. After taking a sip of the wine, Zou Haoyu frowned and glanced around, failing to spot Zhou Shiyang, prompting him to question Yensong. Instead of answering immediately, Yensong pointed at Zou Haoyu and laughed. "It seems my younger brother isn't fond of red wine." Zou Haoyu broke into a cold sweat. He wished Yensong hadn't said that in front of Gu Miaotong. The last time they dined together, he had insincerely claimed to enjoy it. Sensing Zou Haoyu's pleading and desperate gaze, Yensong, perceptive as ever, realized his jest was ill-timed, yet it was too late to retract. Sure enough, Gu Miaotong immediately pinched Zou Haoyu's side playfully, her face beaming with joy as she softly said, "So you don't like red wine? You must have suffered last time, then." Yensong couldn't help but burst out laughing, understanding that during their previous meal, Zou Haoyu had likely tried to impress Gu Miaotong with his fabricated fondness for red wine. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yensong found great amusement in witnessing such failures of pretense. Zou Haoyu inhaled deeply, contemplating if there were any martial arts techniques akin to the golden bell cover or iron cloth shirt that he could learn to defend against Gu Miaotong's teasing fingers. With the assistance of the divine eye, it shouldn't be particularly difficult, right? One could only imagine how the original creators of those techniques would react if they knew they were being employed to shield against the playful pokes of a young woman. After completing a full 360-degree turn, Gu Miaotong finally withdrew her hand, her face slightly scrunched up as she remarked, "Actually, I'm not particularly fond of red wine either. I only drink it during social occasions." Zou Haoyu silently mused that red wine was sour, its taste unappealing, and its demeanor pretentious. He preferred the straightforwardness of ergotua. However, he was not a connoisseur of alcohol. Whether it was red or white wine, even if presented with a bottle of 82 Bordeaux, he wouldn't discern its legendary flavors. At least with white liquor, he could appreciate some semblance of taste. Indeed, if it's merely to signify a distinction in status, one needn't exclusively rely on red wine, Zou Haoyu stammered with a forced smile.
Before he could finish, someone laughed from behind. What's the matter? Is the red wine here unsuitable for your tastes?
It was Zou Haoyu, who appeared to have made an effort to dress for the occasion, donning a wine-red tailcoat with a pristine white shirt, the collar adorned with a bow tie of matching hue, and a diamond-studded clasp that was larger than any favored by the most glamorous of actresses. Zou Haoyu scoffed inwardly. He recalled Zou Haoyu's penchant for ostentation back in college, but he had not realized it had escalated to such heights. Did a diamond clasp elevate him above others? With a flick of his eyes, Zou Haoyu resolved that Zou Haoyu would have to make a show of wealth tonight, yet, the opportunity had yet to present itself. Given Zou Haoyu's nature, he would undoubtedly seek to flaunt something valuable at the dance party. With this determination, Zou Haoyu placed his wine glass on the tray held by a nearby waiter and cheerfully declared, "The red wine is quite good, but I simply don't like it." Seeing Zou Haoyu engage in banter with Zou Haoyu, Gu Miaotong recalled the time they had humorously used a homophone to mock him. Her eyes sparkled with amusement as she set her glass down. However, she did not follow Zou Haoyu's lead. Instead, she furrowed her brow slightly, nodding toward a middle-aged man in a suit standing behind, whose countenance appeared rather displeased.
Lin Hai stood behind that man, his head slightly bowed, exuding an air of dejection. Zou Haoyu noticed this too. He even caught the middle-aged man casting a scrutinizing, hostile gaze his way. Who was this person? At that moment, a figure dressed in formal attire, resembling a delicate bird nestled against Zou Haoyu's arm, spoke up.
"Zou Haoyu, it's been a while." She appeared hesitant, almost pitiable. Zou Haoyu raised an eyebrow, diverting his attention from Zhang Jing to take a step closer to Zou Haoyu, who looked startled and instinctively retreated.
"What do you think you're doing? This isn't a place for your antics."
The middle-aged man accompanying Lin Hai, witnessing Zou Haoyu's sudden move, assumed it was a breach of decorum. Frowning deeply, he cast a long look at Gu Miaotong before turning abruptly and leaving without a backward glance. Lin Hai glanced between Zou Haoyu and Gu Miaotong before gritting his teeth and following the middle-aged man out. The space was sparse, with only Zou Haoyu, the two, Zou Haoyu, Zhang Jing, and a few affluent individuals lingering around them. One of the portly businessmen in a silver-gray suit, appearing quite affronted, remarked, "What's your name?" He scrutinized Zou Haoyu's attire, which had been thoughtfully selected by Gu Miaotong. While not particularly high-end, it was certainly not lacking. It held its own against the businessman's silver-gray suit. "You seem to be a refined individual. How could you be so rude? This is the first time I've encountered someone like you at an event like this. Which family do you hail from? Is your father present?" Though his words were not overtly derisive, the tone carried an unmistakable condescension, bolstered by Zou Haoyu's backing. The man's choice of language revealed his worldview. He perceived Zou Haoyu's presence at the cruise ship soiree as indicative of elite status, but also deemed him too young to be taken seriously, thus adopting a patronizing tone. Zou Haoyu's face flushed crimson as he glared at Zou Haoyu, who had embarrassed him. "You're mistaken, Boss Liang. This is my college classmate, and his family is quite ordinary." Zou Haoyu sighed inwardly. It seemed Zou Haoyu was intent on putting on quite the show tonight. Chapter 40 of The Mystery of the Disappearing Bead. Zou Haoyu had never anticipated the depths of Zou Haoyu's cunning. He had originally believed that by sending forth this gray-suited figure to undermine him, Zou Haoyu merely sought to project an air of superiority. "Look, even my underling can humiliate you to the point of ecstasy. If I were to intervene directly, wouldn't you be compelled to kneel before me?" He thought that even if the gray suit suffered a setback at his hands, it was far preferable to the humiliation of Zou Haoyu himself being slapped in the face. However, this time, Zou Haoyu came to a profound realization of Zou Haoyu's true intentions. After pointing out Zou Haoyu's family background, the gray-suited man hesitated momentarily, then disregarded Zou Haoyu's presence entirely, grinning broadly as he brazenly reached for Guan Miaotong's hand, laughingly inquiring, "May I have the honor of knowing your name, miss?" "Come, let us become acquainted." At that moment, Guan Miaotong's expression darkened, her demeanor abruptly turning cold. Before Zou Haoyu could utter a word, she let out a cold laugh and prepared to unleash a merciless counterattack on this seemingly subservient young master of the Zhou family. Yet, Yensong was swifter than she, and far quicker than Zou Haoyu's response to it. Was as if Yensong had foreseen the gray-suited man's actions. He seized the man's wrist with a chilling smile, stating coolly, "You, Liang, what gives you the audacity to be disrespectful to Miss Guan? Do you believe that this excursion will not mark the last time you enjoy the privilege of being alive?" Liang winced, his face paling. Yensong was no mere pushover, he was far from a frail big boss. A fitness enthusiast, he was accustomed to lifting weights, and his hands were as powerful as a pair of vice grips. With a firm grip, he applied pressure that Liang, with his delicate skin, could hardly withstand. Zou Haoyu chuckled, retracting a foot he had almost raised to kick simultaneously. He gently clasped Guan Miaodong's chilled hand and murmured, "Sister, allow us to handle this matter." Guan Miaodong cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Shiyang, then turned her head to smile at Zou Haoyu, linking her arm with his, embodying a sense of trust in his capabilities. This individual was indeed crafty, having previously ensnared Zhou Shiyang in a most humiliating manner. It was clear that Zhou Shiyang remained blissfully unaware should he harbor any resentment. With his astonishing talents, Guan Miaodong was convinced that Liang would meet his end. Liang's face quivered with indignation as he clutched Yensong's powerful hand that gripped his wrist, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Do you really believe I won't make your entire family suffer?" Yensong swiftly seized Liang's other hand, squeezing it with such force that Liang could not suppress a cry of pain. Surrounding onlookers paid little heed to the commotion, as if such occurrences were commonplace in their lives. However, their silence in witnessing Zhou Shiyang's underling's misfortune was rooted in their awareness of Guan Miaodong's formidable background. "That girl is truly stunning." "No wonder old Liang couldn't resist," remarked a man with a Hong Kong accent to his table mates with brows furrowed. Another whispered, "Boss Li, keep your voice down, Miss Guan might hear you." The moment those words were spoken, the table fell silent, realizing that the captivating beauty possessed a background far too significant to provoke. At this juncture, Yensong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Among all the Liangs, one has finally shown some spine. I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Yensong."
"You're Yensong?" Liang exclaimed, astonished, casting a resentful glance at Zhou Shiyang.
After several faltering attempts, he stammered, "Mr. Yan, I was blind to your worth." At that moment, as Liang extended his hand, Zhou Shiyang's lips curled into a cold smirk. One of his hands reached out, seemingly to intervene, but he did not anticipate Yensong's rapid response. The unfolding events had surpassed Zhou Shiyang's expectations. Witnessing Yensong take matters into his own hands left him dumbfounded. Zou Haoyu, keenly observing Zhou Shiyang's expressions from the beginning to the present, finally comprehended Zhou Shiyang's ulterior motive. He aimed for Liang, who was eager to please him, to act disrespectfully towards Guan Miaodong upon discovering that Zou Haoyu was merely a pauper lacking any significant backing. In doing so, Zhou Shiyang could then intervene, protecting Guan Miaodong, thereby eliciting her gratitude, while simultaneously ensuring that Liang, now aware of Guan's formidable connections, would be left fearful of retribution from the Guan family, ultimately becoming a mere puppet dancing to Zhou Shiyang's whims. It was a masterstroke, achieving two objectives in one fell swoop. Initially, Zou Haoyu had perceived Liang as nothing more than a pretentious fool, yet he now recognized there was a modicum of depth to his character. Taking a deep breath, Zou Haoyu was about to impart a lesson to Liang when, suddenly, he felt a surge in his brow, as if a tide were rising, and his divine eye inexplicably activated. Zou Haoyu was taken aback. He believed his divine eye to be unique in this world, and if it were to be revealed in front of so many people, he was certain that by this time tomorrow, he would find himself on the dissection table at the Academy of Sciences. Previously, the divine eye would only activate after he had focused on a target for over 15 seconds, yet this time there were no signs, and he had not fixated on anything for that length of time. It had simply activated on its own. What could this mean? Feeling a knot in his stomach, Zou Haoyu hastily observed the reactions of those around him. To his astonishment, it appeared that an eye had indeed manifested at his brow, yet none of the onlookers seemed to notice.
Could it be that others cannot see this divine eye?
Zou Haoyu's heart soared with joy. It seemed the divine eye was solely perceptible to him. Reflecting on how he had been overly cautious since acquiring this ability, fearing exposure, Zou Haoyu could not help but chuckle at his own apprehensions. Clearly, he had been excessively vigilant, yet, why had the divine eye activated automatically this time? This enigma left Zou Haoyu utterly perplexed. The divine eye, like a revolving wheel, revealed a dazzling array of colors before him, reminiscent of a radiant dawn. In that moment, it felt as though the divine eye possessed a life of its own, pulsating with excitement, intertwining with Zou Haoyu's very essence. What transpired? What had lured the divine eye into activation? In the blink of an eye, Zou Haoyu regained a semblance of clarity, recalling his present predicament. Liang was to be punished for his transgressions against Guan Miaodong. With that thought in mind, the divine eye focused intently on Liang, and as he beheld him, Zou Haoyu was momentarily taken aback. Then, a smile broke across Zou Haoyu's face. Beneath the divine eye, Liang was laid bare, as if under a laser instrument. Every bone, every vein in his body was vividly displayed to Zou Haoyu's perception. A slender black line, originating from Liang's kidney, resembled a trickling stream, rhythmically making its way toward the heart. Now perilously close, perhaps less than a millimeter away, kidney water poisoning, spreading to the internal organs, renders medicinal remedies futile. Zou Haoyu distinctly recalled such a passage from an ancient medical text he had perused. The cause was simply excessive indulgence in wine and pleasure, compounded by frequent use of aphrodisiacs. This man was doomed, with the heart so close, and considering the speed at which the poison would reach it, it would only take a little over an hour. To save him? Zou Haoyu scoffed. Whether Liang lived or died held no significance for him. He had no desire to play the role of a savior. If death was to be his fate, so be it.
Such is fate. What can one do?
Zou Haoyu thought, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips. Taking Guan Miaodong's slightly cold hand, Zou Haoyu approached, placing a hand on Yen Song's increasingly firm grip on Liang's arm, cheerfully stating, "Brother Yen, loosen your hold. This man has barely an hour left to live. If he dies, the blame will fall squarely on you, and that would certainly be troublesome, wouldn't it?" Yen Song paused. While others might perceive Zou Haoyu's words as a jest, he could not afford to dismiss them lightly. Zou Haoyu had previously mentioned having a solution for Yen Song's illness, and although he had not made grand promises, his words had instilled a profound sense of hope within Yen Song. This young man, it seemed, possessed knowledge of the healing arts. Releasing his grip, Yen Song looked earnestly at Zou Haoyu and asked, "Little brother, are you certain?" Zou Haoyu understood the gravity of Yen Song's inquiry. Nodding, he casually glanced at Liang, who was gasping for breath and desperately shaking his arms to alleviate the pain.
"You should still have time to see him in about an hour, Brother Yen."
Yen Song became exceedingly serious, affirming, "Very well, I shall await the demonstration of your skills." Zhou Shiyang, having regained his composure, abruptly released Zhang Jing's hand, hesitating for a moment as if contemplating how to comfort Guan Miaotong. At that moment, Lin Hai appeared, striding directly to Guan Miaotong's side, whispering a few words into her ear. Although the divine eye remained active, Zou Haoyu refrained from using it to pry into Guan Miaotong's affairs. She was not his possession, she deserved her own privacy. Guan Miaotong, glancing anxiously between Zou Haoyu and Yen Song, hesitated, but Lin Hai urged her, "Miss, it would be best to proceed promptly.
If there's something you need to attend to, go ahead.
Brother Yen and I will wait for you here," Zou Haoyu said gently. With a sigh, Guan Miaotong stamped her foot and, under Lin Hai's protection, hurried below deck. Zhou Shiyang suddenly chuckled, "Oh, old classmate, once Miss Guan departs, if Brother Yen also has business to attend to, won't you be left all alone here?" Zou Haoyu replied with a grin, "Old classmate, tell me, if you were not born into the Zhou family, what would your standing in this world be?"
Chapter 41.
Unfavorable outlook. Zou Haoyu felt a tinge of impatience, not only due to the inexplicable activation of the divine eye without any apparent stimulus but also because of Guan Miaotong's abrupt departure. He was no fool. It was evident that she had been summoned by someone of immense significance in her life. Lin Hai served as the bodyguard for the Guan family, obedient solely to their commands, and now, the only individuals of higher status than Guan Miaotong capable of ordering him to fetch her could only be members of the Guan family themselves. The uncertainties of the night had escalated, arriving with an unsettling swiftness that left Zou Haoyu feeling somewhat unprepared. The rivalry with Zhou Shiyang now appeared trivial, merely a matter of pride. What of Zhang Jing? Her marriage to Zhou Shiyang was inconsequential. At present, Zou Haoyu, empowered by the formidable anomaly of the divine eye, found his previous entanglements fading into mere wisps of memory. Although he felt a slight awkwardness when confronted by Zhang Jing, it paled in comparison to his earlier sentiments, and could aptly be described as brushed aside with a smile. The breadth of a person's heart can be innate or subject to transformation through experience. Before the emergence of the divine eye, Zou Haoyu was an ordinary individual, possessing all the flaws typical of one. Yet, with the advent of the divine eye, a resplendent path adorned with golden light unfolded before him. Particularly with the entrance of Guan Miaotong, a woman of extraordinary caliber surpassing Zhang Jing, Zou Haoyu found himself gradually able to forget the latter entirely. This is the nature of humanity. Zou Haoyu was no exception to it. Thus, in his current state, his primary concern lay with the fluctuations of the divine eye, with Guan Miaotong following closely thereafter. However, with Guan Miaotong being summoned by her elders, Zou Haoyu recognized that his current abilities and status were insufficient to confront those wielding power within the Guan family.
He could only redirect his focus to the divine eye.
As long as the divine eye presents no unacceptable circumstances, catching up to the Guan family is merely a matter of time, Zou Haoyu mused silently. Before Zhou Shiyang, Zou Haoyu no longer possessed the patience to engage in superficial pleasantries. He believed it was paramount to seek a quiet space to investigate the reasons behind the current state of the divine eye, and once comprehended, he would await Guan Miaotong's return to inquire about the situation. Above all, he wished to avoid the melodramatic misfortune of star-crossed lovers. However, to his astonishment, Zhou Shiyang erupted into laughter upon hearing his words.
"Are you jealous of me?" Zhou Shiyang glared at Zou Haoyu, challenging him.
Zou Haoyu shrugged. "I truly cannot fathom any reason to be envious of you. Your face resembles that of a pretty boy, and I find it quite repulsive. As for your family background, it's rather difficult to comment. You can easily spend your family's money, while I take pride only in what I earn with my own hands. By the way, how much have you contributed to your family over the years?" Mention of this irked Zhou Shiyang, who wished to assert that he had also contributed significantly to his family. Yet, recalling the tens of millions Zou Haoyu had taken from him, he found it impossible to remain calm and refrained from bringing it up.
I wonder how long you can continue to act so arrogantly.
In a fit of anger, Zhou Shiyang's face contorted into a sinister grin as he licked his lips, tauntingly remarking, "Don't think that just because you have Miss Guan backing you, you can navigate unscathed.
Once you become a pauper, let us see what you have left to hold on to Guan Niaotong."
Before attending the ball on the yacht, Zou Haoyu had anticipated that Zhou Shiyang would attempt to make things difficult for him.
Thus, he remained vigilant, though he feigned indifference, responding with a smile, "I eagerly await your grand moves, young Master Zhou, just don't let me down. If you talk a big game only to end up as the laughingstock of your privileged circle, that would be quite amusing."
Zhou Shiyang snorted. Before he could retort, Zou Haoyu continued quietly, "When the time comes, I won't hesitate to promote your grand endeavors. I trust you'll be prepared."
Yen Song observed from the side, perplexed by Zou Haoyu's audacity in challenging Zhou Shiyang.
However, his primary concern lay with the individual named Liang, uncertain if Zou Haoyu's claims regarding his imminent demise held any truth. If so, Zou Haoyu would indeed be a remarkably skilled doctor, as he had previously mentioned that Yanji still had hope for recovery, making it entirely credible. At that moment, Liang, having learned of Yen Song's identity, found himself lacking the courage to confront him. Even with Zhou Shiyang's support, his instinct for self-preservation kicked in. Aboard the yacht, there were doctors present, so Yen Song allowed him to be examined by two physicians.
Perfectly healthy, no issues whatsoever. After their examination, the two doctors exchanged glances, resolutely affirming their diagnosis.
Zhou Shiyang cast a sidelong glance at Zou Haoyu, mockingly saying, "Didn't someone just say that Boss Liang wouldn't last 2 hours? What is this? Can professional doctors be mistaken?" Yen Song also regarded Zou Haoyu with a frown, indifferent to Liang's fate but curious whether Zou Haoyu truly possessed the miraculous medical skills he claimed. Zou Haoyu replied enigmatically, "The King of Hell sends his emissaries to collect souls, and they're always punctual, perhaps arriving early, but never late." Then, addressing the two disdainful doctors, he added, "You two should take advantage of the fact that we're still near the shore. Jump overboard and swim back to safety immediately, young Master Zhou Isn't benevolent soul. Should something happen to this man, even your lives will be in jeopardy. This individual is ruthless and unscrupulous.
I trust you can empathize."
Upon hearing Zou Haoyu refer to them as puppies, the two doctors seethed with indignation. Zhou Shiyang barked, "Zou Haoyu, do not push your luck, don't force my hand."
Yen Song frowned, coolly remarking, "Young Master Zhou, what, do you intend to throw me off the ship as well?"
Though Yen Song's status fell short of the Zhou family's, Zhou Shiyang dared not openly clash with him. Yen Song was a wildcard. Should he decide to sever ties with the Zhou family, the consequences could be severe, potentially leading to significant injury for Zhou Shiyang. The thought of such repercussions sent shivers down Zhou Shiyang's spine. He realized that should the Zhou family not eliminate him, they would at least cripple him. No one would forgive him for allowing the family to suffer due to a petty feud with a classmate. After all, he had lost over 10 million to Zou Haoyu previously, a fact that remained a closely guarded secret within the Zhou family. To mend that gap, Zhou Shiyang had even pilfered the allowances of his siblings.
Damn it, enough is enough. Zhou Shiyang inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he hastily replied, "Not at all, Yen Zong. I was merely jesting with an old classmate. Rest assured, since you all have come to the ball, I can guarantee your safety." Yen Song responded with a sardonic chuckle, "That is good to hear. We must thank young Master Zhou for his generosity."
With Yen Song present, Zhou Shiyang realized he could not engage Zou Haoyu further at that moment. He silently seethed, promising himself that he would have his revenge, turning to leave without even taking Zhang Jing with him. Zhang Jing, in a tumult of emotions, had never anticipated that Zou Haoyu would so easily disregard Zhou Shiyang. Compared to their school days, Zou Haoyu had transformed remarkably wealthy and poised. Zhang Jing could not help but regret her choices, particularly reflecting on how Zhou Shiyang and the Zhou family had treated her in recent days. Waves of remorse washed over her. At this moment, Zhang Jing began to grasp that to ascend the social ladder, one must pay a hefty price, a burden far beyond what a woman of her humble origins could bear. She yearned to speak to Zou Haoyu, even if it was merely to express concern, yet he paid her no mind, instead opting to sit with Yen Song at a nearby table, engaging in lively conversation. Perhaps, he had always treated her this way because she had never truly seen him before. With a deep sigh, Zhang Jing turned away, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts as she departed the deck. "Brother, you'd best tread carefully. This is Zhou Gongzi's territory, and be wary of any schemes," Yen Song advised, glancing at Zhang Jing's retreating figure. Shaking his head slightly, he recognized that there was a story between Zou Haoyu and Zhou Shiyang, yet he had no intention of delving into it with Zou Haoyu. No matter how close their relationship, one must be cautious of topics others might find uncomfortable. As Zou Haoyu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, "I prepared myself for this long before attending the ball."
Yen Song chuckled, choosing not to press further.
Suddenly, someone approached him to greet him, and he quickly stood up, not daring to be negligent. The newcomer glanced at Zou Haoyu, making no effort to acknowledge him, instead displaying a hint of pity in their gaze. Within Zhou Shiyang's circle, having clashed with the Zhou family's young master while still being a mere nobody without connections or strength, Zou Haoyu was perceived as insignificant. Even with his slight association with Miss Guan, what did that amount to? There was little optimism regarding Zou Haoyu's future on the yacht, especially after he had boasted that Boss Liang would soon meet his end, which had drawn the ire of many regarding his arrogance. Yan Song felt somewhat helpless. He could not decline the invitation from this prominent figure to catch up. Chapter 42. The domineering boss, exuding an air of arrogance, extended an invitation to Yan Song before turning aside to wait, thereby granting Yan Song ample respect and time. With a resigned hand pressed against his forehead, Yan Song muttered softly, "Damn it, encountering this sticky situation. There's no need to know this person. If we speak of strength, not only the Guan family, but even a casual punch from the Zhou family could match him. Yet this individual is peculiar. He has latched onto my brother's heel, meddling with my business." Zou Haoyu quickly shook his head, chuckling, "Brother Yan, just go ahead. Between us, is there really a need for such formality? Rest assured, we're on this ship together. We can be privy to anything that transpires. Who knows, if I find myself in a predicament I cannot resolve, I might indeed need your assistance, Brother Yan." Yan Song's concerns dissipated, and with a hearty laugh, he patted Zou Haoyu on the arm and strode over, calling out loudly, "Boss Li, please." Boss Li was taken aback. He was well aware of Yan Song's character. This man was not one to forsake loyalty easily regardless of the current consensus against Zou Haoyu. Even if Zou Haoyu became the enemy of everyone aboard the cruise, Yan Song would never so readily abandon him for another. Could it be that this little upstart truly possesses some skill? Thus, Boss Li inquired, "Yan, what does this Zou Haoyu do? Are you quite familiar with him?" "Just a little brother who graduated a year ago. He is not competing with you for business, Boss Li, so no need to worry." "Ha!" Yan Song laughed, not wanting such a person to entangle Zou Haoyu. The man's character was rather unsavory. Had it not been for the time remaining before he could extricate himself from this scoundrel's influence, he would not have deigned to show the lad any courtesy. Boss Li, unperturbed, chuckled and placed a hand on Yan Song's back as they appeared to walk off together in a friendly manner. Once Yan Song departed, Zou Haoyu felt somewhat bored. Glancing around everywhere he looked were couples in vibrant attire. Some were drinking, others chatting, and a few had already retreated to corners to whisper sweet nothings. He even spotted several relatively famous stars, male celebrities accompanying female guests and vice versa. So, this is what an upper-class ball is like. Zou Haoyu felt disheartened. He had expected this so-called elite ball to be a revelation, yet found it to be nothing of the sort. Had he known? No, wait, suddenly, a cascade of colorful lights flashed before Zou Haoyu's eyes. He realized that this trip had not been in vain. Although the potential loss compared to Guan Miaotong possibly being whisked away by her family's elders was significant, what was the foundation for his own rise? Naturally, emotions played a crucial role. However, if the divine eye could not function, then such feelings could hardly influence the course of development. Only the divine eye could guarantee his continued prowess and allow him to navigate through challenges. In short, the divine eye was his assurance of strength. This time, the automatic awakening of the divine eye, judging by the present sensations, should not herald any ill fortune. Could it be that the divine eye had encountered something that ignited its excitement? Reflecting on the matter, Zou Haoyu suddenly recalled the mysterious disappearance of the pearl he had inadvertently acquired. He refused to believe it was mere hallucination. The only reason he could convince himself of its significance was the divine eye. Perhaps there was indeed a connection between the divine eye and that pearl, leading the former to absorb the latter. Recalling a fragment of theory he had read in online literature, Zou Haoyu felt a six-tenths certainty about this. Then, could it be that something akin to that pearl, imbued with energy, had emerged once more, prompting the divine eye to awaken? Previously, the divine eye might have absorbed the energy from the pearl, resulting in some transformation, but he had merely failed to observe it closely. Suddenly, Zou Haoyu remembered a detail from the night the divine eye fell into his possession. It had fused with him seamlessly, emitting a colorful radiance. Since that night, whether he used the divine eye to assess stones or examine others' bodies, or even to massage Guan Miaotong, only a single hue had manifested. Yet tonight, the 7 colors of light had appeared. Scratching his head, Zou Haoyu felt troubled, pondering whether such a phenomenon had occurred on the night the divine eye absorbed the pearl. "Had I known, I should have stayed awake that night," he lamented. However, since the event had already transpired, there was no point in dwelling on it excessively. The focus now was merely on the current circumstances. Could it be that a second pearl, or a similar mysterious object harboring energy, has appeared on this cruise? As his regret subsided, excitement surged anew. Having missed the opportunity last time, he could not afford to let it slip through his fingers again. However, this was a cruise ship. Logically, the divine eye was ancient, and that pearl appeared to be quite an old artifact as well. Therefore, if his conjecture was accurate, whatever emerged this time should also be of considerable antiquity, at least somewhat aged. This implied that it was improbable for such a pristine cruise ship to conceal such an object. Rather, it was likely that one of the individuals aboard was adorned with it. Did it mean he would have to search every person on this cruise? Shaking his head, Zou Haoyu felt somewhat disheartened, leaning back in his chair, disappointment creeping in. Those who boarded this cruise were certainly not ordinary individuals. Even with the aid of the divine eye, it was impossible to inspect everyone, especially with Zhou Shiyang potentially lurking, ready to cause trouble. Even if something valuable did appear this time, would he truly abandon the pursuit? No, such an opportunity was rare and must not be squandered. The sea breeze, laced with salt, brushed against his face, and the temperature had dropped. Zou Haoyu felt a renewed vigor, shaking his head vigorously. Despite the late hour, his spirits lifted. This must be the encouragement of hope. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he moved towards the buffet area, where few people lingered. Even those who came by hurriedly grabbed a few morsels before swiftly departing. Zou Haoyu began to grasp that the so-called ball was merely a fade. These upper-class individuals were engaging in exchanges, restructuring and reallocating their wealth through conversation. In essence, this gathering was merely a venue for the affluent to negotiate the division of their proverbial pie. Was the red wine in their glasses not akin to fresh blood? Perhaps this too was a form of envy towards the wealthy. Zou Haoyu chuckled to himself, taking a plate. Hunger had overtaken him, and he was indifferent to how others perceived his actions. Besides, would anyone truly care to observe his every move? He piled 5 or 6 hefty pieces of steak onto his plate, added a few vegetables casually, and as he turned to leave, an exquisite fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Almost simultaneously, a melodious and delicate voice exclaimed, "Oh my!" Then, 2 soft entities pressed against him, his arm inadvertently wedged between those 2 not overly large yet exquisitely soft forms. It was a woman of modest height, possessing a cherubic face, appearing as lovely as pink jade. The reason he referred to her as a woman rather than a cute girl was due to the divine eye revealing her age to be at least 25. The woman was petite and slender, thus quite light, holding a plate with merely a few vegetables, totaling less than 80 pounds, and naturally, Zou Haoyu knocked her over. "My apologies, I." "Ah, you are Sun Shiyun?" To Zou Haoyu's astonishment, the woman he had accidentally sent sprawling while maintaining a firm grip on her plate was none other than the renowned foodie and beloved actress, Sun Shiyun, who had gained immense popularity over the past 2 years. Zou Haoyu had followed her historical drama from the previous year for quite some time. He recalled that online chatter indicated Sun Shiyun hailed from Hankow, yet he had not anticipated that this soon-to-be A-list star would also attend such a gathering. Ah, the goddess was merely a plaything for the affluent. Disappointment washed over Zou Haoyu. He shook his head and set down his plate, bending to assist Sun Shiyun when suddenly, a fierce shove came from the side, accompanied by an irate woman's voice demanding, "What do you think you're doing? Get out of the way." Zou Haoyu nearly toppled over. Even though he harbored feelings of remorse, he felt a surge of anger at such an impudent shove. The newcomer was a heavily made-up young woman. Zou Haoyu recognized her as Chen Meng, a third-tier actress known for her numerous supporting roles in various dramas. Even in the chaotic entertainment industry, this woman was infamous for her audacity and boldness. After helping the stunned Sun Shiyun to her feet, Chen Meng glared at Zou Haoyu, evaluating him with disdain. "So, you're Zou Haoyu, do you think you have the right to lay your filthy hands on Xiaoxi? Believe me, I can ruin you." Sun Shiyun quickly intervened. "Mengjia, don't blame him. Ugh, it's really not his fault. I bumped into him." Chen Meng interrupted. "Xiaoxi, don't defend him. Oomph, you should know who you are. You're just a nobody troubling Zhou Shao. I saw everything." As she railed against him, Chen Meng raised her palm, ready to slap Zou Haoyu. It turned out that Zou Haoyu had been fixated on Chen Meng's bosom, where a snow-white, conical pendant, resembling a lead weight, dangled. The divine eye was fervently gathering its multicolored light towards that pendant. It was evident that the divine eye had awakened due to Chen Meng's sudden presence. Sensing the pendant's emergence, however, Chen Meng was wearing a gown that nearly exposed 2/3 of her ample bosom. The pendant nestled between 2 voluptuous mounds. Naturally, Zou Haoyu's gaze on the pendant was misconstrued as a stare at her chest. Truth be told, under normal circumstances, Zou Haoyu might have been unable to contain himself at the sight of Chen Meng's assets, as they were undeniably alluring. Yet at this moment, even if Chen Meng stood before him completely unclothed, he would scarcely take notice. That pearl was the true treasure, the focus of the divine eye. How could anything else compare? In this regard, Zou Haoyu proved himself a rational individual, aware of what held significance for him and what could be temporarily disregarded. As long as he possessed the divine eye, Zou Haoyu believed his future was limitless. A mere Chen Meng could not constitute the entirety of his anticipated enjoyment. Pressing his lips together, Zou Haoyu pointed at Chen Meng's chest, this time with precise intent, directly at the pendant. Chen Meng understood, yet despite her reputation for being brazen, she felt a flicker of displeasure at Zou Haoyu's prolonged gaze upon her bosom, especially considering his conflict with the cruise's proprietor.
Where did you acquire that pendant? Zou Haoyu inquired, furrowing his brows.
Chen Meng retorted sharply, it's none of your business. Do you intend to steal it? Let me assure you, I am not a woman to be trifled with. Sun Shiyun, however, had begun to comprehend. This woman possessed a remarkable emotional intelligence. In the entertainment industry, Chen Meng was known for her boldness and cunning, while Sun Shiyun was celebrated for her cuteness and beauty. In truth, it was likely only Chen Meng who understood the true nature of Sun Shiyun. A woman, particularly an exceptionally beautiful one, could navigate the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry for years without being devoured by predatory men, not merely due to the legendary backing. In this world, connections were the most potent weapon, especially for those in the entertainment sphere, yet, connections were also the most unreliable, particularly for those within the same realm. Sun Shiyun recognized that Zou Haoyu's earlier fixation on Chen Meng's bosom was centered entirely on that pendant. She knew its origins well. It was purchased by Chen Meng during an altruistic trip to the Tibetan region from a stall run by an old lama selling handicrafts. The pendant, however, was somewhat enigmatic. Chen Meng had once been terrified of supernatural occurrences, even fearing to sleep alone at night. Since acquiring that pendant, however, her courage had noticeably increased, and on several occasions where she nearly fell victim to drugging, it seemed the pendant had, in some mysterious way, protected her from harm. Since then, the previously indifferent Chen Meng had spent a considerable sum to adorn the pendant with an exquisite necklace, resulting in its current placement nestled between her ample bosoms. Reflecting on Chen Meng's internal struggle between wanting to keep the pendant close while simultaneously feeling it tarnished her image, Sun Xian couldn't help but find it amusing. In reality, she understood well that Chen Meng's ability to sleep soundly stemmed from the burden she had shed during that trip to Tibet. As for the near miss with a plot against her, it was merely Chen Meng's shrewdness and premonition of danger that had led her to prepare an escape route in advance. Her belief in the pendant's luck was simply a superstition. Rubbing her slightly pained arm, Sun Xian stepped forward to grasp the volatile Chen Meng's hand, patting it gently, turning to Zou Haoyu. You are Zou, right? My apologies, that pendant is exceptionally important to her. If you have no other matters, we shall take our leave.
Chen Meng interjected, Shaoxi, why are you being polite to a penniless wretch?
Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson. There are so many people here, I don't believe he dares act recklessly. This was not a secluded area, their commotion had already attracted the attention of others. A few attendants approached to inquire about the situation, but before Chen Meng could lodge a complaint, Sun Shiyun quickly reassured, it's nothing, I simply bumped into this Mr. Zou, please, carry on with your duties.
We refine.
Chen Meng refrained from publicly contradicting Sun Shiyun, since Sun Shiyun had declared it was nothing. To insist otherwise would be to undermine her. Chen Meng, being perceptive, was unwilling to offend Sun Shiyun over such trivial matters, as the entertainment industry adhered to a strict hierarchy. Sun Shiyun's status surpassed her own, and to disrespect her would invite unnecessary trouble. The attendants, well trained by the Zhou family to read the atmosphere, quickly retreated, having discerned the tension. Some began to point at Zou Haoyu, and the trio could even hear a voice from a nearby boss from Hong Kong jesting, this kid really is pathetic, he probably hasn't even played with a call girl.
Chen Meng's face flushed crimson with anger.
The reason she and Sun Shiyun had come aboard this cruise was that the Zhou family had heard of Sun Shiyun's return to Hankow and sent an invitation. Chen Meng happened to be visiting Sun Shiyun, who passed her an invitation. Given Sun Shiyun's current status, she had no need to broaden her horizons in such a venue, nor did Chen Meng require such an occasion to elevate her standing. If it were not for the potential offense to the Zhou family, they likely wouldn't have graced this cruise. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the Hong Kong boss's remarks, Zou Haoyu turned coolly to face him, his gaze sharp as a knife cutting through the air over the distance of several dozen meters. Immediately, both Chen Meng and Sun Shiyun observed Zou Haoyu smiled. It was a smile that sent chills down their spines, reminiscent of the dark, cold aura associated with the Grim Reaper. Let us not concern ourselves with such a dying man. He is merely a scoundrel whose time is nearly up, Zou Haoyu remarked, turning back, his smile still in place, yet his words left both women momentarily stunned. He was angered by the Hong Kong boss's disparaging remarks about the two inland stars, spoken in such a lowly tone. Chen Meng fell silent, her previous bravado dissipating. Biting her lip, she shook her head lightly, offering a sardonic smile. I didn't expect you to possess even a modicum of conscience.
Very well, we shall overlook your earlier transgression. You may leave now, for we do not wish to see you again. Chen Meng was adept at navigating self-interest. To put it plainly, she was quite mercenary. Were Zhou Shiyang standing in her place, she might not hesitate to ingratiate herself, at least maintaining a facade of cordiality. Conversely, if Zou Haoyu were a wealthy second-generation scion or a prominent businessman, Chen Meng would not mind engaging in some pretense.
Unfortunately, despite Zou Haoyu's potential, he lacked wealth, and that alone compelled Chen Meng to draw a line. Forming alliances with successful individuals only served to bolster one's own success. This was a principle Chen Meng firmly believed in. What they remained oblivious to was Zou Haoyu's mounting urgency to seize that pendant, that damned divine eye. If it could detect the pendant, why couldn't it absorb the energy from it? Even if his speculations were incorrect, it should at least communicate its significance to him. Chen Meng looked down on him, yet Zou Haoyu had his dignity. Although he sensed this starlet might be entirely different from her outward persona, he had no desire to delve into that. The sole allure Chen Meng held for him was that pendant. Were it not for the divine eye's apparent need for it, he would have no reason to entangle himself with women from the entertainment industry. No, he needed a plan to acquire that pendant. Since the divine eye had taken a liking to it, it signified its extraordinary importance. Regardless of its intended purpose, he must find a way to obtain it. Casting a glance at Sun Shiyun, who was nursing her arm in silence, and then at the threatening Chen Meng, Zou Haoyu furrowed his brows slightly. It was evident that while Chen Meng projected strength, Sun Shiyun was the more astute of the two. To procure that pendant, he needed to navigate both women's objections. Otherwise, no matter how persuasive he could be, even if he convinced Chen Meng, he would still face the hurdle of Sun Shiyun. Suddenly, the divine eye pulsed again. With that beat, a smile emerged on Zou Haoyu's face. Sun Shiyun bore an old injury, one located in her lower back. Even someone like Zou Haoyu, who paid little attention to the entertainment industry, was aware of this. Her fans had been moved to tears when she persevered through filming despite her back pain flaring up unexpectedly. This often sensual character, Chen Meng, also seemed to bear health issues. The divine eye revealed that on Sun Shiyun's back, several patches of blackened, necrotic tissue had formed. The divine eye even predicted the trajectory of these seemingly minor anomalies once they became active. Chen Meng's ailment was just as enticing as her sensuality. A charred mark akin to a coal was etched along her inner thigh, a symptom of nerve compression akin to spasms. In that moment, Zou Haoyu nearly succumbed to a nosebleed, captivated by the sheer allure of Chen Meng's voluptuous figure. In terms of physique, Sun Shiyun, whose bust was hardly notable, and even Guan Miaotong, whom he had previously deemed the most alluring, paled in comparison to Chen Meng, whose figure could only be described as dangerously enchanting. The afflictions of these two stars posed no particular challenge for Zou Haoyu. The divine eye could supply unique energy, as long as his hands could rest upon their ailments. In mere minutes, the mysterious energy would restore Sun Shiyun's back to perfect health. As for Chen Meng, her condition was a tad more complicated. The area affected was far too private. For a prominent figure to allow a stranger to treat her inner thigh would be tantamount to risking her life. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Zou Haoyu's mind raced, and inspiration struck. It seems both of you have some health issues. He refrained from elaborating further, casting another glance at the pendant nestled between the two voluptuous forms, and turned to leave without a backward glance. Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng exchanged glances, and once Zou Haoyu had walked away with his food, Chen Meng cursed through gritted teeth. That shameless scoundrel, he dares to threaten us. Yet Sun Shiyun, her hand unconsciously resting on her lower back, shook her head solemnly. If he truly is threatening us, I see that as a positive development. Chen Meng was taken aback, then sighed. Their journey to Hankou was to seek medical help. Sun Shiyun's family background was decent, yet not affluent. A few days prior, as she prepared to accept a new script, a call from her family informed her that the esteemed old TCM doctor, Zhao, was available. Trusting in Zhao's expertise, her family had urged her to return home for a consultation regarding her back injury. Chen Meng's visit to the Zhao family was also prompted by the presence of that old doctor. Unfortunately, after a full day of examination, Zhao had concluded that to treat Sun Shiyun's injury, she would either need surgery to remove the necrotic tissue, resulting in her never regaining strength in her lower back for her acting career, or she could manage the pain through traditional medicine while enduring periodic flare-ups. Chen Meng's condition was even more severe. Although Zhao had not conducted a thorough examination, he could diagnose her symptoms with a simple pulse check, suggesting that while solutions might exist, he lacked the capability to provide them. Zhao's diagnosis left both women feeling profoundly disheartened, and it was this shared burden that had brought them to the cruise just moments before. While Zhou's personal physician had failed to detect any issues with Boss Liang, Zou Haoyu had confidently asserted that the man would not survive another hour. Chen Meng had witnessed the entire exchange. Furthermore, Zou Haoyu's seemingly advisory yet ultimately threatening words had resonated more firmly than Zhao's diagnosis, offering a flicker of hope to both women, akin to a lifebuoy thrown to drowning souls. Neither wished to exit the entertainment industry prematurely, nor did they desire to spend the latter half of their lives in pain. They both yearned for health more than most. Zou Haoyu's earlier certainty regarding their ailments could not have been fabricated. Otherwise, given his fixation on that pendant, he would not have departed so nonchalantly. This demeanor compelled Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng to embrace a newfound belief. Zou Haoyu's confidence in his medical skills and knowledge of their conditions was the very reason he had left so assuredly. Gently caressing the pendant, imbued with the fragrance of their bodies, Chen Meng fell silent. Let us wait and see. He mentioned that Liang will surely perish, so let us observe, Chen Meng proposed. She was not a cold-hearted individual. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she remained actively engaged in philanthropy, likely deriving a sense of superiority from such endeavors. However, a callous person would never engage in charitable work. In the cutthroat realm of fame, Chen Meng had witnessed countless lives rise and fall. Her dark corners harbored a venomous serpent. She relished witnessing the despair and helplessness of the powerful when confronted with death, deriving a perverse satisfaction from their vulnerability. After all, those lofty figures could die too, revealing their grotesque humanity, merely becoming lifeless corpses. Moreover, her own lingering issues with her inner thigh had long tormented her, a source of shame even in front of female doctors. She was accustomed to her beauty, yet that particular ailment was uniquely unappealing. Most individuals would exploit others to validate their own advantageous positions, particularly in Chen Meng's case, as she had no ties to Boss Liang. Sun Xian, too, remained quiet, cradling her sore arm as she gazed into the dark abyss of the sea. Lost in thought, Zou Haoyu had come to a firm conclusion: virtually every affluent individual lived with some health issue. Previously, the activation of the divine eye required time, and he could not maintain it indefinitely. Even those closer to him, like Yen Song, had never been thoroughly examined. However, this time the divine eye had awakened spontaneously, persisting longer than before, and now showed no signs of subsiding. This allowed the otherwise bored Zou Haoyu to survey everyone he could see. The rotund boss in the yellow suit had a stomach riddled with ulcers. The man puffing on a cigar had lungs as black as a chimney. And another, a shifty-eyed boss who appeared robust, harbored a flower-like formation resembling a coxcomb above his heart, radiating death's sinister laughter. The Hong Kong boss, upon Zou Haoyu's passing, exhaled a smoke ring, laughing loudly at his companions. Look at this loser. He couldn't even score with a starlet. Zou Haoyu cast a dispassionate glance his way, thinking, you really believe yourself to be something special. Your blood is thicker than normal by over a factor of 2. At this rate, if you last another 5 years, I'll gladly clean your toilets. In that instant, an unprecedented sensation surged within him. It was a feeling of observing the lives and deaths of others, one he could not yet fully control, yet could perceive entirely. A truly exhilarating experience. If he could master the art of medicine and utilize the divine eye simultaneously, it would mean he could not only witness the toll of death but also have the power to intervene. Contemplating the day when he could not only perceive others' mortality but also command it with clarity, Zou Haoyu's heart ignited with fervor. Life and death, indeed, were the most eternal of human themes, and he believed that his excitement at this moment surpassed even the thrill of earning his first fortune through the divine eye. Who, in this world, is the most esteemed? It is not those who wield wealth and power, but rather those who can genuinely dictate the fates of others. In that moment, Zou Haoyu set a resolute goal for himself. To leverage the divine eye to become that singular being, the one who could accurately govern the lives and deaths of others, the ultimate sovereign. Of course, I must first establish a modest objective: to become a billionaire and trample the Zhou family underfoot. That is a splendid short-term goal. Moreover, delivering a well-deserved beating to Zhou Shiyang is also among my immediate ambitions. Zou Haoyu unabashedly indulged in the cruise's complimentary fare, his mind brimming with delight. This goal was only one of many. As it pertained to Guan Miaotong, the Guan family had finally made an appearance, and breaking through their obstacles to forge a bond with Guan Miaotong had become a minor target for the ambitious Zou Haoyu. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. The divine eye was in operation. He should summon Guan Miaotong to help examine her health. Of course, if he happened to accidentally glimpse something he ought not to, that would not be his intention. As for Yen Song, he had taken care of him. Such gratitude needed to be repaid. Assisting this fellow in a health check would also be a matter of course, wouldn't it? As for himself, Zou Haoyu had already conducted a covert examination, discovering he was in peak health. Indeed, it was advisable to enhance his fitness regimen. Abruptly, Zou Haoyu sensed a wave of malicious intent directed at him. The divine eye revealed that a particularly vile animosity was being projected from a specific direction. He swiftly turned to face it, spotting Zhou Shiyang on the upper deck, accompanied by a man who towered over him, both pointing and gesturing towards Zou Haoyu. When Zhou Shiyang noticed his gaze, he brazenly drew his thumb across his throat, mimicking a gunshot gesture at Zou Haoyu. Zou Haoyu disregarded Zhou Shiyang. He was merely a spoiled brat unworthy of concern. The divine eye's intuition indicated that the intense malice emanated from the imposing figure beside Zhou Shiyang. That was not merely a large man, it was a young individual, likely not older than 25. His elongated horse-like face was held high, radiating an air of superiority. Even Zhou Shiyang was merely a subordinate in his presence. Upon glimpsing that horse-like visage, Zou Haoyu could only think of one thing. A blade. It was exceedingly rare for a man's countenance to resemble a knife, and this one openly displayed disdain and indifference, tinged with murderous intent. Were they truly contemplating violence? Zou Haoyu's eyes narrowed, and his muscles tensed in readiness. Chapter 45 of the Zhou family. With his divine vision, Zou Haoyu observed the brooding young man with a horse-like face. Beneath his almost translucent skin, a liquid-like substance, distinctly not blood, swirled rapidly through his veins. This fluid was so faint it was nearly imperceptible compared to blood vessels, yet its existence was undeniable. What could it be? Zou Haoyu was taken aback. He had encountered over 100 individuals with divine vision, yet this horse-faced youth was the first to possess such an unusual element. Could it be that this fellow harbored some kind of extraordinary ability? Lowering his gaze to feign interest elsewhere, Zou Haoyu felt his heartbeat quicken. In this world, the presence of one more individual with a mysterious advantage diminished his own edge. Regardless of whether it was akin to divine vision, this horse-faced youth undoubtedly represented a formidable opponent. Faced with this unprecedented situation, Zou Haoyu's internal pressure escalated. In the vast expanse of the world, there truly exists a plethora of extraordinary individuals. One cannot become complacent simply because one possesses a unique advantage like divine vision. Such a mindset would inevitably lead to great misfortune. Nevertheless, what exactly was that substance within the horse-faced youth? Could it be, as depicted in novels, that this seemingly feeble element was actually a form of inner strength? He quickly glanced in that direction again, only to find Zhou Shiyang and the horse-faced youth had vanished. A sense of loss washed over Zou Haoyu as he silently lamented. The divine vision not only allowed him to perceive such substances but also bore a semblance of analytical capability. Had he taken a moment to observe that peculiar element, he might have deciphered its true nature. Shaking his head, he reassured himself that he would undoubtedly encounter this individual again, and at that time, further investigation would not be too late. However, Zhou Shiyang's overt malice had raised a red flag in Zou Haoyu's mind. Zhou Shiyang, a wealthy scion accustomed to a life of luxury, had spent his 4 years in university taking advantage of others, never once tasting defeat. In Zou Haoyu's hands, however, Zhou Shiyang had not only suffered embarrassment but had also incurred a loss. He was bound to seek revenge, and this cruise was the perfect setting for it. With Zhou Shiyang currently enjoying the upper hand, alongside the horse-faced youth who likely possessed his own unique abilities, even with divine vision's assistance, Zou Haoyu understood the need for heightened caution. In that moment, Zou Haoyu sensed the unmistakable scent of battle in the air, invigorating his spirit. Suddenly, after 3 crisp chimes reminiscent of a bell, Zhou Shiyang's voice resonated from the entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, here, there is no need for restraint. This rare opportunity for relaxation should be embraced, so please, enjoy yourselves and momentarily set aside worldly concerns. Zhou Shiyang, with a practiced ease, seemed to greet each person, clasping his hands with a genial smile. Therefore, I hereby declare the cruise ball officially commenced. A subdued yet polite round of applause ensued as Zhou Shiyang descended from what appeared to be a podium draped in red carpet. Accompanying him were not only the brooding horse-faced youth but also a formally attired woman, bearing a resemblance to Zhou Shiyang. Likely another member of the Zhou family. Zheng Jing had not appeared, and her whereabouts remained a mystery. Zou Haoyu, having arrived with Guan Miaotong, now found himself alone, as Yen Song was also unaccounted for. Those of higher social standing certainly had no intention of engaging with him, and among the women present, none showed any inclination to approach him as a dance partner. Zhou Shiyang and the Zhou family woman initiated the festivities, followed by clusters of men and women embracing one another as they entered the dance floor, gracefully twirling in rhythm. Zou Haoyu sat at a distance, fully aware of his isolation, yet he felt indifferent. He had not come seeking flattery. There was no need to sulk in the presence of such a crowd, especially considering that his current status hardly matched that of the affluent individuals surrounding him. Those who attended were either billionaires, renowned socialites, or privileged offspring of influential families. With a mere valuation of 10 to 20 million, Zou Haoyu knew he was hardly regarded by this assembly. Zou Haoyu had no desire to force his way into their circle. He understood that time was on his side. With divine vision, surpassing these individuals and ultimately standing above them was merely a matter of time. There was no need to rush. However, while he was preoccupied with his own thoughts, others were intent on creating trouble for him. Before long, as the dance concluded, women flocked to Zhou Shiyang, while the horse-faced youth engaged in lively banter with an elegantly dressed woman. Zou Haoyu felt a wave of ennui wash over him. He was uncertain about the arrangements within the cruise's lounge. Rather than watch these colorful couples embrace and dance, he might as well retire early to rejuvenate himself for the impending conflict with Zhou Shiyang. Especially that horse-faced youth, whose very presence radiated a palpable threat, as discerned through Zou Haoyu's intuition and divine vision. Suddenly, a waft of dark, fragrant perfume invaded his nostrils. Turning his head, he found himself face to face with the Zhou family woman. She regarded him with disdain, elegantly holding a glass of red wine, and looked down upon him, saying coolly, "You are that classmate of Yang's, Zhou something, am I correct?" With a smile, Zou Haoyu nodded. "Indeed, I am that Zhou something. Is there something you wish to discuss?"
The woman nodded. I would like to speak with you. I heard from my Yang that you once had a romantic involvement with Zhang Jing, is that so? A romantic involvement?
Does unrequited love count as romance? Zou Haoyu neither confirmed nor denied, merely observing the woman to see what she would say next. She remained standing, as if sharing a table with him would somehow diminish her stature. The fleeting affections of university students are best left in the past. You, being a university graduate, should understand how unethical it is to intrude upon another's family, she bluntly informed Zou Haoyu, or rather, delivered a warning. Therefore, I implore you to spare yourself the embarrassment and cease pursuing Zhang Jing. You are incompatible, and besides, Zhang Jing is now Yang's wife. Zou Haoyu could not help but chuckle softly. He did not wish to dwell on what Zhou Shiyang had said about him. All he knew was that the Zhou family truly was a group of fools. Allow me to clarify something. I have no interest in a worn-out shoe, Zou Haoyu replied with equal candor. And please believe, Zhou Shiyang's taste in admiration is limited to the naive level of someone who has seldom encountered the world. A faint flicker of anger crossed the woman's face. Perhaps she thought that losing composure in front of Zou Haoyu would tarnish the Zhou family's reputation.
You certainly are a man of many thoughts.
Very well, I shall remember you, she said, turning to leave. Zou Haoyu called after her, seriously advising, do not remember me, for it may lead to your downfall. Trust me, not long ago, Zhou Shiyang sought to engrave my memory, and as you may already know, he lost over 10 million to me. Had I not spared him a portion out of respect for our university days, he would still owe me quite a sum, a few million, which should be a trivial amount for your family, correct?
The woman's eyes narrowed.
She was well aware of Zhou Shiyang's significant loss. However, she hadn't anticipated that Zou Haoyu would mention it to her face. I hope you have the means to deceive and spend, she said, her words laden with implication.
Zou Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. Trust me, my life will be long, very long, until the day you bury your son. I'll still be around with a bottle of wine to pay my respects. Oh, and let us not forget, that is, if you manage to have a son. The woman, incensed, hurled her glass of red wine into the sea, stamping her foot in frustration as she stormed off. It was clear that Zou Haoyu had truly angered her. Remember, I have a keen eye for people. That Liang fellow has already received my warning. Do not underestimate the power of my words. They are quite effective. Zou Haoyu laughed heartily. This woman was none other than Zhou Shiyang's elder sister, Zhou Shijia, who had given birth to a son just this year. However, while her son bore the Zhou surname, her husband had not been adopted into the family, yet he was more entrenched than any who had entered through such means. Zhou Shijia doted on her newborn son to an extreme degree. Zou Haoyu's remarks about her child could not help but incite her fury. She resolved that should Zhou Shiyang find himself at a loss against this peculiar individual, she would take matters into her own hands. Anyone who dared to offend the Zhou family must pay the price. Yet, coincidentally, her precious son had recently been feeling unwell, sleeping throughout the day. As Zou Haoyu confidently declared before so many that the Liang fellow was nearing his end, the certainty in his voice was enough to unsettle Zhou Shijia. She decided to keep a close watch on the Liang fellow's reactions. Should he truly perish, Zou Haoyu would certainly face dire consequences. Such a person could not be allowed to live, especially not one who would use another's life to ensure her son's safety. Just as Zhou Shijia departed, Zhou Shiyang approached once more. Oh, why are you sitting all alone? Has no one come to dance with you?
Zhou Shiyang, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, appeared to be in high spirits as he plopped down beside Zou Haoyu, mockingly saying, after all, we are still classmates. It would be quite embarrassing if you had no partner. If that is the case, I could call a few of the peripheral female models on board for you. If there really is a shortage of partners, there are a few servants with decent appearances as well. Leaning in closer, Zhou Shiyang donned a conspiratorial grin. Rest assured, I won't tell Guan Miaotong.
Here, you can let loose. I'll keep all your secrets safe. Zou Haoyu's retort sent Zhou Shiyang into a fit of rage. Oh, so now that young Master Zhou has some wealth, you wish to bestow upon me a little pocket change?
Zou Haoyu crossed his legs, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to say, you're far too kind.
Chapter 46.
A warning. Zhou Shiyang believed that the fundamental conflict between him and Zou Haoyu stemmed from the fact that Zou Haoyu had deceitfully taken a substantial sum of money from him. Whenever Zhou Shiyang thought of Zou Haoyu, the first thing that came to mind was the label that Zhang Jing had looked down upon, but now, all that occupied his thoughts was one thing. Money, tens of millions of it. Zhang Jing had become tiresome to him. She could never be his pride. She had chosen him over sailing the seas, which meant she could never be a source of pride for Zhou Shiyang. Money, and only money, was the thing that mattered most to him. Zou Haoyu had successfully obtained over 10 million from him, a wound that cut deeply, an affront that Zhou Shiyang could not dismiss lightly. Now, the audacity of Zou Haoyu to bring up past grievances ignited Zhou Shiyang's fury. As he turned to leave in a fit of rage, he heard Zou Haoyu casually add, by the way, that woman earlier, she's your sister, isn't she? It seems she intends to bring me some money as well. Be sure to remind her, as a member of the Zhou family, not to be too stingy. A few million should suffice. If this falls into my hands again, you two, I should say three, will each need to prepare 10 million. That's at least 30 million, and please don't wait until I demand the money, or it would be quite the disgrace for the Zhou family. Do you understand? Zhou Shiyang spun around, his temper flaring as he retorted, Zou Haoyu, just because you tricked me once doesn't mean you can spend that money freely. Let me tell you, you may have the opportunity to take that money, but don't think you'll have the chance to spend it. We shall see. Zou Haoyu was resolute. He knew Zhou Shiyang was playing for keeps this time. Oh, is that so? He needed to extract information about the sullen-faced young man who had caught Zhou Shiyang's attention. Is your trump card that horse-faced fellow? Good, now there are four of us. Just don't let it come to pass that you can't produce 40 million, or I might have to toss your hired help into the sea if you can't pay his ransom. Zhou Shiyang was indeed provoked, sneering, in terms of connections and wealth, do you believe you have any advantage on this cruise ship? As for my friend, he will demonstrate with his fists what it means to rule one's territory. A true enforcer, indeed. This was somewhat troublesome. The divine I couldn't teach him how to fight. Zou Haoyu clicked his tongue, laughing. You think a mere beginner in internal strength can truly consider himself a martial arts master? Tell him to practice for another 30 years. By the time he breaks through his limitations, perhaps I might spare him once, considering his lack of talent. Zhou Shiyang was taken aback, gazing at Zou Haoyu as if he had seen a ghost. In these times, few believed in the existence of internal strength, and unfortunately, Zhou Shiyang was one of the few who did. Who was Zou Haoyu, a pauper? During their university days, Zhou Shiyang had thoroughly uncovered all his secrets. 4 years were ample time for one's true character to be laid bare. Zhou Shiyang would wager that Zou Haoyu had no knowledge of martial arts whatsoever, yet he could discern that the sullen-faced young man possessed internal energy, albeit not overtly, and there was the fact of his limitations. Could it be that this fellow had been so adept at masquerading that he had concealed his martial prowess from everyone during their 4 years of university? If that were the case, Zhou Shiyang would truly be horrified. Imagine, a person with whom you had shared 4 years of your life suddenly transformed into someone unrecognizable, revealing that the facade had been an elaborate act all along. How would one react? Among his peers, Zhou Shiyang understood better than most just how terrifying a person with such profound guile could be. You are not Zou Haoyu. Who are you? Zhou Shiyang stammered, nearly shouting, are you human or ghost? Zou Haoyu remained unfazed, adopting an air of mystery as he smiled. After 4 years as your classmate, you still don't know if I am human or ghost? You truly have been a negligent companion. Perhaps I should provide you with a demonstration of the truth soon. How does that sound? With a cry, Zhou Shiyang turned to flee, but he was not heading towards the dance floor where couples swayed, but rather towards the staircase on the deck. A coward, scared witless by unfounded conjectures, Zou Haoyu yawned in boredom, surmising that Zhou Shiyang was frightened by his own imagination, believing that he truly understood martial arts, while all his actions during their university years had been mere pretense. Yet, when compared to the sudden addition of the divine eye as a flaw in his character, this level of imagination was trivial. Yawning again, Zou Haoyu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The damp sea breeze made him feel chilly. He still had a performance to watch later, so he decided to rest for a while. As he contemplated finding a servant to inquire about the location and arrangements of the lounge, Lin Hai appeared. Like a shadow, he silently materialized before Zou Haoyu, startling him. Reflecting on Zhou Shiyang's earlier panicked question, Zou Haoyu rolled his eyes. Have you been learning how to scare people all these years? You move like a ghost, not a sound to be heard. Are you human or specter? Lin Hai snorted, his tone curt and unyielding. Miss has matters to attend to, and I am here to inform you that tonight you will rest in the room originally assigned to her. We will discuss further matters when we meet again. Though he spoke of meeting again, Lin Hai's inner thoughts betrayed him. Meeting again? That is utterly impossible. The thought of Guan Miaodong being reprimanded by her family elders ignited a fire within Lin Hai. It was all Zou Haoyu's doing, otherwise, Guan Miaodong would not have been nearly brought to tears by that scheming old man. Zou Haoyu, however, did not dwell on such matters. He assumed that since Guan Miaodong had mentioned they would speak again, they would surely meet after a good night's rest. But which room had been assigned to Guan Miaodong? Lin Hai's exasperation was palpable as he rolled his eyes. What an idiot! How could he not recognize the traits that made the young lady so significant? Follow me, quickly, I have other matters to attend to. Eager to report the day's events to the person who had assigned him to assist Guan Miaodong, Lin Hai spoke impatiently, striding ahead. Zou Haoyu raised 2 middle fingers at Lin Hai's retreating figure, thinking, you're quite bold, just wait until I catch your weakness. Unbeknownst to him, Guan Miaodong's room was situated at the far east of the second deck, in an excellent location, right next to the rooms of Sun Xiyun and Chen Meng. In the cruise ship's corridor, Zou Haoyu encountered Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng once more. The two were conversing with two well-dressed young gentlemen outside their room. Upon seeing Zou Haoyu approach, Sun Shiyun hesitated, while Chen Meng called out, "Hey, what are you following us for? This is a civilized space, don't embarrass yourself." Zou Haoyu chuckled, "What a coincidence, but what do I want with you? A heart-to-heart all night? Not in the least, I'm merely here to rest." The two young gentlemen exchanged glances, their expressions awkward. Zou Haoyu's so-called heart-to-heart was precisely what they had in mind. "Who is this guy?" one of the gentlemen asked Sun Shiyun with a scowl. Both men had their sights set on Sun Shiyun. Chen Meng's reputation was too flamboyant, while the more innocent Sun Shiyun piqued their interest. Sun Shiyun felt a tremor of anxiety, unable to meet Zou Haoyu's grin, as if she were being caught in a compromising situation with another man late at night. A surge of shame reddened her eyes, nearly bringing tears to the surface. Chen Meng was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "You say you live here? Who do you think you are?" Zou Haoyu shrugged. "What can I say? Perhaps there was a mix-up when they assigned the rooms. Regardless, I'll be resting here tonight." Lin Hai, holding the key, opened the door but didn't intend to enter. He brusquely tossed the key into Zou Haoyu's hand and hurried off without a backward glance. He knew he had pressing matters to attend to, yet to outsiders, it appeared as if he were fleeing in fright. Shaking the key in his hand, Zou Haoyu turned to Chen Meng with a grin. "I apologize, dear star, but it seems we shall be neighbors tonight. I have some rather unpleasant sleeping habits, grinding my teeth, talking in my sleep, and who knows, I might even sleepwalk and wander into your room. Do take care, or if my habits prove intolerable, you may switch rooms with those fine gentlemen. I am sure they wouldn't mind such trivialities, right?" The two young gentlemen's faces turned an angry shade of green. They could not fathom where this audacious newcomer had come from to challenge them. One was a wealthy second generation from Hankow, while the other was the son of an official. Figures of considerable standing both in public and private. Even Zhou Shiyang treated them with deference. Otherwise, they would not have been assigned to this deck. Before they could retaliate, Zou Haoyu slammed the door shut, causing Sun Shiyun to shiver in fright. "I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'll rest now, goodbye." Sun Shiyun felt tears brimming in her eyes, turning away and rushing into her room, collapsing onto her bed and weeping silently. Chen Meng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Zou Haoyu, however, paid no mind. Upon entering the room, he took no note of his surroundings and flopped onto the soft bed, slipping into slumber. The divine eye remained alert, showing no signs of shutting down. In a hazy state, Zou Haoyu heard someone knocking at the door. Could it be Guan Miaodong? Suddenly alert, he dashed to open the door, only to find Zhang Jing standing outside, her eyes red and her demeanor dazed. So it was her. "Is there something you need?" he asked, frowning as he regarded her with annoyance. Zhang Jing opened her mouth, staring blankly at Zou Haoyu. Just as he was about to shut the door in impatience, she softly spoke, "Boss Liang has died. I came to warn you. You must be cautious of Zhou Shiyang. He will surely not let you off the hook." After delivering her message, Zhang Jing turned and hurried away, quickening her pace as if afraid of being seen visiting. This left Zou Haoyu in a state of bewilderment. Had Zhang Jing lost her mind? "While your warning is unnecessary, since you've come, I shall accept this favor," he finally muttered after a long pause. "When the Zhou family falls, I will spare you a way out." Chapter 47. I am not a saint. After lying in the room for a while, Zou Haoyu initially intended to venture out and assess the situation. However, he soon reconsidered, realizing that stepping outside might betray a semblance of insecurity. Instead, he chose to turn over and continue his slumber, displaying a remarkable sense of ease as he fell back into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, on the same deck, in a more luxurious VIP suite on the opposite side, Guan Miaodong, with her eyes slightly reddened, confronted a middle-aged man. With one hand resting on his thigh, he gaped in disbelief and shouted at Lin Hai, who stood at the doorway, "Is it true that he has died?" Lin Hai nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the gentleman surnamed Liang has indeed passed away." This middle-aged man was none other than Guan Miaodong's uncle, Guan Ringyang. Within the Guan family, he held a senior status and was regarded with considerable respect. However, when it came to actual power, he was eclipsed even by a senior manager of the Guan family's enterprises. Ranyang was adept at leveraging his seniority and status to exert pressure, to the extent that even Lin Hai, the bodyguard, held him in disdain. Yet, as long as Ranyang did not overstep, Lin Hai, in his capacity as a bodyguard, found himself powerless against him. Earlier, Lin Hai, who had been preoccupied with the impending demise of the gentleman surnamed Liang that he had confidently predicted would occur within an hour, was dispatched by the equally time-conscious Guan Ringyang to monitor Liang's condition. He witnessed the man, who was dancing with a provocatively dressed woman, suddenly collapse to the floor, lifeless before he could even react. This shocked Lin Hai profoundly. He had never encountered anyone as uncanny as Zou Haoyu, who had accurately foretold that Liang would not survive beyond 2 hours. Remarkably, just seconds shy of 2 hours, Liang had performed a tragic spectacle of life and death in plain sight for less than 2 seconds. Lin Hai felt a chill run down his spine. Liang had been in robust health, as confirmed by the family doctor of the Zhou family on multiple occasions. Was it possible that Zou Haoyu had cursed Liang after he had offended him? Whether Zou Haoyu's medical prowess was truly divine or if he possessed an uncanny ability to curse someone to death without a trace, the precision of his prediction within 10 seconds was utterly terrifying to Lin Hai. He would rather believe that Zou Haoyu had secretly orchestrated Liang's misfortune. However, this was implausible. Lin Hai was an extraordinary expert, and aboard this cruise ship, he was acutely aware that there was only one true master present, the young man with a brooding demeanor who was likely still in shock outside, struggling to comprehend the situation. While Zou Haoyu was indeed physically robust, Lin Hai was confident that he lacked any martial prowess. He would wager his life on it. More astonished than Lin Hai was Guan Renyang. The precision of death's pronouncement within a mere 5 to 6 seconds was an extraordinary feat. Renyang had an acute fear of death, more so than the average person. He found himself preoccupied with the thought of whether forcibly taking Guan Miaotong away might provoke that enigmatic Zou Haoyu to deliver a similar grim prophecy. You have 2 hours left to live. Enjoy it while you can. Just the thought of those words coming from Zou Haoyu made Renyang shudder. Gulping audibly, Renyang hastily cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. Yet, it was evident that he had lost the will to chastise his leg, which a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner had been unable to alleviate. With a voice that had unconsciously shifted in pitch, he turned to Lin Hai and inquired, "What is that that person doing?" Lin Hai replied candidly, "He's sleeping."
Guan Renyang inhaled sharply, instantly concluding that Zou Haoyu must be certain that the gentleman surnamed Liang would die within the timeframe he had predicted.
Otherwise, in such a setting, he would not be so carefree as to sleep soundly. A person so relaxed could only indicate one of two possibilities: either he was entirely indifferent to the consequences of his words, or he possessed an extraordinary level of confidence in his abilities. It appeared that Zou Haoyu was indeed capable, and that capability was genuine. Renyang's mind raced with unease as he thought, however, Guan Miaotong is still my niece, it is my duty to warn her about those with ulterior motives. If this young man truly possesses the ability to determine life and death with a single statement, he would be an invaluable asset. If I could win him over to my side, the Guan family would have to act according to my wishes. Casting a furtive glance at Guan Miaotong, Renyang, filled with jealousy, cursed inwardly, "Damn it! Why don't I have such a beautiful daughter? If she were my biological daughter, that young man would surely dedicate himself to helping me become the head of the Guan family. I cannot allow the third son to gain this young man as favor." Suddenly, a nefarious thought crossed his mind. Renyang contemplated, "Perhaps I should test this young man to see if he can be of service to me. If I do not act quickly to secure him while he is still unfamiliar with the Guan family, I may lose my chance. If he is resolute in aiding the third son, I would rather eliminate him than allow him to appear before the third son again." Just then, Guan Miaotong let out a soft sigh, shattering all of Renyang's scheming thoughts. Aware that Guan Miaotong was under the protection of Lin Hai, a formidable expert, he understood that he had no real opportunity to harm her. He knew that the moment he entertained any harmful thoughts toward her, Lin Hai would not hesitate to take action against him. Moreover, there was now the added factor of Zou Haoyu, who could seemingly dictate the fates of others. Reflecting on his own isolation, Renyang realized he was but a solitary figure. This wretched girl has seen through my intentions. Renyang cursed himself in frustration. Yet another thought crossed his mind: but if I refrain from acting, should others decide to target that young man, I would have no means to intervene. Even if I do not incite trouble, I could subtly encourage the Zhou family's young heir. This wretched girl will be powerless to stop me. What a splendid plan. Glancing once more at Lin Hai, Renyang understood that Lin Hai had facilitated Guan Miaotong's departure from Zou Haoyu because he, too, held disdain for Zou Haoyu, believing him unworthy of Guan Miaotong. However, the situation had changed. Zou Haoyu now possessed a fearsome ability, and even Lin Hai, despite his previous biases, recognized what such a person could mean for the Guan family. Even if he would not actively foster a connection between Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong, he would no longer obstruct their interactions as he had before. Renyang realized he could no longer utilize Lin Hai to his advantage. His frustration mounted, causing his bladder to ache as he once again grappled with his awkward position within the Guan family. He was a man devoid of authority, relying solely on his age to assert his presence. Outside, even the younger generation of the Zhou family remained unaware of his embarrassing status, which had provided him with some solace amid the flattery he received. Yet now, it was clear that without real power within the Zhou family, external respect held little significance. Lin Hai, a mere lowly bodyguard, would not heed his commands, let alone those who wielded actual power within the Guan family. Yet, despite appearing to be in his 50s, Renyang's youthful appearance stemmed from his leisurely lifestyle and diligent self-care, making him seem merely middle-aged. The head of the Guan family, Ren Yang's younger brother, was already over 60. How could Ren Yang still be considered young? In the blink of an eye, myriad thoughts raced through his mind, yet he maintained a stern expression. It seems this young man possesses some capabilities after all, Ren Yang declared with a fierce tone. However, the Guan family upholds rigorous standards. Even if you share mutual feelings, you must exercise self-discipline. Until you have formally met each other's families and established a relationship, you cannot behave shamelessly like those young people in society. I will not permit any actions that disgrace the Guan family. This is a principle I uphold. Guan Miaodong likely understood her uncle's perspective, despite his low reputation within the Guan family, while Lin Hai was left in bewilderment. What was this man thinking? According to his usual behavior, upon learning of Zou Haoyu's mysterious ability to predict life and death, he should have hurriedly sought to win him over, or at the very least, urged his niece to do so. Why was he now taking such a morally upright stance? Reflecting on Ren Yang's character, Lin Hai found himself increasingly confused. Suddenly, the chaotic sound of footsteps and voices erupted in the corridor. Lin Hai quickly opened the door to see a throng of people rushing toward the far end, where Zhou Shiyang was furiously banging on a door, shouting, "Zou Haoyu, get out here!" This young man was likely in trouble. Lin Hai furrowed his brow, hesitated briefly, then glanced at Guan Miaodong before stepping outside to observe the unfolding situation. Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng, still drowsy, emerged from their respective rooms, along with several others.
What is going on?
The crowd was startled by the sudden commotion, prompting someone to grab a familiar face among the throng and inquire.
Chen Meng rubbed his eyes, tilting his head in confusion, while the adorably dazed Sun Shiyun asked, "What happened?"
As Sun Shiyun shook her head, a realization dawned upon her regarding the identity of the occupant next door, prompting her to whisper, "Oh no, this is bad.
He is going to be in trouble."
Chen Meng, still groggy and not fully grasping the situation, only began to comprehend when Zou Haoyu, yawning, opened the door slightly, revealing half of his body.
"Ah, I get it now.
He said someone is going to die." Chen Meng quickly covered his mouth, instinctively glancing at his thigh, his mind a blank slate. That shameless fellow truly possessed otherworldly abilities.
"Looking for me?
If you have something to say, hurry up, I'm very tired," Zou Haoyu yawned, pushing Zhou Shiyang back a step with an air of impatience. Zhou Shiyang was furious. "You still have the nerve to sleep?
I ask you, since you foresaw that Boss Liang would suddenly fall ill and die, why didn't you save him? How can you be so cold-blooded?"
"Oh, I remember now," Zou Haoyu blinked, adopting a serious demeanor as he nodded. Then, tilting his head and gazing at Zhou Shiyang as if he were a fool, he retorted, "Do you think I resemble a saint radiating with divine light?" Chapter 48 Medical Skills. I have no understanding of it at all. Who was Boss Liang? A mere dog of Zhou Shiyang, or rather, a dog of the Zhou family. Even if he did not provoke Zou Haoyu would undoubtedly regard him with disdain, fully aware that he would meet his demise yet remaining absolutely indifferent. Moreover, Liang's filthy mouth had already incited Zou Haoyu's ire. With a dismissive attitude towards Zou Haoyu, Zhou Shiyang furiously exclaimed, "How can you be so cold-blooded? Let me tell you, people like him deserve to be scorned by the masses." Zou Haoyu shrugged, and suddenly, his expression shifted to one of extreme innocence as he curiously retorted, "Old classmate, you are unjustly accusing me. After 4 years of camaraderie, can you not understand me? We did not study medicine, and while your guest has perished, you cannot shift the blame entirely onto me. What about your family as private doctor? Don't you even think of making me take the fall for your family as physician? That would be unreasonable. Even I, a layman in medicine, know the truth. A doctor cannot cure every ailment." Zhou Shiyang was taken aback, unable to fathom that Zou Haoyu would so brazenly deny all culpability. You didn't say." Zhou Shiyang stumbled over his words, his anger rendering him somewhat incoherent. Zou Haoyu chuckled, "All right, your guest has died on your cruise, and I can understand your dismay, but you cannot simply lash out at anyone you encounter. Oh, are you not welcoming me? That is fine, we're old classmates after all. I just have the cruise turned back, and I shall disembark at the shore. Rest assured, I comprehend your situation. After all, in moments of desperation, one might act irrationally."
Among the crowd, someone was secretly recording with their phone.
It was precisely because the watchful eye had noticed someone filming that Zou Haoyu had vehemently denied the events that transpired 2 hours prior. At that moment, no one was recording. If someone were bold enough to post this incident online, Zou Haoyu would have ample arguments to counter it. Overall, this is a fair nation where everyone has the right to their own opinions, yet society as a whole harbors no fondness for second-generation heirs like Zhou Shiyang. While Zhou Shiyang could rally 80% of the passengers on the cruise to testify that Zou Haoyu had declared Liang's death inevitable, Zou Haoyu had his own means to make society view Zhou Shiyang as a bully wielding his influence against the weak. People's sympathy invariably leans towards the underprivileged. Now, old classmate, hurry and attend to the aftermath of that fellow's demise. Asa poor man, I shan't accompany you, I'll take a little nap. Farewell, Zou Haoyu declared, dismissing the situation that he realized that if he were to step out now, Zhou Shiyang would undoubtedly conspire with others to thrust the responsibility of handling Liang's body upon him. He had no intention of alleviating Zhou Shiyang's troubles. It remained to be seen how Zhou Shiyang would resolve this predicament. For the cruise to continue its journey, Liang's body must be dealt with. After all, who could enjoy themselves with a corpse aboard? However, returning to shore was out of the question. The cruise represented an opportunity for Zhou Shiyang, as well as for the other invited guests. With Liang deceased, Zhou Shiyang would never permit the discomfort of other influential individuals over a mere dead man to deter him. Zou Haoyu remained unfazed, while Zhou Shiyang felt a twinge of anxiety. To be honest, Zhou Shiyang felt quite vulnerable in the face of Zou Haoyu following Liang's death. He was firmly convinced that Zou Haoyu must have employed some method to eliminate Liang, yet he could not find any evidence of Zou Haoyu's involvement. Zhou Shiyang placed immense trust in his two family doctors. If they had not identified any issues with Liang's body, there must be no problem. Once we return to Hankow, let us send boss Liang's body to the hospital for an autopsy. Then the truth will be revealed, whispered Zhou Shiyang's sister, Zhou Shijia, offering advice while casting a scrutinizing glance at Zou Haoyu, convinced that he had played a role in Liang's demise. The crowd soon dispersed, matters still needed resolving, and the ball must continue without letting Liang's death signal the end of the world. Zhou Shijia reminded Zhou Shiyang, ensure that someone keeps watch over Liang's body. Quickly make a call. Spending a little money is of no concern. We must have a helicopter come to swiftly remove Liang's body, so it does not further dampen the spirits of others. During this time, we must refrain from any underhanded actions, as there are far too many eyes on us. Zhou Shiyang replied defiantly, but what if that guy didn't take action? Didn't he take action? Then how did Boss Liang die? Zhou Shijia scoffed, I am convinced that this little scoundrel is responsible regardless of whether the investigation ultimately clears him. Do not forget, you are the legitimate grandson of the Zhou family, a child of destiny, while this Zou Haoyu was merely a low-born individual. Do you not see how our resources are being squandered in this conflict with someone of such stature? Remember, this is your opportunity to shine. Liang is hardly a significant figure. As long as you can garner the support of several prominent business leaders, think of the benefits that await you upon your return home. Both were acutely aware that even if they managed to win over 99% of the people aboard the cruise, it would pale in comparison to securing the allegiance of Guan Miaotong, whose family held immense influence. Zhou Shijia had not contemplated overly malicious methods, but Zhou Shiyang had, and he was already putting his plans into action. Once the group departed, Zou Haoyu stood quietly at the doorway for a moment, suddenly breaking into a cold smile, a mocking smirk gracing his lips as he turned to re-enter his room for further rest. Sun Shiyun, who had been silently standing inside the door, suddenly murmured, Mr. Zou? Zou Haoyu blinked, what is it, do you need something? Sun Shiyun bit her lip, raising her gaze to meet Zou Haoyu's, then lowering it again, appearing torn between words. Chen Meng, tilting her head in deep thought, contrasted sharply with the pride she had exhibited over an hour ago when she had first encountered Zou Haoyu. Upon hearing of Liang's death, a whirlwind of emotions coursed through her: fear, elation, dread, regret, and even a hint of grievance. The fear was easily understood. After all, facing a figure who could predict with uncanny precision when a seemingly healthy person would die, with only a few seconds of margin for error, was enough to instill terror. That fear, when amplified, naturally morphed into sheer panic. Conversely, elation was a logical response. Sun Shiyun's waist and Chen Meng's inner thigh were areas of great concern for them both, and especially for Chen Meng, whose issue had not only caused her tremendous humiliation but had also deeply impacted her work and life. Chen Meng could never forget the words of a now prominent actress, once her close friend, during their competition for a film role: your legs are practically ruined by men, what's the point of pretending to be pure? You'll always be a loose woman, how dare you even think of playing a little girl, it's utterly disgusting. Those words had cast a long shadow over Chen Meng, leaving her trapped in the limbo of second-tier stardom. She longed desperately for a skilled healer to resolve her issues and lift the weight that had burdened her for over 20 years. From the outset, Chen Meng had consulted countless famous doctors, losing track of the number. All she could recall was that nearly every renowned physician had delivered the same verdict: there is no cure. If you wish for a complete remedy, you must be willing to part with that leg. Even the esteemed Dr. Zhao, who had alleviated Sun Shiyun's suffering through acupuncture, had no solutions for her plight. According to Dr. Zhao, unless one possesses the divine power over life and death, no one else can assist you. Sun Shiyun's joy was no less than Chen Meng's. At the zenith of her career, her success burned brightly, yet her body betrayed her, limiting her opportunities due to her ailments. In that fleeting moment, both women had come to a collective realization: the man before them was indeed the one who held dominion over life and death, the very god that Dr. Zhao had alluded to. Of course, their fervent concern led to an inevitable fervor. Zou Haoyu remarked, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest, and should you encounter any mice or such in your room, you ought to consult the cruise staff. I am not particularly adept at those matters." As he turned to close the door, Sun Shiyun grew anxious, and so did Chen Meng. Chen Meng, in particular, grew more desperate, directly asking, Mr. Zou, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, please do not take offense, I am willing to convey my remorse in any form you desire. Indeed, if Zou Haoyu could resolve her inner thigh issues, she would be prepared to offer anything, even her mature yet untainted body. No one understands the value of water better than a parched traveler in the desert, and in that moment, one could imagine that a person in the desert would give everything for a single drop of water. Once Chen Meng had opened the dialogue, Sun Xian felt encouraged to voice her own inquiries. She half emerged from her room, fixating on Zou Haoyu's eyes, and quietly asked, "Mr. Zou, when you predicted Boss Liang's death, you weren't jesting, were you?" Zou Haoyu furrowed his brow and replied coolly, "I have already made myself clear. I do not possess medical knowledge, moreover, only a god can determine the fate of life and death. Do I appear to you as a deity?" This was a case of seduction through restraint. He was determined to possess the pendant nestled between the two mountains of Chen Meng and Sun Shiyun, with the watchful eye, resolving the issues plaguing these two prominent stars. Issues that were beyond the reach of conventional medicine was hardly a challenge. Even if this were merely a business transaction, he would not suffer a loss. After all, this was far more than just a business deal. However, on the deck, the attitudes of the two stars had been far from amiable, and the current climate was decidedly a seller's market. Since the two sought his assistance, Zou Haoyu knew he must seize control of the situation and maximize his influence, otherwise, he would not be Zou Haoyu. At the end of the long corridor, as she quietly listened to Zou Haoyu's seemingly righteous response, Guan Miaotong stifled a laugh. Others may not realize Zou Haoyu's profound medical skills, but she did, and perhaps she and Yen Song were the only two in the world aware of his extraordinary abilities. Thanks to Yan Ji, Zou Haoyu had inadvertently revealed his mastery of medicine. The notion of writing to inquire about one of his elders was a ruse that would not fool anyone. During their initial encounter on the train, Zou Haoyu had alleviated her fatigue with a unique and miraculous massage, and the ailments that had once plagued her due to exhaustion had since vanished. Uncertain whether Zou Haoyu would regret exposing his abilities, she couldn't help but ponder the amusing possibility. As she reflected on this delightful conundrum, Guan Miaotong's eyes sparkled, and a soft smile graced her lips. Chapter 49. The Pendant in Hand. In truth, Chen Meng harbored a greater yearning to remedy her minor ailments than Sun Shiyun did. As for Sun Shiyun's waist, Dr. Zhao had already advised that, as long as she minimized the use of harnesses and avoided particularly strenuous activities, applying traditional herbal ointments would suffice. While it may not completely cure her, it would not significantly disrupt her lifestyle. For Sun Shiyun, who was seeking a transformation, this was hardly a substantial concern. However, for Chen Meng, it was a different matter altogether. Being older than Sun Shiyun, she longed to lead a normal life as a woman, yet the issues with her thighs and hips loomed over her like a colossal shadow, robbing her of the courage to embark on a romantic relationship. Thus, when Zou Haoyu casually remarked that he did not possess extraordinary medical skills, Chen Meng felt tears welling up in her eyes. The rapid oscillation between joy and despair was almost unbearable for her. Sun Shiyun, however, astutely discerned the underlying meaning in Zou Haoyu's words. Humans are not gods, yet within them lies the potential for the divine. Dr. Zhao had once stated that traditional Chinese medicine is profoundly intricate and that there exist legendary figures capable of miraculous feats, such as reviving the dead. For a practitioner of traditional medicine, achieving such a state is the pinnacle of aspiration. Dr. Zhao had explicitly told Sun Shiyun, there exists a remarkable skill within traditional medicine, often misunderstood by outsiders as mere massage. In reality, this is a significant misconception. To put it plainly, a master healer can discern the issues within a person's internal organs and even the blood vessels within a centimeter of their body with just a glance. At that time, Sun Shiyun had inquired whether Dr. Zhao considered himself such a master. With a composed smile, he had replied with a hint of pride, "My expertise lies in acupuncture, I am more familiar with matters beyond the bones." This statement implied that the only area he was not proficient in was orthopedics. Regarding all other issues, he could confidently surpass his peers in traditional medicine. Dr. Zhao had informed both Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng that their problems extended beyond mere muscular concerns. Fundamentally, there were pathogens lurking deep within their bones, even within their marrow. Without addressing the root of the issue at the core of their skeletal structure, even his skills could only provide symptomatic relief. Sun Shiyun vividly recalled the pride and regret etched on Dr. Zhao's face, pride in his unparalleled medical expertise, and regret that his knowledge was not comprehensive of the attitude displayed by Zou Haoyu bore a striking resemblance to the pride Dr. Zhao had exuded at that moment. Sun Shiyun was certain that he possessed remarkable medical skills. After all, a Mr. Liang had been given a definitive time of death by him, which could not simply be dismissed as mere conjecture. Furthermore, Sun Shiyun distinctly remembered when Chen Meng returned with an odd tone, confirming that Zou Haoyu himself had set the time of death for Mr. Liang. Chen Meng would not frivolously mention this in front of her, especially considering the disdainful sentiments held by many aboard the cruise. Taking a step forward, Sun Shiyun earnestly addressed Zou Haoyu. Mr. Zou, I acknowledge that we owe you an apology for our superficiality and unfriendliness from 2 hours ago. We shall extend our utmost sincerity in our apology. I believe you are indeed a master healer with divine skills, and with the most genuine humility, I implore you to assist us. Following her declaration, Sun Shiyun fixed her gaze on Zou Haoyu, convinced that once he spoke, her years of navigating the entertainment industry would provide her with the perfect retort. Chen Meng bit her lip tightly, uncertain how to convey her sincerity. All she wished was for Zou Haoyu to sense her willingness to do anything for the sake of healing. Both women anticipated that Zou Haoyu would continue to evade their requests. To their surprise, he merely smirked slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips.
Miss Sun, your issue pertains to your waist, correct? You cannot stand for long, nor sit for extended periods. Even waking from sleep leaves you aching all over. The first thing you dread upon waking is getting out of bed, am I right? Zou Haoyu strolled calmly, stating, and as for Miss Chen, it seems there is a pathogen within your bone marrow, which cannot be excavated or eradicated through medication. In fact, confining this pathogen to its origin is impossible, isn't that so? Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng exchanged glances, elation evident in their eyes. Chen Meng, disregarding her shyness, grasped Zou Haoyu's hand, nodding fervently, yes, that's right. Mr. Zou, can you treat us? Zou Haoyu chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively, be it acupuncture, massage, or medication, as long as there is a desire to heal, it can certainly be achieved. However, I will require that pendant from you, perhaps it is the key to eradicating the pathogens deep within your bones. It was then that Chen Meng understood why Zou Haoyu had been fixated on her pendant. She had worn it for several years and felt a twinge of reluctance to part with it, yet Zou Haoyu did not press her. Rather, he spoke in a tone of gentle persuasion, that pendant inherently contains certain medicinal properties. Wearing it is merely a decorative choice, not particularly aesthetically pleasing. Of course, if you feel reluctant to part with it, that is entirely understandable. I can seek alternative remedies. With a steely resolve, Chen Meng swiftly removed the pendant and placed it in Zou Haoyu's hand, lifting her slightly fuller face and declaring, this pendant is merely a psychological comfort. Since it may prove useful, I shall gift it to you, Mr. Zou. Zou Haoyu responded with a smile. Clearly, this cruise is not an appropriate venue for treatment. Here is the plan. Upon our return to Hankow, you will find a suitable location, and I will come to assist with your treatment. However, I have one condition. Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng exchanged anxious glances, speaking in unison. May I ask, Mr. Zou, what do you wish for us to do? I require your assistance. Zou Haoyu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he intentionally paused, his gaze flitting between the two stars. Sun Shiyun wore a knowing expression, maintaining a stoic demeanor, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Chen Meng bit her lip fiercely, drawing blood, which painted her lips a vivid red. Very well, let it be. Tears shimmered in her inherently alluring eyes as she hesitated, on the verge of agreement. Yet Zou Haoyu burst into laughter, promptly revealing the latter part of his statement. I need you to help promote my skills within your entertainment circle. I may open a clinic in the future, but alas, I lack funds and must first earn a little from you wealthy individuals. Additionally, the news of my treatment for you must remain confidential. If anyone inquires post-treatment regarding that Mr. Liang, it should be handled discreetly. Instantly, the two stars nodded in unison, exclaiming, rest assured, Mr. Zou, even without your prompting, we would do just that. Zou Haoyu raised an eyebrow. You place such trust in my medical skills? With newfound hope, Chen Meng's demeanor brightened, playfully retorting, if someone can discern our issues without an examination, what is there to doubt? Zou Haoyu absent-mindedly scratched his nose, casting a surreptitious glance at the alluring contours of Chen Meng's thigh. She blushed profusely, realizing that he was more intimately acquainted with their ailments than they were themselves. Ahem, well, traditional Chinese medicine employs observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Determining your issues based on your appearances is not exceedingly challenging, Zou Haoyu hastily justified, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Little did he anticipate that this very remark would cause the confidence of the two stars to surge from 50% to 500%. The ability to accurately identify the root cause of their ailments merely by observing their facial expressions was a skill that even Dr. Zhao lacked. According to Dr. Zhao, only two individuals possessed such extraordinary medical prowess, the King of Hell and a divine being. Sun Shiyun immediately reached for her phone. Very well, I will entrust everything to you, Mr. Zou. I shall contact my assistant to arrange a year's leave. Will that suffice? Zou Haoyu frowned. Do not use that condescending tone, I find it most distasteful. You need not cancel any engagements, you will have at most a week. Trust me, you will be completely healed. His words left the two stars in shock. A week, why not claim a day? Zou Haoyu's expression shifted as he coldly remarked, "What is this? Do you doubt my medical abilities, or believe I am merely spouting nonsense? Or do you think I cannot resolve your troubles entirely? Prepare yourselves, upon our return to Hankow, everything will be convincingly demonstrated. I am tired now, I will rest." With a resounding thud, he shut the door, revealing the pendant nestled quietly in his palm. At such proximity, the divine eye radiated an unprecedented kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the room with an intensity that made Zou Haoyu worry it might not contain such brilliance. With a slight smile, he shook his head. He had put on quite the show for the sake of this pendant. Indeed, Zou Haoyu never intended to open a clinic. With his divine eye, opportunities for wealth abounded. Binding himself to a mere clinic would be akin to throwing away the treasure for the box. Even his request for the two stars to help him attract a few affluent clients was just whimsical banter. With his divine eye, he could win millions in a heartbeat, and dealing with the notoriously finicky temperaments of celebrities was something he would have never entertained, let alone after acquiring his divine eye. He was merely diverting Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng's attention from his true objective, which had never wavered. To this very pendant, gently tracing the divine eye on his forehead, Zou Haoyu mused with pride, "All of this is for you. Whatever you desire, I am willing to resort to any means necessary. Please do not let me down, help me achieve wealth and prosperity." The divine eye, of course, did not converse with him but radiated joyfully in a cascade of colors. Yet, the anticipated event of the divine eye absorbing the pendant had yet to unfold. What could be the reason? Zou Haoyu tapped his head, lying on the bed with the pendant resting on his face, murmuring in confusion. Chapter 50. Do not seek me again. Outside the door, two prominent stars remained locked in a silent gaze. Chen Meng whispered to Sun Shiyun, "Shashi, what should we do? I can't shake the feeling that this person is somewhat unreliable." Yet Sun Shiyun stifled a laugh, acknowledging the inherent contradiction. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Zou Haoyu had granted them merely a week to seek treatment. They were not short of funds, they had consulted countless esteemed physicians. Even Zhao, the renowned doctor, had merely suggested long-term preventive measures, never uttering the phrase cure, especially coming from someone who had seemingly offended them both in the past. However, putting everything aside, Sun Shiyun had a legitimate issue with her waist, something that could be easily found online, whereas Chen Meng's concerns remained a closely guarded secret. No outsider was privy to the specifics of her ailment, not even Zou Haoyu, let alone her assistant. "Honestly, it seems we have no other option," Chen Meng finally murmured after a prolonged silence, seemingly trying to bolster her own courage. She added, "After all, we have nothing to lose, right?" Sun Shiyun couldn't help but chuckle, her gaze fixated on the upper part of Chen Meng's thighs, leaving Chen Meng utterly perplexed. Sun Shiyun then teased, "Yes, as of now, we have incurred no losses, but the issue arises if a man were to pull down your pants to inspect." Chen Meng gasped, her face turning crimson as she dove into the room, too embarrassed to show her face again. Sun Shiyun doubled over with laughter, tears streaming from her eyes as she finally steadied herself against the wall, casting a lingering glance at Zou Haoyu's door before turning to follow Chen Meng into the room. Individuals of their stature, like Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng, were accustomed to being treated like royalty wherever they went. However, it was contingent upon the setting. At a gathering of affluent individuals, their status was merely that of the wealthy, possessing slightly more influence over ordinary people than most. If someone chose to honor them, they were welcomed as esteemed guests. If not, offending them was of little consequence. Fortunately, Sun Shiyun's family held a modicum of power in Hankow, otherwise, she would not have been assigned to this level of rest, even if she shared it with Chen Meng. Yet, Zou Haoyu resided in a room of superior quality, a privilege not easily afforded to those without influence. Unbeknownst to Sun Shiyun, according to Zhou Shiyang's arrangements, Zou Haoyu was meant to be lodged on the lowest deck, squeezed into bunk rooms alongside the service staff. It was evident that, but for Guan Miaotong, Zou Haoyu would have had nowhere else to stay. The rooms on this cruise liner were limited, each assigned to a guest, and it was impossible for someone else to vacate for him. As for the single women occupying various rooms aboard the cruise, should Zou Haoyu manage to knock on one of their doors, there would be no objections. In fact, Zhou Shiyang would encourage him to do so. In a haze, Zou Haoyu unexpectedly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he heard no sounds and saw nothing, as if he had succumbed to a deep, comatose state. His divine eye continued to function autonomously, and at the moment of his slumber, a notable difference occurred. A radiant, multicolored light suddenly enveloped Chen Meng's pendant. The pendant swayed gently of its own accord, as if yearning to draw closer to the divine eye. Abruptly, the kaleidoscopic light seemed to dissolve the pendant, transforming the stone into a golden, malleable form. In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance surged forth from within the pendant, eagerly rushing towards the multicolored light, akin to a child sprinting toward its mother. The entire ordeal lasted mere moments, certainly not exceeding a minute. Gradually, the iridescent light became increasingly vibrant, while the pendant began to lose its luster until, with a sudden jolt,
the multicolored glow surged, plunging everything back into darkness. As the prismatic light quivered with vitality, the entire room was enveloped in a swirling mist of color, silently converging toward the divine eye, which closed and succumbed to slumber, erasing all traces of the anomaly, as if the divine eye had never been opened. Meanwhile, the pendant shifted slightly, resembling a weary soul that had forever fallen into a deep sleep. The room fell into a profound silence, while below on the cruise, the sea gently caressed the spirits of those aboard, some asleep, others reveling, as the damp, slightly fishy sea fog gradually enveloped the vessel, now drifting further into international waters. This night passed without incident. By the following morning, the cruise had reached a point not far from the open sea, slowing its pace in anticipation of the evening when the festivities would commence. In truth, the revelry had already begun the previous night. When Zou Haoyu awoke around 5 or 6 o'clock, he could hear the raucous screams of women emanating from the adjacent room. Had his hearing not been so acute, he would have been oblivious. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that at least 3 or 4 women were present, with only one man. It was quite evident what was transpiring next door, and Zou Haoyu shook his head in resignation. He was curious to witness the games reserved for the affluent, yet he feared the potential repercussions, particularly with Guan Miaodong aboard rubbing his eyes. Zou Haoyu pondered why he had failed to witness how the divine eye consumed the pearl, as he had intended, only to succumb to sleep within half an hour. As he rubbed his eyes, he finally noticed the pendant resting beside his pillow, and, unsurprisingly, it resembled the previous pearl. It seemed the divine eye was reluctant to allow him to witness certain mysteries at this moment, but that no longer concerned him. As long as the divine eye continued to assist him, he was content. Suddenly, an elevated female voice echoed from outside, causing Zou Haoyu to frown. While he believed that the expression of one's desires was a personal affair, in a densely populated area with poor sound insulation, such disturbances were unwelcome.
Damn it!
Zou Haoyu muttered under his breath. After rubbing his forehead, he picked up the pendant beside his pillow and examined it closely. Thankfully, it had not vanished. With this object in hand, he felt reassured regarding the nonsensical conversation he had shared with Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng the previous night. Fixating on a corner of the room, Zou Haoyu prepared to awaken the divine eye, curious to discover whether it had absorbed any energy from Chen Meng's pendant and what new abilities it might have gained. Though the divine eye had now fused with his being, he still felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He did not claim to be entirely ignorant, yet he had only begun to grasp its potential. He understood that what he knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. He needed to gain a comprehensive understanding of the divine eye to truly master it, otherwise, this extraordinary entity would remain wholly integrated with his body. While Zou Haoyu could leverage the divine eye for his benefit, he was also filled with trepidation. He was a human, not a deity, and thus fear was a natural response. Perhaps, if he could not fully comprehend and control the divine eye, there would come a day when he awoke to find himself consumed by it. Suddenly, a hesitant knock reverberated from outside the door. Zou Haoyu assumed it was Guan Miaodong. Despite knowing her background would afford her a resting place on the cruise, he couldn't help but feel a pang of concern after a night without seeing her in this unfamiliar environment. Had she come to seek him out so early in the morning? Thinking back to how soundly he had slept, Zou Haoyu felt a twinge of guilt as he hastily grabbed a towel draped over the headboard to wipe his face and hurried to open the door.
Why are you here?
Upon seeing the figure standing outside, Zou Haoyu's mood soured instantly. Standing before him was Zhang Jing, who appeared quite haggard though her skin remained taut. It was evident that it had begun to accumulate oil. Zhang Jing was momentarily taken aback by Zou Haoyu's abrupt opening of the door, her alluring eyes flashing with a hint of displeasure. However, Zou Haoyu's swift, brusque tone quickly dispelled any remnants of her irritation. Zou Haoyu was no longer the naive boy from university who idolized her as his sole goddess. Zhou Shiyang had incurred significant losses at his hands, and now the esteemed young lady of the Guan family, once universally acknowledged as a goddess by the majority of normal boys at school, was in his company. Zhang Jing lowered her gaze, observing that Zou Haoyu stood firmly at the threshold, clearly blocking her entry, which reignited her anger. Yet, every time she dared to look up, that anger dissipated entirely. This was not to say that Zhang Jing held any deep affection for Zou Haoyu. Instead, she felt that all her emotions seemed to ricochet off his cold, indifferent face. Gathering her courage, she opened her mouth, raised her head, but dared not meet his gaze, instead focusing on the interior of the room, softly remarking, "You've changed so much. I hardly recognize you." Zou Haoyu scoffed, "What, must I remain a lowly nobody for the rest of my life to avoid surprising you? But you, on the other hand, have not changed at all."
Quite commendable.
Before Zhang Jing could fully relish the surprise, her somewhat astute understanding doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. She had not changed, she still possessed a beautiful face, yet her eyes remained devoid of luster.
Do not seek me out alone again. It reflects poorly on me. I cannot allow anyone to perceive me as a pervert with a penchant for married women.
Zou Haoyu did not step inside, it was still early, and he wished to take a stroll on the deck. He pocketed his keys and locked the door behind him, casually brushing past Zhang Jing as she took a few steps into the hallway. After a moment's contemplation, he turned back to her and uttered these words. Zhang Jing stood agape. For her, Zou Haoyu's words marked the first time he had delivered such a ruthless, unyielding rejection, devoid of even the slightest semblance of friendship. She had never imagined that when she sought Zou Haoyu, he would respond with such a callous refusal. Chapter 51. The hidden door of the martial world. Tears streamed down Zhang Jing's face as she raised her wrist, revealing a thumb-sized blister that was a ghastly sight. It was inflicted not long ago by Zhou Shiyang, using a lit cigar as his instrument of pain.
Is it possible that we can't even be friends?
Zhang Jing sobbed, addressing the retreating figure of Zou Haoyu. He did not halt. Without turning his head, he replied with a laugh, "If I had posed that question to you back then, would you have offered a sincere affirmative?" He continued, "Do not trouble me again. I am disinterested in your thoughts, but you must understand mine. Zhou Shiyang's woman is tainted, and I possess a fastidious nature."
Zhang Jing's knees buckled, and she slowly slid down the wall to the floor.
Should she blame Zou Haoyu for his cruel words? The resentment simmered within her. She was acutely aware that Zou Haoyu was no refuse collection station. Having chosen to express her determination by hurting the one who held deep affection for her, it was unreasonable to expect the Zou Haoyu she once knew, naive and foolish, to remain unchanged. The present Zou Haoyu, resolute as iron, would unequivocally reject her advances. Indeed, he now had Miss Guan by his side, and it was only natural for him to express his intentions with such unwavering resolve. Covering her face, Zhang Jing wept profusely, realizing that only by marrying into wealth would one truly comprehend the meaning of having one's dignity and integrity trampled upon. She gripped her palm tightly, her nails piercing the skin, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain.
"I merely yearn for someone to converse with. Is it forbidden to seek solace in another when one is wounded and in pain?"
She bit her lip, choking on her words, struggling to rise while leaning against the wall, each step along the corridor filled with confusion as she pondered this question. In the room of Sun Shiyun and Chen Meng, who had been eavesdropping with her ear pressed against the door, leaped back onto the bed with a sigh of exasperation as she realized the two outside had walked away. What a heartless individual! However, it seems that this young lady from the Zhou family has indeed hurt that fellow. Hey, Shaoxi, tell me, what do you think would happen if Zhou Dasha learned that his newlywed wife was rekindling an old flame right beneath his nose? Having awakened too early, her eyes still hazy with sleep, Sun Shiyun warned Chen Meng, "Don't stir up trouble.
It has nothing to do with us, so why bother knowing so much?"
Chen Meng grinned with delight. "Gossip, my dear, I simply relish tales of such convoluted love triangles." Sun Shiyun shook her head in resignation, aware of some of the exploits of the young lady from the Zhou family.
To force oneself into high society, acting as if blind, only to regret it now, what is the point?
Sun Shiyun scoffed with a cold smile, glancing at the time before sinking back into her pillow. Each time she rose, it felt like immense torture, yet, being a woman who cherished her slumber, she found herself tolerating it for the sake of a few more moments of rest. Regarding Sun Shiyun's behavior, Chen Meng could only think, "You brought this pain upon yourself," though she knew better than to voice such thoughts, for Sun Shiyun would undoubtedly toss her overboard if she dared. On the deck, Yen Song leaned against the railing, arms outstretched, welcoming the morning sun breaking through the sea mist, reminiscent of the protagonist from Titanic. Zou Haoyu, feeling somewhat gloomy, chuckled at the sight and approached, saying, "Brother Yen, if you find a woman, you could star in a film." The golden rays of dawn illuminated Yen Song's face, invigorating him. However, a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. Zou Haoyu assumed it was about Yanji's health, offering, "Don't be so despondent. When we return, if the timing is right, I could arrange for Yanji to see a doctor.
You must understand, 2 major stars booked an appointment with me last night."
Yen Song managed a bitter smile, saying, "Ever since last night, when I learned that you could even predict someone's death, I've wanted to discuss this matter with you."
Zou Haoyu, intrigued, asked, "So where were you last night? Don't tell me you found a beautiful woman on this cruise and got carried away."
Yen Song appeared momentarily dazed, still lost in his thoughts, and did not immediately respond to Zou Haoyu's banter. Zou Haoyu, mistaking his silence for guilt, admonished, "You must exercise restraint. If you wish to indulge, do so only after we return to Hankow. Here, can you even manage it?" His frankness made Yen Song chuckle, but he soon turned serious, leaning against the railing and reflecting, "You have a penchant for jest, but I assure you, my mind is elsewhere. On this cruise, enemies are nearby, and I could be ambushed at any moment. To be honest, I did not dare close my eyes last night, fearing an attack." Zou Haoyu was taken aback by the gravity of his words. He leaned in closer and whispered, "It can't be that serious, can it? Although Zhou Shiyang is quite ruthless, given your status, I doubt he would dare to act against you on his own turf. If he did, the Zhou family would truly be in a precarious position.
When has the Zhou family not been precarious? Yen Song scoffed, suddenly leaning closer. Did you see that fellow whose face resembles that of a donkey? He is my enemy, more precisely, he is our family's adversary. Zou Haoyu certainly recognized the horse-faced young man and couldn't help but feel that if Zhou Shiyang truly intended to deal with him, this horse-faced youth would undoubtedly be his instrument. He had sensed a faint but structured system within the young man's body, which he suspected was the legendary inner strength. Initially skeptical of the existence of such martial prowess, Zou Haoyu reconsidered. If he could merge with the divine eye, then why not inner strength? For 5,000 years, the culture of our great China has never ceased. Why should inner strength not exist? At that moment, the horse-faced youth sat like a ninja at the highest point of the cruise ship, exuding an air that even Zou Haoyu found unsettling. Amidst the morning sea breeze, the rising sun, and despite that elongated face, one could not deny the charisma he emanated. The ambience and atmosphere exuded a solitary, undefeated spirit. Damn it, I really want to go up and kick him a couple of times. Zou Haoyu muttered under his breath, feeling quite irate. This remark elicited laughter from Yen Song, who patted Zou Haoyu on the shoulder and chuckled. Perhaps it's best you refrain, little brother. No offense, but even if we teamed up, he would hardly take us seriously. Honestly, if I didn't still hold some influence, and you weren't associated with Miss Guan, he would likely charge over here and eliminate us both. Zou Haoyu, astonished, asked, is he really that arrogant? Brother Yen, enlighten me, who exactly is this young man? Is he Zhou Shiyang's bodyguard or one of the world's top 10 assassins? Yen Song smiled slightly, casting another wary glance at the horse-faced youth before recounting a past tale. Before diving into the story, Yen Song posed a question to Zou Haoyu. Little brother, are you familiar with the Heron Eagle sect? The Heron Eagle sect? Zou Haoyu blinked and shook his head. He recognized it as a sect within the martial world, but it sounded rather obscure. I've heard of the Divine Fist sect, the Yellow River sect, and the Five Mountains Sword School, but what is this Heron Eagle sect? Is it a gang formed by performers in some alley in Hankow? Zou Haoyu inquired with a grin. Yen Song, though troubled, found amusement in Zou Haoyu's words. Through Yen Song's rough introduction, Zou Haoyu learned that contrary to the misconceptions surrounding martial sects in novels and reality, the Heron Eagle sect, despite its seemingly unimpressive name, was one of the foremost hidden sects in the contemporary martial world, a righteous and a wicked faction. To simplify, ancient sects renowned for their martial prowess, such as Shaolin and Wudong, became too entangled with the secular world, particularly with the royal family and government, leading the most elite martial artists to conceal their teachings within society's shadows. The Shaolin and Wudong sects visible on television today represent merely the outermost layer permitted for public view. Almost all martial sects, whether of the righteous or wicked path, adhere to this pattern, with the most elite practitioners retreating into obscurity, forming what is referred to as the hidden door. Their necessities were managed by a cadre of outer disciples, who, under the guidance of one or several core disciples, operated various economic entities within society. The Heron Eagle sect exemplified this structure, with its most vital members and resources hidden from even Yen Song, who was their adversary. However, it had established companies in several major cities across the nation, including Hankow. Yet, the Heron Eagle sect's companies are nominally owned by the Zhou family's conglomerate, Yen Song continued, revealing an important detail. Not even I, their enemy, am fully aware of who leads the Heron Eagle sect. I only know that this horse-faced fellow is the most distinguished among the third-generation disciples, possessing the highest martial prowess and exceptional cunning. His name is Luan Gang. Despite his youthful appearance, he is actually in his late 20s. Zou Haoyu touched his face, incredulous. That young man appeared even younger than himself. Could it be that the mysterious power of inner strength truly enabled one to reverse aging? However, upon realizing that martial sects and skills indeed existed in this world, he felt a gentle tug at his heart. What man, in his youth, has not harbored dreams of becoming a martial hero? Zou Haoyu was no exception. Yen Song grunted thoughtfully before uttering a statement that nearly had Zou Haoyu nodding in agreement. I even suspect that our family's feud with the Heron Eagle sect may have led to Xiaoji being poisoned or subjected to underhanded tactics, resulting in her current erratic state. Yen Song declared, gritting his teeth. Zou Haoyu's brow twitched in response, not due to a reaction from the divine eye, but purely as an instinctive agreement with Yen Song's assessment. Chapter 52. In the Yen household, when Zou Haoyu first encountered Yen Ji, he sensed that her ailment was not a product of her own affliction. Rather, it appeared to be the result of some external force compelling the manifestation of her condition. Now, since Yen Song had unveiled the existence of a vengeful faction against the Yen family, a faction as obscure as the Crane Eagle sect, which an ordinary person would scarcely have heard of, Zou Haoyu felt an overwhelming certainty in his heart that Yen Ji's illness was indeed the consequence of foul play. Setting aside the insights gleaned from his divine vision regarding the issues within Yen Ji's body, even with his current medical knowledge, he could confidently affirm this conclusion, yet, he refrained from speaking outright.
Yen Song was a good man, and without absolute certainty, Zou Haoyu was reluctant to disclose his suspicions. With a solemn demeanor, Zou Haoyu stated, "Brother Yen, rest assured upon our return to Hankow, I will make the necessary preparations to expel the toxins from Yanji's body as swiftly as possible." "If you trust me," Yen Song raised a hand to interrupt Zou Haoyu, meeting his gaze with calm resolve. "If even you harbor doubts, then I cannot place my faith in the possibility of Yanji's recovery. My dear brother, do you know what I was thinking as I witnessed that fellow named Liang perish not far from us last night? I felt no fear. I was filled with ecstasy, pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Can you comprehend that? It was as if an endless hope had quietly arrived before me, so close that I could almost grasp it." Zou Haoyu felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Never had anyone placed such unwavering trust in him, and this sentiment of reliance was both flattering and overwhelming. "Brother Yen, while I am aware that my appearance may resemble that of a pretty boy, indeed, I do consider myself somewhat handsome. Please refrain from addressing me with such fervent enthusiasm. Might you keep a respectful distance?" Though touched, Zou Haoyu clearly preferred to avoid overly sentimental exchanges, hastily diverting the conversation with a jest. "Do hurry along with your story, your rambling is testing my patience as I await the crux of the narrative." Yen Song scratched his head, feeling a tad sheepish, and playfully retorted, "You rascal, spare me your banter, your aversion to such discourse makes it sound as though I relish it." Suddenly, on the deck above, a young man named Luan Gang stood abruptly. From a considerable distance, Zou Haoyu's keen eyes discerned the cruel, venomous smile in Luan Gang's gaze as it flitted between him and Yen Song, scrutinizing them for several seconds. He then extended his right hand, curling his thumb and making a swift motion across his neck. This gesture, universally understood, signified a threat and intention to eliminate. Yen Song's expression darkened, and he was about to return the gesture when Zou Haoyu, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Yen, is this fellow unwell? Why is he mimicking a throat-slitting motion? Is he contemplating self-harm? If so, should I find a knife to send up to him?" Catching sight of Zou Haoyu's serious countenance, Yen Song understood that his companion was mocking Luan Gang. "How about this, Brother Yen? I have a gesture I would like to offer this ostentatious fellow who continuously seeks to flaunt his prowess. Shall we do it together?" Zou Haoyu suggested with a wink. Yen Song chuckled heartily and nodded in agreement. Both inhaled deeply, then simultaneously extended their right hands, fingers splayed wide, palms facing upward. They then retracted all but their middle fingers, which stood defiantly erect. Luan Gang, still posturing atop the vessel, was infuriated to witness their synchronized display. It was evident that he could not compete in this verbal sparring match, prompting him to stomp his foot in frustration before turning and leaping overboard. Vanishing from sight, Zou Haoyu exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Oh dear, do you suppose this lad has been so incensed that he has jumped into the sea? After all, life is precious. Should we wait 30 minutes before alerting the lifeguard to search for him?" Yen Song slapped the railing, tears of laughter welling in his eyes. "If someone were to fall into the ocean, would we really wait 30 minutes to rescue them? They'd be long gone by then." Zou Haoyu's absurdity had completely dissipated Yen Song's earlier anger, and after a hearty laugh, he leaned against the railing, rhythmically tapping a finger as he slowly remarked, "Conversing with you is truly a delight, my brother. However, you must remain vigilant. This fellow is no benign presence, and I fear you may become embroiled in my troubles." Yen Song lacked Zou Haoyu's keen vision and was unaware of the venomous intent in Luan Gang's gaze. He understood that the malevolence directed at him was equally aimed at Zou Haoyu. "By the way, Brother Yen, may I inquire about Lin Hai, the bodyguard of Guan Miaodong? Is he also a martial arts expert, possibly a disciple of some hidden sect like this Luan Gang?" Zou Haoyu asked, recalling his failure to detect any inner strength emanating from Lin Hai. Yen Song shook his head, and Zou Haoyu braced for a denial, yet Yen Song surprised him by saying, "I cannot say. The Guan family's influence is unfathomably vast. Lin Hai may indeed be a martial arts master, or perhaps he is not. It's difficult to ascertain." Zou Haoyu nearly toppled into the sea, bewildered by the ambiguity. "You don't know, yet you offer such hedged possibilities? Has the sea breeze addled your wits?" He cursed silently, wishing for Yen Song to catch a cold that night. With a huff, he fell silent. Logically, a bodyguard assigned to protect Guan Miaodong would hold a significant position within the Guan family. If their influence were indeed extraordinary, they would likely be connected to hidden sects. Thus Lin Hai should be a martial arts expert, yet, under the scrutiny of his divine vision, Lin Hai exhibited no signs of inner strength. What could account for this discrepancy? Was there a distinction between tangible and intangible martial prowess, or was there another explanation altogether? This conundrum left Zou Haoyu feeling perplexed about the mystery surrounding the Guan family. For the first time, he found himself troubled regarding the potential approval of their prominent figures concerning his relationship with Guan Miaodong. It was not a matter of confidence, rather, he cared too deeply. When one becomes overly invested in a person or a matter, their intellect tends to diminish, such as the nature of humanity, an unavoidable truth. With a soft sigh, Zou Haoyu resolved, if it comes to it, I shall resort to both overt and covert tactics. Where there is a will, there surely exists a way. Yet, the discussions of hidden sects and martial arts factions are astonishing, and that Luan gang remains a considerable threat. With the Zhou family scattered throughout this cruise, caution is imperative. At that moment, Yan Song interjected, brother, do not underestimate the Crane Eagle sect. For us ordinary folk, the world's top 10 assassins may seem irrelevant, but those factions within the hidden sects are intricately woven into our lives. Consider this, when you travel, certain tourist attractions are, in fact, investments developed by these hidden sections. Zou Haoyu quickly interrupted, brother, spare me the details. If you continue, I might start second-guessing my meals, wondering if the market near my residence is run by one of these hidden sects. Yan Song paused, then burst into laughter, speaking with a knowing tone, as I said, my brother, never underestimate those from the hidden sects. Their influence often exceeds your imagination. Competing in terms of impact, Zou Haoyu remained skeptical. No matter how formidable the martial arts, could they truly surpass his divine vision? Perhaps you should elaborate. No, let us save it for later, your insights may prove invaluable upon our return. Zou Haoyu initially wished to inquire about the Yin family's conflict with the Crane Eagle sect but noticed someone approaching and quickly signaled to Yan Song. Yan Song appeared bewildered. Zou Haoyu's words hinted at something profound, leading him to wonder if the Crane Eagle sect. A shiver ran down his spine as he hesitated to pursue the thought. The approaching individual was clearly headed for Yan Song. Zou Haoyu recognized him as the businessman who had summoned Yan Song the previous evening. Out of courtesy, Zou Haoyu nodded and greeted him with a warm smile. Good morning. The man immediately straightened, trembling violently, his lips turning pale. With trepidation, he bowed slightly toward Zou Haoyu as if to pay his respects, then responded with a quivering, oh, good morning, sir. Zou Haoyu instinctively touched his face, having washed up before leaving. Could there be something extraordinary about him that instilled such fear in this man? Little did he know, his mere utterance had led to Liang's demise less than 2 hours later. Whether it was a matter of true power or mere chance, who would dare gamble with their life, the businessman recalled his previous lack of respect toward Zou Haoyu and, fearing retribution, remarked, I sense a dark omen surrounding you. I fear he shuddered again, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace, bowing deeply yet daring not to approach Zou Haoyu any closer. What a miscalculation. Had he known Zou Haoyu was present, he would have kept his distance. Zou Haoyu was increasingly puzzled by the man's behavior, wondering why he was so overtly respectful. He forgot that for those in positions of wealth and power, while they may not care for their finances, they value their reputation. However, one thing remained certain: they would never part with their lives. Without life, what remains to be enjoyed? Zou Haoyu held deep respect for those entrepreneurs who risked everything for the welfare of the nation, but perhaps this disdain stemmed from his own inability to afford such luxuries in the past, a lingering grudge. Indeed, Yan Song found the entire situation amusing. He had been keenly observing the unfolding events. This associate of his was merely a middleman, yet recently, he had been seeking Yan Song's company more frequently, sensing an opportunity to inflate his value now that Yan Song's enterprise required his services. With a slight smirk, Yan Song mischievously suggested to Zou Haoyu, brother, my longtime associate here might be feeling a bit anxious. You are a renowned healer, why not accept a consultation fee to assess his health? Oh dear, Mr. Kong, I do not mean to alarm you, but you must be cautious, even the slightest headache could jeopardize my significant business dealings. He emphasized the phrase old friend, causing Mr. Kong to nearly prostrate himself in fear. Zou Haoyu suddenly realized that, in Yan Song's mind, Mr. Kong was indeed a source of vexation. Chapter 53 Gambling with Stones at Sea. Yan Song was quite pleased with himself, and naturally, Zou Haoyu felt compelled to play along. Thus, he furrowed his brow and pretended to scrutinize the boss surnamed Kong. In reality, he hadn't even activated his divine eye. Although Zou Haoyu recognized that this hypocritical demeanor was typical of the so-called elite, it still left him feeling quite displeased. Treating a stranger for an ailment, Zou Haoyu thought to himself, am I sick? I certainly won't treat them. However, Boss Kong was oblivious to Zou Haoyu's sentiments. Upon hearing Yan Song's words, his face turned pale. When he noticed Zou Haoyu sizing him up, his brow furrowed into a tight knot, and his mouth gaped open, as if he were about to utter words he dared not hear. Mr. Yen, I was wrong, I truly. The boss surnamed Kong was on the verge of tears, bowing repeatedly to both Yan Song and Zou Haoyu, his words tumbling out incoherently. Yan Song nearly burst into laughter, but his composure forbade him from being so rude in front of others. Moreover, he needed to maintain a working relationship with this fellow. Offending him too severely would serve no one's interests. Old Kong, do you really not want my brother here to take a look at you? Yan Song asked with feigned concern, laced with mockery. Boss Kong, already too flustered to curse Yan Song, wore a pitiful expression and continued to bow, silently pleading for mercy, indicating that he certainly did not require such concern. Zou Haoyu averted his gaze, having now activated his divine eye. Yet, in order to assist Yen Song, he left behind a remark before departing. "Alright then, I won't bother brother Yen. If you need anything, just give me a shout. I am at your service." With that, Boss Kang's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the deck. "Sir, please leave quickly. I assure you, I will no longer play tricks with your brother Yen. I will cooperate honestly, even if it means taking a loss. Is that acceptable?" Yen Song finally let out a hearty laugh. The dozen or so individuals who had risen early to witness the sunrise at sea heard the joy in his laughter and then caught sight of Boss Kang, disheveled and clinging to the railing, struggling to regain his footing. Those with a modicum of intelligence could surmise the unfolding situation as Zou Haoyu approached from the other side. Many averted their gazes, none daring to obstruct Zou Haoyu's path. This man was ruthlessly formidable in the cutthroat arena of finance, where the aim was merely monetary gain. Crossing paths with this individual could be a matter of life and death. He was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded aboard the cruise ship. Just the night before, nearly everyone had looked down upon Zou Haoyu, considering him an easy target, especially with the ship's owner seeking trouble. Yet, this morning, as he passed by, everyone made way, and those unable to avoid him wore faces brimming with smiles, bowing and greeting him obsequiously. Were these really the same business magnates who once dominated the economic sphere? The waitstaff passing by cast sidelong glances, fully aware of Zou Haoyu's reputation. They could not afford to be ignorant of the events surrounding Zhou Shiyang, whose incompetence had led to the demise of the wealthy Mr. Liang aboard the cruise. The ship did not endorse sea burials. They could not possibly allocate a room for a corpse, resulting in the staff's dormitory being commandeered by Zhou Shiyang for this purpose. Despite this, no staff member dared to sleep the previous night, being acutely aware of the corpse's presence next door. Who could possibly rest easy under such circumstances? No one harbored resentment towards Zou Haoyu, just as no one, including Zhou Shiyang, dared to oppose him. Be they affluent or laborers, no one wished to jeopardize their lives. As Zou Haoyu relished the deference shown to him, he felt a twinge of pride, though it was swiftly suppressed, if it could even be termed suppression, for within mere moments, his rationality transformed this fleeting negativity. It was merely a fortuitous occurrence. To truly master the divine eye to the extent of determining life and death with a single statement was still a distant goal. Moreover, he lacked the skills to match the divine eye's capabilities. Perhaps due to his humble origins, Zou Haoyu possessed a keen sense of awareness regarding potential dangers. He understood that the divine eye was a significant advantage, yet it could easily become a mere tool for show if he lacked the requisite skills to complement it. Outside of the divine eye, he needed to cultivate at least a modicum of competency. If the divine eye was merely a gimmick, it would be an affront to its very essence. While utilizing the divine eye to earn money, he must also employ divine medicine to evolve and enrich himself, attaining feats unattainable by the average person without the divine eye that would be truly impressive. With the divine eye's extraordinary assistance, learning and education became paramount, even more vital than financial gain. Having amassed a considerable sum in his account, a fortune by ordinary standards, Zou Haoyu no longer needed to fret over basic necessities. He finally realized the necessity of self-improvement with the divine eye's aid, at the very least acquiring skills to thrive independently of it. This was the foundation. Furthermore, in Zou Haoyu's ambitions, was having merely the skills for basic survival sufficient? No, far from it. Pondering deeply, he stepped into the corridor, hesitating to return to his room. He felt a pressing need to contemplate his forthcoming endeavors. Prior to acquiring the divine eye, he believed that leading a simple, carefree life sufficed, that overthinking was a luxury, a burden. Yet, now that he possessed the divine eye, he realized he had been somewhat muddled during this period. Without a clear plan or even basic long-term and short-term goals, such negligence was inexcusable for someone equipped with an extraordinary advantage. What then should these goals entail? Zou Haoyu mused that long-term objectives seemed easier to define. To earn money, to amass great wealth, to become a person of influence over resources, and for the short term? Perhaps ensuring that Guan Miaodong's family would not obstruct his relationship with her could serve as a suitable immediate goal. Determined to take action, Zou Haoyu resolved to find Guan Miaodong first. Regardless of the situation, she was undoubtedly under immense pressure facing her elders, and as a man, he felt it was his duty to share that burden. But where could Guan Miaodong be? Would he have to seek Zhou Shiyang for answers? That was an impossibility, evident even to him. Resolute, Zou Haoyu decided that rather than wait idly, he would knock on each door until he found her. Surely one room would be occupied by Guan Miaodong. He was unperturbed by the prospect of causing a stir. However, it seemed that Guan Miaodong had anticipated his intentions and had risen early to seek him out. Truth be told, Zou Haoyu's primary motivation for locating Guan Miaodong stemmed from concern. This was Zhou Shiyang's territory, and the motives of her family members remained unclear. Any oversight could lead to consequences Zou Haoyu was unwilling to accept. It must be said, Zou Haoyu's instincts proved remarkably accurate. Guan Miaotong appeared in high spirits, intercepting Zou Haoyu just as he was about to knock on a door in haste. With a cheerful smile, she inquired, "So early, where are you off to?" Zou Haoyu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly as he replied, "I was looking for you." Guan Miaotong blinked in surprise. "Looking for me? I live at the other end of this corridor. What brings you here?" Zou Haoyu shrugged. "I had no idea. I was planning to knock on every door." Guan Miaotong chuckled, playfully rolling her eyes at him. "Knocking on doors this early? You might just get yourself into trouble. Have you eaten yet? Finish your meal quickly. You need to rest up. Tonight's the main event. Your special show awaits." Eating, yes, it was indeed time for a meal, but what event awaited that evening? Summoning a waiter, she led them both toward the dining area. As she explained, Zou Haoyu learned that the purpose of this seafaring trip was twofold. Zhou Shiyang aimed to gather wealthy individuals to foster connections, while Zhou's family, being in the jewelry business, intended to promote their brand of gemstones aboard the cruise. Betting on jade? Upon seeing Guan Miaotong nod enthusiastically, Zou Haoyu couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Zhou Shiyang is quite audacious to gamble with stones." It dawned on him that Guan Miaotong's mention of his special show referred to gambling on stones, an area in which he excelled. Recalling how they had previously procured a substantial sum from Zhou Shiyang under false pretenses, along with the acquisition of a seasoned stone gambling expert from the Zhou family, a warmth spread through Zou Haoyu's heart. Clearly, Guan Miaotong shared this sentiment. As they exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts unspoken yet understood. In the dining area, Zou Haoyu and Guan Miaotong were once again cornered by Yin Song, who used them as shields. Guan Miaotong observed how everyone else at the table scattered upon spotting Zou Haoyu, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. This fellow had certainly made a significant impression the previous night, to the point that even Guan Ringyang had mentioned it before bed. In this era, what was most precious, it was not talent, but life, one's own life. Who would dare to offend a man whose words could seal another's fate? Even the medical team Zhou Shiyang had brought aboard, initially dining in a corner of the restaurant, bowed their heads in shame upon seeing Zou Haoyu, hastily turning to leave with their trays in hand. It was utterly humiliating. They had confidently assured everyone that there was no issue with Mr. Liang, yet just hours later, he lay lifeless on the floor. The sharp-tongued boss had even demanded private doctors be flown in via helicopter, while some had irrationally sought out chefs in the kitchen for assistance. Zou Haoyu was well aware of his unpopularity at present, yet no one dared to bid him farewell. Yen Song, wishing to avoid further offending Zou Haoyu, guided them to a corner table, ordering a simple fare of milk buns from the waiter. In a hushed tone, Yen Song warned, "The stone gambling begins this afternoon, and I've heard there's a batch of high-quality stones. Rumor has it that an imperial jade might emerge. You must be cautious, my brother. Zhou Shiyang is likely to create trouble for you in this regard." Zou Haoyu was taken aback, yet excitement coursed through him as he rubbed his hands together. He and Guan Miaotong exchanged glances, each reading a shared thought in the other's eyes. Zhou Shiyang, the great fool, is here to shower us with pocket money once again. Truly, Zhou Shiyang was a generous soul. Chapter 54. A master, terrifying indeed. Yen Song was well aware that Zou Haoyu likely possessed some skill in stone gambling, perhaps even in card games, which he could apply to this endeavor. However, Yen Song was uncertain whether Zou Haoyu could accurately discern, with laser-like precision, whether there were valuable stones within the rocks. He feared that Zhou Shiyang might have set a trap this time. Zou Haoyu was now affluent, with millions at his disposal, an astronomical sum for an ordinary person, but Yen Song understood that such a sum would be insufficient for any substantial undertaking. He wished to counsel Zou Haoyu against acting impulsively. Guan Miaotong chuckled, "Brother Yen, rest assured, he may not excel in other areas, but if it comes to stone gambling, Zhou Shiyang is merely offering up his money. However, I doubt he will be able to trap him. There are many experts here, and besides, this is an opportunity for the Zhou family to showcase their prowess." Zhou Shiyang, eager for revenge, would not dare to risk his reputation in such a setting. "I truly do not understand where your confidence stems from. Nevertheless, let us go with the flow, but remain vigilant. I suspect that because the Zhou family is eager to shine, they may seek to use someone as a stepping stone. If they lack absolute certainty, they should not dare to engage with them," Yen Song advised earnestly. Zou Haoyu agreed verbally but internally thought, "Let us hope Zhou Shiyang stirs up trouble. It would be a pity to miss such a lucrative opportunity. If the Emperor Stone yields even a trace of imperial green, that would be a fortune." Although he had not yet decided on his future endeavors, he knew that money was essential. Even starting a small clinic would require significant initial capital. Zhou Shiyang, being such a generous benefactor, deserved to be seized upon for his nostalgia that had lingered in Zou Haoyu's mind. While Guan Miaotong placed an almost blind trust in Zou Haoyu's abilities, she had gleaned from Guan Ringyang some insight into the purpose of this cruise. It was said that the Zhou family had acquired several excellent stones and intended to leverage this gathering of affluent and influential individuals from Hankow to promote them, thereby solidifying their position as leaders in the jewelry industry of central China, subsequently eyeing the eastern market.
This was a direct challenge to the Guan family, bordering on fierce territorial disputes. Although Guan Renyang was quite unscrupulous, he understood that the Guan family's market must not be forfeited.
Losing it would jeopardize his own livelihood, thus, he too was keenly interested in the Zhou family's stone gambling plan aboard the cruise, coming to observe the situation. In light of this, coupled with Yensong's earlier remarks, a shadow of doubt loomed over Guan Miaodong's heart. She was unaware of Zou Haoyu's extraordinary ability, viewing gambling as a gamble of wins and losses. Zou Haoyu had been winning previously, but what if this time? Consequently, Guan Miaodong advised Zou Haoyu, perhaps it's wise to exercise caution this time.
Zou Haoyu replied with a smile, of course I know that.
If Zhou Shiyang presents stones devoid of jade, I would never approach them. Have no fear, I possess complete confidence. Furthermore, Zhou Shiyang cannot afford to forget his previous lessons. Since the Zhou family has gone to such lengths to host this gambling event at sea, it is evident they are taking this endeavor very seriously. Zhou Shiyang would fear any misstep that might thwart their ambitions, and he wouldn't dare provide me an opening. Yet, could it truly be that the Zhou family went to such lengths, chartering a cruise and gathering so many wealthy individuals, merely for a gambling event? Zou Haoyu sensed something was amiss. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as there was still no clarity on the situation. Even the gambling event was merely a matter of hearsay among attendees, and drawing any conclusions at this juncture would be premature. After their meal, Lin Hai approached Guan Miaodong again, this time with serious business. Her family had called, and her father wished to conduct a video call with her. It was evident that they sought to ascertain the purpose behind the Zhou family's extravagant investment in a cruise. Zou Haoyu couldn't help but sigh. The lives of the wealthy are truly perplexing. Even leisure comes with obligations, leaving no room for freedom. Though he uttered such sentiments, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. While others were busy, he was the only one genuinely enjoying himself. Anyone with a heart would undoubtedly harbor some thoughts on the matter. Yensong was also occupied, as someone sought him out. Noticing Yensong's cautious demeanor, revealing nothing, Zou Haoyu suspected that the atmosphere aboard the cruise was rife with deceit and intrigue. Standing on the deck, a sudden chill ran through Zou Haoyu as the wind whipped around him. It wasn't the cold, but rather the unsettling ambience aboard the vessel. At midday, the sun blazed fiercely, and the deck was deserted, yet Luan Gang, the young man with the horse-like face, appeared beside Zou Haoyu, clad in black and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. He carried 2 fishing rods, 2 baskets, and a plastic bucket filled with pre-mixed bait. His voice was low and gravelly, startling Zou Haoyu, who was gazing at the sea.
Friend, have you ever tried sea fishing? Luan Gang inquired, nudging Zou Haoyu with a fishing rod.
Zou Haoyu nearly turned to slap him, exclaiming, "Are you a cat, you walk without a sound? No, I haven't tried it."
This man seemed unsettling, and Zou Haoyu was reluctant to engage with him alone.
The 2 fishing rods crossed, effectively blocking all of Zou Haoyu's escape routes, with the vast ocean behind him.
"Give it a try, it's quite enjoyable,"
Luan Gang said, placing one rod beside Zou Haoyu and tilting his head so that his large hat cast a shadow over his face, obscuring half of his body.
Zou Haoyu wanted to leave, but Luan Gang continued, "Going back would be dull. Why not fish? Who knows, I might share some intriguing tidbits with you. If you just walk away, how boring would that be?" Zou Haoyu retorted, "What do you want?"
Luan Gang grinned, revealing his teeth, and replied nonchalantly, "Just fishing."
"Who knows, I might catch a sea snake. I've heard that all sea snakes are venomous. I think if I were to toss one overboard, it could lead to some entertaining chaos." Zou Haoyu felt goosebumps rise all over his body.
He had a deep-seated aversion to soft-bodied creatures, especially snakes.
"Don't ask me what I intend to do, that would merely expose your weaknesses, just fish, understand?"
Luan Gang said, swinging his arm and casting his line far into the sea with an air of nonchalance.
Unbeknownst to him, Zou Haoyu had been observing Luan Gang for over 15 seconds. Triggering his divine vision, Zou Haoyu perceived a silvery, thread-like aura swiftly emanating from Luan Gang's body, rapidly spreading throughout his arm and extending to his fingertips.
So, this was internal energy. In that moment, Zou Haoyu felt as though he fully comprehended the principles governing Luan Gang's internal energy flow. The laws, which might be termed methods, were etched in his mind as if he had experienced them 1,000 times over.
He seemed to grasp the mysteries of Luan Gang's internal energy operation, yet, this understanding felt fragmented. He could vaguely perceive it but could not connect the pieces. Suddenly, Zou Haoyu realized that the extraordinary aspect of his divine vision was not merely the ability to see, but also to understand.
Understanding meant that his divine vision could analyze the operational trajectory of an object, enabling him to fully assimilate the principles behind it. Zou Haoyu was filled with excitement. If that were the case, then with ample time, he could replicate this mysterious internal energy from Luan Gang using his divine vision. His hypothesis seemed quite plausible. In an instant, his yearning for martial prowess completely eclipsed his wariness of Luan Gang. That he knew Luan Gang was exceedingly dangerous, and for someone like him, who relied solely on his divine vision for perception, this man could easily take his life at any moment. However, without taking risks, how could one gain rewards? In this world, merely possessing wealth was insufficient. One must also have the ability to defend oneself. Take Yen Song, for example. He was immensely wealthy, yet he could not ensure Yen Ji's safety and had even been poisoned. This demonstrated that only by possessing formidable self-defense capabilities could one truly protect oneself. Zou Haoyu resolved that since Luan Gang had presented himself so readily, missing the opportunity to learn from this potential martial arts mentor would be a grave mistake. Up until now, the only formidable individuals Zou Haoyu had encountered were Lin Hai, and undoubtedly Luan Gang as well. Lin Hai did not exude the aura of internal energy, as Zou Haoyu had observed him many times without learning anything from him. Yet, today, in Luan Gang, his divine vision had unveiled astonishing capabilities. Perhaps, today he had uncovered a deeper layer of mystery within his divine vision. Thus, approaching Luan Gang while ensuring his own safety to glean martial knowledge was a rare opportunity indeed. He realized that even if he were to become a wealthy individual like Yen Song in the future, he might never again encounter someone like Luan Gang, a practitioner of internal energy, from whom he could learn through his divine vision. Reflecting on these thoughts, Zou Haoyu's brows lifted, and his mindset shifted dramatically, as if he had been reborn. The former Zou Haoyu would have avoided someone like Luan Gang, but now he felt compelled to seek him out. It was akin to a school slogan transforming from "I have to learn" to "I want to learn," shifting from passive evasion to active pursuit. This encapsulated Zou Haoyu's current attitude towards Luan Gang. Seizing a fishing rod, Zou Haoyu smiled. "Since you have so graciously invited me, it would be quite rude of me not to accept. However, I must confess that I am not skilled in sea fishing. If it comes to a contest, I shall graciously decline." A smirk of derision crossed Luan Gang's face as he prepared to mock Zou Haoyu, but he was suddenly taken aback by Zou Haoyu's next remark. "However, one should be judicious with internal energy. Your earlier casting seemed effortless, yet you failed to execute it properly, wasting considerable strength." This statement struck Luan Gang like a thunderclap, and he turned his head in shock, nearly dropping the fishing rod he held tightly. Zou Haoyu wore a faint smile, exuding an air of nonchalance, while inside, he reveled in exhilaration. "Let us see you show off now. Not only will I replicate your martial skills, but I shall also leave you trembling in fear." Chapter 55. The chaotic confusion. What Zou Haoyu currently beheld was an ethereal, milky white thread pulsating rapidly within Luan Gang's body, akin to countless small fish drawn towards the enticing aroma of food, converging towards a singular point, Luan Gang's fingertips. A wave of horror washed over Zou Haoyu, yet he maintained an outward composure, offering a faint smile as he cast a glance at Luan Gang's abdomen, scoffing. "In your current state, attempting to channel your energy is nothing short of suicidal. I surmise you have either been shot in the abdomen or have suffered some severe internal injury. Perhaps your inner strength failed to mend that area, leaving you with lingering damage, am I right?" With each utterance, Luan Gang's complexion paled further. In the span of mere seconds following Zou Haoyu's words, Luan Gang's face resembled a blank canvas, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. "Why you?" Luan Gang stammered, trembling as he pointed a shaky finger at Zou Haoyu, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Zou Haoyu felt an unsettling chill. Recognizing Luan Gang's mental disarray simultaneously, he sensed a surge of inner strength within Luan Gang, the mystical eye revealing a sharp, golden energy akin to a sword's edge emanating from his fingertip. According to the mystical eye's analysis, this was not merely gas but the manifestation of Luan Gang's inner strength, moving with such velocity and force that it generated a tangible blade-like form through intense friction with the air. Taking a cautious step back, Zou Haoyu chuckled. "Dear hero, please refrain from agitating your inner energy. I am but a novice in martial arts. Truly, it would be a deception to say otherwise." Indeed, it was a ruse, with Luan Gang being the naive one. Luan Gang was acutely aware of the intricacies of the martial world. Wasn't he the leader of the Crane and Eagle sect? Formidable, he could surely rank among the top 20 martial artists, a paragon of skill and prowess. Yet, even he could not discern the issues plaguing Luan Gang merely with a glance. However, Zou, being so youthful, could not possibly rank among the top 10 martial artists. How, then, had he perceived Luan Gang's affliction? Luan Gang's heart raced in bewilderment. Any thoughts of reprimanding Zou Haoyu had vanished. It was no jest. Even if this individual were not a peerless master, his enigmatic insight instilled fear in Luan Gang, preventing him from taking any hostile action. Not skilled in martial arts? I find that hard to believe. Luan Gang's pallor deepened as he turned away in silence for a moment. Zou Haoyu, buoyed by a sense of triumph, reveled in the deception that he had feigned ignorance of martial arts. His confidence surged, knowing he could pinpoint this individual's flaws, instilling a palpable fear within Luan Gang. To act against him, although the martial world seemed distant, it was a society composed of people, and human nature persisted even in such realms. Luan Gang could not help but ponder further. Perhaps he believed Zou was a disciple of some hidden sect. The information he inadvertently gleaned from Yen Song now held unexpected significance. In high spirits, Zou Haoyu seized a fishing rod, theatrically mimicking casting techniques for an extended period before resolutely swinging the 5 to 6 meter long rod, casting a bait-laden hook into the sea. Remarkably, the mystical eye proved to be an extraordinary asset, even aiding Zou Haoyu in the act of casting. The mystical eye traced the trajectory of the fishing line, intuitively guiding Zou Haoyu to correct his technique. As the bait splashed into the water, he nonchalantly prepared another bundle for the hook, this time executing the cast flawlessly. The mystical eye seemed to have seamlessly replicated Luan Gang's previous technique, and despite the absence of inner strength, Zou Haoyu achieved a beautifully executed cast. The cruise ship glided smoothly across the water, and as the sun warmed the deck, more passengers emerged to bask in its glow. Zou Haoyu's cast, while not perfect, was undeniably captivating, reminiscent of a seasoned fisherman casting nets after decades of practice, the power in his motion yielding an exceptionally pleasing result. Someone exclaimed, "Beautiful, just like the flag bearers of the National Guard." Zou Haoyu remained oblivious to the praise. Even if he had noticed, he would not have deemed it significant, merely a trivial delight in the course of entertainment, hardly worthy of boasting. At this moment, Zou Haoyu's thoughts were entirely consumed by Luan Gang's inner power. He suddenly uncovered a fascinating realm, and for a young man who had long harbored dreams of wielding a sword across the seas, the revelation of the martial world's existence and reality was exhilarating. The manifestation of true martial prowess in the person before him ignited an immediate desire to learn. With the mystical eye as his extraordinary ally, Zou Haoyu understood that it was not a guarantee for success. To forge a legendary path with its assistance, the foremost priority remained survival. Relying on fate and external forces was unreliable. Even the protection of bodyguards could not be counted on. Only by possessing sufficient strength to safeguard himself could he truly feel secure. Whether the Crane and Eagle sect was formidable was of little consequence for the moment. What mattered was that Zou Haoyu sensed his potential long-term connection to the martial world lay solely with them. Yen Song had indicated that Luan Gang held a significant position within the Crane and Eagle sect, suggesting that his martial skills were among the more advanced. Utilizing the mystical eye to replicate and practice the sect's techniques through Luan Gang seemed the most promising course of action thus far. Zou Haoyu's optimistic demeanor was palpable. Even Luan Gang, not far off, felt the shift. On this sweltering day at sea, Luan Gang involuntarily shivered. "Why, you are also of the martial world?" After casting his fishing rod, Zou Haoyu boldly positioned himself near Luan Gang, waiting for a bite as Luan Gang, having regained some composure, furrowed his brow and quietly inquired. Zou Haoyu, with a playful grin, turned his head. "What do you think?" "I think you're a fool." Luan Gang yearned to seize the fishing rod and strike this insolent youth. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Unable to ascertain Zou Haoyu's martial background, Luan Gang was deterred from any violent intentions, even if he had other motives. In the martial realm, the law of the jungle prevailed. Despite being revered within the Zhou family as an elite disciple of the Crane and Eagle sect, within the hidden martial world, even the entire Crane and Eagle sect would hold little weight. Over the years, the sect had indeed established a formidable reputation both in mundane society and the hidden martial world, yet when compared to the ancient sects or the true hidden sects, they still paled in significance. Provoking those twisted sects could spell doom for the Crane and Eagle sect. Even if that Zou fellow was not linked to those twisted sects, given his mysterious nature, one could hardly assume his origins are lesser than those of the Crane and Eagle sect. As Luan Gang contemplated the unique backgrounds of each sect, recognizing that a faction capable of discerning the intricacies of a martial artist's inner workings would not be lacking in heritage, he felt a surge of anxiety. Should I provoke this individual, attracting the ire of a sect comparable to the Crane and Eagle sect, my position within my own sect would be jeopardized, and I may very well be discarded as a burden. With that thought, Luan Gang felt an epiphany. Reflecting on Zou Haoyu's extraordinary ability to discern life and death with a mere word, he began to piece together the essence of this enigmatic figure. However, the vague notion he grasped only served to further unravel Luan Gang's composure. Within the hidden sects, there existed deeper layers of secrecy. Unlike the Crane and Eagle sect, which had emerged from older factions, the hidden sects were originally sanctuaries for extraordinary masters revered as living immortals by the masses. For instance, Geguzi from the spring and autumn period is widely recognized as a figure of the hidden sect, with the Gigo sect still existing today, regarded as one of the most mysterious and revered factions among the hidden sections. Among these ancient hidden sects, the Wanqiu sect, unlike the eclectic Gigo sect, has historically focused solely on one discipline, medicine. Yet, do not be deceived by the gentle name of Wanqiu. Their mastery of medicine belies their capacity for ruthlessness. A legend circulates within the hidden sects, stating, defend against martial prowess but not against healing, guard against healing but not against toxins, protect against toxins but not against the heart. shield the heart but not against martial prowess, encapsulating the enigmatic nature of the Wanqiao sect. The Crane and Eagle sect had once been fortunate enough to engage with a branch of the Wanqiao sect, though calling it a branch is misleading, akin to a provincial government office, they had never truly separated. When Luan Gang was merely in his 20s, he had the rare privilege of encountering an elder from the Wanqiao sect, known as the Herb Fairy, over a century old, who was reputed to be the least skilled in martial arts. She traversed over 300 miles through the primal forest in under 3 hours, and that was at night, all because the Crane and Eagle sect had presented her with an 800-year-old Kunlun snow lotus. Could it be that this lad has ties to the Wanqiao sect? Just as Luan Gang's heart began to settle, it raced anew. Provoking the Gigo sect would mean they need not lift a finger, simply laying traps at his doorstep would render his entire sect helpless. To incite the Wanqiao sect would be equally dire. Should anyone within his sect encounter issues while cultivating, their refusal to provide assistance could lead to the sect's demise within 30 years. Though few practitioners succumb to madness, a significant number will inevitably encounter complications. With such fears lingering in his mind, who would dare to provoke a disciple of the Wanqiao sect? Luan Gang's frustration bubbled over, directing his ire towards Zhou Shiyang. Although his family enjoyed a close relationship with the Crane and Eagle sect, such connections paled in comparison to the reputation of the Wanqiao sect.
Why did you have to provoke them? Now, I might very well be dragged down with you. This second wave of resentment naturally fell upon the leader of the Crane and Eagle sect. Why send me to Zhou's family? Why not someone else?
Luan Gang had conveniently forgotten how proud he had felt during the 2 days spent away from the Crane and Eagle sect, relishing the opportunity that all his contemporaries coveted. Chapter 56. The first monster of the cruise replica. Zou Haoyu was blissfully unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Luan Gang at that moment. Had he known that this individual dared to associate his identity with the most enigmatic of the hidden gates, he might have found it amusing enough to admit it. Tossing Luan Gang a casual guess, he devoted himself to fishing. Meanwhile, he contemplated, this fellow appears rather perilous. The fact that he was dispatched by that Crane Eagle sect indicates he is indeed a meticulous person.
How can I extract the internal cultivation techniques of the Crane Eagle sect from him?
A sudden thought brought a smile to Zou Haoyu's face. No need to devise other means. Since Luan Gang had issues, all he needed was an opportunity to treat this man's ailment. In doing so, he would have ample excuses to compel Luan Gang to mobilize his internal energy. Once he summoned his full internal power, Zou Haoyu's divine eye could replicate it for himself. Just then, had he not been wary of the need for the complete application of the internal cultivation techniques, Zou Haoyu would have eagerly experimented on his arm. After all, he had already discerned the intricate patterns of Luan Gang's internal energy flow through the meridians during his earlier usage, and he could even perceive the flaws in Luan Gang's method at certain inappropriate junctures, as well as how to modify it for his own practice. It seems that in order to thoroughly replicate the Crane Eagle sect's internal cultivation techniques from this fellow, I must first remedy his affliction. Otherwise, he will be unable to fully harness his internal energy, and thus, my attempts at replication would be futile.
Zou Haoyu mused, somewhat disgruntled. Is there truly a doctor in this world willing to heal their enemy?
This illustrates just how magnanimous I truly am. With a touch of amusement, Zou Haoyu glanced at the distracted Luan Gang, a sly grin adorning his face as he nonchalantly remarked, your current issue lies in the obstruction of the meridians in your abdomen. Without unblocking them, your entire internal energy cannot circulate properly. Based on my experience, this dilemma is paradoxically both quite challenging and rather simple, largely dependent on who provides the treatment.
Luan Gang opened his mouth, looking utterly defeated. He understood that such a problem would be trivial for the renowned healers of the Wanqiao sect, but what merit did Luan Gang possess to summon the attention of those esteemed healers?
Not even the leader of the Crane Eagle sect could secure their services merely by offering some meager compensation. However, a caveat that nearly sent Luan Gang into a frenzy. He observed Zou Haoyu shaking his head, an expression of embarrassment on his face. Your issue needs to be approached from the very beginning. In other words, my experience is insufficient to ascertain when and how your problem arose. To achieve a complete recovery, well, that's quite the challenge. You must start by mobilizing your internal energy from the very source within your dantian, allowing it to flow through the entirety of your meridians, a time-consuming and laborious process. Luan Gang nearly collapsed in despair.
Oh great one, you can indeed heal me. Surely, you can remedy this with ease.
Compared to the experts of the Crane Eagle sect and the skilled physicians of his own sect, even some worldly practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, Luan Gang found this youthful figure's humble yet awkward admission of his inability to easily cure his hidden injuries to be nothing short of an understatement akin to comparing the Jade Emperor to a mere local deity. Almost brought to tears, Luan Gang began to ponder what price he could pay to persuade this truly extraordinary medical practitioner, perhaps a top disciple of the Wanqiao sect, to extend his benevolence and offer assistance. Zou Haoyu, smiling silently, could discern the stirrings of desire within Luan Gang, and with his divine eye, he could see the fervent beating of his heart. This indicated that Luan Gang was not just slightly intrigued. It was a curious thought. Who could believe that there existed someone capable of perceiving and comprehending the intricate patterns of a martial artist's internal energy flow and, moreover, replicate and enhance it? Luan Gang, like all others, could not fathom it, and even if he did, he would hardly dare to believe. Zou Haoyu's lips curled into a smirk, sensing that this matter was destined to unfold favorably. However, he could not afford to exhibit any eagerness. Their current relationship was decidedly adversarial. I must ensure that this fellow comes to me out of his own volition, and I require numerous benefits before I can assist him in healing. As he lifted his fishing rod, he caught a fish of modest size, roughly half an arm's length, and burst into hearty laughter before casting his baited line once more. Cheers erupted around him. No one dared to regard Zou Haoyu as merely a penniless interloper following Yensong and the young lady of the Guan family on this cruise. Zou Haoyu's spirits soared as he reveled in the merriment, contrasting sharply with the glum, calculating expression of Luan Gang, who was furtively glancing at him in despair. From a distance, Yensong observed with concern that he was not worried about Zou Haoyu becoming entangled with Luan Gang or even the Crane Eagle sect. He understood the latter well enough to know that Zou Haoyu's character would never align with that group. Instead, his worry stemmed from the possibility that Zou Haoyu might be exploited by the Crane Eagle sect, which was in dire need of a person capable of determining life and death with a mere word. He contemplated approaching Zou Haoyu but hesitated, captivated by Luan Gang's anxious demeanor and curiosity, deciding to wait a moment longer. Just then, he overheard Zhang Jing muttering to herself, "How peculiar." Yensong could easily gather details about Zou Haoyu's affairs. The young lady of the Zhou family, who had once been the object of Zou Haoyu's unattainable affections, along with Zhou Shiyang, formed a melodramatic triangle of entangled emotions. Nevertheless, Zhang Jing seemed devoid of any lingering feelings for Zou Haoyu. Yensong frowned again, sensing that the true drama aboard this cruise ship had yet to commence. At this moment, Zhang Jing's emotions were entangled. As Zhou family's recognized young lady, she was well aware of Luan Gang's formidable background. He was someone even the head of the Zhou family would frequently set aside time to dine with, reputedly hailing from the mysterious Hidden Gate. Zhang Jing was unsure of the true nature of the Hidden Gate, but she recognized Luan Gang's significance. Yet, here was this esteemed individual, who required special provisions even for meals. Finding himself perplexed before Zou Haoyu, what could possibly be the cause? Zhang Jing was acutely aware of Zou Haoyu's newfound wealth, and she had her own connections, being closely tied to the Guan family, whose influence was such that even the head of the Zhou family envied them and would go to great lengths to gain their favor. With a long sigh, Zhang Jing grappled with feelings of regret, acutely aware that she had made a mistake. Had she not wounded Zou Haoyu so deeply in the past, even if the present circumstances were dire, they would be far preferable to her current plight of being bullied by Zhou Shiyang, or at least she would have someone to confide in. Nowadays, her former friends scarcely maintained contact, and Zhang Jing often pondered how advantageous it would have been to preserve even a mere friendship with Zou Haoyu. With his ties to the Guan family, the Zhou family would likely need to appease her as the young lady. Another sigh escaped her lips, and Zhang Jing's eyes clouded with confusion. She found herself at a loss for what to do next. Raising a hand to touch the scar hidden beneath her hair, she felt a pang of bitterness and suddenly turned away, hastily departing the scene. Just then, another cheer rang out as Zou Haoyu hoisted his fishing rod, revealing a shimmering silver fish. While it was an ordinary catch, his jubilant exclamation made it seem as though he had reeled in an extraordinary specimen. The afternoon slipped away amidst Zou Haoyu's intermittent shouts of glee. It must be said that joy is indeed contagious. Witnessing Zou Haoyu's exuberance, several prominent figures set aside their pretensions, donning flip-flops to request fishing rods from the cruise staff, joining him on the deck. As the sun sank lower, gradually obscured by the horizon, Zou Haoyu, tired and hungry from his exertions, stole a glance at Luan Gang, who sat lost in thought. With a slight smile, he was certain Luan Gang would soon come rushing over. However, what price should he pay for such an opportunity? While Zou Haoyu welcomed the prospect of an elite monster delivering internal cultivation techniques right to his doorstep, he felt that merely acquiring a manual would hardly do justice to the title of elite monster. Your fishing rod, Zou Haoyu mused, contemplating that the coming days might be rather dull. He was reluctant to seek a rod from Zhou Shiyang's associates, and since Luan Gang had provided one, why not temporarily claim it as his own? Before Luan Gang could register his thoughts, Zou Haoyu poked him with the fishing rod and reiterated his previous statement. Luan Gang, still bewildered, finally focused on the fishing rod. This is nothing, it belongs to the ship, feel free to use it, he stammered. Zou Haoyu scratched his head, wondering if he had inadvertently caused the young man to lose his wits. It seemed a shame to leave such a promising individual in such a state, especially without having extracted the Crane Eagle sex techniques from him yet. Shaking his head, he swaggered back towards the room that Guan Miaotong had allocated for him, only to be intercepted by Yensong. With a serious demeanor, Yen Song issued a stern warning, brother. While I am unaware of your intentions, I must caution you that this is a perilous situation. The Crane Eagle sect is not some small, insignificant faction. Luan Gang is no minor player among them. It can be said that within his generation of Hidden Gate disciples, Luan Gang ranks at least within the top 100. Not only is he skilled in martial arts, but his cunning and resourcefulness are formidable. Brother, let me put it this way, you can view Luan Gang as the orchestrator sent by the Crane Eagle sect to deal with our Yin family. Do you grasp my meaning? Zou Haoyu patted Yen Song's shoulder, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Yen Go, I am a person who indulges in all things, but I never suffer losses. Reassuring Yen Song, he then inquired, by the way, Yen Go, last night was the ball. What festivities has Zhou Shiyang arranged for tonight? Surely, he isn't planning to have everyone engaged in candlelit discussions. Yen Song scrutinized Zou Haoyu for a moment before nodding. Very well, just be cautious. Tonight, it will be another ball, but merely hosted in the lower deck's grand ballroom according to the schedule on the invitation. Tonight's event will also feature a stone gambling segment, aligning with the Zhou family's business interests. I even sent a few uncertain stones in advance to lend my support, and it's likely that the Guan family has dispatched someone with stones as well. Upon finishing, Yen Song posed a rather peculiar yet earnest question to Zou Haoyu. Brother, tell me honestly, did you review the invitation before coming aboard? Zou Haoyu was momentarily taken aback. He had been too preoccupied with concocting schemes to inconvenience Zhou Shiyang to even consider the invitation. Viewing it, what could be discerned from such a mundane piece of paper? Chapter 57, terrifying to death. Upon returning to his quarters, Zou Haoyu meticulously contemplated the intricacies of the internal energy he had observed in Luan Gang over the course of the day. Suddenly, a jolt surged through his dantian, akin to a heated water bag pressed against his skin. A faint thread of energy abruptly broke free from the confines of his dantian, ascending inch by inch towards an upward diagonal direction. Startled, Zou Haoyu realized that his mind had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the internal cultivation method, and he could not afford to react. Should he fall into a state of chaos, it would spell trouble. He quickly shook his head, dismissing all thoughts related to internal energy from his mind, and lay back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling with a sense of perplexity. According to the lore found in martial arts novels, internal energy is said to emanate from the dantian before being harnessed throughout the body, yet, through his divine sight, he only observed the internal force in Luan Gang's arm in motion, while the dantian appeared devoid of any discernible energy. Furthermore, when Luan Gang attempted to wield internal power against him, Zou Haoyu could see only the energy circulating in his arm, with no connection to the dantian whatsoever. What could this mean? Was it possible that his understanding of martial arts was fundamentally flawed? If so, even if he were to discern a set of internal cultivation techniques from Luan Gang, would he be unable to practice them? Zou Haoyu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Nothing could be more agonizing than possessing knowledge that was tangible yet ultimately unusable. It seemed prudent to consult a professional, yet the only martial artist within reach appeared to be Luan Gang. He furrowed his brow, realizing he could not wait until he achieved prowess before engaging with the martial arts community. That was far too distant a prospect. Martial arts serve as a means of self-protection, and learning them becomes most essential in times of need. To wait until one is renowned to begin learning seems devoid of meaning. Zou Haoyu resolved to take a risk. Besides, Luan Gang would undoubtedly be dominated by fear when he approached him. With clever questioning, he could extract the answers he sought. Yen Song had mentioned that Luan Gang held a significant position within the Crane Eagle sect. Given that Luan Gang was likely a product of true mastery from the sect, any information he provided would surely hold merit. Moreover, with the aid of his divine sight, even errors that Luan Gang had not perceived could be avoided. Yes, that was the plan. He shut his eyes, leaving the room in darkness, while the setting sun cast a hue of purplish rose through the porthole, illuminating the space with ample light. He pondered how best to pique Luan Gang's interest. Although he could heal the internal injury in Luan Gang's abdomen with the help of his divine sight in a matter of moments, Zou Haoyu had no intention of doing so. Instantly curing him would make him appear formidable and instill a significant psychological shock in Luan Gang, yet in the long run, such an approach would be more detrimental than beneficial. Lacking true strength, relying solely on intimidation would not instill genuine fear in someone like Luan Gang. He needed to ensure that before mastering martial arts, Luan Gang not only lacked the courage to harm him but also believed that he was the sole individual capable of healing his internal injuries. Given that Zhou Shiyang sought to exploit the Zhou family's connections and resources to entrap him, Luan Gang, as a temporary bodyguard, had to fulfill the role expected of him. With his mind made up, Zou Haoyu rolled over and quickly drifted into slumber. An entire afternoon spent fishing on the deck had left him somewhat fatigued. He was confident that Luan Gang had discerned that he lacked martial skills. A martial artist's stamina would never dwindle to the point of struggling to cast a fishing rod. While Zou Haoyu maintained a level of fitness superior to that of a typical office worker, he was still far from the caliber of dedicated martial artists. What could Luan Gang be contemplating at this moment? In his hazy state, Zou Haoyu couldn't help but consider Luan Gang's perspective. He slept soundly until past 9 in the evening. It was common knowledge among those aboard the cruise that Zou Haoyu held a grudge against Zhou Shiyang. Naturally, those from the Zhou family, instructed not to attend to him, would not be inclined to summon him for meals. Yensong, entangled with numerous business partners, surely lacked the time to seek him out, while Guan Miaotong was equally preoccupied with the Zhou family's stone gambling event commencing that very night. Upon awakening, Zou Haoyu felt a slight soreness in his body, leading him to muse. It seems that land-dwelling creatures truly find the sea somewhat disorienting. After washing his face, he reflected on the demise of the individual surnamed Liang. He wondered how many aboard the cruise were unable to sleep, knowing his body lay somewhere on this vessel. He self-deprecatingly mused, perhaps others believe that since I spoke the scathing words that led to Liang's death, his spirit would seek me out. Ah, these wealthy individuals, they are quite prone to such unfounded beliefs. What should have been a chilling matter failed to evoke any sense of dread within Zou Haoyu. The room featured a small bathroom, and after taking a shower, he noticed a slight stuffiness in his nose, which surprised him. After a day of leisure, could he have fallen ill? He quickly lowered his gaze to inspect himself. 15 seconds later, his divine sight awakened, allowing him to thoroughly examine his body, and he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. While my muscle and bone density may not rival that of a professional martial artist like Luan Gang, I am certainly in better shape than the average healthy individual. Within his body, he indeed discovered a few minuscule black particles slowly in motion. Through his perception, Zou Haoyu recognized these as bacteria. Blinking, he resolved to seek out a doctor aboard the ship for some cold medicine. He needed to be in top form, not only to contend with Zhou Shiyang but also to engage in a battle of wits with the perilously dangerous Luan Gang. As he contemplated this, his stomach grumbled with hunger. Dressing quickly, Zou Haoyu opened the door and stepped outside, only to collide with Luan Gang, who was pacing in front of his room. Had he come so soon? Zou Haoyu felt a flicker of delight in his heart, though he feigned anger on his face, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind, scaring people outside my door?" Luan Gang opened his mouth, but the words failed to materialize. Why should he provide treatment? For money, yes, Luan Gang could easily procure several 100,000 or even millions, though it was not a simple task for him. However, for a healer capable of curing his internal injuries, what value did money hold? Rare treasures, the inferior ones were beneath his notice, while the superior ones were beyond his means. Moreover, Luan Gang was acutely aware of the animosity between Zou Haoyu and Zhou Shiyang. Though Zhou Shiyang's words suggested one thing, Luan Gang was no fool. He understood the underlying issues. He was there to assist Zhou Shiyang, and he was certain that Zou Haoyu sensed the murderous intent emanating from him. Furthermore, Luan Gang had begun to feel confident that he could ascertain Zou Haoyu's affiliation with the Wan Shouman. Did the disciples of Wan Shouman possess anything he could offer? Zou Haoyu's furious reprimand had almost prompted Luan Gang to retort, "Indeed, I am unwell, which is why I seek you." Yet, he felt it inappropriate to jest in such a manner with someone he did not know well. Caught in a dilemma, Luan Gang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Zou Haoyu adopted a wary demeanor, eyeing Luan Gang suspiciously. "What do you intend to do? Did Zhou Shiyang send you here to provoke me?" Luan Gang smacked his lips, uncertain of how to respond. He yearned to turn and leave, as the situation felt exceedingly awkward. Just earlier at dinner, Zhou Shiyang had seized an opportunity to extricate himself from the clutches of several business associates, pulling Luan Gang aside to inquire why he had not taken action in the afternoon. Luan Gang had simply replied, "Forget about this matter for now, at least until I uncover the background of this individual." Zhou Shiyang had nearly been driven to fury by Luan Gang's dismissive tone. A mere penniless wretch, scraping by on meager sustenance, what kind of background could he possibly possess? In his desperation, Zhou Shiyang had spoken somewhat indiscriminately, implicitly criticizing Luan Gang for his lack of diligence. In return, Luan Gang had countered, "You have no authority to dictate how to deal with this person. Neither the Zhou family nor I possess such power. Upon my return, I will report to my master. Until then, should you dare to act, any consequences will not involve the Crane Eagle sect." This declaration had left Zhou Shiyang both furious and incredulous, nearly causing him to smash his bowl. He could not fathom how someone he had come to know over 4 years could suddenly be so thoroughly undermined by Luan Gang. Zou Haoyu remained the same Zou Haoyu, seemingly only a touch more arrogant. What background could he possibly possess? Could it be that he had successfully feigned poverty for 4 years, while Luan Gang discerned the truth with a mere glance? Zhou Shiyang's disbelief simmered, yet he lacked the courage to confront Luan Gang. In his anger, he stormed away, leaving Luan Gang to chuckle to himself for quite some time. The Zhou family had become increasingly outrageous. A mere boy lacking cunning, generosity, and skill dared to defy him. Even the head of the Zhou family, when faced with conflicting ideas, was more often the one to yield. Putting such thoughts aside, Luan Gang was solely focused on remedying his internal injuries. His current predicament was dire. Despite being hailed as the foremost disciple among the second generation of the Crane Eagle sect, his fellow disciples eyed his position with envy. Most critically, due to his seemingly incurable internal injury, the sect's leader, who Luan Gang referred to as his master, had been increasingly reluctant to utilize him. Otherwise, would such an esteemed disciple really be sent to the Zhou family for assistance? His precarious status, coupled with a dimming future due to this internal injury, filled Luan Gang with an urgent sense of desperation. Healing this hidden wound had become an obsession, a relentless fixation. Chapter 58. The light meal with an extra ingredient. Luan Gang scratched his head, feeling rather embarrassed as he confessed, I have come seeking medical help. Zou Haoyu's expression remained unchanged, as though he had never intended to offer Luan Gang any treatment at all. He pursed his lips and replied nonchalantly, Do you truly believe you can afford the price I would demand to treat you? In a flurry, Luan Gang rummaged through his pocket and produced a thick stack of bank cards, counting none as he thrust them into Zou Haoyu's hands. This is all my savings, totaling 3,089,965 yuan. I am willing to. Zou Haoyu did not even glance at the cards, shaking his head dismissively. You are a friend of Zhou Shiyang, and I am his sworn enemy. Do you think I would willingly invite trouble upon myself? Despite the rejection, Luan Gang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Earlier that afternoon on the deck, Zou Haoyu had merely indicated that he could identify the issue, and now, although he had outright declined, he inadvertently revealed his confidence in his ability to resolve the problem, which greatly reassured Luan Gang. Zou Haoyu bluntly stated, Your issue is not particularly complicated, but the treatment will require some time. I have plenty of time on my hands, yet I only treat two types of people. Friends, unconditionally, and ordinary individuals, who pose no threat to my interests, for a fee. Now, considering you are a friend of Zhou Shiyang, do you think I would regard you as a friend or just an ordinary person? You would be better off seeking someone more capable. With over 3 million, you might very well find a renowned healer specifically suited to your needs amidst the vast sea of humanity. In truth, Zou Haoyu was secretly amused. He had not anticipated that someone from the martial world would possess such capital. It was no wonder they said the impoverished pursue literary careers while the affluent pursue martial prowess. However, Luan Gang, though his face bore a cold demeanor, was indeed quite the amusing character. The fact that he had calculated his total savings down to the precise 5 yuan indicated just how quirky this individual truly was. Luan Gang raised a hand, declaring, I swear, I will never bring you any harm. I will make amends for my previous hostility. Zou Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. Spare me your oaths. Now, if you would kindly step aside, I am off to have a meal. I am also feeling a bit under the weather and need to find some medicine. By the way, you might want to consider a way to inform Zhou Shiyang to let the staff on board know not to provide me with any food, or perhaps to slip something into my meal. Maybe some poison, perhaps the 7 steps heartbreak red, to substitute for my medication. If I were to unwittingly fall into your trap, then you could blackmail me, and who knows, I might just acquiesce. Luan Gang managed a bitter smile. To contemplate poisoning someone who was very likely a disciple of the Wangxiamen, did he think he was being clever? As for why Luan Gang believed there was at least a 60% chance that Zou Haoyu was a disciple of the Wangxiamen, it could not simply be attributed to ignorance. In Luan Gang's mind, the most formidable medical expertise in the world undoubtedly belonged to the Wangxiamen. Many modern medical conditions that could not be explained were merely trivial issues for them. What was referred to as modern medicine was, in fact, Western medicine. Luan Gang felt that his own problem was the most perplexing of all, and aside from the Wangxiamen, no one else could possibly resolve it. Given Zou Haoyu's impressive display of skill, if he were not a disciple of the Wangxiamen, then how could that be? Deciding to remain silent, Zou Haoyu secured the door to his room and headed toward the dining area, with Luan Gang closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the deck, Zou Haoyu could no longer tolerate the presence of an enemy's companion shadowing him. He halted and, with a resigned tone, said, I must insist. Luan Gang, steadfast, asserted that he would simply follow along, making no attempts to interfere with Zou Haoyu's daily life. Zou Haoyu, exasperated, exclaimed, Are you truly intent on sticking to me like a leech? Luan Gang remained silent, his gaze unwavering, indicating that this was indeed the case. Feeling somewhat pleased, Zou Haoyu still did not exhibit any inclination to treat Luan Gang, growing increasingly impatient. Do you believe I might just concoct some poison and force it down your throat as a remedy? Luan Gang's expression brightened even further. Would he finally reveal the true identity of a disciple of the Wangxiamen? Zou Haoyu found himself bemused by this character's jubilant demeanor, wondering if perhaps he was somewhat simple-minded who could be so delighted by a reprimand. Irritated, he barked, Are you out of your mind? Luan Gang nodded in affirmation. Zou Haoyu's expression darkened. Must you continue to follow me? Luan Gang immediately shook his head. Zou Haoyu, now truly enraged, retorted, Why not just kill me then? I assure you I won't retaliate, you have my word. While he would not retaliate, a disciple of the Wangxiamen would not need to. Their methods were often silent and unseen, with poison administered before the adversary even realized it. Luan Gang had heard that although the Wangxiamen professed the virtue of a healer's benevolence, they were not averse to taking lives. For those who were stubborn and vile, the Wangxiamen would not hesitate to unleash their venom, leaving no trace of their adversaries behind.
I would never lay a hand on you, Luan Gang solemnly vowed.
This declaration left Zou Haoyu perplexed. He had envisioned that this individual might resort to cunning schemes or forceful tactics to compel him into treating his hidden injuries, even contemplating how far this person might go before he would reluctantly agree to provide treatment, ensuring that Luan Gang would not suspect him of ulterior motives. Yet, he could not comprehend the implications of Luan Gang's statement, and he hesitated to inquire further. Meanwhile, Luan Gang's thoughts were straightforward. He was convinced that Zou Haoyu possessed ties to the Wangxiamen. It seems that not only must I refrain from taking action against this person, but I must also be wary of Zhou Shiyang, who might act recklessly against him. The mere thought of knowing that a disciple of the Wangxiamen was so near, yet failing to prevent Zhou Shiyang from taking dire measures, sent a chill down Luan Gang's spine. The Wangxiamen were fiercely protective of their own. Unless a disciple committed an egregious act, few would dare to raise a hand against them, for it would be akin to poking a hornet's nest. In the dining area, Zhou Shiyang was engaged in jovial conversation with two sharply dressed businessmen, accompanied by two ladies. As he faced the entrance, he narrowed his eyes upon spotting Zou Haoyu's arrival. However, when he noticed Luan Gang stealthily trailing behind Zou Haoyu like a subordinate, he let out a muffled grunt and turned away. He dared not openly criticize Luan Gang, although Zhou Shiyang was acutely aware that the elite disciples of the Ying men possessed far superior intelligence and resources compared to himself. He couldn't shake the discomfort of seeing his friend now aligned with another. Summoning the two waitstaff, Zhou Shiyang smirked as he issued a few orders. The waitstaff exchanged glances with Zou Haoyu, nodded, and hurried into the kitchen. Zou Haoyu ordered 2 light meals. Pig trotter rice with pickled cucumbers. Luan Gang stood beside him, dutifully playing the role of a bodyguard. Soon, the dishes arrived, and Zou Haoyu instinctively sensed something was amiss. Which cruise liner served pig trotter rice with the rice and vegetables in a chaotic heap? Before he could voice his concerns, Luan Gang seized the 2 waitstaff, coolly stating, "What you've regurgitated ought to be consumed by you." The 2 waitstaff turned pale. Although the cruise liner was rented, they were employed by the Zhou family, and everyone within the Zhou family was wary of Luan Gang. While no one had witnessed him committing any heinous acts, it was well known among the Zhou family that he was a man with blood on his hands. Allegedly, the head of the Zhou family had stated that if Luan Gang were to kill someone, no report would be necessary. Zou Haoyu furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhou Shiyang, who was smiling and beckoning him. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone and snapped a few photos, including the 2 waitstaff in the frame, then smiled at Zhou Shiyang.
"Old classmate, it appears your chefs and waitstaff lack professionalism.
I shall help you publicize this. Consider it my way of participating in your cruise gathering, a means of supervising your servants." Zhou Shiyang's expression shifted sharply. If Zou Haoyu were to expose this matter, the tabloid reporters would be all over them. Should news of Zhou family's staff spitting in guests' food leak, it would have a significant impact on their business. Having reached such heights, every action was scrutinized under a microscope. Even minor negative reports could wreak havoc on the luxury industry's elite, causing losses far beyond mere financial implications. Zhou Shiyang knew all too well how many ravenous competitors were watching the Zhou family closely. He hastily apologized to the 2 businessmen, standing up and striding over to Zou Haoyu, raising his hand to slap the 2 waitstaff, scolding, "You treacherous scoundrels! This individual is not only my old classmate but also a distinguished guest aboard the cruise, who permitted you to scheme behind my back. Get out of my sight." Though Zhou Shiyang felt a deep-seated resentment toward Luan Gang for ruining his plans, he dared not show it on his face, opting instead to sulk in silence. Zou Haoyu chuckled. It seems the Zhou family's principles are lacking. A mere slap suffices for a mistake.
The 2 waitstaff looked pitiful, their faces swollen from Zhou Shiyang's slap. They dared not complain about Zhou Shiyang's double standards. After all, it was his idea, yet they bore the blame. They could not fathom why Luan Gang, a friend of the young master, would side with his enemy, and could only cast pleading glances at Zou Haoyu, hoping he would not pursue the matter further, thus avoiding any severe consequences. Zou Haoyu was not devoid of compassion, but he was clear on who his friends and foes were. When Zhou Shiyang's servants committed wrongdoing, had they ever considered the plight of others? Tilting his head to regard Zhou Shiyang, Zou Haoyu pointed at the 2 light meals, grinning. "How about this, old classmate? If you take a few bites of the meal, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter any further."
"What do you think?" Zhou Shiyang's fury flared, and he coldly retorted, "Do not forget, this is my territory. I can deny you food, refuse you a room, and even publicly declare that you are not my invited guest, but rather an interloper. This is merely a small lesson for you. What can you possibly do? At least you possess some accountability. acknowledging that this matter was your direct instruction, Zou Haoyu mused, expressing a sense of regret. However, some things cannot merely be dismissed with your words. At the very least, your words may not reach attentive ears. Luan Gang's expression shifted, glancing between Zou Haoyu and Zhou Shiyang, his mouth slightly parting before promptly closing again that he had no close ties with the Zhou family, and even if he did, he recognized that the issue at hand was far more pressing, one that involved a disciple of the Wangxiamen, who held far greater significance, particularly for him. In comparison to a disciple of the Wangxiamen, what was the Zhou family? Could someone weigh their worth for him? Chapter 59. The Diamond Bachelor Zhou Shiyang, filled with anger and humiliation, shouted, "Indeed, it was I who instructed them to act. What will you do about it?" Zou Haoyu chuckled, swiping his finger across the phone screen, and effortlessly recited the words spoken by the few individuals moments earlier. It turned out that ever since Luan Gang had apprehended the two waiters, Zou Haoyu had been clandestinely recording their conversation. Although he had never employed such tricks himself, he had encountered them numerous times in literature. When dealing with a person like Zhou Shiyang, whether it be grand conspiracies or petty schemes, there exists but one principle. Effective measures can handle him. Zhou Shiyang, in a fit of rage, lunged forward to snatch the phone. Zou Haoyu deftly sidestepped, calmly stating, "Luan, I require 25 different types of Western medicine. If you can procure them within half an hour, I may divulge the nature of the problem at hand." Luan Gang was momentarily taken aback, then elated. It seemed that this young man was still quite naive at his age. He squandered an excellent opportunity for extortion merely for the sake of immediate gratification. It appeared that as long as he could remain by this person's side, having been promised an initial insight into the issue, he could ascertain what kinds of medicinal materials would be most effective for future use. Luan Gang did not believe that Zou Haoyu would deceive him. The disciples of the Wancher sect either refused to assist or genuinely offered their help without misleading their clients. Zhou Shiyang was momentarily puzzled, unable to comprehend the exchange between Zou Haoyu and Luan Gang. Zou Haoyu chuckled inwardly, realizing that Luan Gang himself did not trust Zhou Shiyang. Otherwise, he could have easily entrusted the well-connected Zhou family to seek out a renowned physician for him. This was an opportunity ripe for exploitation. As for agreeing to help Luan Gang ascertain the nature of the problem, Zou Haoyu had no intention of fabricating a tale. Luan Gang's hidden injury was evident from his years of searching for a solution. What should have been a straightforward matter for him was, in fact, exceedingly intricate. To resolve it would require a series of plans, and revealing the specific nature of the issue was merely the first step in a long journey. Luan Gang was well aware of this. He could not possibly grasp the magnitude of his significant problem, which was a trivial matter for Zou Haoyu. The true reason behind Luan Gang's elation was not merely the prospect of revealing the actual situation, but the hopeful beginnings of their interaction. "Gango, what are you two discussing?" Zhou Shiyang asked, astonished as he glanced from the composed Zou Haoyu to the flushed Luan Gang. Filled with curiosity, Luan Gang waved his hand and, adopting perhaps the most serious demeanor he had shown in years, assured Zou Haoyu, "I will certainly handle this matter." Zou Haoyu smiled. "Don't you wish to know why I require so many Western medicines?" Luan Gang shook his head. "A divine doctor has his own considerations. I do not comprehend them and thus do not need to know." Zou Haoyu, with an air of mystique, said with a smile, "Well, I must inform you that I intend to concoct a poison." This statement startled everyone in the restaurant, particularly the two waiters. Had it not been for Luan Gang gripping their wrists, they would surely have fallen to their knees at that moment. Ideally, traditional Chinese medicine would be best. However, it is quite challenging to find the specific herbs I require on this ship. Yet, with Western medicines, even capsules can be fashioned into a colorless, odorless poison. Since he intended to instill the belief in Luan Gang that he was the most divine of doctors, Zou Haoyu naturally adopted a professional demeanor. He casually rubbed his palms together and remarked, "Fortunately, the saline content in the sea air is quite high. With just a bit of medication, the majority of individuals with similar neural configurations can be infected by this poison. It is said that once afflicted, anyone I question will answer truthfully and completely. Given that many aboard this vessel harbor ill will towards me, I must inquire whether my old classmate is indeed setting traps for me." Zhou Shiyang's face alternated between red and pale as the two bosses grew increasingly frantic. The portly man in a golden suit, his face flushed, pointed at Zou Haoyu and protested, "You cannot do this. I will not allow it, and who are you to dictate terms? If I wished for you to perish within half an hour, you would not survive even 30 minutes and 1 second. Zou Haoyu scoffed, turning to the visibly shaken Luan Gang, whose hands trembled and teeth chattered, and said, "Do not worry. Since I have promised to investigate the nature of your issue, I certainly will not allow any further complications. Now, go find those medicines swiftly. I am quite hungry and may perish from starvation." Unbeknownst to him, his careless declaration regarding the creation of poison had completely confirmed Luan Gang's suspicions about him being a disciple of the Wancher sect. Luan Gang understood that anyone capable of crafting superior medicines within the sect must hold significant status. Moreover, to possess the ability to concoct a so-called silent, colorless, and odorless poison placed him among the elite. How could someone so young inherit such a closely guarded skill of the Wancher sect? Luan Gang felt a chill run down his spine, grateful that he had refrained from acting against Zou Haoyu. He felt a surge of elation. A person capable of determining life and death with a mere word, and one who could concoct poison, was indeed an elite figure within the Wancher sect. Despite their initial rocky interactions, this honor was unparalleled within the Ying sect. If he could maintain even the slightest connection with this young man, exchanging nods or greetings, Luan Gang understood that his standing within the Ying sect would not only remain unshaken but would grow increasingly solid. Meanwhile, Zou Haoyu engaged in casual conversation with the anxious boss who had rushed over, asking, "How many mistresses do you have at home? Are they beautiful? How many more years can you enjoy them?" Before the boss could respond, Zou Haoyu sighed and continued, "What a pity. I estimate that you." Before he could finish, the boss, drenched in cold sweat, clasped his hands in supplication, bowing and pleading, "Please, do not say more. I admit my wrongs, I am foolish, I deserve to die." Could someone truly be frightened to such a degree? Zou Haoyu shook his head in disbelief, awakening his divine perception, and observed that this man's heart was positioned differently from others, oriented in the opposite direction. Nevertheless, this anomaly did not grant him better health, rather, solid black stones were pressing against his kidneys and lungs, compressing his internal organs. "You are truly something else," Zou Haoyu remarked, shaking his head with deep regret. "Originally, your heart is situated in the opposite position to that of a normal person, or alas, excessive indulgence in wine and lust, coupled with a lack of moderation, has led to toxic stones within your body, now suffocating your kidneys and lungs. Ah, this is the true affliction of the wealthy, and it is quite difficult to treat." With each word he uttered, the boss blinked, fixated on Zou Haoyu's lips, fearing he might utter something akin to what he had said about Liang Boss. Zhou Shiyang felt embarrassed, suddenly realizing he had no idea how to proceed. Luan Gang suddenly asked Zou Haoyu, "Divine Doctor, how should we deal with these two individuals?" Without turning his head, Zou Haoyu casually waved his hand, stating, "Cast them aside. I am in a foul mood. In a moment, I shall tend to them as well, and they will not escape." The two women, unsure whether they were hired socialites by the Zhou family or companions of the wealthy bosses, stood behind the two bosses, even more bewildered than Zhou Shiyang. They felt wronged, wondering who they had offended. Clearly, it was Zhou Shiyang, the young master of the Zhou family, who had provoked this Zou fellow, yet now they were to suffer the consequences as well. Where was the justice in that? The portly boss was sweating profusely as Zou Haoyu's remarks precisely echoed the diagnosis he had received a few days prior at the municipal hospital in Hankow. Divine Doctor, please show mercy and tell me, do I still have hope?" The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the hospital's doctors had merely been preparing him for the worst, his plump face almost oozing with oil as he implored Zou Haoyu, "I have never offended you." His addition only prompted Zou Haoyu to glance at Zhou Shiyang with a smirk. "I have informed Luan here that the individuals I choose to save are either my friends or ordinary people who do not threaten my livelihood or survival." "What category do you fall into, dear boss?" Zou Haoyu remarked, with a tone that suggested he was impervious to persuasion, pointing at Zhou Shiyang. "You can clearly see that my old classmate and I are irreconcilably opposed. You wish to do business with his family while simultaneously seeking my medical assistance. Do you honestly believe I would acquiesce to such a request?" Another boss interjected urgently, "We will offer 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold consultation fee." His concern stemmed from a chronic stomach ailment that neither traditional Chinese nor Western medicine could remedy. Though it should not have been a grave issue, he was terrified that Zou Haoyu might utter something along the lines of, "Oh dear, that could be serious." Moreover, the agony of a stomach ailment was indeed excruciating. Given that the mysteriously powerful Luan Gang was groveling before this young man for treatment, it would be a tremendous boon if Zou Haoyu could also take a look at his condition. Zou Haoyu scoffed disdainfully, casually crossing his legs and looking at Luan Gang, inquiring, "Do you think that if I truly desired money, I would lack it?" Luan Gang immediately shook his head without any hesitation, replying earnestly, "With the status of a divine doctor, a mere word can command millions in consultation fees, not to mention several hundred times a year." The two women's eyes turned red. A consultation fee in the millions, not to mention hundreds of times a year, would make one a billionaire. This young man was truly worth such a fortune? In their eyes, Zou Haoyu had transcended mere humanity, embodying a living treasure of gold and diamonds. Zhou Shiyang snorted, and Luan Gang immediately queried, "Do you not believe it? You may inquire with the bosses aboard this cruise." Even the most miserly individuals would deem several million insignificant compared to life. This statement further vexed Zhou Shiyang, yet he dared not voice his objections loudly, muttering instead, "How can you be so certain he possesses such skills?" "I refuse to believe it." Luan Gang raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, yet internally thought, "What a fool, in this world, if the disciples of the Wancher sect do not possess such abilities, then not even gods or demons could." Chapter 60 Divergence. Luang Gang's sudden display of understanding left Zou Haoyu feeling quite unsettled. He merely attributed it to the man's instinct for self-preservation. Little did he know that in Luang Gang's mind, he had already been categorized among the disciples of the Wanqiu sect, and not without a degree of esteem. In a fit of frustration, Zhou Shiyang unceremoniously seized Luang Gang, intent on demanding clarity, but Luang Gang found himself in a difficult position. Zou Haoyu urged him to procure some medicine, fearing that failure to do so might lead to dire consequences. Yet, he also wished to engage Zhou Shiyang in a serious discussion. Could a mere worldly heir like him truly provoke a disciple of the Wanqiu sect? While Luang Gang felt indifferent to the Zhou family's fate, he was acutely aware of the repercussions of offending the Wanqiu sect. With a nonchalant demeanor, Zou Haoyu remarked, "Simply speak your mind, there's no need to complicate matters. To remember, within the stipulated time, I expect you to bring me what I've requested." The portly proprietor, drenched in cold sweat, chuckled nervously. "Well, let's discuss this amicably. It's a rare chance for us all to gather, there's no need for violence." "No need for violence," Zou Haoyu scoffed. Such was the nature of the wealthy when they held power. They strutted about, eager for the world to recognize their might. Yet, once they found themselves at the mercy of others, their countenance would shift dramatically. And nevertheless, Zou Haoyu had no intention of clashing with the numerous individuals aboard the vessel. He waved his hand dismissively and muttered, "Go about your business. As for the medicine, forget it. If we were to eliminate so many, it would only leave 3 or 4 of us alive, entangling us in trouble later. By the way, remember to bring me something to eat. Without sustenance, I lack both strength and spirit. Of course, you might consider lacing the food with poison, perhaps it could go undetected by me." Luang Gang thought to himself, "Do you take me for a fool?" Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyang's eyes darted about, and a glance from Zou Haoyu confirmed his suspicion. To resolve this matter once and for all, Zhou Shiyang had to be eliminated. Luang Gang recognized Zhou Shiyang's intentions. Feeling a mix of anger and urgency, he released the collars of the 2 attendants, but he could sense Zou Haoyu's displeasure. In a swift motion, he twisted the wrists of the attendants, snapping their bones, which protruded grotesquely from beneath their skin.
"This is merely a warning," Luang Gang coldly admonished Zhou Shiyang.
"Should you resort to such despicable tactics again, do not expect me to spare the Zhou family's face." Zhou Shiyang's face flushed with alternating colors. He swore to expel this treacherous individual from the Zhou family, yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced. After all, even as the Zhou family's heir, expelling a member of the Ying sect would necessitate considering the repercussions from the sect, which might seek retribution against the entire Zhou lineage. After the 2 departed, the moaning attendants cast pleading glances at the other patrons in the restaurant, clearly seeking assistance. Zou Haoyu ignored them, and the 2 wealthy proprietors were even less inclined to assist such insignificant staff members. In the kitchen, everyone held their breath, unwilling to risk offending the influential individuals present. The rotund proprietor extended an invitation for Zou Haoyu to sit beside him, but Zou Haoyu bluntly refused, stating, "I'm afraid I do not treat strangers. You may seek assistance elsewhere." Treating Luang Gang was different, it would yield benefits, but this proprietor, what could he offer? Even if he were to present millions before Zou Haoyu, the latter would still decline, for he had a fortune exceeding 10 million at his disposal, allowing him the luxury of indulgence. The plump proprietor was mortified but found himself powerless against Zou Haoyu. The man was enigmatic, and his peculiar relationship with the Zhou family's consultant rendered any confrontation precarious. Zou Haoyu stepped over the writhing attendants and returned to his room without a backward glance. In a secluded area, Zhou Shiyang confronted Luang Gang, his voice laced with fury. "What is the meaning of this? Why do you assist an outsider? You must know he is my enemy." Luang Gang, with a hint of a smirk, disdainfully replied, "Dear heir, forgive my candor. You are not worthy to consider him an adversary. Do not presume that his earlier words were mere bluster. If he truly desired your demise, he could orchestrate it silently and leave no trace. Take my advice, cease your opposition to him. You may not realize it, but even combined, the entire Zhou family pales in comparison to him." Zhou Shiyang laughed incredulously, threatening, "I insist on contacting your master." Luang Gang made no attempt to stop him, instead offering his phone with a flourish. "Here, go ahead. I shan't impede your efforts, please, proceed." Zhou Shiyang was taken aback, unable to fathom why Luang Gang would adopt such a demeanor. "What do you mean by this?" Zhou Shiyang quickly softened his tone, aware that he could not afford to alienate Luang Gang. If he did, those within the Zhou family who coveted his position would swiftly rally to Luang Gang's side. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Shiyang forced a smile, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one for himself and offered another to Luang Gang, who declined. Zhou Shiyang, after a moment of awkwardness, sighed, "I may have acted rashly, please do not take offense, I merely do not understand." Without further preamble, Luang Gang directly inquired, "Brother, what are your thoughts on our Ying sect?" Zhou Shiryang pondered for a long moment before hesitantly responding, I am aware that there exists a world populated by individuals quite different from us. I know you are part of that group. To be frank, the naming sect evokes both respect and fear in me, it is shrouded in mystery. Luan Gang chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, in terms of economic prowess, the Heing sect may be lacking, but let me assure you. Should our interests clash with your Zhou family, we would emerge battered yet resilient, while you would be left in ruins.
Zhou Shiryang fell silent, convinced of the truth in Wang Gang's assertion.
But what does that have to do with this Zou fellow? He is not one of your Heing sect, Zhou Shiryang questioned, his irritation palpable. Luan Gang's icy reply was, I have an 8 out of 10 certainty that he belongs to the same world as I do. Regardless of his sect's background, even 100 members of the Heing sect could not hold a candle to him. Did you not hear what he said earlier? With just a few ordinary pills, he can concoct a poison capable of silently exterminating everyone aboard this vessel. Do you not grasp the gravity of this, brother? You have misjudged your opponent, withdraw while you still can. Should you provoke him, I will not come to your aid. If you threaten his safety, I will go to great lengths to protect him.
Should anything happen to him, both the Zhou family and the Ying sect would face ruin. Do you understand? Zhou Shiryang was taken aback, his gaze locked onto Wang Gang's, where he discerned a solemnity that left no room for jest.
Overwhelmed, Zhou Shiryang could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. How could he have failed to recognize the true identity of someone he had shared 4 years of schooling with?
But his family, Zhou Shiryang stammered, struggling with disbelief.
Luan Gang's expression darkened, and he withdrew his phone once more, dialing the first number in his contacts, one marked as significant. The call connected immediately, and a slightly hoarse voice, likely that of a man in his 40s, came through. Xiao Gang, has something occurred with the Zhou family? In the past, Luan Gang would have first offered greetings and sought approval from the elders of the Heing sect before broaching serious matters. This time, however, he intended to be direct. Master, I have encountered a suspected elite disciple from the Wanqiu sect. The Zhou family's heir is at odds with him and wishes for my assistance in eliminating him, Luan Gang reported coldly, fixing Zhou Shiryang with a piercing gaze.
The man on the other end gasped in shock, incredulously asking, an elite disciple from the inner sect?
At the very least, Luan Gang asserted confidently, his mastery of poison is exceptional, and his medical skills are equally impressive. He diagnosed my internal injuries with a mere glance, thus, I surmise he is likely an elite disciple from the inner sect.
The voice on the phone erupted in anger and nonsense. Who in the Zhou family does not understand these matters?
You should know better, forget it, the hidden sect's members roam the world, we in the Ying sect cannot recklessly intervene. He may merely be a disciple sent by the Wanqiu sect for training. Therefore, you must do everything in your power to prevent the Zhou from taking action against him. Remember, if you can ascertain that this individual is indeed an elite disciple from the Wanqiu sect, you may act accordingly. If you can befriend him, in 3 days, I will arrange for my 9th junior brother to deliver some rare medicinal materials to the Zhou family for you to use as a test. Luan Gang hesitated, expressing concern, Master, this individual is quite young and possesses an exceedingly peculiar temperament. I fear, the man chuckled lightly, responding in a soothing tone, Xiao Gang, the other party is an elite disciple from the Wanqiu sect, and you are the most outstanding disciple of our Heing sect. In terms of status, you are equals. You must be willing to invest effort and learn to humble yourself. For establishing a connection with an elite disciple from the Wanqiu sect will be immensely beneficial for you, your future, and the Heing sect as a whole. Do you understand, Xiao Gang? I have always recognized your potential and believed in you. I trust you will succeed in this task. You must have confidence in yourself, this is a necessary approach. I cannot intervene directly without drawing too much attention, as disrupting their training could yield disastrous consequences. A fleeting smirk of disdain flickered in Wang Gang's eyes. Trust, recognition, faith. If there were trust, why send the 9th junior brother instead of a senior sister? The resentment within him surged momentarily before fading just as quickly. Luan Gang bowed respectfully, declaring, Yes, since you have entrusted me with this task, I shall not falter. The man on the other end chuckled softly, exhaling a sigh of relief before inquiring with genuine concern, So, do you believe he can indeed heal your internal injuries?
Luan Gang felt a profound sorrow.
Even at this juncture, his master continued to manipulate him. Were it not for his own willingness, he might well be coerced into risking his life to ascertain Zou Haoyu's true status as an elite disciple from the Wanqiu sect.
In a moment of despair, Luan Gang suddenly entertained a chilling thought. In that case, why must I serve Zhou Yanzi? I, too, am a living, breathing individual.
Chapter 61 The Golden Eagle Heart Method, Crane Controlling Skill. As this thought just began to take shape, Luan Gang was taken aback, quickly shaking his head to dispel the notion. Once one enters the Crane Eagle sect, they are a disciple for a day and a disciple for life. This is an inescapable fate, even for the sect leader, Zhou Yanzi. For anyone wishing to sever ties with the Crane Eagle sect, it would entail tearing off flesh from their bones, becoming a living corpse wandering the world, with no alternate path available. Gritting his teeth, Luan Gang said solemnly, I have preliminarily secured a promise from someone willing to assist me, but whether they will truly help remains to be seen. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yanzi's voice cut through sharply, Xiao Gang, you must handle this matter with utmost care. You must understand that if you can initiate this correctly, our Crane Eagle sect will effectively gain half a divine physician. This holds immeasurable significance for both you and the entire sect. The more Luan Gang tried to avoid the sorrowful thoughts that tormented him, the more they burrowed into his heart. Zhou Yanzi's words, though grandiose and lofty, were not lost on Luan Gang. He was well aware of the underlying truth. To ascend to the position of sect leader, he must first overcome Zhou Yanzi himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he mused inwardly, can the disciples of Wanshou sect truly be controlled by you? Perfect, just as you instructed. I shall wager my life to seize the opportunity to verify whether Zou Haoyu is indeed an elite disciple of the inner circle of Wanshou sect. I might as well openly utilize the resources of Crane Eagle sect. What harm could it cause? Ultimately, it will still boil down to relying on myself. If I can heal my internal injuries, the Golden Eagle Heart method will surely break through to the Earth level, and achieving the Celestial level will merely be a matter of 10 or 20 years. With Celestial level strength, even without contending for the position of sect leader, I can live the life of ease I desire. For reasons unknown, he was convinced that Zou Haoyu must be an elite disciple of the inner circle of Wanshou sect, perhaps even holding a higher status. His internal injuries aside, even the so-called divine physicians of the hidden world required extensive observation to ascertain such a thing, yet Zou Haoyu could discern it at a glance. Such prowess was nothing short of earth-shattering. With such abilities, how could he merely be an ordinary elite disciple of the inner circle? It was rumored that Wanshou sect was not like Crane Eagle sect, which adhered to seniority. Those with skills and capabilities could ascend to the rank of elder at a mere 20 years of age. Elder Su, who instilled fear in both gods and ghosts, was precisely one such example, having been appointed as one of the 9 elders of Wanshou sect at the tender age of 20, a position he proudly held 80 years ago. With a flicker of his gaze, Luan Gang silently scoffed, his tone growing increasingly respectful, intentionally allowing Zhou Yanzi to perceive his underlying dissatisfaction as he calmly stated, all right, I shall adhere to Master's arrangements. The conversation fell into an awkward silence for a few seconds, before Zhou Yanzi chuckled and said, Xiao Gang, do not overthink it. Your encounter with such a person is merely fate. Isn't it? If we were to send someone else to approach this suspected disciple of Wanshou sect, the results may not be as favorable as your own contact. You must understand. As Zhou Yanzi uttered the words you must understand, his voice turned icy, and through the phone, Luan Gang could sense the chill in his tone. A shiver ran down his spine, and Luan Gang hurriedly responded, finally asking, what about the young master of the Zhou family? Zhou Yanzi snorted coldly, do not concern yourself with him. If he threatens to jeopardize our plans, forget it, I will have someone from the Zhou family warn him, you must not intervene. Having hung up the phone and not yet finished his cigarette, Zhou Shiyang's call suddenly came through, from the head of the Zhou family. Do not engage in conflict with that Zou fellow. Follow Luan Gang's lead. If you ruin this significant matter, do not bother returning, jumping into the sea would be preferable. The head of the Zhou family's words were severe. Luan Gang smiled faintly. This was excellent news. Tossing the cigarette butt out of the window into the sea, he patted Zhou Shiyang, who was still struggling to accept the reality, saying nothing as he turned to find some medicine and food. Heaven knows what Zou Haoyu needed those pills for, but one must admit, when it came to putting on an act, Zou Haoyu possessed an innate talent, effortlessly convincing even a master like Luan Gang. Zhou Shiyang stood in a daze for quite some time, and suddenly, he slammed his fist into the wall, muttering fiercely to himself, how can they openly provoke us? Can't they use some underhanded tactics? Just a bumpkin. I refuse to believe that I, a dignified young master of the Zhou family, cannot deal with a mere peasant. Upon returning to his room, Zou Haoyu pondered how to counter Zhou Shiyang's relentless underhanded schemes. He knew Zhou Shiyang too well. Although Luan Gang would surely shield him from Zhou Shiyang's harsh tactics, who was Zhou Shiyang, his temperament was smaller than that of an ant. If he could let things slide, he wouldn't be Zhou Shiyang. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, startling Zou Haoyu. Was Luan Gang in such a hurry? Opening the door, he found Guan Miaotong standing there, and at the end of the corridor, 2 elegantly dressed ladies flitted by. Guan Miaotong, with a smile, clasped her hands behind her back as Lin Hai followed closely beside her, surveying Zou Haoyu from head to toe and teasingly remarked, I hear you're now in a position where no one dares to provoke you. Look, 2 stunning beauties have come knocking. Zou Haoyu scratched his head, feeling a bit slow on the uptake with Guan Miaotong's words. He couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. So, does that mean I'd become a diamond bachelor? Stepping aside to let Guan Miaotong enter, she waved her hand, appearing somewhat fatigued, and sighed, I'll just say a few words at the door.
We have a plethora of jade betting activities to attend shortly. Our family has also sent someone with some items. I need to supervise that. There is no time to rest inside. She understood that once inside, she'd be hard-pressed to leave without chatting with Zou Haoyu for at least half an hour. Then, with a playful smile, Guan Miaodong continued, whether you're a diamond bachelor or not, I can't say, but you're certainly rich and free, and you're not exactly a rough-looking fellow, naturally attracting beautiful women. But do be cautious, this ship belongs to someone else. If you end up in a compromising situation, how will you explain yourself? She had come to warn Zou Haoyu. In that brief moment, Luan Gang, who had been with Zhou Shiyang, seemed to have been subdued by Zou Haoyu. The scene in the dining hall had spread throughout the cruise ship in mere minutes, prompting Guan Miaodong to come and give her warning. She had her own agenda, otherwise, as long as she was with Zou Haoyu, she believed no one could employ such sordid tactics against him. Zou Haoyu understood and nodded appreciatively, saying, rest assured, I'm not so easily tempted. By the way, the jade betting event is starting soon, please remind me so that I don't end up losing your family's money, shoo. Guan Miaodong quickly signaled him to keep quiet. The last time they had tricked Zhou Shiyang out of a significant amount of money was still a secret. They could not allow Zhou Shiyang to discover it, who knew what he might do in a fit of rage. Zou Haoyu nodded knowingly, and they exchanged a smile, recalling the past, when Zou Haoyu, aided by his divine eye, had dominated the jade betting market, and a warm feeling blossomed in their hearts. Also, be sure not to let anything slip, Guan Miaodong added with a friendly smile, tirelessly instructing Zou Haoyu on the rules for the upcoming jade betting event. Finally, she said, if you notice anything unusual about the jade stones or items from my family participating in the betting, please let me know. I'll ensure a reward for you. Don't misunderstand. It is merely the way of this trade. If we don't adhere to the rules, regardless of how close our relationship may be, people will talk over time. Breaking the rules will inevitably tarnish our reputation, and that is perilous. Zou Haoyu considered her words. Earning a bit of money for the Guan family was not akin to robbing Guan Miaodong. He could always find ways to spend it on her later. Nodding, he replied without hesitation, then I won't hold back. By the way, where is Yen Gu? Is he participating too? Guan Miaodong replied, Yen Gu is involved in the jade competition, which involves showcasing treasured jade pieces against others. This serves as both a contest within the jewelry industry and a means of exchange. After all, who would bring out their most precious heirloom for such a contest? Moreover, it's also a way to flaunt wealth. Generally, each jade competition held in a particular location will rank the players within that area's jewelry industry. Finally, Guan Miaodong shot Zou Haoyu a knowing glance, causing him to chuckle. You're only going now? Guan Miaodong inquired. Nodding, Zou Haoyu felt a twinge of annoyance toward Luan Gang. Why was he dragging his feet when he had requested him to hurry? He seemed to forget he had given Luan Gang 2 tasks to accomplish, including finding food, which naturally took time. Guan Miaodong, aware that he hadn't eaten in the dining hall, indignantly remarked, Zhou Shiyang is truly excessive. He sends out the invitations but fails to provide proper meals. At this rate, the Zhou family's business will be ruined under his management. Zou Haoyu contemplated that perhaps it wouldn't just be Zhou Shiyang who would ruin the family fortune. He would also play a role as an external catalyst. He was well aware that reconciliation with Zhou Shiyang was only possible if one party completely collapsed, and he hoped that party would not be himself. Moreover, with the divine eye as his extraordinary advantage, it would be utterly embarrassing if he couldn't contend with Zhou Shiyang. Guan Miaodong carried a small bag containing several packets of snacks, and without hesitation, she handed a packet of crispy rice to Zou Haoyu, reminding him to return it. This is my favorite snack. You must return it tenfold. Zou Haoyu could only chuckle in response, alright. Don't mention tenfold. If you're willing, with my meager worth, I could buy you all the snacks you desire. Guan Miaodong's cheeks flushed, and Lin Hai, leaning against the wall nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes. How utterly cheesy. Take care of yourself, Guan Miaodong warned Zou Haoyu with a small fist raised as she prepared to leave, and don't let me catch you mingling with any flirts or bunnies. I cannot abide by friends like that. She emphasized the word friends quite clearly. Zou Haoyu felt that Guan Miaodong was increasingly adopting the demeanor of a caretaker, and thus he smiled and nodded, rest assured, rest assured. Unable to bear the look of amusement in his eyes, Guan Miaodong turned and, with her long legs, dashed away. Zou Haoyu chuckled heartily as he returned to his room, counting on his fingers. The Guan family, now that it's no ordinary household, how much should I prepare for the betrothal gifts? Chapter 62. Some insights. Luan Gang stood outside the door, cradling a steaming bowl of noodles in one hand and a plate of chili peppers in the other. Although it had been agreed upon that, regardless of whether Zou Haoyu mentioned needing a few pills or not, the arrangement was set, Luan Gang still felt an unsettling apprehension. A line from a comedic sketch aptly encapsulated his current sentiment. Doctor, am I beyond saving?
His fingers curled, hesitating multiple times to knot before retracting them again. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He was merely a mortal man, fearful of death. Resolutely, he lightly tapped on the door, and from within came Zou Haoyu's steady voice, "The door is unlocked, come in."
Upon entering, Luan Gang beheld Zou Haoyu seated on the bed, munching on crispy rice.
He promptly placed the noodles on the small table beside the bed and stood to the side. At a loss for words, Zou Haoyu set aside the crispy rice, picked up his bowl of rice, and stared at it for 15 seconds, awakening his divine sight. It was safe. Luan Gang was baffled by why he stared at the noodles for so long, but then he heard Zou Haoyu say, "Please take a seat, there are a few things I must state up front. If you feel comfortable, I will share what I know with you. If you find it inappropriate, I will not insist."
What nonsense is this? Luan Gang pondered. In order to heal this internal injury, what else could I possibly care about, aside from my life?
After slurping down half a bowl of noodles, Zou Haoyu resumed his role as a soothsayer. He informed Luan Gang that his internal injury resided in his abdomen and within the meridians, a fact he had discerned at first glance. However, to fully comprehend how this internal injury had come to be in its current state, he needed to understand when and how Luan Gang had sustained it, as well as its manifestations. Furthermore, he would need to harness his internal energy on the spot to awaken the meridians, thus determining the root cause. Luan Gang stood up in astonishment, his eyes wide. Is it really that simple?
Simple? Zou Haoyu remained non-committal, his soothsayer persona re-emerging as he calmly replied, "If it were not so simple, what difference would there be between me and any physician you might encounter? Do you think I lack martial arts knowledge, thus rendering me incapable of providing you with an accurate answer?" Luan Gang quickly waved his hands, chuckling slightly. "That's not the issue. But does this truly work?" This method too, he had assumed that martial artists refrained from demonstrating their skills to guard against their techniques being learned by others. A moment's reflection brought a smile to his face. These individuals, engaged in constant battles, would undoubtedly utilize their internal energy when fighting. Moreover, the divine sight could perceive the flow of internal energy, thereby deducing an entire set of techniques, something only a select few could comprehend. Nodding slightly, he deliberately remarked, "That's good, though I might have exaggerated a bit. It's essential to state this up front. Within the hidden sects, each faction possesses its own internal cultivation manuals, which must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Should you later regret this out of concern for such matters, I shall not provide you with any remedy for regret." Luan Gang chuckled, believing he was indulging in fanciful tales. He thought to himself that the most treasured internal cultivation method of the Crane Eagle sect was the Golden Eagle technique, with its practice method known as controlling the crane technique. This was the foundation of the Crane Eagle sect's existence. Even if he were to demonstrate it before Zou Haoyu, or even present the two manuals bestowed by his master, without proper guidance, while it might be possible for him to learn, the chances of going astray would be 1 in 100 million. Shaking his head, Luan Gang laughed. "So, the esteemed physician is concerned about this. It seems the physician lacks understanding of martial arts. Let me clarify, every martial arts sect within the hidden world possesses its own unique techniques. Without direct instruction from the sect leader or several elders, even if these manuals were obtained, they would be useless. One must understand that while the human meridians may share similarities, each person's pulse and pathways differ significantly. If one were to generalize and merely mimic the techniques, the likelihood of going astray would be inevitable. Moreover, internal energy operates within the meridians and cannot be discerned externally." Zou Haoyu cast a glance at Luan Gang, finishing his noodles before placing his bowl down, smiling faintly as he said, "Is that so? It seems you are also unfamiliar with medicine. In this world, there are indeed a few true divine physicians who can, over an extended period, fully replicate another's internal energy flow through pulse diagnosis, comparable to the most esteemed sect manuals." Luan Gang was taken aback, then elated. Zou Haoyu's assertion implied that he possessed such remarkable abilities himself. "That's no problem." Luan Gang promptly dismissed Zou Haoyu's concerns with a smile. "If the divine physician possesses such mysterious talents, I doubt my sect's Golden Eagle technique or controlling the crane technique would be of any importance. Should you require it, not only these two techniques but even legendary skills from other sects, many would willingly share." Yet, in Luan Gang's heart, he secretly thought of the human pulse as countless. As internal energy circulates, it traverses myriad meridians in the blink of an eye. No matter how swift one's reflexes, it is impossible to unravel the intricate mysteries of a technique in such a short time. Furthermore, if such a divine physician existed, as Luan Gang suggested, they would undoubtedly be the most revered figure in any sect. What value would a mere technique hold? In the Wanqiu sect, there was a legendary scripture repository, laden with mountains of internal cultivation manuals from various factions. If one wished to learn, one could select any book at will, and it would not necessarily be inferior to that of the Crane Eagle sect. Besides, even if there were concerns about a sect's techniques being leaked,
those worries were swiftly overshadowed by immense excitement. The ability to deduce an internal cultivation technique through the flow of internal energy, what remarkable medical skill! Could it be that heaven and earth conspired to create such a marvel? Tentatively, Luan Gang inquired. To deduce an internal cultivation technique solely through pulse diagnosis, such a skill is truly unfathomable. Has the divine physician truly reached such heights? I suppose so. Zou Haoyu decided to fully embrace the role of a boastful expert, smiling and shaking his head, as if lamenting, alas, life is fleeting. To master a single skill is already a remarkable feat. I have devoted myself to the study of medicine, while martial arts, naturally, have taken a back seat. Luan Gang, brimming with excitement, could hardly remain seated on his stool, yet he found it puzzling. If there existed such a divine practitioner within the hidden sects, why had he never heard of them before? Shaking his head, Luan Gang resolved not to dwell on such matters. He was here to seek medical assistance, not to dig into the roots of the issue. Nonetheless, he harbored a lingering obsession with the Wanshou sect, believing only those from this sect would allow him to entrust his life without reservations. There must be quite a few individuals like the divine physician within your esteemed sect, right? He casually inquired. Zou Haoyu paused for a moment before quickly realizing that Luan Gang was attempting to extract information, probing into his background. This young man, today I shall not let you off easy. With a composed demeanor, Zou Haoyu frowned and warned in a stern tone, is this what the Crane Eagle sect has taught you, such idle gossip? Luan Gang fell silent, his previous 8/10 certainty that Zou Haoyu was indeed a disciple of the Wanshou sect now solidified to 9/10. Not speaking was, in itself, a form of attitude. Luan Gang interpreted it as Zou Haoyu tacitly acknowledging that his sect housed other divine healers like himself. This indicated that there were at least 2 such extraordinary practitioners within that sect. What other sect could boast such divine physicians besides the Wanshou sect? Very well, you may begin your technique, I shall observe first. As he spoke, Zou Haoyu fixed his gaze on Luan Gang for more than 15 seconds, awakening his divine sight once more, no longer engaging in idle banter. Zou Haoyu was, in truth, an exceptionally astute individual, although he could not be deemed wise in terms of experience, nor could he match the brilliance of those who excelled in specific disciplines. His intelligence and emotional acuity were both high. This combination rendered him a figure whose intellect surpassed that of most, while his emotional intelligence eclipsed that of the rare few who excelled in singular pursuits. Upon Luan Gang's probing, Zou Haoyu immediately grasped that the young man had mistaken him for someone affiliated with a hidden sect, and he recognized that the label Luan Gang had assigned him was likely one of a sect renowned for its medical expertise. Since Zou Haoyu had not outright denied this, he decided to let the misunderstanding persist, hoping to exploit this non-existent connection to accomplish many things he otherwise could not. Luan Gang left his seat, sitting cross-legged on the ground, not in a conventional meditative pose, but rather resembling a scholarly general seated at a high table in a military hall. This presence was silent yet profound, evoking a sense of awe in Zou Haoyu, who felt as if the figure before him was a victorious general returning from battle, slightly intoxicated after a few cups of strong liquor. With a grand gesture, he wielded a giant brush as if inscribing a military treatise, only to feel a sudden weariness, giving the impression of a casual demeanor, yet retaining the spirit of one who had not yet fully returned from the battlefield. The Crane Eagle sect indeed possessed some remarkable insights. With a heart full of admiration, Zou Haoyu began to meticulously read the flow of internal energy within Luan Gang's body. He recalled Luan Gang had mentioned that the Crane Eagle sect's technique was called the Golden Eagle technique, and that the method of controlling the internal energy cultivated through it was known as the Controlling the Crane technique. At this moment, as the Controlling the Crane technique guided his internal energy, Zou Haoyu wondered if his divine sight would yield any miscalculations. Luan Gang had previously cautioned that if the martial arts were practiced incorrectly, the lightest consequence would be a deviation from the path. Just then, at Luan Gang's dantian, a surge of powerful yet fluidly gentle milky white internal energy began to rapidly expand outward in all directions, its speed so swift that in the blink of an eye, it had nearly enveloped his entire being. Zou Haoyu suddenly sensed a tremor in his own dantian, accompanied by a sensation that was both painful and extraordinarily pleasurable, radiating from his lower abdomen like clouds and mist dispersing.